Is there anything else you want to ask me? The HR asked. As she spoke those words, her eyes could hardly conceal the disdain. No, I've asked everything I could, Yi replied. Seeing the contempt in the HR's eyes, he knew this interview had failed again. Yet on the surface, he still wore a calm and indifferent expression. He was used to it. The HR rolled her eyes and said, all right, go back and wait for our notice. Yi glanced at the HR's disdainful look. Abiding by the principle of don't waste what's free and a fool doesn't pass up a bargain, he took the bottle of mineral water the HR had offered. He quickly left the company. Go back and wait for notice is the same as we don't want you. Just a polite way to reject me. As soon as he stepped out of the company, Yi muttered to himself. He glanced at the time on his phone. It's already August 27th, and I've been unemployed for exactly a month. If I still can't find a job, the landlord will kick me out, and I'll have to sleep under a bridge. The HR walked up to the front desk and said, these days, any random stray can come to our company for an interview. With no mirror, at least there's a puddle. Why don't they take a good look at themselves, eh? The front desk clerk chimed in, that's right. Our company is a top 500 enterprise in the Dragon Nation. Not everyone is worthy of joining. After the HR walked far away, the front desk clerk muttered quietly, you just got your position through connections, and you still look down on others. He's at least a graduate from 985 or 211. Much better than you. He doesn't steal or rob. He earns his living with his own skills, self-reliant, nothing shameful. Yi took out his electric scooter key from his pocket. Then he pulled out his cheap cigarette, lit one, took a satisfying puff, and blew out a stream of smoke. He took out a prepared towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Finally, he skillfully put on his helmet, inserted the key into the electric scooter, started it, and set off toward his rental home. Damn Shinkoin City, such hot weather. If it weren't for my hometown in Nanyuan province where the average salary is only over 1,000 dragon coins a month, I wouldn't have left home to work here. A life that you can see the end of from the very beginning. When will it ever end, oi? The national average salary in Dragon Nation is 1,200 dragon coins, right? Then why is the minimum wage in Shinkoin City only 2,360 dragon coins? Yi kept grumbling as he rode his electric scooter home, but he didn't notice that behind him in the company where he had just interviewed, the HR was fiercely biting the front desk clerk's neck. If Yi had turned around at that moment, he would have witnessed this bloody scene. When he arrived at an intersection and waited for the traffic light, Yi habitually put in his Bluetooth earphones and immersed himself in the world of music. The boundless horizon is my love. Beneath the lush green hills, the flowers are blooming. What rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of song makes the heart most joyous? Yi sighed emotionally. Old songs really hit different. I used to think they were cheesy, but now the more I listen, the more addicted I get. Before the green light came on, Yi took off with a sudden burst, speeding away into the distance. Passers-by waiting at the crosswalk turned their heads. What kind of person is that? Not obeying traffic rules. Sooner or later you'll be hit by a car. As soon as the words were spoken, a taxi came hurtling toward them. The driver showed no sign of slowing down. Bang! The taxi crashed into the traffic light pole before coming to a stop. Curious bystanders pulled out their phones to take pictures. Don't panic when something happens. First post a friend circle has become standard behavior for Dragon Nation people these days. The driver crawled out of the taxi, his eyes bloodshot, his face covered in blood. He was still chewing the flesh and blood of the passenger in the front seat. Gulp, gulp. He swallowed it down, then lunged at a nearby pedestrian. In an instant, screams erupted from the crowd. Almost at the same time, such horrific scenes were happening everywhere in Shinkoin City. The zombie virus had fully erupted. Yi reached a downhill slope and completely let loose, twisting the throttle to the max and speeding down. Without thinking, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw someone chasing him. That formed those movements, just like a Parkinson's patient. Can't even walk steadily and still out exercising. Hilarious. Soon Yi finished the downhill stretch and came to another traffic light. He had no choice but to stop. Shinkoin City had many traffic lights and heavy traffic. Waiting with him at the same red light was a woman holding a child. The woman was on the phone. Honey, did you get your salary? We're counting on you for the car loan and the mortgage this month. And the baby's milk powder. The woman kept chattering about all the expenses. Yi heard every word clearly. Car loan, mortgage, next generation. All the 3 pieces of gear for a beast of burden are complete, huh? He thought silently. Suddenly, the woman holding the child clutched her neck and fell to the ground in terror. The baby in her arms with eyes bloodshot was chewing the flesh from her neck. One look and Yi's hair stood on end. Zombie virus. That was the first thing that came to his mind. The cars that had been orderly passing through the intersection began to chain crash. Yi didn't want to believe his eyes, but it was all happening so real. He turned around and saw from who knows when a dense crowd of zombies already swarming behind him. The woman bitten by the baby also got up and walked toward him. Yi's eyes widened. What the hell? How did it spread so fast? You turned into a zombie in less than 30 seconds. Yi started his scooter and bolted towards his rental home. From this moment on, Shinkoin City had completely turned into a zombie paradise. This top-tier metropolis of the Dragon Nation had begun to fall. Yi had been in Shinkoin City for 6 years. He knew the roads well and took advantage of this to weave through the alleys and streets. The closer he got to his rental place, the more terrified he became. Along the way, there were zombies in homes and cars. On the street, people being bitten, people being eaten. When the apocalypse began, Yi felt fear for only a moment. When it really happened, Yi's mind was surprisingly calm, because compared to a life that seemed to have no end in sight, The apocalypse in front of him seemed almost adorable. Some are born in Rome, some are born as beasts of burden. Yi was the latter. Without any unexpected turn, he would work as a wage slave for life and be ruthlessly discarded by society. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, it meant no more work. No more earning money. No more worrying about mortgages, car loans, or the next generation. That was fine, at least that's how Yi saw it. A pile of concrete and steel that buys off a lifetime of dreams. How pathetic. Yi would rather be chased by zombies. On his way back to the rental house, he witnessed many human tragedies. The company he interviewed at was only 5 kilometers from his rental house. But those 5 kilometers felt as long as 500. If he hadn't known the roads and hadn't run towards sparsely populated areas, he would have been dead already. From the company through the traffic lights and downhill slope. Then an uphill slope. Several times he was almost tackled by zombies. Fortunately, he was good at handling the scooter. If he had been driving a car, he would have died long ago. This was the first time in his life that Yi felt poverty had saved him. The uphill stretch was long and full of cars. After drivers turned into zombies, many cars started rolling backward down the slope, blocking the road. Bicycles and electric scooters could still pass. With more and more infected people, Yi had no choice but to head toward a village within the city. Soon he arrived at a village next to the uphill road and hid inside. Yi was a bottom-tier person in society with a somewhat antisocial personality. He usually liked to read apocalyptic novels and watch movies and TV series. When the zombie virus erupted, Yi was dazed for only a second. He quickly calmed down. He was suited for survival in the apocalypse. Yi entered the village and chose a good location, a single yard house, with only one elderly person inside who had turned into a zombie. Due to old age and frailty, even after turning into a zombie, it was not very powerful. Yi parked his scooter in the yard and stood at the small gate, waiting for the old man to come to him. Once it was lured out, Yi took the opportunity to climb over the side wall into the yard and locked the gate. The old man stretched out his arms trying to grab Yi and eat him. The gate was a railing type with only arms able to reach through. Yi was quick-witted. He grabbed the key ring from the old man's neck. He broke a mop handle in the yard, chose a sharp end, and stabbed it fiercely into the zombie's eye. This was the first time Yi did something like this, killing his own kind. Even though he had an antisocial personality when it actually came down to it. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Yi quickly locked the main gate and ran into the old man's living room, closing the door behind him. The TV was broadcasting Dragon Nation news. The news headline was simple: global outbreak of zombie virus. Yi had successfully crossed that threshold. If he hadn't done this, the commotion of the old man would only attract more of the elderly. He wondered if he could even survive. After calming his mind, Yi began rummaging through the old man's house. Longting News had already announced the global outbreak of the zombie virus. How could it be false? Whether one could survive was still an unknown. If one clung to a bleeding heart and couldn't let go of those things, survival was impossible. Strictly speaking, Yi was now stealing. But there was no choice. It was the end of the world. Who cared anymore? Social order had collapsed. Yi could no longer concern himself with such things. He pulled a bottle of cola from the fridge, tilted his head back, and gulped down half of it. Oh, that's great. This was the best cola he had ever tasted, bar none. There was still a considerable distance to home. Yi began searching for useful items and found a backpack. He started filling it. The old man cooked for himself every day. There wasn't much food in the house. Yi had to settle for packing some drinking water and fruit. He approached the front door and quietly opened it. He dragged the old man's body to one side, pushed out his electric scooter, then locked the door securely. Grabbing the keys, he sped off toward his own home. He sped out of the residential area with sparks flying and came face to face with a security guard at the gate. The guard's stomach had already been torn open. Only a hollowed-out shell remained, still tottering toward Yi. Yi charged straight at the guard and knocked him flying. He ran over the body and sped off down a narrow path. On the way, he passed the People's Hospital. Inside, it looked like a scene from hell. A nurse was frantically biting a patient who was trapped in a wheelchair. The patient struggled desperately but couldn't move. Infected by the zombie virus, the nurse had terrifying strength. The patient could only watch helplessly as he was devoured. The nurse pulled a heap of organs from his abdomen and began feasting. The smell of blood quickly attracted more zombies to swarm the patient. Help! Save me! I don't want to die. The patient cried in despair. Not far away, doctors and nurses inside an ambulance were paralyzed with fear. They were too scared to open the door or rescue anyone. Yi watched from a distance, silently twisted the throttle, and sped away into the distance. The hospital had fallen. The route home passed by a primary school. Calculating the time, the zombie virus had erupted right at school dismissal. These children were supposed to be the future flowers of Longting country, now all buried here. Parents who had happily come to pick up their children were horrified. Seeing their child convulse with bloodshot eyes, they thought it was an illness and tried to stimulate the philtrum with their thumb. At that very moment, the child opened its mouth and bit down hard. The parent was stunned. How could such a small child have such incredible biting force? One bite had severed the thumb. Then came a chilling crunching sound from the child's mouth. The parent was stunned. How could such a small child have such incredible biting force? One bite had severed the thumb. Then came a chilling crunching sound from the child's mouth. Crack, crack. It was like eating a chocolate bar. Blood trickled down the child's chin, its mouth stretched to an alarming width. It lunged at its parents. Similar scenes were unfolding all around the school. Bitten parents enduring excruciating pain held their children tightly. They refused to believe their child had turned into such a monster. He's just sick, they thought. The hospital wasn't far. If they could get the child there, they might save him. The father's thumb had been bitten off. Painful veins bulged on his face, but his eyes held no blame, only pity for the child. Wanting to save his child, the father hesitated, then offered his hand to the child's mouth. The child had already turned into a zombie. It bit down without hesitation. The father endured the pain, hugging the child tightly as they sat in the back seat. Despite the agony, he didn't let go. The father feared the child might bite its tongue. The mother quickly started the car, driving in the wrong direction, toward the hospital. He knew only death awaited them. Within a day, the zombie virus would sweep the globe, killing countless people. Looking around, since it was dismissal time, some children had turned into zombies, frenziedly biting their parents. Some children turned into zombies, crazily biting their parents. Some parents became zombies, crazily biting their children. The entire world had descended into chaos. Police officers watched the hellish scenes in front of them, shaking their heads helplessly. They couldn't believe the end of the world had come so suddenly. They preferred to believe it was rabies struggling to maintain order. Many zombies tried to pounce on him, and he instinctively drew his gun and fired. The gunshots attracted more zombies charging at him. Yi seized the moment, speeding past the scene, completely indifferent to everything around him. Yi was a lone worker in Shinkuin City, a bachelor. One person full, the whole family full. He could barely take care of himself, let alone be a savior. The electric scooter zipped past the school zone. The school had fallen. Zombies were everywhere. Child zombies, teacher zombies, cafeteria lady zombies, security guard zombies. Not a single living soul in sight. Even a passing dog would get bitten twice. Past the primary school came the middle school, whose dismissal time was a bit later. Parents hadn't gathered at the gate yet, but inside it was the same as the elementary school. It had fallen too. Hellish scenes everywhere. Today was the middle school sports day. The zombie virus erupted during the sports meet. The entire green field was stained red with blood. Zombies were running everywhere. He wondered if anyone could have survived. Yi continued speeding. I'm really lucky today. I charged my scooter fully last night. If it had run out of power, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I never thought that after a lifetime of bad luck, I'd finally get a break. Passing the middle school, he arrived at the water treatment plant. It was also overrun. His first thought, the tap water was no longer safe. Who knew if a zombie had fallen into the reservoir? Anyone who drank the water would likely turn into a zombie. Fortunately, he knew this information. He passed the water plant without incident and finally reached a downhill slope. Yi twisted the throttle to the max, not daring to brake. Time truly was life now. Any living thing that blocked his way home would be treated as a zombie and rammed. Survival was everything. As usual, after the water plant came a lake. This lake wasn't man-made, it was a natural one. After the government expanded it, it had grown much larger, about 30 kilometers around. At the center of the lake was an ideal refuge. One had to take a boat to reach it, a water park surrounded by water on all sides. Yi formed a plan in his mind. If he got the chance, he would go there. But for now, he had to return to his rental apartment first. He needed to go back to his rental and then make further plans. After passing the lake came a long downhill section. This road usually had little traffic, so even after the zombie outbreak, Yi could still travel unimpeded. Yi could still travel unimpeded. The lake before him was called Lisan Lake, a natural body of water. In earlier years, it was not as vast as it is now, but later, as Shinkuin City developed rapidly. With increased funds, the government began a vigorous environmental improvement campaign, subsequently expanding the lake. They also constructed the Lisan Lake Central Park in its vicinity. After the expansion, the area of Lisan Lake had multiplied many times over. Yet now all of this had become nothing but memories of the past. Under the shroud of the apocalypse, only silence and despair remained. Gazing at the center of the lake, Yi made up his mind. He would turn that place into his sanctuary for a long time to come. The sky was so gloomy it seemed about to collapse. The leaden gray clouds hung low, pressing down upon the earth. They were like a heavy curtain, ready at any moment to shroud the entire world in darkness. Yi could only charge forward with his head down. He dared not stop. Occasionally the wind would whistle past with a mournful cry like a sorrowful wail. It echoed through the empty expanse, sending chills down one's spine. This downhill stretch went smoothly, with only a few zombies appearing now and then, but they posed no threat to Yi. Yet beneath this seeming calm lurked endless danger. The surrounding buildings and walls were covered in cracks and bloodstains, as if recounting the brutal battles that had once taken place. Those cracks resembled the gaping maws of ferocious beasts, seemingly ready to devour all life. The wind howled past, carrying a putrid stench that was nauseating. From time to time, the low growls of zombies could be heard like the roars of demons from the depths of hell, sending a chill through the soul. Yi raced by cautiously, all the while nervously monitoring his surroundings, silently praying that he would not encounter too much danger. He knew full well that in this apocalypse, the slightest misstep could cost him his life. Along the way, he could almost see the panicked figures of those who had once lived here. He could hear their desperate cries. Those once familiar scenes had now become terrifying memories, filling his heart with unease. After finishing the downhill slope, he turned left and would pass under a viaduct. Beneath this viaduct was a large intersection. The traffic was heaviest there. When Yi turned left, he was startled by the sight before him. The subway train, which should have been on the viaduct, had already crashed down. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles. Some were mangled beyond recognition, their shattered windows glinting with a dull light. Shinkoin City's terrain was undulating. A subway line might run underground in some sections and above ground in others. But at this moment the train was not on the tracks, it was on the road. After the train crashed down, many mutilated zombies crawled out from inside, their fingers clawing at the ground as they dragged themselves towards passers-by. Those zombies were like demons crawling out of hell, lunging at the living with flailing arms. Many vehicles were passing by, and a few unlucky zombies had their heads crushed under the wheels. Red and white matter spilled everywhere. When the subway crashed off the viaduct, it crushed many cars. Many drivers and passengers were killed instantly. The most pitiful was a bus directly struck head-on by the train. The entire body of the bus was crushed and deformed. Many of the passengers inside had not turned into zombies, but they were pinned down and unable to get out. One passenger was particularly unfortunate, pinned in place with the person beside him having turned into a zombie. He could not move. He could only watch helplessly as the zombie devoured him piece by piece. With every bite of flesh the zombie tore off, he let out a miserable scream, "Help, someone save me, it hurts so much." Fortunately, this situation did not last long. The zombie virus quickly infected him, and he too became a zombie. Yi's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed all this, his heart filled with despair. This world had completely descended into madness. He did not know how much longer he could hold on. Those twisted vehicles, mutilated corpses, and frenzied zombies. Every image was seared deeply into his mind, filling him with immense fear. Yi's body trembled involuntarily. He dared not imagine how terrifying it would be if he himself fell into such a desperate plight. He silently vowed to be even more careful and to fight to survive. In this apocalypse filled with despair, every choice could mean the difference between life and death. He could not afford the slightest lapse. There was no path left ahead. His zombies were everywhere, along with panicked people and cars crashing into each other. Yi could only weave and dodge. He threaded his way through the traffic towards home. After finally making it through the intersection and reaching the viaduct, he saw a sanitation worker hiding herself inside a trash can, hastily pulling the lid shut. Yi silently admired the woman's composure. She was more resourceful than many young people. This gave him an idea. In the apocalypse, even an armored vehicle might not be as useful as a garbage truck, because the stench of garbage could effectively mask a person's scent. After passing the viaduct, there was a residential area. The road ahead was impassable, so he had to take a detour through the neighborhood. Yi turned into the neighborhood, cycling towards less crowded areas. The closer he got to where he lived, the more zombies there were. His home was in an urban village. This place was home to migrant workers from all over the country. Since the rent in the urban village was relatively cheap, it had the highest population density and consequently the most zombies. Yi's electric scooter was something he had saved up for through hard work. Even though it was the end of the world, he couldn't bear to abandon it. Though it was just an ordinary electric scooter, it held a very special meaning for him. Yi arrived at a standalone house. He climbed over the wall, opened the gate from the inside, parked the scooter in the yard, and locked the gate securely. Taking advantage of the fact that the power was not yet completely out, he plugged in the scooter to charge and began rummaging through the house. After confirming that no one was home, he opened his backpack, took out a bottle of water, and took a sip. Now the only way to get back to his own place was by car. Going back on foot would be suicide. He would need an armored vehicle. Ordinary cars wouldn't do. His job interview had been scheduled for 4 p.m. After this journey, it was already late. Yi planned to spend the night here. After tonight, there would probably be no living people left on the streets. Fortunately, the urban village had many such homes with their own small yards. At least it offered some security. It wouldn't be easy to die here. Yi locked all the doors and windows and began searching the house. He was in luck. The owners must have been at home with their children, as a meal had already been prepared. It was a standard meal of 4 dishes and a soup, cucumber salad, minced pork with eggplant, shredded pork with green peppers, and stir-fried greens. There was also a pot of spare rib soup and cooked rice. Looking at the food and the bowls on the table, it seemed to be for a family of 5. Given the circumstances, they probably wouldn't be coming back. They had likely turned into zombies in some unknown corner. Well, this old Yi really lucked out, Yi muttered to himself. Yi gazed at the family portrait atop the living room clock. Since your family of 5 can't return, I'll eat the meal in your stead. It would be wasteful not to. In the sweltering August weather, food spoils quickly. Yi simply served himself some rice and began to eat. You know what I have to say? Someone else's cooking really does taste better. Yi mumbled between mouthfuls. The apocalypse is here now. I'm going to eat until I can't eat another bite. Yi devoured 4 bowls of rice. He finished most of the food, counting himself lucky. Finding a takeout box in the house, he packed up the leftovers. Tomorrow's lunch was sorted. He would spend the night here, before the end of the world. Yi was a devoted fan of apocalyptic works, comics, novels, anime, movies, and TV series. In the end times, the human heart was the most terrifying thing of all. He went to the bathroom to wash up, but dared not turn on the light. When food grew scarce, cannibalism became a grim reality. After washing up, Yi was about to sleep when a thought struck him. He had been so focused on escaping during the day that he hadn't called his parents. He immediately dialed their number. After a tense wait, the call connected. Yi's heart settled. Thank heavens you answered. Mom, Dad, listen. A zombie virus has broken out globally. It must be all over the news. Stock up on food right now. Don't open the door for anyone. Hide inside. Don't even let in the neighbors you know well. Yi-Yi's parents replied, we know. It's on TV. The more people in a place, the more die. We're in a sparsely populated area. It's not as bad as your Shinkoin city. We'll take care of ourselves. Don't worry. But you don't go out. Trust the government and wait for rescue. The news is terrifying. Once infected people eat each other. You're our only son. Nothing can happen to you. If you're gone, how could we go on? Yi comforted them. I'm fine at home. I won't go anywhere. Rescue will come soon. Then I can come home. The government here is even distributing food. Remember what I said. In the apocalypse, it's a world where people eat people. Trust no one but yourself. Yi said everything he could to his parents. Knowing the power and signal would soon fail, he planned to video call them whenever possible. He treated every video call as if it were their last meeting. Getting back to his hometown meant crossing at least 1700 kilometers. Even before the apocalypse, covering such a distance was difficult. Now it was nearly an impossible mission. Yi began to think if he hadn't left his hometown to work, would he have fewer regrets now? Without ample preparation, returning home was out of the question. But there were no ifs. Yi locked all the doors and windows, went to the bedroom to sleep, and turned on the air conditioner. He cranked it down to 16°C, ready to enjoy one last peaceful sleep before the apocalypse. After today, he might never sleep soundly again, and survival would only grow harder. Perhaps from the day's exhaustion, Yi fell into a deep slumber and didn't wake until 10 the next morning. This family must have been a happy one of 5 before the end. But the apocalypse spared none of them, truly a pitiful fate. Yi began searching for anything useful he could take. Food, water, phones, power banks, anything that might help. After preparing his tools, he went to the rooftop to survey the area. As he had suspected, the streets were crawling with zombies, and no living soul was in sight. Not a single person remained. Even stray cats and dogs had turned into zombies. It seemed any living creature could be infected by this virus. I still don't know how zombies tell friend from food. I can't take risks. They'll have to experiment later. Better yet, find someone to test it on. Suddenly, Yi heard the sound of a door opening, not like picking a lock. The smooth motion suggested either a skilled lockpicker or the owners returning. The latter seemed more likely. The noise also drew a crowd of zombies closer. Yi rushed downstairs and hid in a corner of the living room, clutching a fruit knife. Perhaps the owners were too flustered to notice the unfamiliar electric scooter in the yard. Through the crack in the door, Yi saw only an elderly man and a young child. Grandpa or mom and dad home yet? Didn't you say they'd get home before us? The little boy asked. The white-haired elder replied. Lele, I'll be honest with you. Your parents were bitten by zombies while covering our escape. The people around us were bitten too. They'll turn soon. Your parents said they'd be home first so we could survive. Now they're gone. Turned into zombies. From now on, it's just you and me, Lele. Hearing this, the boy named Lele burst into tears with a loud wail. He ran to the living room, frantically searching and crying, Mom, Dad, where are you? You said you'd be home before, Lele. He'll listen from now on. I won't make you angry anymore. He'll be a good boy. Just then, Yi sprang from the corner, clamped his hand over the boy's mouth, and pressed a gleaming fruit knife against Lele's neck. Stay still, or he'll kill you. Terrified by the sight, Lele wet himself instantly, and the sharp smell of urine filled the room. The white-haired elder entered the living room, saw the scene, and dropped to his knees, pleading, Young man, have mercy. Show some pity for us, a grandfather and his grandson. This child just lost his parents. How can you bear to hurt him? Yi snapped. Old man, save your sob story. Shut up. Find a rope and tie yourself up, or he'll kill him now. That's illegal, you know, the old man cried. Take whatever you want from my house. I won't call the police. The elder made one last desperate plea. Yi retorted, the world's ended and you're talking about laws and police. Are you joking? With that, Yi pressed harder, cutting Lele's neck, seeing the blood trickle from his beloved grandson's throat. The white-haired elder abandoned all hope of negotiation. He found a rope and bound his own hands. If you'd listened sooner, your grandson wouldn't have suffered, Yi said coldly. Yi's voice was icy. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Even at the end of the world, you're still prattling on about right and wrong. He'll say it one last time, find a rope and tie yourself up, or he'll kill your grandson right now. Yi finished speaking in one breath. All right, don't harm my grandson. He'll tie myself up. The white-haired old man conceded. The white-haired old man quickly found a rope and bound himself. It's not enough to just tie your hands. Tie up your feet too, or I'm afraid you'll run away. Yi said coldly. Fine, I agree. Just don't hurt my grandson anymore, the white-haired old man replied. Now lie face down on the ground, and don't move, or he'll kill your grandson immediately. Yi continued. The white-haired old man had no choice but to obey, as there was no other option. Once the white-haired old man was on the ground, Yi felt completely at ease. He pressed the knife against Lele's neck while picking up the rope. Then he bound Lele's hands from behind, but still felt uneasy. He simply tied Lele's arms to his body and then secured him to the chair. After finishing, Yi began to ponder his plan. Are the TV shows and movies lying? It's hard to say. I need to experiment now to see if smearing zombie blood and flesh on myself will let me survive. That's how it's done in the shows and movies. Zombies distinguish between kin and foe by smell. The protagonist kills zombies and smears their blood and flesh on himself. Then he can break through the zombie horde. Is it really like that? I have to try it myself. I've got nothing to lose. Every bit of intel in the apocalypse increases my chances of survival. It's over 1700 kilometers to my home. Who knows if he'll make it back alive. After finishing his calculations, he began his plan. Old man, it's the end of the world now. Everyone outside has turned into zombies. I heard what you said. Your grandson has no parents left. You don't want to see the young die before the old, do you? You don't want anything to happen to your grandson, right? The white-haired old man. I beg you, have mercy. Don't hurt my grandson. Sensing the atmosphere was right, he went to the yard, unplugged his electric scooter charger, and put it away. Then he approached the small yard gate where many zombies had gathered. All of them were scrambling to break through the gate and get inside for a feast. Yi returned to the living room and asked the immobilized old man, "Old man, do you have a back door?" "There's no back door in my house, only this front gate," the white-haired old man replied. Then you're in for some rough times." The white-haired old man, "What do you want? If you dare hurt my grandson, it'll haunt you even as a ghost." I don't want much, just to run some experiments to prove some thoughts in my mind." "Do you have any weapons?" The white-haired old man, "No, there are no weapons in my house. My family has always been law-abiding citizens." Well, no choice then. You'll have to suffer a bit." Went to the kitchen and found a sharp knife. He tested its sharpness with his finger, then returned to the living room. The white-haired old man, "Kill me if you must, but don't hurt my grandson." Do you think we're making a movie? So much nonsense." He went to the yard gate and picked a relatively thin female zombie. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed fiercely into her eye socket. The pierced female zombie twitched for a while before going still. Turned and went back to the living room, using the remaining rope to tie the white-haired old man to the sofa leg. He checked carefully to ensure he couldn't escape. Then he partially untied Lele's ropes and took Lele to the rooftop. Had observed carefully. This family did their laundry on the rooftop. The clothes-drying racks were bolted directly into the ground with expansion screws, very sturdy. Tied one end of the rope to the rack in a tight knot. Then he dropped the other end over the edge of the rooftop, estimating the distance. He kept the ropes in just within the zombie's sight, but out of reach, then pulled it back up. He tied the end securely around Lele's body with another tight knot. Lele finally realized what intended to do. He began to struggle violently, crying and screaming loudly as urine streamed down his pants and pooled on the floor. Lele was scared shitless. Even an adult would have been terrified. He shouted at "You villain, you'll die a miserable death. You're going to feed me to the zombies. If I die, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." Like grandfather, like grandson, huh? Ignoring Lele's struggles, threw him off the rooftop. As he had tested, Lele hung suspended just where the zombies could see, but not reach. The blood from Lele's neck soon attracted all the nearby zombies. Hearing his grandson's cries, the white-haired old man cursed, "You beast. A goddamn beast." Came down from the rooftop to the living room and took a bottle of water from the fridge. He opened it, took a sip, and said, "Stop cursing at me. Your grandson isn't dead." Then he went to the yard gate and saw that the zombies had all moved toward Lele. He opened the yard gate a crack and dragged in the female zombie he had killed. Then he quickly closed the gate and dragged the female zombie into the living room. The moment the white-haired old man saw the female zombie, he shouted, "You murderer. You killed my daughter-in-law. You'll die a miserable death." Damn, what a coincidence. I killed a random zombie, and it turns out to be your daughter-in-law. What kind of cheesy plot is this?" He looked up at the family photo and confirmed it was indeed the white-haired old man's daughter-in-law. A wave of disbelief washed over him. "I had no choice. She had turned into a zombie. She wasn't human anymore. If I didn't kill her, she would have eaten me." He pulled the knife from the female zombie's head and began to undress her. The white-haired old man instantly flew into a rage. "If you can't control your urges, go find another woman. Can't you even spare a corpse?" Shut up, old man. Even if I were a lecher, I wouldn't stoop to necrophilia. You talk too much. Just shut your mouth." Cut a small strip of cloth from the female zombie's clothes and stuffed it into the white-haired old man's mouth. The old man could only emit muffled MMPH sounds. Veins bulged on his neck and forehead. He stared at with murderous intent. If looks could kill, would have died hundreds of times. What man could tolerate seeing his own daughter-in-law stripped naked by a stranger after her death? Couldn't afford to care. To verify his own theory, he had no choice but to proceed. The white-haired old man began to writhe violently, struggling to break free from the ropes and fight the villain who was undressing his daughter-in-law. "I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty," said coldly. "You'd better not struggle. Save your strength. You'll need it later when it's time to fight. Not now." The white-haired old man let out muffled cries. Asked, What are you saying?" The old man continued his muffled sounds. Remarked, "I have no idea what you're mumbling about. I can't understand a word. I told you don't rush. The time to fight will come." Decided to ignore the old man's muffled cries from now on. He began his plan. Every time he tried to unbutton the female zombie's shirt, the old man would thrash wildly, emitting muffled sounds. This interrupted many times. This time he resolved to disregard the old man. "Can you stop that mumbling? I admit your daughter-in-law's chest is something," said. "But she's dead, okay? I'm not perverted enough to mess with a corpse. Don't get so worked up." After speaking, he glanced at the female zombie. There was something there, but not much. So he began unbuttoning her shirt. First button, second, third, fourth. The more he undid, the more astonished he became. It didn't look like much at first. But why was it so large when revealed? Perhaps because she had died recently, her body still retained a slight elasticity. If Yi wasn't mistaken, it was a full 36D. Her bra could barely contain it, giving an impression of bursting forth. Seeing this, the white-haired old man helplessly turned his head away. Yi continued using his knife to cut through the female zombie's bra. Gazing at the sight before him, even Yi, who had watched thousands of adult films, found it hard to maintain composure. The scene was indeed different from viewing it through a screen. Noticing the old man had turned away, Yi couldn't resist reaching out for a touch. The texture wasn't pleasant. He thought to himself, it seems that being single too long really makes one perverted. Even a zombie looks attractive at this point. Yi didn't linger on other parts of the big-chested female zombie. He just kept staring at her chest. A glance was a sign of respect. Constant staring meant constant respect. But the plan had to proceed. Having paid his utmost respect, Yi picked up the knife and thrust it fiercely into the female zombie's abdomen. Then he forcefully slit open her belly and pulled out all the internal organs he could reach, smashing them with the blade. The white-haired old man, catching the scent of blood, turned to look and began vomiting violently. But with his mouth gagged, he couldn't expel anything. He could only repeat the cycle of retching and swallowing over and over. Contrary to his expectation that Yi would defile his daughter-in-law's corpse, Yi did not follow that path. Instead, he cut open her abdomen and removed some nauseating contents. Unable to bear the gruesome scene, the old man began convulsing uncontrollably. Yi brought the mess before the old man. I told you I'm not that perverted. I wouldn't have a physical reaction to a corpse and desecrate it. Earlier I said don't rush and save your strength. Now is the time you need to fight. Pointing to the window on the left side of the living room, Yi said, see that? Your precious grandson is still hanging there. The old man had been so focused on his daughter-in-law's corpse that he now noticed Lele still suspended by the left window. Below were hordes of zombies eager to tear their prey apart and feast. He let out muffled cries. Yi said, I told you to stop that. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty. Listen, the zombie virus infects the living. If you smear this all over yourself, you can walk out safely. Go save your grandson. You don't want him to be bitten to death, do you? Without waiting for the old man's consent, Yi began applying the crushed organs to him. He even thoughtfully tied a makeshift tie from the female zombie's intestines around the old man's neck. Finally, using the remaining rope, he bound the female zombie's corpse to the old man's back, making it look like he was carrying his daughter-in-law. Then he untied the rope from the sofa leg and helped the old man up. Choose go save your grandson or hide here. You could also fight me, but with your hands and feet bound you can't win. The old man muffled again. Yi said, I told you to stop that. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty. I want to untie your ropes or remove the gag. If you shout and fight me, we'll both die. How about this, we each compromise? You carry your daughter-in-law and slowly shuffle out to see your grandson. Then come back. If you survive, I'll leave immediately. I told you smearing zombie-infected corpse paste on your clothes works. Those zombies won't attack you. They'll see you as one of their own. Just move slowly. I guarantee they won't harm you. The old man looked at Yi with suspicion muffling again. Yi said, I told you to stop that. I know you're anxious, but don't be hasty. Do you have any bargaining chips? What other choice do you have but to trust me? If you die, I won't kill your grandson. He'll lock the doors, leave food, and call the police. Whether he survives is up to fate. Deal? The old man looked at Yi with suspicion again muffling. Yi said, I swear I won't kill your grandson. May I not live to see tomorrow. Deal? The old man had no choice but to follow Yi's instructions. Though he didn't understand why, he felt Yi's words might be correct. Smearing crushed zombie-infected corpse on oneself should mask the scent, making them think you're one of them. Yi went to the small courtyard gate and opened it, gesturing, please go out and see your grandson. The old man shuffled his bound feet with difficulty, moving bit by bit toward the door. Once he was out, Yi immediately locked the gate. Go to your grandson. The old man hobbled toward where Lele was hanging. Just as he passed a corner, a horde of zombies rushed from the direction of the hanging boy. The old man tried to turn and run, but forgot his feet were bound. He fell hard with the female zombie corpse on top of him. Yi watched closely. The zombies showed no reaction to the corpse on the old man's back. The leading zombies lunged at the old man and began biting. The old man's muffled cries turned desperate. This time Yi understood he was shouting for help. Yi muttered to himself, so TV shows were lying. This trick doesn't fool zombies. The journey home is bound to be fraught with peril. Yi observed through the gap in the courtyard wall. Soon the white-haired old man was devoured. Not long after, he turned into a zombie. He joined the neighboring foraging horde. Half of his cheek had been eaten away and his organs were hollowed out. Yet his daughter-in-law was still tied to his back. It looked utterly absurd, yet eerily sinister. Then the zombies continued moving toward Lele's direction. What they show in TV dramas is really unreliable. Even grinding up zombie corpses and smearing them on the body doesn't mask the scent. It seems zombies don't rely solely on smell to hunt. They might use sight, hearing, or even have a terrifying perception. Thanks to you, I figured out this intel. They'll lock the doors and windows, leave some food, and call the police. Whether your grandson survives is up to fate. Yi muttered to himself, then went to the rooftop. Lele was still struggling. Amid the zombie horde, Lele spotted his father, his grandfather, carrying his grandmother on his back. And his sister. Of the 5-member family, only he remained alive. Mom, Dad, what's wrong with you? Sis, why aren't you talking? Grandpa, come save Lele. Lele is scared. Yi looked at Lele and said, they've all turned into zombies, so you don't need to be afraid anymore. Because soon you won't have to be afraid. Lele looked up with difficulty. You bad guy'll call the police uncle to arrest you. And lock you up. Yi said, still stubborn even at death's door. Police uncle is it? Look over there. Yi pointed at a large truck not far away. Inside the truck sat a zombie in a police uniform. Call him to save you to arrest me to lock me up. Yi pulled out a sharp knife and cut the rope. Lele fell into the zombie horde with cries being devoured. The cries abruptly ceased. In less than a minute a child was added to the zombie horde. A child bound, and able only to shuffle slowly. Yi looked down at the zombie horde and said, a family should stay together neat and tidy, that's how it should be. Old man, I locked the doors and windows, left food, and called the police. I didn't kill your grandson, I kept my word. It was the zombies that killed him. I locked the doors and windows, but I never said I'd keep your grandson inside the house. I chose to leave him outside. You didn't grasp my meaning, so you can't blame me. Thinking of his oath, Yi felt a twinge of worry. Would he not survive tomorrow? Staring at the large truck in the distance, Yi began to plan. Jumping over was unrealistic, and pretending to be a zombie was impossible. He could only lure the zombies away and then make his move. Encountering zombies meant either wiping them all out or fleeing outright. Fear zombies, observe zombies, understand zombies, become zombies. Back when watching TV dramas, the bullet comments all joked about that phrase. But when the apocalypse truly arrived, that saying no longer held. The hope deep in Yi's heart vanished too. If he could blend in, who would willingly fight zombies he'd in? The white-haired old man's home was a standalone small courtyard only 3 stories high. In an urban village, such a house was very comfortable before the end times. Now high-rise residences seemed far more reassuring. Such a small courtyard was only good for retirement, not for long-term survival. He still had to reach the center of Leeson Lake. Without a doubt, that was the safest place so far, bar none. Yi pondered how to get to the truck. Driving the truck home was an option, but the blocked roads forced him to abandon that idea. Yi found a wooden plank on the rooftop. Fortunately, near the white-haired old man's standalone courtyard there were a few other independent yards. From the rooftop, he could use the plank to create a temporary bridge. Walking across the rooftops required only boldness and calm. It was no different from walking on flat ground. Yi crept to a neighboring yard, tiptoeing across the rooftop. He removed the plank and observed. The rooftop was quiet and empty. Yi locked the rooftop door from the outside, then picked up a flower pot. He hurled it into the courtyard. Sure enough, there were people inside this house. As soon as the flower pot hit the ground, 3 zombies rushed to its spot, emitting hoarse roars. Good thing I didn't rashly go downstairs, or I'd be dead, Yi exclaimed. He grabbed a few more flower pots and tossed them into the yard. Only when no more zombies emerged from the house did he open the rooftop door and begin descending slowly. From the rooftop, he reached the 3rd floor. Yi started checking room by room. Under beds, inside closets, in the bathroom. He left no corner unchecked. He had to ensure he was safe. Caution was paramount to surviving this brutal apocalypse. After clearing the 3rd floor, it was time for the 2nd floor. The good news was that the 3rd floor held no danger. The bad news was that the staircase had no door. He couldn't be sure if the 2nd floor living room posed a threat. To ensure that zombies wouldn't sneak up to the 3rd floor, while he checked the 2nd, he placed 2 chairs from the 3rd floor living room at the top of the stairs. If any zombie came up, it would knock over the chairs, alerting him. The 2nd floor was a living room neatly arranged. It was completely open with nothing extra. There were also 2 bedrooms and a dining room. Yi opened one bedroom and searched it. He found nothing. But the other bedroom was locked from the inside. It wouldn't open from the outside. Yi wasn't sure if anyone was inside, nor if it was even human. Only the 1st floor remained unchecked. Yi grabbed a watermelon knife from the kitchen and descended quietly. At the bottom of the stairs, he began observing. The layout of this house was clear in Yi's mind. The top floor was for growing flowers. The 3rd floor was bedrooms. The 2nd floor was the living room, kitchen, and bedrooms. The 1st floor was storage and empty rooms with a bathroom and a fairly large kitchen. The 2nd floor was probably rented out. Now he needed to quickly close the 1st floor door, trap the zombies in the yard, and then clear the 1st floor. Yi reached the front door. As luck would have it, a zombie turned and saw him. Roar! It let out a hoarse cry and charged at him. Yi quickly slammed the door shut and locked it from inside. Then he moved everything he could to barricade the door. 3 zombies started pounding the door frantically, but it held firm. Roar, 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 roar. Gradually the zombies outside fell silent. From their sounds, Yi could tell they were saying there was food inside, and they were hungry. Zombies like to cluster, once they spotted any living creature, they'd rush to tear it apart. Yi began to doubt his earlier decision. God, should I still go back to my rented room? I don't have anything valuable anyway. The zombie's nails scratched against the front door on the 1st floor, producing a jarring sound that made one's teeth ache. Yi noticed that the zombie had stopped banging on the door. He began to check the rooms on the 1st floor and locked all the doors and windows. Fortunately, being on the 1st floor, all the windows were equipped with security bars. After shutting the windows and drawing the curtains, the zombies lost their target and gradually calmed down, wandering aimlessly. Only after confirming that the entire house was safe did Yi proceed to the 2nd floor, to the bedroom that had been locked from the inside. He wondered what might be inside. Yi approached the door, pressed his ear against it, and knocked. There was no response, so he knocked harder. A rustling sound came from inside the bedroom, followed by something violently banging against the door, startling Yi, who was listening closely. Roar. It turned out to be a zombie, likely one that had been scratched or bitten before. It locked itself in, and now the crisis is averted, Yi reassured himself. He then began to take stock of his supplies. He had gathered the basic necessities, and there was no room for more. Yi searched the house for supplies, only considering items that could be stored for a long time and ignoring anything that would spoil quickly. He then called his parents. Unexpectedly, no one answered the phone, causing Yi to feel a surge of anxiety. He couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to his parents. His hands involuntarily quickened in gathering supplies as the apocalypse dragged on. With no signal on the phone, there would also be a complete shutdown of water and electricity. That would be the true apocalypse. Food would become increasingly scarce, leading to incidents of cannibalism. Everyone would soon adapt to this reality. Yi hoped his parents could survive until he finished what he was doing. He would rush home as soon as he could. After searching around, he found nothing of value and decided to head to the top floor. He pulled out a plank again, intending to climb onto the roof of another small courtyard. However, this time the plank was too short. Just a little more, and he had to abandon the plan. At that moment, Yi caught a glimpse of something. He noticed a bulge at the waist of a police zombie in the truck. It was a handgun. Yi was overjoyed. He was now not far from the truck. As long as he dealt with the police zombie inside, he could drive away with that truck. Originally, the truck wasn't part of Yi's plan, but while he was moving between the buildings, he inadvertently noticed the gun at the zombie's waist. The police zombie had been trying to get out of the truck, but couldn't. Yi guessed he had been maintaining order during the outbreak of the zombie virus and had gotten bitten. He had intended to wait for support from the police department in the truck, but ended up becoming a zombie, inadvertently benefiting Yi. In Longting country, gun control is extremely strict. Without special channels or being in a special profession, it was impossible to access such items. Under normal circumstances, police officers on duty wouldn't carry firearms. Perhaps Yi was just lucky this time. Yi decided he needed to get that firearm. It would be incredibly useful. In peacetime, it is considered a weapon for all. Looking at the truck so close, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Yi had always coveted such things since childhood, but unfortunately, he hadn't passed the physical examination when he went to enlist. They say that those who enlist regret for 2 years, while those who don't regret for a lifetime. This saying is not wrong at all. Yi pondered, if I had enlisted back then, even if it were just 2 years of mandatory service, my chances of survival would be much higher than now. Right now, I wouldn't be so flustered. I might even have a chance to go home instead of just surviving as I am now. But it's too late to say anything. What's done is done, and there's no such thing as if only. In this world, there aren't that many if onlys. To succeed, I need to draw the zombies away. Then I can rush over and climb onto the truck's roof. With the height of the truck, the zombies shouldn't be able to reach me. After all, this is an 8-wheeled truck, and driving it might not guarantee a safe return. But it should be no problem to go to Leeson Lake. Just as Yi was troubled and unsure of what to do, a voice came from the small courtyard. The vast horizon is my love. Under the rolling green mountains, flowers are blooming. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? Yi was overjoyed. It was true that when one is drowsy, a pillow is provided. A zombie lady in the yard on the first floor had her phone ringing. The other 2 zombies circled around her, hearing the sound, but unable to see their prey, which frustrated them greatly. The plan is now clear. I need to get that phone. Then I can distract the zombies, and I'll just climb onto the roof of the truck and be done with it. The current focus is twofold: the phone and climbing the truck. The height of the truck is quite high. If one hasn't trained, it's very challenging to climb up without assistance. Yi belongs to the latter group. Not knowing how to climb up, there was only one way left: to directly open the driver's side door. When the zombie cop climbs down, I'll climb up from the other side, but I must be quick. Otherwise, it's easy to be caught. This is a bit dangerous. I can't take risks. I can't gamble with my life. The zombie cop can make countless mistakes, but I can only afford one. Giving up is not an option, not during the apocalypse. A firearm in hand is a man's courage. Yi muttered to himself, pacing back and forth in the room, uncertain of what to do. Surviving is not a way to get home. A man cannot say it's impossible. Damn it, let's do this. Let's gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Yi grabbed a watermelon knife and quickly went to the first floor. He found a storage room that was relatively spacious and carefully opened a window. He knocked on the security window, and the zombie rushed over upon hearing the noise. Roar. Yi seized the opportunity and stabbed fiercely with the watermelon knife. The watermelon knife easily pierced the zombie's skin, stabbing through its head. However, it got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. Yi panicked as the approaching zombies nearly grabbed his arm. In a moment of desperation, he jumped up and kicked off the wall using his body's weight. The watermelon knife was successfully pulled out, but Yi's backside hurt greatly as he fell. He got up, rubbed his rear, and faced the remaining 2 zombies, gathering his courage. He aimed the knife at one of the zombies, but missed. He struck the zombie in the face. Its cheekbone was too hard, and he couldn't reach its brain. Not succeeding, Yi started to miss his compound bow. He had a compound bow in his rented apartment. This was also why he wanted to go back. If he had the compound bow, it would be much easier. The watermelon knife was not effective, so Yi began to search for a better weapon. After searching, he found a piece of rebar, which was hard enough. It should be more effective than the watermelon knife, and he took the rebar to the window. He jabbed through the security window, successfully killing 2 zombies by stabbing through their eye sockets. Yi looked at the 3 zombies lying on the ground, finally feeling a bit of consolation and a glimmer of hope for returning home. Yi stepped from the living room into the courtyard and approached the 3 zombies he had just slain. He began to inspect them with meticulous caution. If he detected anything amiss, he would deliver a finishing blow immediately. He had to ensure the zombies were thoroughly dead, otherwise it would be no different from courting death. Only after confirming that the 3 zombies were truly lifeless did Yi swiftly dash to the small courtyard gate. He locked it and then retrieved a phone from the trouser pocket of the elderly female zombie. Fortunately, the phone still had 85 battery. Smartphones all require passwords. Some use numeric codes, others fingerprint recognition, and still others facial recognition. Some people used all 3 methods, but thankfully smartphones have a thoughtful feature, emergency call. Yi picked up the phone and smoothly accessed the emergency call interface. There he could dial a number. After calling his own phone and hanging up, he obtained the phone number of the elderly female zombie. Yi pressed the volume buttons to maximize all sound settings, turning the ringtone to its loudest. He then observed his surroundings as zombies were everywhere. They were awaiting prey while scouring the area for victims. The truck was positioned directly across from the small courtyard gate. The phone's ringtone could lure all nearby zombies. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he needed to let the phone ring for a slightly longer duration. This way the zombies would gather together. After searching the first floor for a while, his luck held. A storage room at the far end had a small window. Yi used tape to bind the phone to one end of a bamboo pole. He extended the end with the phone out of the window, keeping the other end inside the room. The pole was sufficiently long. It wouldn't fail to reach out, nor would it fall outside. Finally, he closed the window, clamping the pole in place. With that, the initial plan was complete. The next steps were to call and observe. Yi effortlessly made his way to the rooftop and began his observations. He took out his phone and dialed the elderly female zombie's number. A familiar melody rang out. Boundless horizon is my love. Lush green mountain foothills, flowers in bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? Hearing the sound, the zombies surged toward the elderly female zombie's phone. Seeing no prey, they refused to leave and began circling the phone. From the rooftop, Yi observed that nearly all the surrounding zombies were converging in that direction. The first wave consisted of those who heard the sound. The second wave followed the crowd without hearing it. The third wave was summoned by the zombies' roars. It seems zombies are sensitive to sound and prefer to cluster together, rarely straying alone. And when they find food, they roar to call their companions. These are the traits of zombies, quite similar to what's depicted in TV dramas. Novels also describe them in detail. After concluding his thoughts, Yi hung up the phone. The zombie horde slowly dispersed like a receding tide, scattering to forage. After observing, Yi dialed the number again. True to form, the zombies regrouped, seeking the source of the sound. Armed with this intelligence, Yi felt more confident. The police zombie in the truck's cab also yearned to join the main group. Yi continuously dialed the elderly female zombie's number. From the rooftop, he picked up 2 potted plants and hurled them toward the epicenter of the zombie crowd. Given the dense concentration of zombies, he couldn't miss. The 2 pots struck 2 zombies squarely, with 2 crisp sounds of shattering pottery. More and more zombies converged in that direction. 2 zombies now had flowers sprouting from their heads, a strikingly conspicuous sight. Zombies with flowers atop their heads were a rare sight, and Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He then slowly descended from the rooftop to the first floor. Arriving at the small courtyard gate, he opened it a crack, hunched over, and crept toward the truck. Along the way, Yi conceived a new idea. Practice was indeed the sole criterion for testing truth. 1,000 thoughts couldn't match a single action. In a flash of inspiration, he abandoned his original plan of opening the cab and climbing in from the other side. He chose not to take the risk. Instead, he approached the side without the police zombie. He quickly scrambled onto the outside of the cab. The police zombie immediately detected Yi, roared, and lunged at him. Yi climbed toward the top of the cab. Though the process was arduous, it was safer than taking risks. Just as he painstakingly reached the cab's roof, the police zombie's roars attracted several other zombies. The police zombie's roar seemed to proclaim dinner is served. Numerous zombies rushed over, and Yi felt a momentary panic. He reached down from the truck's roof, trying to open the cab door to release the police zombie, then planned to re-enter the cab. Unfortunately, his arm wasn't long enough, unless he had a stick. Yi's luck wasn't too bad. There happened to be a stick on the cab's roof. It was just long enough to open the door, though he had no idea why the truck driver had left it there. Nevertheless, that stick proved to be a tremendous help. It was the best stroke of luck Yi had experienced since the apocalypse began. This truck was an older model. The door could be opened by simply pulling it outward. Without exerting much effort, Yi opened the cab door. He quickly withdrew the stick and began banging on the door. Hearing the commotion, the police zombie crawled out toward the cab's entrance. Without hesitation, Yi seized the moment. Just as the police zombie was about to fall, he used the stick to nudge the door shut, trapping the zombie. Then he slid down from the roof and pressed firmly against the door, which pinned the police zombie securely. The police zombie, seeing the tantalizing prey before it yet unable to move, began to roar grr, grr, grr. More and more zombies surged toward them. Large beads of sweat formed on Yi's forehead. His heart pounded faster. If measured, his heart rate would have exceeded 120 beats per minute. He pulled a sharp knife from his backpack and aimed it at the police zombie's temple. However wary of the zombies' grasping arms, the attempt was not smooth. The first 2 strikes missed. The first hit the ear, the second the cheek. Frustrated, Yi had no choice but to risk stepping on one of the zombie's hands. He then pressed his knee against the zombie's back, aimed the knife at its temple, and thrust it in. Gripping the handle tightly, he twisted it several times. The police zombie began to convulse violently, nearly causing Yi to fall several times. He held fast to the door handle until the zombie stopped moving, finally relieved. It seems my movie and TV show watching wasn't in vain. The Walking Dead truly didn't deceive me. Stabbing through the temple really does save effort. After finishing, Yi let out a sigh of relief. He glanced behind him inadvertently and broke out in a cold sweat. The police zombies' roars had drawn a massive horde. The commotion among the zombies attracted even more. Several taller zombies kept reaching out toward Yi, nearly touching him. So during my entire struggle with the police zombie, if I had slipped just once, I'd have been done for. Or if I had moved down even a single step, I'd be dead too. Regardless, I'll count it as good luck. Finally, a shred of security in life. Yi surveyed the zombies surrounding the truck, then glanced at the corpse of the police officer zombie. He retrieved the weapon pouch from its waist. He unfastened it, tossed it into the driver's seat of the truck, and then climbed in himself, already drenched in sweat. He then searched the police officer zombie's body, finding a pair of silver handcuffs, 3 keys for them, and a mobile phone. Finding nothing else useful, Yi used the police officer's finger to unlock the phone's fingerprint lock. He then began to change the password. Damn, it still asks for the lock screen password to change it. He'll just set it to no password needed. Yi kicked the police officer zombie's corpse out of the truck with a vicious stomp and slammed the door shut. He locked the cab from the inside and started dialing the anti-zombie's phone. The zombie horde surrounding the truck, having lost their target, began to converge again toward the ringing sound. Yi started the truck and drove toward the entrance of the residential complex. Leaving densely populated areas was more conducive to survival. The truck quickly reached the intersection of the urban village. Yi floored the accelerator, crashing through the barrier at the complex gate, and sped straight toward the rental house. Only by driving such a large truck oneself could one truly feel its sense of security. The road was cluttered with private cars. They stood no chance against this fully loaded heavy truck. He could simply plow straight through them all the way. Before the apocalypse, many private cars loved to cut in front of big trucks. Truly, it was a law-abiding society that had saved many lives. At the same speed, the heavier object always has the greater impact force. With this behemoth, getting home was relatively convenient. Passing a gas station, Yi pulled the truck over. With the apocalypse unleashing the zombie virus, there were surprisingly few vehicles at the station. After the truck came to a halt, Yi began to inspect his spoils. Inside the police officer's weapon pouch was a Type 54 pistol and 3 magazines. All were full, each magazine holding 8 bullets. This was a real jackpot. Yi felt an inexplicable sense of security. Having a firearm made all the difference. Yi imagined in his mind, they say no matter how good your kung fu, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife, but this isn't a kitchen knife, it's a gun. Beyond 7 steps the bullet is faster, within 7 steps the bullet is both fast and accurate. The only downside is its effective range of only 50 meters. A pistol is still a pistol, it can't compare to a rifle. They say all fear stems from insufficient firepower, and that's absolutely true. If I'm not mistaken, this truck was delivering goods to a supermarket. I wonder what supplies are inside. Yi honked the horn for a while, but seeing no zombies emerge, he cautiously jumped down from the truck. Upon landing, he saw that the police officer zombie's corpse was hanging from the side of the truck, dragged along the road until it was unrecognizable, with bone even visible on its face. The sight made Yi nauseous. You were just unlucky getting caught on the tire. I feel bad about it, taking your gun and all. And now this. I really didn't mean to. With that, Yi turned and walked toward the back of the truck without looking back. Opening the truck's cargo hold, Yi was stunned. It was packed with food. The supermarket must not have had time to unload before the zombie virus broke out, so the cargo was still intact. Well, I need to stockpile supplies now, but there's enough here to last me a long time. When I need to go back to my hometown, I can scavenge once more, and that should be enough. But to get back to my hometown, whether by national highway or expressway, it's probably impassable. I can't carry all these supplies. For now, I'll have to take it one step at a time. Damn this apocalypse. A life without work is certainly enjoyable, but this isn't what I wanted. After venting his frustrations, Yi returned to the truck's cab and drove it to a secluded spot to hide it. I don't have superpowers, I can only hide. It's up to luck. If someone takes my supplies, there's nothing I can do. Arriving at a shop near the gas station, Yi drew his pistol, loaded a magazine, chambered a round, released the safety, and crept in quietly. He mused, as a seasoned shootin', I can only thank foreign shooting games for being so well made. The firearms in those games are modeled one tune after reality. That's why I can handle a gun so deftly. Yi really enjoyed foreign shooting games, which were faithfully recreated. Unable to serve in the military and loving firearms, this was the only way to satisfy his passion. He never expected it would come in handy during the apocalypse. He knocked on the supermarket door, but heard no sound. It seemed there were no zombies, but Yi didn't let his guard down. He searched the supermarket thoroughly 3 times before confirming it was safe. Aside from the cashier's corpse, there was nothing else. Following his instincts, he searched the cashier first, but found nothing useful, except a car key. He hadn't expected a gas station cashier to own a car. Thinking of how he had worked for years without any savings, he silently scorned himself for being useless and unable to make money. He took the key outside and pressed the button. Sure enough, a car unlocked. Lady Luck had favored Yi again. It was a high-clearance SUV. He opened the door, started the engine, turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting, and waited about 5 minutes before closing the door. The weather in Shinkoin City was scorching hot. The temperature inside a car parked in the sun could reach 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Every year, careless parents left their children to suffocate or die from heatstroke in the car. Once the vehicle had cooled down, Yi sped toward the rental house. The SUV's high chassis. Yi chose roads with fewer cars and arrived at a large supermarket, Donghai department store. It was less than a kilometer from home. But there was bad news too. The urban village where Yi lived had a very high population density, undoubtedly crawling with zombies. Driving in recklessly would be suicide. He had to think of another way. He couldn't fire his gun either. The noise would not only attract a zombie horde, but also draw the attention of other survivors. God help me one more time. Let me get home safely. Yi clasped his hands together and drove slowly toward the rental house. After passing Donghai department store, he reached the entrance of the urban village. At the entrance, a dense sea of zombies appeared, stretching endlessly and making his scalp tingle. SSSSS. Yi slammed on the brakes, and the SUV screeched to a halt. This SUV needs repairs. Why are the brakes so loud? I wasn't even going that fast. Isn't this just my luck? How am I supposed to get back? My compound bow, what will I do without you? The pistol's bullets aren't infinite. Damn it, is my luck really this bad? Seeing the zombies surging towards him like a tidal wave, he felt his scalp go numb. With just this off-road vehicle, he couldn't make it back home or retrieve his compound bow, and without it, he had no sense of security. Bullets would eventually run out. After glancing around, he started the engine and drove to an auto repair shop by the roadside. He pressed the horn and waited for a while. When no zombies appeared, he stepped out of the car, pulled down the rolling shutter door, and locked it from the inside. Turning on the light, he began to search. At the same time, at the gas station where Yi had hidden his truck, a group of 4 arrived and started stocking up in the store. The truck Yi had concealed remained undiscovered for now, but as the group lingered at the gas station, it was only a matter of time before it was found. Yi, still at the repair shop, was unaware of this, locked in a battle of wits with the zombies outside. The shop was empty. Perhaps the employees had fled when the virus broke out. At the end of the world, when one's own life was in danger, who would still cling to their job? The shop owner was nowhere to be found after the outbreak, and the employees had all vanished, leaving in such a hurry that they hadn't closed the rolling door. Yi scanned the unfamiliar tools, picking a large wrench for self-defense along with several screwdrivers and pliers. Considering the zombies' biting strength, he found a discarded tire and cut it into pieces. Wrapping his limbs and torso, he spent some time crafting a set of armor, a tire armor. Then peering through the gaps in the rolling door, he observed the surroundings. This was a rental building with shops on the first floor and residential areas above. From the second floor upward, this part of the repair shop area was all hotels, not very tall, each building around 7 stories. It was a hallmark of urban villages' uniform decoration style and floor count. The elevator was behind the shops, but one had to go around to the back to take it upstairs. Yi deemed this too risky and chose the stairs instead. Opening the rolling door just a crack, he crawled out, crouched low, and carefully closed it behind him, not daring to make a sound. He lay flat beside the green belt, not daring to raise his head, crawling toward the stairwell. It felt like playing a game as a crouching tiger, but unlike a game, exposure meant death. And there would never be a second chance. The stairwell wasn't far from the repair shop. Just as Yi reached it, a sudden woof 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 of barking erupted. Someone on the 4th floor kept a dog, a husky, and it started barking wildly at Yi. Yi thought, dogs are man's most loyal friends except for huskies. Some netizens once joked that when God showered wisdom upon the world, the husky opened its umbrella. Then he snapped at the husky, "Stop barking. You'll get me killed, you know. I'm not a bad guy." The husky woof woof woof. Yi still barking. Husky woof woof woof. Yi, I give up on you. Husky woof woof woof. Yi turned and saw zombies already spotting him, charging his way. Roar 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 roar. Yi, I can tell you're saying it's dinner time. There's good food here, come and eat. Near the shops in the urban village, most stairwells didn't have facial recognition locks. If this were downtown Shinkoin City with its high-tech facial and password systems everywhere, he would have been done for long ago. He quickly opened the iron gate at the stairwell, locked it from the inside, and began sprinting toward the rooftop. The iron gate could only hold the zombies back for a while. Given the sheer number on the streets, they'd break through soon enough, and then he'd be trapped like a turtle in a jar. As soon as Yi reached the 2nd floor, a zombie in the corridor spotted him. Damn it, he cursed, startled, and dashed toward the 3rd floor. Yi could hear his own heartbeat. Thump thump thump. Then came the zombies' roars. Roar 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 roar. Am I really that tasty? I never knew it. People call me a stinky man, but in your eyes, zombies am as delicious as a rare delicacy. Soon 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor. In the corridors and unlocked rooms, every moving zombie rushed toward Yi. He wanted to reach the rooftop, but as he stepped onto the stairwell, zombies surged from the 6th floor. Forced to retreat, he ran into the 5th floor corridor. This was the hotel's 5th floor with many rooms still closed. Suddenly Yi spotted an unlocked room. He darted in and locked the door from inside. No sooner had he done so than a violent pounding began. Bang bang bang. Along with the pounding came the zombies' roars. Roar 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 roar. Another roar came from behind him. Yi quickly crouched down. Just as he did, he felt a zombie charge from the rear, catching it off guard. The figure fell face first, its head smacking hard against the door. Only then did Yi realize it wasn't a person, but a zombie, and a naked one at that. Yi was shocked to see the zombie still retained its human form. After turning into a zombie, shouldn't it shrink? Why does it still look the same? Taking advantage of the zombie's fall, Yi pulled out a screwdriver head taken from the repair shop, stabbed it into the back of the zombie's head, and stomped hard to drive it in deeper. He successfully dispatched the zombie, then moved a shoe cabinet from the entrance to brace the door. Luckily, the hotel door was sturdy and soundproof. Before long, the zombies dispersed. Suppressing his disgust, Yi pulled out the screwdriver and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Through the transparent shower, he saw a female zombie lying naked on the bed, her hands cuffed together. So this is the trend of transparent bathrooms in hotels these days. Young people really know how to have fun. Curious, Yi approached the bed to observe. Even as a zombie, the woman's beauty was undeniable. But as he studied her closely, he noticed something troubling. He frowned. So there's some truth to what they say online. It's worth referencing. The more beautiful a woman, the more she can deceive. In public, she's an aloof goddess. Who would have thought she'd be like this behind closed doors? If not for the apocalypse, Yi would never have seen this side of a pretty woman. Her public and private selves were two different things. These were two young people. When the virus broke out, they were probably still playing their games. The kind two people enjoy together. Yi remarked. Young folks these days, they really know how to have fun, daring to try anything. No limits at all. Then he began to appreciate the scene. The female zombie kept snarling. Roar, 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 roar. Yi said, stop that noise. I admit your figure has something, curvy in shape. But you're no longer human. I'm not interested. I've got important things to do. With that, he grabbed the blanket and covered the female zombie, then drove the screwdriver into her temple. She twitched for a moment before going still. Yi began observing from the hotel room windows, checking every one of them, but finding no promising escape route. He decided to resort to his old trick. He found two phones, used their owner's fingers to unlock them, and successfully retrieved their contact information. Then he started mulling over his plan in his mind. The air conditioning in the hotel is a central system. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner differs from that of a residential one. The outdoor unit of a hotel air conditioner is much larger. Expansion bolts will also be fully installed, usually all 6 of them. So I can use the air conditioner's outdoor unit to move to the next room, then use the phone's ringtone to lure all the zombies here. They'll go through the adjacent room and shut the door, as zombies can't open doors. They lack thought, they can't reason, so I can reach the rooftop, and that way I can get home. There's no better plan than this. I don't want to stay with 2 zombie corpses any longer either. I'd probably be reeking of death long before I got home. After finalizing his plan, he used 2 phones to call each other. He successfully obtained the phone numbers. Then, peering through the peephole to survey the corridor, he saw no zombies and shifted part of the shoe cabinet aside. He cracked the door open to check outside. Confirming no zombies were in sight, he slid one of the phones across the floor toward the stairwell. The phone glided along a perfect trajectory, stopping precisely at the stairway entrance. Could the apocalypse have unlocked my potential, making me this accurate? Then he opened the door, ensuring it wouldn't swing shut. Finally, he went to the window, pushed it open, and carefully stepped onto the outdoor unit. He pulled out another phone and tossed it into the room. Reaching in, he drew the curtain and closed the window, then moved from this room's outdoor unit to the next room's. He thought to himself, hotel air conditioners are installed by contractors. The outdoor units of 2 adjacent rooms are almost always placed together. The installers probably didn't think much of it. It saved them effort, didn't affect cooling efficiency, and looked uniform. Who would have thought that at the end of the world, this installation method would save old Yi? I'm truly lucky. The adjacent room's window was shut, unlocked from inside with the curtain drawn. Yi drew his Type 54 pistol chambered around, released the safety, and gently pushed the window open. He only dared to part the curtain slightly. Seeing no one inside, Yi tossed a screwdriver into the room. It knocked over a mineral water bottle on the nightstand, making a sound. He waited a while longer, still no zombies appeared. Only then did Yi confidently push the window open and pull back the curtain, beginning to search the room. To be safe, Yi, holding his Type 54, meticulously checked every corner of the room. Only after ensuring the danger was clear, did Yi open a bottle of water and down it in one go. He opened another and tilted his head back, gulping it down. The mineral water in hotels is really scarce. Such a tiny bottle is nothing in this heat. If I collected all the sweat I've shed, it would probably amount to more than these 2 small bottles. After finishing both bottles in one breath, Yi pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon the ringtone echoed through the hallway. Almost all the zombies in the building rushed toward the 5th floor. To be thorough, Yi called 5 times in a row. Then he began dialing the phone in the adjacent room. Hearing the sound, zombies quickly charged into the room, searching for prey. Yi also called 5 times, observing the corridor through the peephole. Only when he was certain no zombies were passing by did he crack the door open a sliver. After watching for a while, the corridor was clear of zombies. Yi called again, and the sound of zombie roars came from the adjacent room. Roar, roar, roar. Cold sweat poured down Yi's forehead, never ceasing. He tiptoed to the room's entrance, afraid to make a sound. Only the phone's ringtone and the zombies' howls rose and fell in turn. The 2 sounds intertwined, as if playing the world's most terrifying melody. Yi cautiously peeked out. At just one glance, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The room was packed with zombies, at least 40 to 50 of them, nearly filling the entire double bedroom. Summoning his courage, he rushed to the door, gripped the handle, and yanked it shut. The sound instantly drew the zombies' attention. They all surged toward Yi, who slammed the door shut, and then sprinted frantically. After grabbing the phone at the stairwell on the 5th floor, he dashed like mad in a 100-meter sprint. He wasn't sure if the door could hold these zombies back. He could only race toward the top floor. This time he reached the rooftop smoothly. He shut and locked the rooftop door, then leaned against it, gasping for breath. The scene from moments ago was unforgettable. Nearly 50 zombies all turning to look at Yi, then charging to tear him apart and devour him. Fortunately, the hotel door opened inward. As the zombies burst out, they pushed against the door in the opposite direction. The door was sturdy, and once they lost their target, the zombies gradually quieted down. Yi began checking his phone. He found no valuable clues, but couldn't bear to discard it either. Standing on the rooftop, he looked down at the familiar urban village, determined to return to his rented room. Yi started moving across the rooftops. Fortunately, the gaps between buildings were narrow enough to jump across. To save space, the urban village was filled with countless closed-standing buildings. When Yi first arrived in Shinkoin City, he didn't know what handshake buildings meant. After asking around, he learned that these so-called handshake buildings meant that if you and the tenant across the way stood on your respective balconies, you could reach out and shake hands. That's what handshake buildings were. With such a short distance, as long as you had the nerve, you could jump across. You just had to overcome your inner fear. Now that it was the end of the world, and he had fought zombies and survived, doing these things felt easy to Yi. One was a hellish difficulty, the other a beginner's level. When he jumped to the last handshake building, there was no path ahead. To get home, he had to go down and find new handshake buildings. Then weaving toward home, just as Yi was worrying, he spotted the vehicle he wanted most, an armored car. It was a police armored vehicle, which, though inferior to military ones, was far better than civilian SUVs. Something was better than nothing. As long as he could get downstairs safely, there was hope. Yi began to speculate. The armed police must have been arresting a criminal who turned into a zombie. The zombie bit an officer who thought it was nothing and prioritized the mission. But the apocalypse struck, and both the criminal and the bitten officer became zombies. This caused everyone in the vehicle to turn. Hearing the commotion, the officer in the driver's cabin stopped and went to check the back. Climbing into the rear compartment, they too were doomed. In the end, everyone became zombies. A truck behind them had a driver who lost control and crashed into them. This trapped the armed police inside the rear compartment. That must be it. After finishing his speculation, Yi could barely contain his excitement. The armored vehicle and the officer's weapons and equipment. If he could get them, he could execute his real plan, checking the police station's armory. Yi opened the rooftop door, drew his pistol, and slowly descended the stairs, encountering few zombies along the way. The handshake building at the dead end wasn't a residential one. Every stairwell had a fire door that was closed. As long as he kept quiet, he wouldn't be discovered by the zombies. Yi's heartbeat echoed once more in his own mind. Thump, thump, thump. He slowed his pace, carefully making his way down to the first floor. With each floor he descended, he locked the fire door of the stairwell to prevent any unexpected incidents. The 7th floor, the 6th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, the 1st. Finally reaching the ground floor, Yi hid beside the iron gate. He covered himself with a large cardboard box and began to study the route. This was the edge of a 7-story urban village, roughly 200 meters from the armored vehicle. It was the most dangerous and the longest stretch Yi had faced since the apocalypse began. If he succeeded, he could basically go home. If he failed, a fate as a zombie awaited him. Yi pulled out his phone, then used a sharp knife to cut 2 small holes in the cardboard box to observe his surroundings. He skillfully opened the iron gate and slowly walked toward the first floor. After successfully covering some distance, he placed his phone on the ground and began to creep toward the position of the armored vehicle. After moving forward while constantly looking back, he took out his phone and dialed a certain number. The ringtone drew the nearby zombies who gathered around the phone, circling it. Many zombies that hadn't heard the sound also began to move over with the horde. The number was terrifyingly large. Yi started to move slowly. This method was unexpectedly effective, far better than smearing crushed zombie flesh. Woof, woof, woof. The husky started barking again. This time it actually helped Yi. A portion of the zombies charged toward the floor where the husky was, only to be blocked by the iron gate on the first floor. Another portion of the zombies had their attention fixed on the phone ringtone. No one noticed a large cardboard box slowly moving toward the armored vehicle. Yi quickly covered half of the 200-meter distance. The final 100 meters were the most arduous. The zombies here hadn't moved toward the husky or the phone ringtone. Instead, they were wandering nearby. Luring them away would require some additional tactics. The shops on the first floor included a barbershop, a convenience store, a pharmacy, and a snack bar. Only a hardware store was missing, and only a hardware store would have what he needed. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. After moving forward another 50 meters, a hardware store actually appeared. Yi headed toward it. He quickly entered the hardware store and began to search. Luckily, there were no zombies inside. Yi emerged from the cardboard box and swiftly pulled down the rolling shutter door. He turned on the light and searched the hardware store. Regrettably, there was no slingshot to be found. Hardware stores rarely sell slingshots. However, he did find quite a few small steel balls. The store had tires and valve cores. Yi picked out a pair of large sharp-looking scissors and began crafting the rubber bands for a slingshot. Without a slingshot, he could make one himself. The hardware store also had fire extinguishers likely placed there to pass fire safety inspections. Yi grabbed one and then discovered some anti-riot tools, shields, large forks, batons, helmets. Ignoring the sweltering heat, he began to arm himself completely. Soon he had wrapped himself up like a black humanoid doll, complete with a self-made tire armor. It gave him at least some sense of security. Yi quickly crafted a large slingshot. As for the rubber bands, he packed them in a sealed bag and carried a large bundle. There were many cars on the road. Yi planned to use the slingshot to shoot steel balls. Triggering the car alarms, he would use the noise to lure away the zombies, then deal with the armored vehicle. Only 50 meters remained. Success or become a zombie. The anti-riot fork was of decent quality, but the cardboard box was starting to feel too small and insufficient. Yi began to rummage through the hardware store. The owner relied on this store for a living. It had both a toilet and a kitchen. Yi found fresh pork in the kitchen's refrigerator. There were several pieces. Yi grabbed a plastic bag, picked up a cleaver, and cut the pork into many chunks, each the perfect size for the slingshot to launch. He placed the cut pork into the plastic bag. After preparing, Yi began packing the steel balls. Anticipating a need for many steel balls later, he found a sturdy-looking backpack. He hung it on his chest and dumped all the steel balls from the hardware store into the backpack. It was a bit heavy, but at least it gave a sense of security. Yi could only open small openings on the left and right sides of the large cardboard box. Carrying the pork and the slingshot, he slightly lifted the rolling shutter door, returned to the cardboard box, and slowly moved toward the armored vehicle. After leaving the hardware store, Yi closed the rolling shutter door behind him. There were still many good things inside that might come in handy later. Through the small hole at the front of the cardboard box, Yi observed the surroundings. Confirming no zombies were nearby, he extended his hands from the sides of the box. He picked up the slingshot, selected a steel ball, and pulled it taut. With a whoosh, the steel ball shot out, shattering the window of a car behind him. Yi quickly grabbed a piece of pork and launched it toward the broken spot. It flew unerringly through the opening and into the car. As the car alarm triggered, a large number of zombies began moving toward the vehicle. Yi swiftly withdrew his hands and tied the bag of pork. Watching the zombies run past him, his heart was racing with panic. The faster zombies ahead were already climbing onto the car window, searching for prey inside. Upon seeing the pork, one crawled through the broken window and began to gnaw on it. Yi was terrified of being discovered, but fortunately the zombies' attention was fixed on the vehicle behind him. Roar, roar, roar. More and more zombies moved toward the car. Those that couldn't squeeze and began to roar incessantly. The roars attracted even more zombies. Yi's sweat had soaked his face, slowly dripping down through the gaps in his helmet onto the ground. But he dared not stop. He continued to move slowly toward the armored vehicle. Reaching the side of another car, he picked up another steel ball. Mimicking his previous tactic, he shot a steel ball toward a spot near the car, surrounded by zombies. Whoosh! The steel ball shattered another car's window. Then Yi pulled out a piece of pork and launched it toward the broken window. This time the pork didn't fly cleanly through the opening, but stuck to the window instead. Nevertheless, the goal was achieved. It triggered the car's alarm and used the pork to attract the zombies. With this method, Yi advanced about 30 meters toward the armored vehicle. Only 20 meters remained. Yi fired 4 steel balls in quick succession behind him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of 4 steel balls being launched rang out, immediately followed by 4 pieces of pork shooting toward the 4 cars behind him. The alarms of all 4 vehicles blared simultaneously. The zombie horde surged toward the cars behind Yi. They scrambled frantically to fight over the pork. The 20 meters ahead were now clear of zombies. Yi abandoned the cardboard box and ran toward the truck behind the armored vehicle, a small truck. He had just run about 10 meters when the zombies spotted him and began to chase. Their movement was slow and they couldn't catch up to Yi. Yi climbed into the truck's driver's seat only to find a zombie trapped by the seatbelt in the cab. He opened the door and moved to the passenger seat. Finally, I'm going to get that armored vehicle. It's right within reach. I can see the hope of survival. Yi muttered to himself. Yi sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the truck driver, who was mere inches away. This was not the first time he had observed a zombie up close. The driver's eyes were bloodshot and his skin was riddled with bulging purplish-black veins, as if something writhed beneath the surface. The sight was utterly horrifying and his teeth looked razor-sharp. The zombie driver lunged, intent on tearing Yi apart and devouring him. Yi pulled out a screwdriver and drove it viciously into the zombie's temple. The zombie driver convulsed for a moment before falling still. Yi began searching the body for anything useful. He found only half a pack of tobacco, a lighter, and a phone. Nothing else of value. He checked the passenger side rearview mirror. Aside from a few zombies chasing him, most were still lingering near the vehicles behind. Yi unbuckled the truck driver's seatbelt, opened the door, and kicked the zombie out. The keys were still in the ignition. Yi closed the door, locked it, and began reversing. Finally, the truck was no longer pressed against the armored vehicle. He looked through the truck's windshield. Inside the armored vehicle, he could see 4 armed police officers and a prisoner, all turned into zombies. Yi skillfully turned off the engine, opened the door, and jumped onto the roof of the truck's cab. He leaped from the truck to the roof of the armored vehicle, stumbling and nearly losing his balance. The thud as he landed attracted a horde of zombies drawn by the noise. Yi lay flat on the roof, observing. The rear door of the armored vehicle was already shut. Good, the officers managed to close it before they turned. Now I just need to drive, he thought. I wonder if there's a hatch on the roof. Even if there is, it's probably locked from inside. He muttered to himself. Sure enough, he found a hatch, but it was sturdy and sealed tight. It couldn't be opened from the outside, only from within. He took out his slingshot and fired a steel ball at a distant car. Whoosh! The steel ball struck a car window with precision. Then he launched a piece of meat that stuck to an intact window. The car's alarm system blared, drawing a portion of the zombies away. Only a small group of zombies remained near Yi, eyeing him hungrily and refusing to leave. Yi resorted to using his slingshot to fire steel balls at the zombies. The projectiles lacked the force to penetrate their skulls. They couldn't reach the brain. Changing tactics, he aimed for their eyes. Several zombies had their eyeballs shattered. Yet they still didn't fall, continuing to pound against the armored vehicle in his direction. Seeing no effective way to kill them, he moved to the rear of the vehicle. He banged on the back with a large slingshot, luring the zombies to the rear. Then he quickly ran to the driver's side and jumped down. As soon as he landed, a zombie charged at him, but its speed was slow. Yi swiftly opened the door and leaped inside. He slammed the door shut and locked it from within. At last, the armored vehicle he had coveted was his. The windows were bulletproof, reinforced with steel mesh. The cabin was armored and the windshield was equally impenetrable. It was a cocoon of blessed security. All my efforts to get you weren't in vain. The keys are here. I can finally go home, Yi said as he started the engine. The armored vehicle roared to life. The sound attracted more zombies converging on the vehicle. Inside, Yi finally felt a long-lost sense of safety. Inside a nearby hotel room, a balding man watched the armored vehicle drive away, fuming. Damn it, that was my ride. How dare you take it? Are you asking for death? You little bastard, stop that car right now. He picked up a liquor bottle and hurled it at the vehicle. It struck the roof of Yi's armored vehicle with a loud thud, startling him. Through the window, he saw the bald man shouting obscenities at him. Yi noticed a tattoo on the man's chest. He muttered to himself, a tattoo. A gangster. Looks like he's from the underworld, used to throwing his weight around. With the apocalypse here, people like him have no limits. They'll do anything except good deeds. Yi pulled out a Type 54 pistol, stopped the vehicle, turned off the engine, opened the roof hatch, and fired a shot in the bald man's direction. Whether or not he hit, Yi needed to assert his dominance. Give way and the sea is wide, endure and the wind is calm. That saying barely held true before the apocalypse. In reality, it was more like, endure and you'll be furious, give way and you'll only get angrier. Now that the world had ended, who was going to put up with him? Yi's shot missed the bald man's forehead by a margin, striking the window beside him instead. The recoil was surprisingly strong. It was Yi's first time firing a gun. He felt a surge of excitement. The solid weight of the pistol and the violent kickback were sensations he had never experienced before. These were things no video game could replicate. The gunshot also deterred many other survivors who had been eyeing the armored vehicle. The bald man cowered, no longer daring to show his face. Seeing this, Yi reluctantly holstered his gun, restarted the engine, and headed home. The armored vehicle had impressive power, charging forward with sparks flying. It could plow through any car or zombie in its path. If it couldn't get through on the first try, he would reverse and try again. As his rented apartment drew nearer, Yi began to relax. Meanwhile, the bald man slumped against the wall, urine streaming down his leg. He had been scared senseless. The bully who once lorded over others was now reduced to a quivering mess. Unaware of this, Yi continued driving home in the armored vehicle. The journey was surprisingly uneventful. Monthly parking fees in the urban village were about 700 yuan. Even after paying, a spot wasn't guaranteed, you had to find one yourself. Most residents were migrant workers. They bought cars on installment plans. Many of them worked in factories, enduring 12-hour shifts from 8 to 8, or even longer until 10 at night. They worked year-round without breaks. If the company was foreign-owned, conditions might be better. Otherwise, it was a struggle. Overtime pay at 1.5 times the rate was a myth. Double pay on weekends was unheard of. Triple pay on holidays was a fantasy. No creature on Earth had to forage for over a dozen hours a day just to scrape by on a meager existence. Tigers, lions, leopards. Almost no animal needed to hunt for that long just to get a meal. Humans were the exception. Especially those at the bottom of society. They weren't even treated as people anymore, just beasts of burden. But even oxen and horses didn't have to work for 12 hours straight. Calling them beasts of burden was an insult to the animals. Under such conditions, buying a car on installments meant it would only be driven twice a year. Most cars sat parked by the roadside for half a year, covered with tarps. A car left idle for so long was more prone to breaking down than one driven daily. This allowed Yi to drive unimpeded to the building where he lived. Many zombies had gathered there too. He parked the vehicle in front of the entrance, turned off the engine. Then he surveyed his surroundings. This was the stairwell he knew so well. Yi saw not a single living soul. Staring at the tightly shut door, a bitter feeling welled up inside him. Yi was downstairs, skillfully turning off the engine and parking the car. He used his phone to unlock the ground floor door, quickly got out of the vehicle, and then opened the door to go upstairs. The Type 54 pistol was firmly gripped in Yi's hand. The buildings in the urban village were all constructed long ago, and the room doors were virtually useless. Any adult could kick one open with ease. However, before the apocalypse, it was a society governed by law, relatively safe. Now that the zombie virus had erupted, many dared not venture out to find food. The door to Yi's room couldn't keep out the neighbors. Who knew what kind of person might be inside his room? Having acquired an armored vehicle and weapons, Yi had no intention of dying at the final step. Yi's current attire was rather bizarre. His entire body was tightly wrapped, and a large homemade slingshot was strapped to his back. In his left hand, he held a riot shield, and in his right the Type 54 pistol. He looked more like a game character than a real person. Yi cautiously made his way toward his room. He lived on the 6th floor. The top floor was the 7th. One thing remained uncertain: whether anyone was inside his room. In the apocalypse, human nature was the most terrifying thing, and Yi dared not be careless. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th floor. The process of going upstairs was surprisingly smooth. Yi pulled out his keys. The Type 54 pistol remained tightly gripped in his hand. Foregoing his usual right hand to open the door, he used his unfamiliar left hand instead. Yi slowly inserted the key into the lock and began to turn it gently. Contrary to his expectation of a locked door, it opened smoothly. Yi placed his right hand over his left. Imitating tactical maneuvers from games, he maintained a two-handed grip on the pistol. He began to slowly enter the room, searching every corner thoroughly. Only after confirming the room was empty did he remove the key. He gently closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then he moved the sofa and refrigerator to barricade the door and began gathering the supplies he needed. He took out his large quilt backpack and his suitcase to start packing. First were the complete compound bow he had secretly obtained and an unopened katana, along with a whetstone. Next came his change of clothes and the food from the refrigerator. Then his pet turtle and computer. This is too troublesome if I want everything. It will only harm me. But I can't bear to leave these supplies behind. I don't want to die so early in the apocalypse, as I want to live. I truly want to live. But there's so much supplies here that I can't take away, and I don't know what to do. Yi muttered to himself. Then his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a call from his parents, which filled him with joy. Yi answered the call, and seeing his long-missed family shed tears of joy. Dad, Mom, you're okay. It's so good that you're still alive. You must stay safe. Child, we're fine. Our place is sparsely populated anyway. It's okay. There are very few zombies here. Even if there are, they've been cleared out by the village's self-defense force. We're living a self-sufficient life now. That's wonderful. If you stick together, your chances of survival are much, much higher. Son, rest assured. We may have been farmers our whole lives, but we're not fools. It's the apocalypse, and well, be careful. We know the simple truth: one should not have the heart to harm others, but must have the heart to guard against them. Dad, Mom, I estimate that soon. The signal will be gone, and the power will cut off. Let's keep in touch once a day. When there's no power or signal, we won't even have the chance to see each other again. Son, let's video call once a day. We're safe here. Your Shinkoin city has a high population density. Call us when you're safe, or we dare not call you first. Wait for you to call us. Okay, Dad, Mom, I'll hang up now. I need to start preparing for my journey home. Alright, son. Protect yourself, or we'll be waiting for you at home. After hanging up, Yi began to ponder what to take with him. On a whim, Yi opened the building's group chat. The messages were all about how to survive the apocalypse and offers of mutual help to get through the crisis. Yi sneered. You can say that now while you can still get supplies. Once resources run out, you'll start turning on each other. You're capable of anything then. I want no part in it. I'm a sentimental person. While I still have the ability, I want to take everything I can carry. Unless I truly can't take it anymore. Then I'll abandon some things. But for now, I don't want to give up anything. If you must ask why, just consider me crazy. Having made up his mind, Yi carefully read the group messages. The landlord was speaking in the chat. The landlord announced that everyone was free to use the crane on the rooftop. Those brave enough could go out to search for supplies, and then use the rooftop crane to haul them up. Everyone would live together. Those unable to go out for supplies needed to take care of the children. If someone who went out for supplies didn't make it back alive, then others had to raise their children until the age of 18. Yi was inwardly amazed. Raising a child to 18. These people were still naive, truly believing the apocalypse would pass. By then, the ones supposedly helping to raise your child would probably eat them as food. Yi had no intention of staying with these delusional people. They were too naive. In the apocalypse, such people were always the first to die. At that moment, a thought lingered in his mind. Do these neighbors actually think the apocalypse will end? If I offered money, would they help me? There are always brave men under heavy rewards. If I offer enough money, would they help me move? They must think money is still useful now. They can buy a lot of things later. Yi started typing in the building group chat. Dear neighbors, I live in 603. You might not know me usually, but I need your help now. I'm willing to pay 50,000 Lungting coins. I need you to help me move. I have things to take care of at home. I dare not stay here any longer. I'd rather die on the road. You just need to move my things to the rooftop. He'll use the crane to lower everything to the first floor. After sending the message, Yi waited for the neighbors' replies. As expected, many neighbors naively believed the apocalypse would pass, and that money would still be valuable. Quite a few added Yi as a friend. Yi created a small group chat, added all the new friends, and began to delegate tasks. Soon the neighbors came knocking at his door. Yi chambered around in the Type 54 pistol and prepared to fire at any moment. He moved the refrigerator and sofa aside to let the neighbors in. It's simple. Move anything that can be carried up to the rooftop, then use the crane to lower it to the first floor. Finally, load everything onto the armored vehicle downstairs. You'll split 50,000 Lungting coins. Any questions? After Yi briefly explained the situation, the neighbors quickly moved everything from his room to the rooftop. Then they used the crane to lower it all to the first floor. There will be many zombies on the first floor later. If something unexpected happens, it won't be good. Yi said, they'll go down first to scout the path. Once it's safe, you all can come down and help me move things inside. Wait here for my signal. Yi descended to the first floor with practiced ease. He entered the armored vehicle's cab, opened the observation hatch, and retrieved his crossbow. With deft movements, he loaded it and shot all the zombies inside the vehicle's cargo compartment. He went to the back of the vehicle and collected all the firearms from the armed police officers, placing them in the passenger seat. He also gathered every useful item on their persons. He did not forget to retrieve his crossbow bolts, pulling them out and collecting them anew. They were covered in zombie blood, but Yi decided not to wipe them clean. He figured they might have an unexpected effect in the future. In certain special situations, they could even be more effective than firearms. In the journeys that followed, Yi would be glad about this decision more than once. This decision would save his life many times. The neighbors waiting on the top floor witnessed the scene, their eyes covetously fixed on the guns the armed police had been carrying. But there was nothing they could do. The brave enjoy the world first. Now that the weapons were in Yi's hands, they had no effective recourse. They didn't have the nerve to simply snatch them away. Yi signaled for them to come down, indicating it was safe. Once the neighbors gathered downstairs, Yi announced, I need 4 people to keep watch at the 4 street corners. If any zombies approach, we'll retreat upstairs first. Once the zombies are gone, we'll continue moving the supplies. After everything is moved, we'll discuss how to divide the resources. The neighbors asked, what resources are we dividing? Yi replied, don't play dumb. The resources are the guns from the armed police. You all saw them, didn't you? When you saw those guns, your eyes lit up. Do you think I don't know you? The neighbors conceded, all right, let's move the supplies first. Lured by the prospect of firearms, the neighbors worked with exceptional zeal. Yi sneered inwardly. They were too naive. He had no intention of sharing anything with them. The neighbors chose 4 lean individuals to stand guard, as the slender ones could run faster. The rest began moving the supplies. The population density in the urban village was truly immense. Zombies were everywhere. It took 5 trips back and forth to load everything onto the armored vehicle. Each time, they could only carry a small amount before a horde of zombies would appear. After going back and forth many times, the neighbors gradually grew frustrated. Yi probed cautiously, are you really bold enough to take the guns from the armed police? Once the zombie virus is over, the authorities will settle accounts. Aren't you afraid of going to jail then? I don't remember you all being this daring. The neighbors replied, special times call for special measures. The law cannot punish everyone. They can't possibly arrest all of us, can they? So many people have turned into zombies. When it's time to rebuild, won't they need people? If we get the guns, it's to protect ourselves and those around us. As the last item was loaded onto the armored vehicle, Yi's hand moved toward the Type 54 pistol. He locked the rear compartment while keeping a wary eye on the neighbors. After successfully locking the cargo door, the neighbors began to ask, we need to talk about how to divide these guns. Yi said, yes, we should have a good talk about how to distribute these firearms. How do you think we should distribute these guns? The neighbors answered, we should split them equally, divide them per person. Yi said, what if I say no distribution? And no money either? The neighbors retorted, you're going back on your word. I hate people like you. Are you asking for a beating? There are so many of us. Do you think we're afraid of you? Yi swiftly drew his Type 54 pistol, aimed at the person nearest to him, and fired a shot into his forehead. Bang! With the gunshot, the man closest to Yi collapsed. Yi declared, I'm not sharing the guns, and I'm not giving any money. Who among you wants to die now? If you don't want to die, get lost. If you keep standing here, I'll kill you all. The neighbors were terrified by the sudden turn of events. No one expected Yi would actually pull the trigger. Many felt their legs go weak. Yi pointed his gun at them, ordering them to go back. The neighbors had no choice but to obey, trudging back inside and climbing the stairs to their homes. Yi picked up a fire extinguisher from the stairwell. He opened all the doors on the first floor and used the fire extinguisher to prop them open, preventing them from closing. He searched the dead neighbor's body and found a phone. He pocketed it, then pulled out the truck driver's phone and the phone he had found earlier in the hotel. He tossed them into the stairwell entrance and the doorway. Then he dialed a number, and the phone's ringtone soon blared out. Yi quickly ran back into the armored vehicle, inserted the key, started the engine, and began honking the horn wildly. This series of actions attracted nearly every zombie in the vicinity toward that spot. Yi then took out the leftover pork he had. He opened the armored vehicle's hatch, climbed onto the roof, and threw the meat straight into the stairwell window. After doing this, the zombie horde had already surrounded the area. Yi turned the steering wheel and drove out of the urban village. The zombies blocking the path were knocked down, and the armored vehicle rolled over their heads. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of heads being crushed was incessant, reminiscent of the snapcrackers set off during childhood. As Yi's armored vehicle turned a corner, he saw that the stairwell entrance was already packed with zombies. The fallen neighbor at the doorway was being devoured by the horde. Strangely, the neighbor did not turn into a zombie. Maybe it's because I destroyed his brain directly, so he couldn't transform, Yi muttered to himself. Some zombies were feasting on the dead neighbor, while others charged toward the source of the ringing phones. Still more surged up the stairwell toward the pork. The building Yi had lived in was now overrun with zombies. Whether the neighbors survived or not was up to them now. Yi's phone vibrated. He knew without looking that it was messages from the building group chat and private chats, probably all curses. He couldn't be bothered to read them. He drove the vehicle into the distance, arriving at a relatively open park. Yi began to inventory the supplies he had obtained. 4 armed police officers, each with a Type 54 pistol and 3 magazines. Each magazine held 8 rounds. He had truly struck it rich this time. Adding the 22 bullets he had left from before, he now had 5 Type 54 pistols, 15 magazines, and 1 5.8, 2 118 bullets. There was also a rifle he couldn't name with 60 rounds and 3 shotguns with 60 shotgun shells, plus 4 sets of bulletproof vests. He had really hit the jackpot. Yi could barely contain his elation and laughed out loud. He was probably the wealthiest person in this area now. Am I truly the chosen one? I should go check out the police station. There are bound to be more weapons there. I have to go see. With my current firepower, I'd regret it if I didn't go. Yi had gleaned a lot of information from the phone of the police officer zombie he had encountered earlier. The apocalypse had come too suddenly, causing a surge in emergency calls. Almost all police officers had been dispatched to maintain order. The police station was likely empty, and there was sure to be an armory inside. There were definitely plenty of weapons in there. With such a golden opportunity, wouldn't it be a shame to let it slip? If things get too dangerous, just drive the armored vehicle and flee. I have to go see for sure. Having made up his mind, Yi prepared to head to the police station. The nearest one was less than 5 kilometers away. A 5-kilometer trip was well worth it. Once he secured the supplies and firearms, he could lay low at Leeson Lake and be safe. Yi drove the armored vehicle along the road. Looking at the countless zombies and the cars scattered haphazardly, he felt an indescribable emotion inside. Once bustling Shinkoin City has now turned into a dead city. There was not a hint of vitality, only a deathly silence. At this moment, this first-tier city of the Longting Kingdom was as if it had been paused, and it seemed that only Yi was still alive in the entire world. I wonder how many people survived this catastrophe. Yi began to sigh. Moving towards the way he came, Yi soon saw the repair shop. Inside there was an SUV, and he parked the armored vehicle next to it. The sound of the armored vehicle attracted a large number of zombies eager to tear Yi apart and then feast. Creak, creak, the harsh sounds rang out. The zombies at the front clawed desperately at the armored vehicle, and Yi felt less panic and more composure. My armored vehicle, not even bullets can penetrate it, so why should I fear your claws? The sound was indeed grating on the nerves. Yi slowly reversed, parking the armored vehicle outside the repair shop, and the zombies followed. Yi avoided taking risks, not daring to get out of the vehicle without knowing whether there were zombies in the repair shop. He could only use his composite bow to start clearing the zombies through the window. Unlike the previously experienced daggers and screwdrivers, the penetration power of the composite bow satisfied Yi. Each arrow was a headshot, truly giving a feeling akin to playing a game. It felt like a zombie siege game, and Yi was killing his way out, feeling the urge to survive. He had 30 arrows for the composite bow, and sometimes a single arrow could shoot through 3 zombies. This composite bow was acquired with great effort before the apocalypse. Yi had to go through a lot to find it, as such high-quality items were impossible to buy through regular channels. During every holiday or break, Yi would take the composite bow to remote places to practice archery. He has loved these things since childhood. As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. For things one loves, people are always willing to spend a lot of effort practicing, and it is precisely because of day-to-day practice. Yi was proficient with the composite bow, shooting accurately, adding a bit of security to his survival in the apocalypse. The 30 arrows were quickly used up, but the number of zombies only increased, which troubled Yi. Arrows were not infinite, they needed to be retrieved. If he didn't recover them, he wouldn't have enough. Yi could only take out his homemade slingshot and shoot steel balls at distant car windows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of steel balls being fired rang out, shattering one car window after another. The alarm system was triggered, finally attracting the zombies elsewhere. Yi hurriedly opened the car door and began quickly collecting arrows. 5, 10, 20. He collected 20 arrows, still needing 10 more. Zombies began to surround him again, forcing Yi to open the roll-up door and run inside. As he opened the door, Yi quickly pulled out a Type 54 pistol. He aimed and kept a vigilant watch inside the repair shop. Should anything seem off, he would shoot without hesitation. Fortunately, it turned out to be just a false alarm. The repair shop was empty, with only the SUV Yi had parked earlier. He began moving useful items from the shop into the SUV's trunk. He packed it full, collecting items like wrenches and screwdrivers for self-defense. Other large items that couldn't be taken, Yi decisively abandoned. Approaching the roll-up door, he began observing outside through the gap. The zombies, having lost their target, slowly wandered off into the distance. At this moment, the alarm from the vehicles outside had stopped. The zombies began waiting for prey to appear and slowly moved towards some noise. Yi put away the arrows from the composite bow, seeing that the timing was right. He lay on the ground, opened a small gap in the roll-up door, and used the composite bow to start clearing the zombies that posed a threat. After using half the arrows, the zombies around the armored vehicle were finally cleared. Yi quickly began collecting arrows. Fortunately, this time went smoothly. He quickly collected 30 arrows, but the zombies rushed towards Yi again. Yi hurriedly crawled in under the roll-up door. Then he closed the door as the zombies' claws scratched against it, producing a harsh sound. Zombies probably can't bend down. After all, they have been dead for so long, and their bodies have become stiff. Yi had a sudden inspiration, bravely pushing the roll-up door upwards. At this moment, the door was just at thigh height. Humans could come and go freely, but zombies could not enter. I really am too clever. Yi began to narcissistically admire himself. He found a very sturdy rope in the repair shop specifically for towing vehicles. He tied one end of the rope to the front of the SUV. Then he released all the brakes on the SUV and locked its doors and windows. He went to the roll-up door, employing the same trick, using the composite bow to clear the zombies. Relying on this method, Yi once again cleared the zombies. He quickly gathered the arrows, then jumped onto the armored vehicle, positioning it as close to the roll-up door as possible. He turned off the engine, parked, and opened the door to get out. Quickly closing the door, he dashed towards the roll-up door. Although the actions flowed smoothly, many zombies began gathering towards him. Yi ran to the SUV, driving it towards the roll-up door. He ensured the armored vehicle was as close as possible to the SUV, securely tying the towing rope to the rear of the armored vehicle. With this, Yi had a means to go to the police station to collect supplies. Before the fuel of the armored vehicle ran out, it should be enough. Enough to transport supplies from the police station, and then he could make another trip to the gas station. Once all the supplies were gathered, he could go to the middle of Lee-Sin Lake to hide. This was Yi's plan, and if it succeeded, Yi could rest for a long time in the middle of Lee-Sin Lake. Fortunately, the SUV also had a sunroof. After starting the SUV, he opened the door and went to the roll-up door, forcefully opening it. Upon seeing food, the zombies' crimson eyes erupted with ferocity as they rushed towards Yi. Yi hurriedly ran into the SUV, locking the door and starting the vehicle. He slowly drove out with the SUV nudging the armored vehicle forward, gradually pushing it out. Then he drove away into the distance. After turning off the engine and locking the doors and windows, he opened the sunroof, skillfully climbed onto the roof of the SUV, attracting all the zombies towards it. He jumped from the SUV to the armored vehicle, then jumped down, skillfully opening the door and slipping inside, nearly getting caught by the zombies. Yi broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly started the armored vehicle, heading towards the police station. After preparing everything, Yi was getting closer to the police station, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Yi slowly approached the police station, encountering numerous zombies along the way. There were zombies that had been assembling screws in an electronics factory, still clad in their work uniforms. There were zombies that had once been sanitation workers sweeping the streets, zombies that had been motorcycle taxi drivers, and zombies that had been ride-hailing drivers. People from all walks of life had turned into zombies, wandering aimlessly through the streets. The term walking corpses was a fitting description for them. Only when Yi's armored vehicle passed by did they stir with interest. In the absence of prey, the zombies remained utterly listless. Yet the moment prey appeared, they transformed into the most ferocious predators, relentlessly chasing their quarry until they tore it apart and devoured it completely. Moreover, zombies felt no fatigue. Their stamina and physical strength were virtually limitless. They had no breath, no heartbeat, yet they lived, driven only by the most primal urge to feed. Perhaps it wasn't the urge to feed, but merely a means for the zombie virus to spread. Without realizing it, Yi had arrived once again at Donghai Department Store, a large supermarket. The supplies inside were certainly enough to sustain Yi for several years. But the more abundant the resources, the greater the danger. He was not the only one who wanted to claim this place. It was sure to be teeming with survivors. More terrifying than the apocalypse was the human heart. No one knew what people might do for these supplies. Yi had no desire to barricade himself here or to establish dominance. Instead, he wanted to settle in the center of Lee-Sin Lake and live out his days in peace. Across from Donghai Department Store stood a very beautiful residential complex, once home to the wealthy. Its security and environment had been exceptional. The complex boasted lovely gardens, and its residents enjoyed privileges like priority enrollment for their children in nearby schools. But now it no longer seemed so prestigious. Zombies were everywhere, in nearly every floor and every unit. Not a single living soul was in sight. Yi felt a wave of melancholy. High-rise buildings like this might have been desirable before the apocalypse. But now, trapped at such heights, there was nowhere to go. Before the apocalypse, Yi had witnessed a delivery driver being stopped by a security guard and denied entry to the complex. The resident insisted the driver deliver the food to their door. The delivery driver was caught in a dilemma. But now that very security guard had turned into a zombie trapped inside his booth. It was a scene both absurd and ironic. Fortunes change with time. The security guard who had once flaunted his meager authority and bullied delivery drivers could never have imagined that when the apocalypse arrived, he would become a hideous zombie. He wore a different face for everyone, lording over delivery drivers with his scant power. While before the residents, he could only endure their scolding. He even had to salute respectfully when luxury cars entered the complex. After all, everyone was just a working person, a beast of burden. Why torment one another? Now the apocalypse had come. Before it all, Yi had also dreamed of buying a home here. But now, as he drove his armored vehicle past this upscale neighborhood, he felt none of the longing or attachment had before the end of the world. Those luxury cars worth millions of Longting coins. Yi had once envied them. Now they were nothing but scrap metal. They offered none of the security of his armored vehicle. At least inside it, he didn't have to worry about being torn apart by zombies. Passing by this high-end complex, he continued driving and came upon a village within the city. It sat directly across from the upscale complex, a stark contrast in lifestyles between the two areas. But in one building in this urban village, he spotted many living people. Moving forward, he approached a crossroads. Turning left and going straight led to the police station, while heading straight would take him to Leeson Lake. He couldn't head directly to the lake just yet. He still didn't have enough firearms. As the old saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. He had to secure enough weapons. This could be considered a turning point in Yi's fate. Had he not chosen to go to the police station, the outcome would have been different. Yi turned left and drove straight. On the left was a construction site, on the right an industrial zone. At the construction site, a steelworker had turned into a zombie. He had fallen from a height, but his body was impaled on a section of rebar, preventing him from dropping. He dangled in midair, flailing wildly. In the industrial zone, on the right, many zombies were trapped behind iron gates. Before turning, they must have been hard at work. Numerous vehicles were parked along the roadside, abandoned. Yi began to ponder. People had spent their entire lives striving for cars and homes, working tirelessly even before the apocalypse. It was truly a sad thought. The roadside continued to be lined with industrial zones and urban villages. Ahead lay about 3 kilometers of straight road. Along this stretch, Yi witnessed countless scenes of joy and sorrow. A father turned into a zombie bit his wife. The mother had no choice but to place their child in the car, lock the doors, and leave the window slightly open to prevent the child from suffocating. Then she held her husband tightly from behind, as if this could somehow ensure her daughter's survival. A restaurant owner bitten by a zombie locked himself outside and sealed the rolling shutter door, leaving his wife inside the shop in a desperate attempt to save her. They must have been survivors since the apocalypse began, searching for a way to live just like Yi. But they had failed. They weren't as fortunate. Yi began to reflect. Before the apocalypse, he had struggled to find a job, received no promotions or raises, and had no savings. Yet when the end came, he had outlived others. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In this short 3-kilometer stretch, he had witnessed more joy and sorrow than in his entire 20-plus years of life combined. The armored vehicle continued forward until it reached another crossroads. A dump truck had overturned, spilling its load of fine sand across the road, pinning half of a zombie's body beneath it. Hearing Yi's armored vehicle approach, the zombie struggled violently, crawling toward him, perhaps straining too hard. It left its lower half forever in the sand, dragging its torso toward Yi's vehicle. Yi showed no mercy and drove over its head. With a dull thud, the zombie's brains splattered across the ground. At last he had finished this 3-kilometer stretch. Then came a right turn and another kilometer straight, followed by a left turn and another kilometer straight, which brought him to the nearest police station. Almost there. Should I just drive straight in? That probably wouldn't be wise. Given the police's reaction time, even if most officers had been dispatched, some should have survived on site, right? After all, they have guns. I can't just walk into a trap. Yi calculated silently. Since I cannot charge in directly, I can only find another way. First, I need to observe the situation, devise a plan, and then make my move. The police station is currently at its most understaffed. Even if the responding officers are armed, the remaining weapons in the armory will be sufficient for my needs. From my observations over the past few days, the zombie virus seems to be completely random. The first wave of those who did not turn into zombies are all survivors. Under normal circumstances, they do not turn into zombies. Only those who are scratched or bitten by zombies will turn again. As for the first wave of those who turned into zombies, it seems they transformed suddenly, some during their daily lives and others at work. There were no signs of the zombie virus outbreak beforehand. Everything happened so abruptly, leaving people helpless. I do not want to believe all of this is happening, yet it undeniably exists, leaving no room for doubt. Yi spoke to himself. Yi could not find a telescope among the armed police equipment, so he parked his car next to a restaurant across from the police station. The small restaurant was simply decorated. Due to the hot weather in Shinkoin City, they had installed 2 air conditioners. The position of the air conditioner outside was just right for climbing. Yi turned off the engine, crawled out through the sunroof, and jumped onto the air conditioner. He then began to climb up. The restaurant was a ground floor shop, and the second floor had a small loft where some chose to live due to the low rent. Through the security window, Yi did not see any moving creatures inside. He took out a screwdriver and struck it against the inside forcefully, but the noise did not attract any zombies. There was a small window in the security grill locked with a small lock. Yi took out an old pair of pliers he had from the repair shop and forcibly snapped the lock. He opened the small door of the security grill, jumped inside, and after landing quickly drew his Type 54 pistol to search the room, finding nothing inside. Yi put away the screwdriver and pliers, holstered his Type 54 pistol, and opened the door to observe. There was nothing unusual in the stairwell. He took out his compound bow and headed for the top floor. He soon reached the top floor, locked the door, and found something to brace against it. This was the architecture of the urban village in Shinkoin City. The top floor was almost equipped with drying racks, all secured with expansion screws, almost becoming standard. Yi took out the remaining rope. One end was tied to the drying rack and the other to an exposed expansion screw. He tossed one end of the rope down. It was just enough for Yi to descend. Coincidentally, the sky was beginning to darken. The way he tied the rope was very meticulous. As long as he got down to the first floor, pulling on one of the ropes would allow him to retrieve it smoothly. If he grabbed 2 ropes, it wouldn't come up. Yi had done his homework before coming to the police station. It wouldn't be long before it rained. In the summer of Shinkoin City, once it rains, it becomes oppressively hot and uncomfortable, making it worse than if it hadn't rained. There was no umbrella on the top floor and observation was necessary, so he could only get wet. Yi took out the police zombie's phone and opened the camera. He then zoomed in using the phone as a telescope. There was nothing at the entrance of the police station, but there were a few wandering zombies in the lobby on the first floor. In addition to the police personnel at the police station, there were also several civilians there to handle matters, all of whom had turned into zombies. The only difference was that the civilians were in the lobby. Meanwhile, the clerical staff who had turned into zombies were inside the office lobby, separated by a glass room similar to a bank structure. It was still unclear what was inside the police station. I couldn't tell. I didn't even know where the armory was. Observing from afar, it was impossible to locate the armory. I could only go in and explore slowly, knowing it would be very dangerous. Just as Yi was in a fog, feeling very troubled, a light rain began to fall from the sky. In less than 5 minutes, the rain gradually intensified, which was one of the characteristics of Shinkoin City. You might not see any dark clouds, and there were no signs, but suddenly it could pour heavily. Shinkoin City is a coastal city, and the rain is always unpredictable. At that moment, Yi made a surprising discovery: zombies actually hide from the rain. Originally, the streets were filled with zombies, but now they all seem to have disappeared, having run off to escape the rain. Amazing, zombies actually avoid the rain. Or could it be that the zombie virus is actually afraid of large amounts of water? Yi said. This further solidified Yi's determination to hide in the center of Lisan Lake. In a desperate situation, Yi had no choice but to slide down the rope from the top floor onto the armored vehicle below. He pulled on one of the ropes forcefully, and it fell from the top floor. Yi prepared to search inside the police station. Indeed, you can learn real things online. Yi carried a Type 54 pistol and 3 magazines. He also had a shotgun and 20 shotgun shells. If an unexpected situation arose, he would retreat at the first opportunity. If the police inside the station mistook Yi for a ruthless criminal, if they opened fire on Yi, he would simply flee. Yi did not want to engage in a fight with the regular army. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Before understanding the firepower configuration of the police station, charging in recklessly would be no different from seeking death. However, there was still a very difficult question: how could I enter the police station without being discovered? The zombies had all gone to hide from the rain. The surroundings suddenly became empty. There was a large garbage bin at the entrance of the restaurant on the first floor, and Yi couldn't care less about the stench. He could only dump the garbage and flip the bin over his head, using it as cover as he approached the police station. First, the guard booth came into view, which had fallen. Inside, there were only 3 police zombies. There was nothing else to find, and they were not armed, making them not worth searching. Yi's goal was very clear: to find the armory of the police station, to carry as many weapons as possible, and then slip away. Ideally, he could avoid any conflict with anyone. He wouldn't fire unless absolutely necessary. Yi inherently felt a strange fear towards the police. To figure out the exact location of the armory, he could only search the entire police station. As long as he discovered its location, he would use any means necessary to get in and take the weapons. He would take as much as he could carry, what he couldn't take would benefit others. Yi quickly passed the police booth and walked inside. This building before him, this structure that embodied strict law, this building that provided a great sense of security, this building that vowed to be the guardian of the people in the apocalypse, had lost its former majesty and grandeur, leaving only endless desolation and loneliness. Arriving at the administrative building of the police station, Yi crawled out from the garbage bin, tightly gripping his compound bow, as if trying to seize his own fate. It felt as if he was not holding a compound bow, but his own life. In fact, this was also Yi's life, one of his means of survival. It was more useful than firearms, at least it made no noise and wouldn't attract all the zombies in the building. Yi couldn't pick locks, so he had to search every corner, hoping to find a police officer who held the keys. Entering through the front door on the first floor, he raised his compound bow and shot down the civilians in the lobby who had come to handle matters. Then he quickly locked the main door, pulled out the arrows, and began his thorough search. He began searching the room on the far left of the first floor. The first room was a changing room, which was unlocked. Yi entered with his compound bow and found nothing. The second room was a storage room. There might be something I need inside. I can't overlook this. I must search thoroughly. In the police and gangster films, Yi had watched storage rooms were usually filled with all sorts of valuable items. At least that was how it always played out in the TV dramas. Yi also believed there must be good things inside. Frequent moviegoers almost considered this common knowledge, and Yi was no exception to this influence. Unfortunately, the storage room contained almost nothing useful, and it wasn't even locked. TV dramas, as it turned out, were indeed deceiving. The place where the truly valuable items were kept was called the evidence room, not the storage room. It was only later, when Yi recalled this experience, that he realized he had been searching in the wrong place. He should have gone to the evidence room. Since he was inside the police station, and given that the Dragonsaur Nation boasted the world's top public security, petty theft was virtually non-existent, with surveillance covering every corner. Almost all the rooms on the first floor were unlocked except for those of critical importance. This greatly facilitated Yi's search, and he quickly finished scouring every room on the ground floor. Some rooms contained zombies while others did not. However, none of them posed any threat to Yi. The only disappointment was that none of them were carrying firearms. It seemed that even the police couldn't use firearms casually. The Dragonsaur Nation's control over guns was indeed extremely strict. Following the fire escape stairs, he ascended to the second floor. He began searching the corridor on the second floor where a few zombies were wandering. Yi raised his compound bow and took them down with a single arrow each, all headshots. Who would have thought that the useless skills I once painstakingly practiced would help me so much during the apocalypse? The rooms on the second floor remained unremarkable. After thoroughly searching them all, he found nothing. If I keep searching like this, I'll probably end up spending the night at the police station. It would be much more convenient if there was someone familiar with the police station to guide me. However, the departments within the station were managed separately. This thought quickly made Yi abandon the idea. To get the firearms, he couldn't afford to be lazy. He had to search thoroughly. He'll just pretend I'm playing a game. He'll imagine him playing a post-apocalyptic survival game. Yi thought to himself. Having made up his mind, he quickly sprang into action. After searching each floor, he would lock the fire door to ensure his safety. Almost every room on the second floor had 1 or 2 zombies. All the zombies were swiftly killed by Yi using his compound bow. He retrieved quite a few silver handcuffs from their bodies, but still no firearms were found. Having finished searching the second floor with no results, he moved on. A few rooms on the third floor were leadership offices, based on the TV dramas he had watched. He searched every corner, the desks, chairs, walls, and books on the shelves, without missing a single spot, beginning a meticulous investigation. As expected, he found gold bars and a wristwatch hidden inside many of the books. Although Yi didn't know the brand of the watch, it was undoubtedly valuable. There would surely be no electricity in the future. Having a watch to tell time was still a good thing, so Yi fastened it onto his wrist. No safes were found in the offices. Soon the rooms on the third floor were also fully searched, and evening quickly arrived. The sky gradually darkened. It had been several days since the apocalypse began, and the power supply in the Dragonsaur Nation had completely collapsed. Shinkoin City, a first-tier metropolis once known as the City of Eternal Light, had finally turned pitch black at night. From the 4th to the 6th floor, no armory was discovered. This makes perfect sense. The armory definitely wouldn't be so easy to find. It must be in a very concealed location. Today was Yi's most exhausting day. His gear was heavy, and he had searched from the 1st floor to the 6th, losing count of the rooms he had investigated, all while maintaining intense concentration. Now that he finally relaxed, a powerful wave of drowsiness washed over him. After carefully ensuring the fire door on the 6th floor was locked, Yi went to the restroom on the 6th floor to wash up. Fortunately, the water hadn't been cut off yet. After meticulously wiping himself down, he found a relatively secure leadership office. Locking the doors and windows, he lay down on the sofa and soon fell fast asleep. The weather in Shinkoin City was sweltering after the rain. Yi woke up from the heat. He went to the water dispenser, took a paper cup, and drank 3 cups of water in succession, before drifting back into a hazy sleep. Yi didn't dare open the doors or windows to sleep, fearing he might be eaten by zombies. His sleep quality was excellent. Once he fell asleep, even thunder wouldn't wake him, but Yi wasn't willing to take the risk, so he kept the doors and windows closed, perhaps due to the power outage and the apocalypse. Yi felt this was the first time he had gone to bed so early in Shinkoin City. Normally, nightfall in Shinkoin City came about 2 hours earlier than in his hometown Nanyuan Province. Basically, it would be 2 hours after dark in Shinkoin City before Nanyuan Province saw the night. So Yi had probably fallen asleep around 8 p.m. If not for the watch with the power outage, he could only guess the time. Around 4 a.m., Yi woke up. He felt well rested with no trace of fatigue or drowsiness. After lying quietly with his eyes closed for a while, he grabbed his compound bow, opened the doors and windows, and went to the restroom to check. After confirming there were no zombies, he locked the restroom door from the inside, began to wash up, and then relieved himself. One good thing about the apocalypse was not having to flush the toilet. In a while, even if he wanted to flush, he probably wouldn't be able to because the water would be cut off. After finishing his business, Yi prepared to search the other buildings. His goal was to finish searching all the rooms here before nightfall today, and then leave this place. It was common knowledge that police stations had armories. Yi wasn't the only one who had set his sights on this place. I don't want to hole up here and become king of the hill, because this place will only become a target for everyone. After the zombie virus has been raging for so long, those who have survived until now are not fools. Not a single one of them is stupid. On the contrary, they are all ruthless individuals. I don't want to stay and defend this place. Once I get the weapons, they'll go lie low in the center of Leeson Lake. Yi muttered to himself. Just as he finished saying these words, a vehicle slowly drove into the police station from outside. It was a family SUV, and its appearance clearly showed it had been modified. Its sturdiness was definitely not something an ordinary SUV could match. Yi immediately tensed up. He chambered around in both the Type 54 pistol and the shotgun, ready for battle at any moment. I'm not sure if they have guns. I need to hide in the shadows and ambush them. Let's see if their goal is the same as mine. If it is, I won't have to search everywhere. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and I am the one with the slingshot aiming at the oriole. Yi went to one of the rooms on the 6th floor. Using a sharp knife, he cut open a zombie's abdomen, took out its entrails, and mashed them on the ground. Then rolled the steel balls in the disgusting pulp, coating them evenly. He packed them in a small pouch, picked up his slingshot, checked his gear, and then slowly made his way towards the 1st floor of the administrative building. Yi kept his back bent as he descended the stairs, afraid of making any noise that would attract attention. The search had felt so long, but now just going down the stairs he felt that the distance from the 6th floor to the first wasn't that great. He quickly reached the 1st floor and began to quietly observe the situation. From a distance he watched the two people who had arrived at the police station. They were driving an SUV. The driver was constantly honking the horn, and nearby zombies charged out from the shadows towards the two men. The man in the passenger seat had a large scar on his face. He didn't look like a good person at all. As soon as the scar-faced man stepped out of the vehicle, he brandished a massive cleaver. The zombies charging toward him were swiftly decapitated. Is this man not afraid of the stench of corpses, eh? He remarked, a note of astonishment in his voice. Inwardly he admired the scar-faced man. This is the first time I've seen such a ferocious man. Killing a zombie is like killing a dog. Maybe it's not even as easy as killing a dog. Dogs run as zombies don't. Is he not even the slightest bit afraid of being scratched or bitten by a zombie? That's very strange too. He must have seen others get bitten and scratched in all his years. No one should be this bold, right? It defies all logic. He pondered, but could not reach a conclusion. He could only attribute it to the scar-faced man's exceptional skill and reckless courage. Even the zombies' bloodshot eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of confusion. It was the first time they had encountered prey fighting back. Perhaps even the zombies sensed something different about this quarry. Maybe devouring such prey would grant them intelligence. Thus the zombies charged at their prey with even greater frenzy. The driver, a burly man with a full beard, also possessed a robust build, though his face was an ordinary square shape. His demeanor was anything but ordinary. He exuded a fierce aura, as if the words, "keep away," were written across his face. To maximize his gains he waited for an opportunity, a moment when all the zombies would swarm forward. He was waiting for the zombies to rush in, and also for the two men to exhaust their stamina. Additionally, he sought a better chance to locate the armory. Lastly, he was uncertain whether the pair also possessed firearms. The only reason Yi dared to search the armory was that he had a gun himself. These two were no fools, they likely had guns too, and coming here so openly suggested they were fully confident. Seeing that the duo had nearly cleared the area with only about 5 zombies remaining, he pulled out his homemade slingshot. He carefully retrieved a steel pellet, smeared with zombie flesh. Aiming at the burly driver, he released the pellet from the slingshot. Whooshed! As the steel ball cut through the air, it struck the burly man's eye at a perfect angle. Yi quickly stowed the slingshot and crouched down to hide. The steel pellet directly blinded the burly man's eye. It hurts so much it's killing me. Who ambushed me? Don't let me catch you, or it'll make you regret being born. You blinded one of my eyes, and it'll make you pay 100-fold. Come out. The burly man kept cursing. His paws allowed the zombies to lunge at him. Scarface hurried over to assist, but just as he moved to help, one of the zombies nearly bit the burly man's arm. Scarface, with a swift motion, cleaved the zombie's skull in half from above. Such immense strength. He split the zombie in two with one blow. This man is dangerous, I need to keep my distance. Yi, observing from his hiding spot, muttered to himself. Yi then prepared a second steel pellet, intending to ambush Scarface. He waited patiently for the moment the burly man would turn into a zombie before making his move. Yi was certain Scarface would never suspect the pellets were coated with the zombie virus. Time ticked by. Soon the virus infected the burly man. He was now clutching his eye with one hand, blood gushing from the socket. The sight was utterly horrifying. Yi felt no pity for him. The burly man gradually grew numb. His remaining eye slowly filled with bloodshot veins. Then the hand covering his eye dropped. His neck was now covered in dark purple veins, a precursor to zombification. Just as Scarface finished off the last zombie, the burly man charged at him. Scarface failed to dodge and was tackled to the ground, his face contorted with terror. The burly man's eyes had turned completely bloodshot. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit a fist. His teeth were beginning to transform. Foul, putrid saliva dripped from his mouth onto Scarface's face. The zombified burly man gripped Scarface's cleaver with both hands. His hands bled profusely, but he felt no pain and showed no sign of letting go. Scarface strained to hold the cleaver at bay. Then he freed one leg and kicked the zombie burly man hard in the stomach, sending him stumbling backward to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yi drew his slingshot, pulled the band taut, and aimed at Scarface. At that instant, Scarface was trying to get up. Yi fired a steel pellet at the back of Scarface's knee. Scarface, who was about to stand, collapsed to his knees again. The burly zombie lunged at him once more, repeating the same motion. It was the same scenario. The burly zombie clung tightly to the cleaver, while Scarface struggled to keep him at bay. Yi found it amusing. So this is how satisfying it feels to backstab someone. No wonder so many people enjoy being sneaky. From now on, I'll be a happy schemer too. Basking in the thrill of ambushing from behind. This scar-faced man will probably never know it was me. Yi taunted Scarface inwardly. Then he picked up his homemade slingshot again, carefully selecting another steel pellet, smeared with zombie remains. He shot it at Scarface's hand. Wincing in pain, Scarface could only use one hand to desperately fend off the cleaver. The other hand struck by the pellet was already bruised and swollen. Unexpectedly, this scar-faced man is incredibly strong. He can hold off the zombie with just one hand. Yi remarked. At the same time, Scarface shouted, "What kind of hero attacks from behind? If I catch you, I'll tear you limb from limb." Yi muttered under his breath, "I'm no hero at all. I'm exactly the kind of person who ambushes from behind, and with threats like tearing me apart." There's no way I'm letting you live. I'm so scared. After saying this, he aimed his slingshot at the back of Scarface's hand and fired. Clang. The pellet missed its target and hit the cleaver instead. Damn, it failed at the crucial moment. I should have used the compound bow instead. No more playing around next time. Yi quickly grabbed another pellet. He pulled the slingshot taut aimed at Scarface's hand and fired again. Whoosh! This time it struck the back of Scarface's hand, gripping the cleaver. This time Scarface could no longer hold the cleaver. His hand, reacting by reflex, released the weapon. He could only use both hands to desperately grip the zombie's arms. Sensing the time was right, Yi decided to end the game. But Scarface began to beg, "Spare me, please. Don't kill me. He'll do whatever you say from now on. He'll do anything you ask. He'll obey you completely." The burly zombie had been immensely strong in life. Now, as a zombie, his strength was even greater. Scarface clung desperately to his wrists while the zombie, single-minded, sought to bite him. They remained locked in a stalemate. The zombie's saliva and the blood from his eye socket dripped all over Scarface's face. Yi drew his compound bow aimed at Scarface's arm and released. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air. The arrowhead pierced through Scarface's wrist. The scent of blood drove the zombie berserk and Scarface could no longer hold him off. You'll die a miserable death. You'll get what's coming to you. Even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you. If I can't survive and turn into a zombie, I'll bite you to death first." The scar-faced man continued to shout. The burly zombie felt no pity, sinking its teeth into the scar-faced man's shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, and began to chew. The scar-faced man winced in agony, his curses growing louder, yet he remained indifferent. The scar-faced man roared, "What goes around comes around. One day you'll end up just like me. We had no grudge against each other. Why do you want me dead? One day someone else will kill you too." The burly zombie sank its teeth into the scar-faced man's throat. The scar-faced man's screams gradually ceased. Blood gushed from his throat and mouth. The burly zombie devoured his flesh bite after bite. Soon the scar-faced man had no breath left. Yi watched the scene unfold, feeling he had become a thorough villain. But there was no other choice. His parents were waiting for him at home. As long as he could return home, as long as he could reunite with his parents, he was willing to do anything, even becoming a villain, no matter the cost. In the apocalypse, perhaps there was no right or wrong. Everyone just wanted to survive. If Yi had chosen not to kill them today, no one could say what the two might have done to Yi. Perhaps they would have devoured him, or maybe they would have let him go, but the former possibility was far more likely. In the apocalypse, one must never be overly merciful. Even if it meant becoming a villain, one must adhere to the principle of killing 10,000 by mistake, rather than letting one go. Only then could one survive better and have hope of returning home to reunite with family. The burly zombie stopped feeding. The scar-faced man had now turned into a zombie as well. Together with the burly zombie, they staggered toward Yi. Yi drew his compound bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the burly zombie. With the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, the burly zombie fell. Yi retrieved another arrow. He dispatched the scar-faced zombie in the same manner. Both kills were headshots. Yi approached the two bodies and began to search them. He found no firearms on them, but the scar-faced man's bone cleaver seemed decent. Picking it up, he found it too heavy and unsuitable for his use. Yi had to discard it. He opened the off-road vehicle they had arrived in, climbed in, and began searching every corner without missing a single spot. He found nothing useful. Then, opening the trunk, he discovered some supplies, food, water, and a police weapon bag similar to his own. Inside was a Type 54 pistol unfired. It seems they were also conserving ammunition like Mihim used. Good thing they didn't keep the pistol on them. Otherwise today might have been a tough fight. I could have been killed by these two. My caution paid off. Yi pondered inwardly. He began to take stock of his supplies. With an extra Type 54 pistol and 3 magazines, he felt quite pleased. This increased his chances of survival. A gun was the ultimate source of security in the apocalypse. He took 3 loaves of bread and a bottle of water from their trunk. Sitting inside the off-road vehicle, he started to eat. Before the apocalypse, 3 loaves of bread would have been too much, and Yi didn't even like bread. But in the apocalypse, these 3 loaves were the most delicious bread he had ever eaten in his life. In the apocalypse, 3 loaves of bread could even trade for a human life. Perhaps even 1 loaf would suffice. Today my goal is to search every room and every corner of the police station. I must find the armory and take almost all the weapons inside. No, not almost. They'll take every single weapon. I have 2 off-road vehicles. If I fill both vehicles with weapons, I should be able to take them all. Yi thought over and over in his mind. The administration building was a dead end. There was no armory, and he hadn't even found anyone carrying a firearm. Yi had to move to the side of the administration building. This was the cafeteria, which likely held many supplies. But it would be his last stop. The primary target was definitely the armory. After the commotion caused by the scar-faced man and the burly zombie, the zombies in the police station had been mostly cleared. As long as he remained cautious, there would be no problem. Behind the cafeteria was the dormitory building. There probably wasn't much to search there. Police dormitories wouldn't have firearms. Yi had almost decided to leave, but on a whim, he chose to search it anyway, since the apocalypse had broken out during the day. The dormitory had few people. Aside from police officers on duty catching up on sleep during the day, most rooms were empty. Moreover, for ease of management, the dormitory doors were unlocked, emphasizing discipline and conduct. Yi finished searching the first floor without much effort. The first floor was unremarkable with nothing worth searching. However, in a corner he found a small cart and a basketball hoop. Yi placed the hoop on the cart and began collecting supplies from dormitory to dormitory, taking any food that could be stored for a long time. Passing the last room on the first floor, Yi heard footsteps. He quietly opened the door, raised his compound bow, and began searching cautiously. The sound came from the bathroom. Yi slowly opened the bathroom door a crack, then fully drew his compound bow. Kicking the door open, he found a zombie squatting in the toilet. Even after turning into a zombie, it maintained its squatting posture. Yi found it strange. Couldn't it hear the outside world? Why was this zombie so still? Yi aimed at the zombie and took it out with a single arrow. He didn't dwell on the question, assuming the police dormitory had good soundproofing. Next, Yi tiptoed to the second floor to continue searching. There were many empty rooms. He collected all the edible items. After gathering everything that could be preserved for a while, he stacked them all at the stairwell. Then he quietly moved to the third floor. As expected, there were many empty rooms, but the number of zombies had increased, 15 in total. Yi was skilled with his compound bow. Opening the door, he advanced and retreated methodically, taking them out with ease. The dormitory had little food, so Yi prepared to go to the fourth floor when he heard voices. Are we just going to hide in the dormitory? I want to go out and see. Are you crazy? It's full of zombies out there. Going out is suicide. We have to trust the country. We'll just stay here. Wait for rescue. The country won't abandon anyone. But we've run out of food. At least we should go out to find something to eat. All right, we'll look for food tomorrow. Today we'll wait one more day for rescue. If no one comes, we'll go out to find food. Hearing voices, Yi chambered 2 Type 54 pistols. Holding one in each hand, he strode toward the source of the sound. He soon arrived outside a dormitory. The corridor was silent with only voices emanating from within. Pistol in hand, Yi approached the door and knocked. What's that noise? Is it a zombie outside? Who's there? Are you human or zombie? Yi replied, I'm human, not a zombie. I'm a survivor from nearby. Can you let me in? Strength lies in numbers. Together we can survive more easily. One person's power is limited, but the combined strength of many is nearly infinite. Those who have never experienced the terror of the apocalypse are always too quick to trust. Soon the people inside moved the barricade from the door. All right, let's go find supplies together. Wait a moment, he'll open the door. The door was soon unlocked. As the door swung open, what greeted them was Yi's radiant smile and the dark muzzles of his guns. Nobody move. Hands on your heads. Get down on the ground. Yi commanded. Immediately the 4 people inside crouched down with their hands on their heads. It was a 4-person room with instant noodle wrappers in the trash can. The apocalypse started days ago, and you've been hiding here the whole time? Yi asked. One of them replied, we stocked up on food before the end. That's how we 4 managed to stay hidden. Yi asked, knowing the answer. So you never went out to look for supplies? We thought about it and tried, but zombies were everywhere, and we couldn't fight them. So we just stayed hidden. Now our food is gone, and we plan to search for supplies tomorrow. Yi asked, tell me, where is the police armory? The world has ended, and I need weapons. If you tell me where the armory is, we can all survive. The crew cut leader replied, we don't know where it is either. Our jobs were just clerical work. Weapon storage is extremely strict. We have no idea where it is. If we did, we would have taken the guns long ago. Yi pondered the truth of his words. It made sense. If they knew where the armory was, they would have gone for it. But he couldn't rule out deception. So Yi decided to play the villain again. He holstered one pistol. From his bag, he pulled out a stash of silver handcuffs he had confiscated earlier. He selected 4 pairs. He ordered them to cuff themselves to their bed frames, threatening to shoot them otherwise. The 4 complied, locking themselves in place. Each person was cuffed to a different bunk. The room's layout, desks below, beds above, was perfect for securing all 4. Yi then pulled out his homemade slingshot. He took a steel ball from a pouch contaminated with zombie flesh. Threateningly, he said, these pellets are coated with zombie virus. 1 hit, and you'll turn into a zombie. He'll ask one last time, where is the armory? I suspect you're lying. You live in the police station. How could you not know where the armory is? Just tell me, and I promise you'll all survive. Yi intended to scare them. He had to find the armory. Failing to do so would make this trip a complete waste. The crew cut leader said, we have no reason to lie to you. What would we gain? We truly don't know where the armory is. Swish. A steel ball zipped through the air. Yi had fired one at the crew cut man's thigh. Though it didn't pierce his leg, it left a dark, swollen bruise. The man cried out, oh, that hurts. Bro, take it easy. I really don't know. I have no reason to lie to you. Yi said coldly, still not telling the truth. How could you not know the location of the armory? The other 3 begged, boss, we truly don't know. We're just office clerks. We're not combat personnel. We really don't know where the armory is. Please spare us. Yi slowly loaded another steel ball, aiming it at the crew cut man's eye. He drew the slingshot taut and released. Help. Murder. Someone save me. The crew cut man screamed loudly. He was completely oblivious that the noise would attract zombies. Yi began searching the 4th floor. The transformation would take a little time. Yi quickly searched the 4th floor, piling useful items at the stairwell. Only those 4 living souls were on this floor. Yi took out his compound bow and searched the 5th floor, the top level of the dormitory. Apart from a few zombies, there was nothing else. After collecting his arrows, Yi gathered the useful items and placed them at the 4th floor stairwell. He estimated the time. The transformation should be complete by now. The remaining 4 must be terrified. This was undoubtedly the perfect moment to ask about the armory. Returning to the dormitory, he saw the crew-cut man had turned into a zombie lunging at the other 3. The remaining trio screamed in panic, one of them, the most timid, had already soiled himself in fear. He asked, "Now can you tell me where the armory is?" The 3 replied, "We really don't know. We never go on missions. We don't have clearance to know the armory's location." He drew his compound bow and knocked an arrow. He shot at the nearest person's thigh. Swish! The arrow tore through flesh, leaving a gaping wound. Help! I beg you, spare me. I have no grudge against you. Why are you killing me?" As he spoke, he began to convulse. His eyes turned bloodshot and dark purple veins crawled up his neck. In less than a minute, he turned into a zombie, joining the crew-cut man. They charged at the remaining 2. The bed frames creaked and groaned, threatening to collapse. Yi observed that the most timid one should be questioned last for the best chance of getting the armory's location. Looking at the 2 survivors, Yi asked, "Can you tell me now?" "He'll say it again, just tell me the location and he'll let you live." The 2 still insisted, "We really don't know. If we knew, we would have taken the weapons ourselves." Without another word, Yi shot. Swish! Another arrow struck one of them in the shoulder. The wound was near the heart, so the virus spread faster. In less than 30 seconds, the transformation was complete. He then lunged at the last person with bloodshot eyes. The last remaining young man was terrified. 3 zombies with bloodshot eyes stared at him, menacingly charging toward him as if they had nothing to lose. His wrists were cuffed with silver handcuffs, yet they seemed oblivious to pain constantly struggling in his direction. Zombies feel no pain, only the urge to feed. The initially crew-cut zombie had already worn his wrist raw from the struggle. The silver handcuffs were deeply embedded into his flesh, revealing the bone beneath. The surviving young man had a premonition that if he gave these zombies just a little more time, they would break free from the handcuffs and tear him apart. Yi, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, spoke, "Now you should tell me where the armory is." Right. The terrified young man replied, "I really don't know where the armory is, but I know where the training ground is. Go look in the training ground, you should find weapons there." "All right, thanks then." With that, Yi turned and left, leaving the young man shouting in place, "Aren't you going to uncuff me? Uncuff me. He'll die. You broke your word, come back. You bastard." Yi gathered the food collected from the 4th floor, brought it to the 3rd, then the 2nd, collecting provisions from every stairwell. He placed them on a handcart on the 1st floor. As Yi reached the ground floor, he heard heart-wrenching screams from the 4th floor dormitory. That young man was unequivocally dead. "Don't blame me. It's the end of the world. Everyone's looking out for themselves. Surviving is already a blessing. Blame your own naivety for not knowing the world's dangers. If there's retribution, let it fall on me. But for now, I must survive." Yi pushed the handcart carrying the food head found toward the off-road vehicle and evenly arranged the supplies on the back seat. He started the engine and drove toward the sports complex. The training ground here was vast, with table tennis courts, volleyball courts, badminton courts, basketball courts, and football fields. Everything one could imagine. It was an enormous training facility covered with many zombies. Yi's target was the enclosed training hall and the shooting range. He suspected there might be stocked weapons inside. Along the way, he simply ran over any zombies blocking his path, reminiscing about his timid days before the apocalypse. Yi sighed, "I learned to drive, but couldn't afford a car. To not let my hard-earned skill go to waste, I became a designated driver. I drove any car I could, caring little about the money. Sometimes I'd have to cycle a dozen kilometers on a folding bike just to get home. Now I can drive anything I want and crash into anything in my way. I really can't figure out this world sometimes." After his lament, Yi arrived at the shooting range. The main gate was locked. After circling the facility, he found the security measures impressive. Doors and windows were fortified and sturdy. No wonder it was a shooting range. Yi parked the vehicle near the restroom, climbed out through the sunroof, and pushed open the restroom door. He entered through the window, but upon landing, he realized something was off. There were no urinals. It was the women's restroom, not the men's. But in the apocalypse, such details didn't matter. Yi drew his compound bow and began to cautiously search the restroom. Finding nothing and ensuring his escape route was secure, he opened the restroom door and started sweeping through the training ground. The vast training ground was empty. It seemed the intel was correct. When the apocalypse struck, a flood of emergency calls had been received. Nearly all police forces were dispatched, leaving the place deserted except for a cleaner and a janitor. Yi raised his bow and shot the cleaner. Approaching the janitor, the zombie janitor struggled and charged at him upon seeing Yi. With a thud, it slammed into the door, collapsed to the ground, then slowly rose and repeatedly battered against it. Unable to bear the sight, Yi opened the window and ended the janitor with a single arrow. He then took the keys from the janitor's belt and began a thorough search of the shooting range. The range had facilities for various weapons, pistols, rifles, grenades, all the common types. The janitor truly was a godsend. If the janitor weren't already dead, Yi would have bowed to him in gratitude. The keys opened every door in the place. With the keys, Yi could take any weapon available. He went to the main gate, opened it slightly, leaving a gap. Returning to the restroom, he opened the window, climbed out, jumped onto the vehicle's sunroof, started the engine, and drove to the shooting range's entrance. He slowly drove inside, then locked the door. First, he went to the grenade storage area, feeling a slight disappointment. Though the police bureau was a step above a local station and had armed police, it was still far from military standards. There wasn't a crate of grenades, just a single box. But one shouldn't be greedy. After all, a box of 50 grenades would last him a very long time. Yi was content. He happily began to pack the grenades, but the moment he touched them, he sensed something was off. I really have been inexperienced. 50 grenades weigh as much as an adult woman. Lifting the whole box onto the vehicle is extremely strenuous. To conserve his strength, Yi had to move the grenades one by one to the vehicle, then retrieve the box and pack them in. Next were the pistols and rifles. Only 3 pistols remained, the rest had been taken on duty. Yi checked the janitor's logbook. So he wasn't just a gatekeeper, he was the custodian. The entire police bureau had 30 Type 54 pistols, and I've gathered 9 here. Incredible, truly incredible. Am I really the chosen one? The rifles are all still here. The police must have received numerous emergency calls. They reported homicides and took a large number of Type 54 pistols to investigate. If the situation escalated, the military would take over. But no one expected the zombie virus to spread far faster than anticipated. That's why the rifles were so well preserved while most pistols were taken. From another perspective, there might still be 21 people armed with guns. That's terrifying. I need to take all the weapons today. Yi analyzed the situation in his mind for a long time. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. In the apocalypse, besides him, others had guns. He felt utterly insecure. In principle, possessing firearms meant having the means to protect oneself. But now it seemed that principle was in someone else's hands. However, as Yi delved deeper into the rifle storage, his inner unease was instantly dispelled. The rifle depot gave him a tremendous surprise, and this time, Yi felt a profound sense of security. Yi gazed at the rifle before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With these, I am the principle, I am the sense of security. The first thing that came into view was the classic 88 Type sniper rifle. It uses 5.8mm caliber bullets. The magazine capacity is 10 rounds. There are a total of 10 magazines in the warehouse. A full 100 sniper rounds. Yi had been fond of sniper rifles since childhood. Even while playing games, he preferred using a sniper rifle. Although the 88 Type sniper rifle cannot compare to many other sniper rifles in the Dragon Soaring Nation, it is still an extremely hard-to-obtain weapon. Having something is better than nothing, especially a full 100 rounds. Next was the 95 Type automatic rifle. 5.56mm caliber with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. There were 10 magazines in the warehouse, a total of 300 rounds. Following that was the 79 Type submachine gun. It uses 7.62mm pistol rounds with a rate of fire exceeding 1,000 rounds per minute. The magazine capacity is 20 rounds with a total of 20 magazines in the warehouse. A full 400 rounds, and the submachine gun's recoil is very low, making it perfect for Yi to use. Lastly, there was the 05 Type submachine gun. 5.8mm caliber with a magazine capacity of 50 rounds. There were 10 magazines in the warehouse. A full 500 rounds. Yi liked all 4 of these firearms. Although they were not top tier, the ample ammunition was a great comfort. Yi expertly moved all the firearms onto the off-road vehicle. Then he began searching again and found 4 Nepalese cookery knives, 10 entrenching tools, 10 triangular bayonets, 10 95 Type multipurpose bayonets. Yi loaded them all onto the vehicle as well. This time he was incredibly wealthy. In terms of armed force, no one in Yi's area was more powerful than him. Yi took off his 54 Type pistol and shotgun, placing them in the trunk. By now the trunk and back seats of the off-road vehicle were filled with supplies and weapons. Yi kept only the compound bow and the self-made large slingshot. Then he selected an 05 Type submachine gun and a 95 Type automatic rifle. After preparing the magazines and firearms, he began his final search. Driving the off-road vehicle, he arrived at the cafeteria for a last round of supplies. Yi drove the vehicle directly into the center of the cafeteria. He honked the horn to attract the zombies inside. When the zombie virus broke out, it wasn't mealtime. There were very few people eating, only a few elderly women and elderly men zombies. After Yi stopped the car and turned off the engine, he climbed out through the sunroof. He closed the sunroof, sat cross-legged on the car roof, and observed his surroundings. Even though the zombie virus had enhanced their mobility, they were still not as threatening as zombies turned from young people. The elderly woman zombie walked unsteadily, swaying, as if she might fall apart at any moment. Only her scarlet eyes, the fangs in her mouth, and her sharp claws highlighted her menace, retaining a shred of deterrence. The elderly man zombie was no better. He was hunched over. Even after being infected by the zombie virus, he remained stooped. His condition was even worse than the elderly woman's. Yi put away the prepared compound bow. Sir and madam, it's not that I look down on you, but honestly, you don't even deserve this arrow. Yi took out his self-made large slingshot and picked up a steel ball. Aiming at the elderly woman zombie, he pulled the slingshot string taut and released his grip. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the steel ball entered through the elderly woman's eye socket and burst out from the back of her head. The steel ball effortlessly pierced through her skull. After twitching a few times, she fell to the ground motionless. What's going on? I know elderly people have osteoporosis and brittle bones, but shouldn't it be this easy to penetrate? Feeling puzzled, Yi fired a steel ball at the elderly man zombie as well. The steel ball easily pierced his head too. What the hell? Does the zombie virus dislike weaker individuals? Hey, but I've shot steel balls at young zombies before, and they couldn't penetrate at all. Forget it, I'll have to uncover the secrets of the zombie virus later. Yi loaded all the supplies from the cafeteria onto the off-road vehicle. Now he could leave this place with peace of mind. Only one building remained. The most imposing structure of the police station, the last place he wanted to check. That was the building where the leaders were, containing many officials and possibly more firearms. It was also the most likely place to find survivors, a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Perhaps he was getting cocky, or maybe having a gun emboldened him, but he began to set his sights on this building. They say not to be greedy. That might have worked before the apocalypse. But things are different now. It's the end of the world. If you don't hoard supplies greedily, you'll die miserably. You never know how much you need until it's gone. Don't wait until supplies run out to lament. After packing up, he drove toward the leader's building. Arriving on the first floor, he found the security guard at the entrance had already fallen at his post. What met his eyes was a scene of desolation devoid of any hope. Even the police station had few survivors. One could imagine the situation elsewhere. There weren't many zombies on the first floor, just a scattered few. Yi easily killed them with his compound bow. After pulling the arrows from their heads, he began searching the upper floors. The doors in this building were already unlocked, making the search very convenient. If he encountered a locked door, it meant there must be survivors inside. As long as they didn't open the door, he couldn't get in. Just as he reached the corner of the second floor, he came across a locked room. It was bolted from the inside. He couldn't open it from the outside, but through the window, he could see a leader-like figure, who had already turned into a zombie with a bulge at his waist, suggesting a weapon. Yi pushed the window. It opened easily as it was not locked. He raised his compound bow and shot the zombie right in the head. Then he climbed in through the window. He began searching the room and eventually found a weapon on the leader's belt. It was a Soviet-made Makarov pistol. Yi had only seen this in movies and TV shows before. Now he finally held the real thing. The ammunition was 918mm Makarov rounds. The magazine capacity was 8 rounds, and there were 3 magazines. Yi put the pistol away, found nothing else useful, and left the room. After finishing the search on the second floor, only the top 3 floors remained before he could leave. The third floor was unremarkable, with not a single zombie. He found nothing useful there either. Yi began muttering to himself. Could it be that all the leaders evacuated before the apocalypse? Logically, the police station couldn't be empty. First, I can rule out the possibility that they all went out on a rescue mission. Soon Yi reached the 4th floor. There was a large meeting room here, stocked with many bottles of water. Remembering there was still some space in the armored vehicle, Yi decided to move all the water bottles downstairs. Then he went to the 5th floor for the final search. The 5th floor also had a huge meeting room. Looking through the window, Yi finally understood why the police station was so empty. They went to the city for a meeting. It looks like quite a few people attended. On the meeting room's blackboard was an introduction to this citywide conference. This meeting was still quite large in scale. Almost all the leaders attended. Moreover, the outbreak of the zombie virus marked the end of the world. This also ensured that the search by the Yi police department went very smoothly. Without this meeting, it would have been nearly impossible to complete this task. The offices on the 5th floor were almost all unlocked. Whenever they encountered a locked door, they simply entered through the window. After all, it was the end of the world, and no one was watching. Yi took the bottled water from the 5th floor conference room to the 4th floor. He made 5 trips in total. Then he slowly moved the water down from the 4th floor. This was the most exhausting task Yi had undertaken since the apocalypse. There was no way to avoid it as power had already been cut. The elevator couldn't be used, and the difficulty of obtaining supplies would only increase. It was unlikely that things would become easier. Water is the source of life. One can survive 7 days without food, if only drinking water. However, without water, one might not last even 3 days. Although this data may vary with different physiques, the majority of people are like this. One must believe in science. The lack of electricity and the power outage did not deter Yi from continuing to carry water downstairs. Who knows what things will be like in the future? If the apocalypse lasts a bit longer, simply working for these water sources may not suffice. It might require the price of one's life just to obtain such a large amount of water. So even the lazy Yi. Today he unleashed unprecedented potential. Carrying bottled water, he went up and down the 4th floor a total of 15 times, placing all the food and water on the 1st floor. Yi took food and water from the off-road vehicle to replenish his energy. Then he sat inside the off-road vehicle, locked the windows, and planned to rest for a while before leaving. With weapons in hand, Yi felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, believing he could survive well in the apocalypse. After a long time, Yi couldn't help but laugh at his current decision. He had underestimated the apocalypse. After resting for about an hour, Yi finally felt better. He picked up his gear and grabbed 2 grenades. He walked towards the police station, arriving near a restaurant across the street. Holding the Type 05 submachine gun, he stealthily approached the armored vehicle. Once he reached the armored vehicle, Yi carefully observed it. He noticed signs that the armored vehicle had been tampered with. Someone must have been interested in the supplies inside the armored vehicle. After the heavy rain, the zombies had run away to take shelter. It was likely done by nearby survivors. Fortunately, the supplies in the armored vehicle were still intact. The supplies in the off-road vehicle were probably deemed unworthy by them and had not been taken. Yi took out his keys, opened the car door, and skillfully started the vehicle, heading towards the police station while also observing the situation in the rearview mirror. Sure enough, Yi discovered a trace. A line of footprints extended from behind the off-road vehicle into the nearby house. I won't attack unless provoked. You search for supplies and I won't interfere. As long as you don't seek your own demise, I won't attack you. If you do, I won't mind sending you off early to the afterlife. Yi muttered to himself. Just as his armored vehicle was about to exit this urban village, an SVU rushed over from the side, executing an American-style stop. Yi was startled and immediately hit the brakes. It wasn't fear of damaging the off-road vehicle. Rather, he was worried that a violent collision would damage the weapons and ammunition inside the armored vehicle. What he feared even more was a rollover. If that happened, it would be disastrous. The SVU intercepted Yi's vehicle, and 4 people got out. They looked fierce and terrifying. Yi pondered, they must be planning to rob me. They want my supplies. The off-road vehicle behind contains some supplies collected from repair shops. They probably don't want those. The firearms in the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. That must be their ultimate goal. Even so, their brazen interception indicates they are not afraid of my firearms. This only means that they also have firearms. This is very reasonable as this area is closest to the police station. When the zombie virus broke out, they must have responded here. So the likelihood of them having Type 54 handguns is high, and there may be more than one. Fortunately, I am not defenseless. After deciding firmly, Yi heard the leader shout at him, people in the vehicle, listen up, we only want supplies. Hand over your supplies, and we won't kill you. If you are uncooperative, we will not be polite. Either you obediently hand over your supplies, and we spare your life, or you die with your supplies. You can only choose one between your supplies and your life. Yi observed their confident demeanor and was even more convinced that they had guns. However, looking at the weapons they held, they were mostly cold weapons. He didn't dare to get out of the car easily. Yi could only silently draw out the Type 05 submachine gun, which was already loaded. After waiting for the right moment, he opened the car window. Using his fastest speed, he leaned out and pulled the trigger at the group. The Type 05 submachine gun has a magazine capacity of up to 50 rounds. The people in front were caught off guard and turned into Swiss cheese. The remaining 3 hid behind the SVU, daring not to show their heads while Yi used the remaining bullets. After blowing out their tires, he slowly reversed the armored vehicle. Then he pressed the accelerator to the floor, aiming directly at the front of the SVU and crashing into it fiercely. With the armored vehicle's forceful breakout, the off-road vehicle behind was also dragged along. Yi didn't look back and drove a distance before. He took out 2 grenades, pulled the safety pins, and threw them towards the back of the vehicle. Then he drove towards the police station. Through the rearview mirror, he could see that the power of the grenades was even more exaggerated than in video games. One grenade exploded with enough force to flip the SUV. Then the second grenade directly detonated the SUV. The remaining 3 had no way to escape and were killed by the blast. Originally, Yi planned to get out and search for the Type 54 handguns on them. However, after a moment of calm thought, he gave up on that idea. The sounds of explosions and gunfire would attract a large number of zombies and also some ill-intentioned people. Yi could only rush towards the police station. Arriving at the location of the off-road vehicle, he parked, turned off the engine, and took out a tow rope. He connected the scar-faced man's off-road vehicle to the back. Finally, he released all the brakes and drove the armored vehicle away from the police station. When Yi drove the armored vehicle, pulling 2 off-road vehicles out of the police station, a massive horde of zombies was already gathering towards the restaurant and police station. It seems that firelight is not the nemesis of zombies, but rather attracts a large number of them. The armored vehicle slowly traveled on the road. Yi drove very slowly. Because everything he owned was in the vehicle. It was also his guarantee for survival in the apocalypse. He couldn't risk a rollover and could only drive slowly. He arrived at a familiar intersection. From this intersection, he could turn right and go straight for 2 kilometers, then turn left and go straight for 3 kilometers. That was the intersection leading to Leeson Lake. If he had chosen to go directly to Leeson Lake back, then he might not have so many weapons now. Yi felt fortunate for choosing to go to the police station. Although this journey was perilous, the gains were proportionate to the risks. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Yi had gambled wisely this time. His current destination was the central location of Leeson Lake. He couldn't go to the gas station first. He had to ensure the safety of the weapons. Yi muttered, if I don't survive to return, at the very least this batch of weapons cannot be used by others. If I can't have them, no one else can. Moreover, the supplies at the gas station might have already been divided by others. If I go, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. I must first find a way to hide these supplies and weapons. Then I can go back once. Only this way is the safest. Even if I die, no one will get these firearms. With his goal firmly established in his heart, Yi drove towards Leeson Lake. After several days of the apocalypse followed by a heavy rain, the once bustling streets had become eerily deserted with no sign of any living creature. An uncanny silence enveloped the entire world, broken only by the sound of Yi's armored vehicle towing 2 off-road vehicles along the road. The entire city had lost power. Yet the streetlights and a few traffic signals still functioned, clearly powered by solar energy. Longting, a populous nation, likely had the highest number of zombies in the world. Shinkuin City was also densely populated with the highest concentration of zombies. After this period of observation, Yi noticed that zombies tended to cluster together. They preferred to gather in groups, migrating, foraging, and hunting in packs, forming terrifying hordes. The zombie virus seemed to grant them heightened senses, enhancing their smell, taste, and vision. If a building housed living humans, they could always detect their scent and swarm toward their location. They would incessantly scratch and batter at doors, desperate to taste the prey within. During this short journey, Yi had seen countless shops on the ground floor relying solely on rolling shutters to hold back the zombie horde. He had witnessed more than once the moment when the shutters gave way and the people inside were overwhelmed and devoured. The zombie virus is terrifying. In just 3 days they've already started to cluster. I wonder if a zombie king like in those novels will emerge. I hope that never happens. I want to survive. I want to go home back to my parents' side. Yi said, his voice laced with worry. Soon they arrived at the fateful crossroads. It was here that Yi had once chosen to go to the police station instead of heading to the center of Leeson Lake. Reflecting on that decision, now he was filled with mixed emotions. Choices determine destiny, he murmured, and the truth of that statement was undeniable. Through the rearview mirror, he could see a growing horde of zombies chasing after his vehicle. Heading toward Leeson Lake, the zombies gradually fell behind. Soon he arrived at Tuqiao Community, which boasted a large park. This park, once a favorite morning exercise spot for the elderly, now stood deserted. In Longting there was a peculiar phenomenon. The elderly always seemed full of vitality, while the youth appeared listless. Someone had once hit the nail on the head. The elderly own several houses that have appreciated in value, and their pensions are higher than the salaries of today's youth. How could they not be brimming with energy? As for the young, they're crushed under the weight of mortgages, car loans, and the next generation. Yi mused that now he no longer had to worry about such things. One could never truly understand what mattered most without experiencing the end of the world. If not for the apocalypse, he might have spent his entire life chasing after piles of reinforced concrete. As he passed the community park, a fashionably dressed female zombie stood out. Even after turning into a zombie, she still had her pet dog leashed to her wrist. The dog had also become a zombie. She was the first zombie Yi had seen with a pet. The virus seemed to have a greater amplifying effect on animals. The infected dog ran faster than the female zombie, charging ahead toward Yi's armored vehicle. Under the pull of the leash, the female zombie was dragged along by the dog. Unable to run fast, she was literally pulled by the dog, creating a ridiculous spectacle as they both rushed toward Yi. The dog zombie soon reached the front of the vehicle, barking wildly. Yi drove straight over them. With 2 crisp thuds, the pair of zombies lay crushed under the tires, their heads burst open in a gruesome sight. After passing Tuqiao Park, he drove for a while before arriving at the overpass. The most vivid memory Yi had was of the sanitation worker who had hidden in a trash bin. He wondered if she was still alive. Following the route in his memory, he reached the bin. Its lid lay on the ground, and it was empty. I hope you're still alive, he murmured. The situation near the overpass was grim. Direct passage was impossible. He had to take a detour. He headed toward the nearest Yongfu subway station, planning to circle back from there. From Yongfu, he could reach the waterworks and then take a relatively smooth route, a gentle uphill path. Following the overpass, he first passed the once famous Shanhaitian restaurant. It was now devoid of any living souls, but filled with wandering zombies. Chefs, waiters, and customers who had been dining there before the outbreak now roamed in circles inside. At the sound of air conditioner units or external noises, they would charge at the walls, bounce back, and repeat the process endlessly. It was both pitiful and horrifying. Humanity, once arrogantly claiming to be the rulers of the Blue Star, was now dominated by the zombie virus. In the face of such an apocalypse, that fragile confidence was utterly shattered. No one could now claim to be the master of the Blue Star. Yi didn't know how many had perished in this disaster, but the number was surely immense. I'm no savior. I can't save everyone. I just want my parents to survive. To see them again, I'd do anything. Good or evil in this world's, and you need something to hold on to. I can only cling to the hope of seeing my parents again. So I'll move forward step by step toward that goal, he whispered to himself. Driving past the Shanhaitian restaurant, he arrived at the largest Times Square in the area. The once vibrant square was now packed with zombies. On the roof of a coffee shop in the center of the square, a woman dressed as a waitress clung to life, barely surviving the elements and the terror of the undead. To stay alive, she had climbed onto the roof, too afraid to jump down, but the zombies had surrounded her. Yi cast a sympathetic glance her way. Without food or water, she would likely die on that roof, or perhaps unable to hold on any longer, she would jump and become food for the zombies. He didn't linger, as such scenes were all too common in the apocalypse. Continuing forward, he arrived at a guard post near the square. In his memory, there was an armored vehicle here. As expected, it was still parked, but the armed policeman who had guarded it was gone. Without the keys, there was no way to open it. Longting's armored vehicles were designed with security in mind. Without a key, opening that iron box was nearly impossible. Reluctant to abandon this vehicle, Yi began to survey the surroundings. He still couldn't find the zombie of the policeman, and the vehicle itself appeared empty. Yi inwardly desired another armored vehicle. But for now there was no way, as he could not locate the armed police zombie anywhere. Even if he found it, if it stood amidst a horde of zombies, there was no way to retrieve the keys from it. At least the armored vehicle is safe here. I can't take it now, so I'll leave it here for the time being. He'll come back for it when I have a chance. Besides giving up for now, I can't think of a better plan. Yi said. He had no choice but to continue driving forward. He arrived at a rather large intersection. The situation here was also dire. Countless vehicles were piled up in chain reaction collisions. He could only squeeze through the gaps. Seeing the road ahead blocked, he turned into an urban village to cut through it. If he could successfully pass through the urban village, he would reach a relatively smooth uphill road. Only then could he get to Leeson Lake. Yongfu Metro Station was right across from the urban village. Because of the station, rent in the village had skyrocketed. Even so, people flocked to rent apartments there. Yi drove the armored vehicle through the village. The distant Yongfu metro station had lost its former bustle. There were no longer people coming to take the subway. It looked desolate. Yet the number of zombies in the urban village was surprisingly high. Fortunately, the armored vehicle had enough power, and the village roads generally had fire lanes. The urban village's city management and security personnel had cleared these roads. Parking was prohibited in the fire lanes. Electric bikes and bicycles parked there would be towed away. Private cars would face demerit points and fines. So driving on this fire lane was quite comfortable. One of the characteristics of Shinkoin City was its humane yet strict management, a combination of authority and benevolence. Not long after entering the village, a woman on a rooftop shouted, "Are you rescuers sent by the government? Please save me, I can't go on. I haven't eaten in days, save me." Yi looked up at her. He paid her no further heed. This apocalypse was beyond human power to resist. The Dragonsaur government was overwhelmed and had no spare energy to care for these people. Aside from relying on oneself, there was no other way. Placing all hope on others during the apocalypse would lead to a predictable end. As the woman screamed, the rooftop door was smashed open by zombies charging toward her. Unable to bear it, she chose to jump, and the zombies followed. She hit the ground and lost the ability to move. She wasn't killed instantly, but the zombie still alive crawled toward her to bite. Yi saw it clearly in the rearview mirror. Then heart-wrenching screams came from behind him. Driving along the village's fire lane, Yi unexpectedly noticed that many ground floor shops were closed. Based on his experience, Yi deduced that many people here had survived. Most residents here took the subway to work. When the zombie virus broke out, it was during the tenants' commute, so there were far fewer zombies than usual. This allowed many shop owners on the ground floor to survive. Yi thought to himself, even when everyone was at work, the population density was this high. If the virus had struck at midnight, this place would be a sea of corpses. Soon it would become a zombie paradise with no one left alive. The urban village was small, and Yi quickly reached its end. There was a large parking lot here. The zombie virus had spread too fast. Many car owners hadn't had time to flee Shinkoin City, making this a potential spot to collect gasoline. Yi silently noted the location. Then he drove out from the village's rear. At the community entrance, the guard in the booth had also turned into a zombie. Its mouth wide open, fangs elongated, it snarled at Yi. The barrier ahead hadn't been raised, as if it could stop Yi and let the zombie feast on his flesh. "I didn't expect you to be working until your last second. I almost envy you. At least you were among the first infected, spared from the helplessness I feel now." With that, Yi floored the accelerator, the armored vehicle smashing through the barrier and driving out of the village. After leaving the urban village, he encountered a very smooth uphill road. Once he safely passed this slope, he would be near Leeson Lake. To reach the center of Leeson Lake from its shore, one needed to row a boat. The only place to dock boats was a ticket booth on the shore. Yi slowly drove the armored vehicle, towing 2 off-road vehicles, and began the ascent. Credit where it was due, the towing ropes of the Dragonsaur Kingdom were truly of excellent quality. The uphill journey went smoothly with no other cars. But there were bloodstains on the guardrails and walls along the road. This place had also been ravaged by zombies. Perhaps to seek shelter from the rain, and with few living things nearby, the zombies had wandered elsewhere. The trip was uneventful with no ambushes or large zombie groups. Yi thus passed the uphill road very smoothly. He arrived at the edge of Leeson Lake, still about 3 kilometers from the ticket booth. Before the apocalypse, many fitness enthusiasts would jog around Leeson Lake. Those with good stamina treated it like a marathon. Some could even complete a full loop. I wonder if these fit people became stronger zombies. Yi pondered. Just the thought was terrifying. If these people, amplified by the virus, became the agile zombies from novels, running faster than a car, how would one survive? Today, Leeson Lake was very strange. Perhaps the virus feared rain. During the entire drive to the ticket booth, Yi didn't see a single zombie. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Arriving at the entrance of the Leeson Lake ticket booth, the building seemed sturdy. Iron railings and gates protected it well. The virus outbreak hadn't occurred on a weekend, so there were very few people at the booth. Yi noticed that the main door was locked from the outside. He slowly stopped the vehicle, turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and got out. Then from the off-road vehicle, he retrieved a pair of pliers he had found at the repair shop. He cut the iron chain locking the gate, opened it, and drove the armored vehicle into the ticket booth area. The armored vehicle soon reached the center of the area. Yi honked the horn loudly for a full minute. Seeing no zombies emerge, he felt relieved. He got out of the vehicle, ran back to lock the gate from the inside, and began to search the area thoroughly. All parts of Leeson Lake were free of charge. The government had funded many forest boardwalks and recreational spots. Only the ticket booth was fully enclosed. Though fully enclosed was a stretch. Only the ticketing area had a building. The rest was open space for visitors to rest, fenced off with iron railings to form the ticket booth compound. The tickets sold here were for the boats to the Central Park on Leeson Lake. Yi found an electric scooter in a corner. The keys were still in it. As he walked over and mounted the scooter, he heard a noise behind him, startling him. He quickly drew his Type 54 pistol. He aimed at the source of the sound, ready to fire at any moment. Yi raised his Type 54 pistol and advanced cautiously toward the source of the sound. He discovered a zombie trapped inside the ticket booth. It seemed to be the owner of the electric scooter, which explained why the keys had been left in the ignition. "You were a good person. You helped me. Now I will help you too." Yi raised his compound bow aimed at the ticket seller zombie's head, drew the bowstring fully, and released. The arrow pierced the zombie's skull cleanly. Yi then began searching the area, finding only a mobile phone and nothing else of use. However, there was a bucket of mineral water on the water dispenser which Yi decided not to leave behind. After placing the water bucket on the electric scooter, he began preparing his equipment. A self-made slingshot, a compound bow, a Type 54 pistol, a shotgun, and a Type 05 submachine gun. With binoculars also ready, he started a thorough scavenging spree at the Leeson Lake ticket office. I have to admit the Shinkoin city government is really wealthy. Every ticket booth has an air conditioner and a water dispenser. Back in my hometown, we wouldn't have such good treatment. Yi sighed. The layout of the ticket hall was very simple. At the center was a large plaza surrounded by ticket booths built around it. Then there were restrooms and a lounge area. The search was straightforward, and Yi also found an indoor parking lot very well hidden and invisible from the outside, unless one entered for a thorough inspection. After removing the tow rope, Yi placed it in his backpack. He parked 2 off-road vehicles and an armored car inside this parking lot. It looks like this parking lot is for staff use, not for tourists, which is why it's so hidden. This makes it convenient for me to stash things too. The ticket booths don't seem worth searching. Apart from the zombie I killed, there are no others. It must have been during the zombie virus outbreak that this place was on break, so only one person was left on duty. Yi muttered to himself. Soon he finished searching all the ticket booths and collected all the usable water resources. 10 ticket booths, 10 buckets of water. Though not all were full, it was better than nothing. Using the electric scooter, he transported the water buckets to the indoor parking lot and began planning his next move. He arrived at the boat rental area where all the small boats of Leeson Lake were gathered. There were rowboats, pedal boats, shaped like ducks, and motorboats. 30 boats in total, all locked with iron gates and chains in the docking area. The keys were nowhere to be found. Yi searched the nearest ticket kiosk. The door was locked and the window glass was specially made, though not as strong as bulletproof glass. However, it was thick. There was only a small opening for passing tickets, similar to the design of a bank counter. But the glass wasn't as formidable as a bank's. Yi couldn't get the keys inside easily and had to find another way. He didn't dare use the shotgun. He wasn't confident he could break the glass without injuring himself. Although a shotgun was powerful at close range, it could also harm him. The gunshot might attract many zombies and the bullets could ricochet and hurt him. After searching for 30 minutes, Yi found a fire equipment storage area. He found a fire axe. With this axe, he could probably break down the kiosk door and try the keys. Yi approached the door with the axe. Mustering all his strength, he struck the lock. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Finally, just as he was about to exhaust his strength, the lock gave way. Yi kicked the door open and found a set of keys. He muttered to himself, the ticket seller couldn't have taken all the keys after work, could they? He'll try them one by one. One of them is bound to open the locks. Then I can link all the boats together. They'll load the supplies onto them. Finally, I can head to the center of Leeson Lake. Keys in hand, he went to the boat storage area and began testing each key. After many failed attempts, a key finally matched perfectly. He unlocked all the locks. After collecting the locks and chains again, Yi opened the iron gate and pulled the boats out one by one. He took the tow rope from his backpack and tied it to the stern of the first boat. Then as he pulled out each boat, he connected them end to end with chains. Soon 30 boats were linked into a long line. Yi struggled to pull the first boat, moving it into position until they formed a straight line. Once confirmed, he locked the first boat to the iron gate. After all the boats were neatly arranged, he released the chain between the first boat and the gate. Checking his equipment, he felt it wasn't secure enough, so he returned to the vehicle and grabbed a Type 05 submachine gun. Donning his bulletproof vest and helmet fully armed, he boarded the first boat. It was a duck-shaped pedal boat. Before the apocalypse, it was a favorite among children, powered by pedaling like a bicycle. Many mothers rented such boats to take their children out. Yi chose this as the lead boat. Firstly, it had a canopy for shelter, and secondly, it was easy to operate and less likely to capsize. It also freed his hands, allowing him to aim and fire weapons. Unsure if anyone was at the center of Leeson Lake, he had to be extremely cautious. Being careless would only lead to a miserable death in this apocalypse. With everything ready, Yi began pedaling the duck boat slowly toward the central park of Leeson Lake. Leeson Lake was vast. It would take about 30 minutes to reach the center by pedal boat, 20 minutes by rowboat, and 10 minutes with a motorboat. Yi chose the safest method, observing the surroundings as he advanced. He took the binoculars from his backpack obtained from the armory and carefully scanned the area. He found nothing suggesting that no one had been at the center when the zombie virus broke out. Yi analyzed all the ticket booths and boats were locked. It's highly likely there's no one at the center. It should be safe. The only thing to worry about is that in a doomsday scenario, desperate people might swim from the shore. Although the possibility is very low, I can't completely rule it out. After his analysis, Yi pedaled even more cautiously toward the center. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Yi soon arrived at the periphery of Leeson Lake Central Park. When the government built this place, they designed it as a unique park to attract visitors. The operating hours were posted at the ticket office, and the zombie virus outbreak indeed occurred outside of those hours. Yi still held his Type 05 submachine gun as he searched. After hiding and locking the duck boat, he began a thorough inch-by-inch search of the Central Park, determined not to miss any spot. Yi had never heard of a carpet search until he saw it on TV back when Longting News kept reporting the police launched a carpet search of a certain area. Now he was conducting his own carpet search of this place, starting from the outermost perimeter. As he searched, he marveled at the Longting city government's financial strength. There were restrooms here. There were accommodations, a dining hall, and a small amusement park. To prevent children from drowning, the area was enclosed with barbed wire. The top of the barbed wire was even fitted with an anti-theft mesh. It was exceedingly safe, an ideal refuge for the apocalypse. Yi approached the sturdy barbed wire and tested it with his hand. The quality was excellent, very solid, offering a profound sense of security. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Yi. What if he transported some zombies to the perimeter? It could create the illusion that this place had already fallen. The zombies could also serve as guards. After all, they couldn't get in, though he wondered if the stench of rotting flesh would suffocate him. The thought of that putrid odor made him abandon the idea. If he actually did that before anyone else could set their sights on this place, he would likely be the first to succumb to the stench of decay. No, he couldn't do that. Yi quickly dismissed the notion. While it was certainly safe and could mislead others with similar ideas, the smell was unbearable. It would make them believe no one was alive here, only zombies. But the rotting odor was truly intolerable. Sometimes it was so foul it could kill a person. Before the apocalypse, there was a bizarre news story. In Shinkoin City, a man had a habit of sniffing his own stinky socks after taking them off. As a result, he got a lung infection from his foot odor. He was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, nearly dying from the infection. He was almost killed by the stench of his own feet. Now the smell of rotting flesh was far worse, at least 1,000 times more potent than foot odor. Yi immediately abandoned that plan. There must be another way, he thought. To make others believe the Central Park of Leeson Lake is a zombie haven. I don't necessarily have to transport zombies here, he mused. They'll think of something else. As long as the mind doesn't falter, there are always more solutions than problems. Yi muttered to himself. Then he began his search plan, slowly sweeping from one side of Leeson Lake Central Park to the other. First, he checked the restrooms. After a thorough search, they were safe with no anomalies. Then he moved to the dining hall. There was no fresh food in the dining hall, only some long-lasting supplies. No new discoveries, no unusual signs. Next was the small amusement park, also empty. The residential area was safe as well. That was roughly the layout of the entire Central Park. Because it was situated in the middle of Leeson Lake, it wasn't very large, though it seemed vast to those who had never been there. Yi felt the same way. From a distance, it looked enormous. It merely met daily needs, attracting tourists to visit and experience it. It wasn't intended to generate much profit. Now it worked in Yi's favor. After searching all areas, he arrived at the last small courtyard. The courtyard was an isolated area containing a small house resembling a doghouse. It was similar because compared to a house, it was tiny. But compared to a doghouse, it was large. The entrance was just the size of a dog door. As Yi pondered, a rustling sound came from inside. Yi tensed up instantly. If it was a zombie dog, he was in trouble. His marksmanship was poor, and his compound bow was ineffective against such creatures. He couldn't fight it, nor could he outrun it. Just as he was about to flee, a bark rang out, woof, woof, woof. Damn, it's a live dog, not a zombie dog. That scared me to death. Yi sighed in relief. Emerging from the doghouse was a beautiful German shepherd looking very intelligent. It didn't bite Yi, instead it wagged its tail. It seemed to be begging, clearly starving for a long time. Yi thought to himself, once a dog bonds with its owner, it won't easily switch allegiance. In the apocalypse, dogs are truly man's best friend. They never betray their master. They are absolutely loyal. I wonder if its owner is still alive. Especially a breed like the German shepherd. They're hard to win over and would just waste my food. Though I'd like to take you in, I don't know if you're willing to follow me. He'll respect your decision and let you choose. Having made up his mind, Yi decided to take the dog to the shore later and let it decide its own fate. Let go of the urge to help the dog respect its destiny. With that, the thorough search of Leeson Lake Central Park was complete, and it was free of danger. Yi then circled the park 3 more times inside and out until he was certain the iron fence had no gaps. Only then did he feel at ease. Finally, Yi felt a glimmer of security. The Central Park's location was beyond the range of sniper rifles. In a sense, his current position was the safest place in the area. Moreover, the zombie virus seemed to fear water. So even the shores had few zombies. They only appeared away from water sources. Only then did Yi truly relax. He took off his heavy bulletproof vest, protective gear, and homemade tire armor. He set down his compound bow and self-made slingshot. He returned to his pre-apocalypse attire, removing that damn helmet. It was too stuffy. After all this, Yi felt a great relief. At that moment, the German shepherd ran off, whimpering, as if to say Yi's smell was too foul. Watching the dog run away, Yi sniffed himself. Indeed, he reeked. It was time for a thorough wash. Carrying all his gear, he went to the residential area, locked the first floor, and started up the stairs. The building had 3 floors. Yi went straight to the 3rd floor and chose an apartment at the far end. He checked the bathroom. The water was still running. He grabbed the guest toiletries and began to wash. 30 minutes later, he was finally clean, feeling as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. His spare clothes were still in the armored vehicle on the shore. He planned to fetch them later. For now, he needed a good sleep to rest before heading back. After fighting his way out of the police station and arriving at Leeson Lake, then reaching the Central Park, it was getting late. Yi was overcome with fatigue. He took out supplies scavenged from the police station's cafeteria and ate heartily, drinking half a bottle of water and devouring 4 slices of bread. After a can of luncheon meat, he finally felt alive. Then he lay down on the bed, moved a wardrobe to block the door, and placed his weapon on the nightstand. Within a minute he fell into a deep sleep. It was the most peaceful rest he had since the apocalypse began. No nightmares, no insomnia, just pure sleep. Yi didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up and checked his watch, it was already noon. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, Yi knew it was time to rise. After a night's rest, his entire being felt refreshed and invigorated. Yi donned his gear. Today's task was to transport all supplies to Leeson Lake Central Park, and also to bring the German Shepherd to the shore. Yi intended to let the German Shepherd choose for itself, whether to seek its original owner or to follow him. He took out 2 cans of luncheon meat, opened them, and set out some bottled water. Fetching 2 bowls from the cafeteria, Yi placed the luncheon meat and water inside the pen where the German Shepherd was confined. Perhaps driven by hunger, the dog emerged quickly upon catching the scent. It began to devour the meat and lap up the water. Yi simply stood by, watching in silence. This German Shepherd was truly magnificent. Though it had gone unbathed for a long time, its distinctive qualities remained undeniable. Its coat, a tapestry of black and white, shimmered with a wild yet resplendent luster under the sunlight, as if painted by nature's most exquisite brushstrokes. Its head was broad and sharply defined, with a pair of almond-shaped deep brown eyes that resembled 2 ancient, unfathomable pools. Within that depth lay both vigilance and majesty. Its ears were always alertly pricked, as if constantly listening for the faintest stir in the surroundings. Even the slightest anomalous scent carried by the wind could not escape its perception. Yi genuinely admired this German Shepherd. But this was the apocalypse now, and the dog's own thoughts remained unknown. Yi remarked, "They say German Shepherds aren't just dogs. They're highly intelligent, almost like raising a child. I've even seen variety shows where German Shepherds could do arithmetic. I wonder what this one feels about its original owner." The first time I learned that German Shepherds could solve math problems, I was utterly astonished. The German Shepherd finished its meal quickly and barked at Yi. "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Yi replied, "You're welcome, no need to thank me. He'll be taking you to the shore soon." Yi opened the iron gate of the pen and gestured for the German Shepherd to follow him. The dog tilted its head, studied Yi for a moment, and after a brief deliberation decided to accompany him. After gathering all his equipment, Yi climbed into the little duck pedal boat and waved at the German Shepherd. The dog seemed to grasp his intention. It bounded into the little duck and lay quietly on the floor, watching Yi pedal. Soon the little duck boat began its journey back toward the shore. With the experience from the trip here, the return was considerably faster, about 25 minutes. Yi reached the shore, and the German Shepherd remained remarkably serene. This reminded Yi of that husky which had barked incessantly, luring zombies toward him. The contrast with this German Shepherd was stark. No comparison, no harm. Upon reaching the shore, Yi spoke to the dog regardless of whether it could understand. "Now make your own decision. You can go search for your owner or follow me. If you can't find your owner, come back here and wait for me." The German Shepherd dashed off into the distance, then turned back to gaze deeply at Yi, as if memorizing his features before running away without looking back. Yi murmured, "I hope you find your owner safely, and I hope your owner is still alive," as he watched the dog fade into the distance. Yi suddenly felt a pang of regret. What if the dog's owner was a bad person? It might lead its owner back to him. Would he be in danger then? No, he shouldn't scare himself. He would deal with whatever came. He had weapons after all. Who was he afraid of? Today's mission was to move supplies. After mulling it over, Yi declared, "By nightfall today, I will have all the supplies transported to Leeson Lake Central Park. Then on the top floor, I'll set up a concealed vantage point. That will be my temporary camp. I've already figured out how to store the supplies. I want to put all my eggs in one basket. I'll arrange them carefully. But all the firearms must be kept in one place convenient for both retreat and attack." Yi headed toward the indoor garage. He took out the key, opened the garage door, and drove the armored vehicle to the shore. Looking at the neatly lined up boats, he began loading his household supplies onto them one by one. "When I was moving, I never realized I had so much stuff. Now that I'm doing it alone, I truly know the burden and the exhaustion." Soon the supplies from the armored vehicle filled half of one small boat, emptying the vehicle. Yi then drove the armored car back. After parking it, he began driving the remaining 2 armored vehicles to the shore to continue loading supplies, weapons, ammunition, food, water, daily necessities. Perhaps it was fate. The 30 small boats were just enough to hold all of Yi's supplies. He parked the off-road vehicle back in the garage, locked up, and returned to the shore, taking the little duck boat as the lead vessel. He set off, towing 29 fully loaded small boats toward Leeson Lake Central Park. Fortunately, this was on water. On land, it would have been impossible to pull. The boats were small, typically holding only 1 or 2 people. Though each carried limited supplies, their sheer number made up for it. Only when he started did Yi feel the strain. No matter how hard he pedaled, the boats behind him remained stubbornly still. He kept pedaling, and slowly the convoy of boats began to inch forward, drifting gradually toward Leeson Lake Central Park. But the speed was agonizingly slow. Sometimes when the wind picked up, the boats would veer off course or even drift backward. Yi felt this supply run was like a pilgrimage to the Western paradise. After enduring countless trials, he finally reached the shore. Upon arrival, Yi immediately secured the lead boat. He then tied the remaining boats one by one to the shore. Exhausted, he collapsed on the bank, basking in the sun. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and savored the smoke with great satisfaction. Adhering to the principle of strike while the iron is hot, Yi first tackled the heavier and bulkier items. He carried them toward the tallest building. Fortunately, there were enough rooms, placing a few items in each would suffice. Wanting everything will only ruin me. It's true. I'm having such a hard time. After countless trips, Yi could no longer move. He lay on the shore, crying out in frustration. He took out his phone and played with it for a while, then tried to video call his parents. No one answered. He decided to try again later. Yi brought out some meat-based food and ate, aiming to replenish his strength. He still had to move the remaining weapons and supplies. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was nearly sunset. After a short rest, he began moving the final batch of supplies. When the last item was finally in place, Yi had no desire to move again. He locked the doors and windows on the first floor and returned to the room he had used earlier. He pulled out his phone, hoping to make one last call to his parents while there was still light. Again, no one answered. Panic began to set in. Fortunately, less than 5 minutes later, his parents called back. Yi quickly answered. Yi quickly answered the phone. Dad, Mom, recently the zombies have been clustering together. They all like to gather in groups to forage and hunt. If you spot a horde, you must run. If you cannot outrun them, hide. Protect yourselves. Also, zombies are afraid of water. On the other end of the line, son, we understand. We will take care of ourselves. The power is already out now. We do not know when the signal will be lost. Our calls may become shorter each day. Yi replied, it's all right. Let's keep talking until the signal is completely gone. Don't worry about me. I am perfectly safe. I have found a very secure hiding place far from zombies and far from people. I will survive. Once I have made all the preparations, I will come to find you. You must stay alive. The voice on the phone replied, we know. We will take good care of ourselves. Every household in our village grows vegetables and raises livestock. Food is not a problem. We are better off than you in terms of survival, so don't worry about us. Yi said, all right, Dad, Mom, I'm relieved to hear you're okay. They'll hang up now and call you again when I'm done. The voice on the other end replied, okay, son. We'll be waiting for you at home. After hearing his parents' words, Yi's anxious heart finally began to ease. As long as his parents were living better than he had no worries. He could better prepare himself and then head straight home. After confirming his parents' safety, Yi took off his gear and tossed it into another room. It was unbearably foul, too stinky to endure, and there was no way to wash the clothes. He returned to his room to wash up. After finishing, he did the same as before, blocked the door with a wardrobe and placed his weapon by the pillow. Then he drifted into sleep. In such an excellent location as Lee-Sin Lake Central Park, Yi felt utterly at ease. He woke up early the next morning. Dressed in his pre-apocalypse attire, he began to stroll around Lee-Sin Lake Central Park, holding a Type 54 pistol. At night, the park was virtually deserted. Thus, no streetlights had been installed. The dormitory buildings in the Central Park did have electricity, but people rarely ventured out at night. The dormitory business was quite bleak. The building existed merely as a necessary structure not intended to generate profit. Very few people actually stayed there. Only a handful of out-of-town tourists would consider spending a night there. The water supply and drainage systems of Lee-Sin Lake Central Park were meticulously designed. The government had invested heavily in them at the time. Wastewater from bathing toilets and daily use was all channeled through pipes buried beneath Lee-Sin Lake to a treatment station. The water supply system, however, directly drew from the lake's waters. Water was sourced from Lee-Sin Lake, then filtered through purifiers before being supplied. What puzzled Yi was why the filtration system was still running so long after the apocalypse had begun. Baffled, he began to search for the Central Park's power and water supply room. After searching for a while, Yi was astonished to discover that the water supply, power, and filtration system of Lee-Sin Lake Central Park used generators rather than relying on the city's unified power grid. This discovery filled Yi with immense joy, for it meant his room had electricity. Having spent so long in the apocalypse, Yi had not even thought to flick a switch to check if the room had power, assuming that the entire city of Shinkoin had blacked out. But he had never imagined that Lee-Sin Lake Central Park's water and power systems operated independently, powered by generators. As long as the generators had fuel, the water filtration system could keep running. The drainage system, too, functioned normally. Before the apocalypse, the wastewater treatment system had been overloaded due to the sheer volume of discharge from everyone. But now that the vast majority of people had turned into zombies, the pressure on the sewage system had dropped to a minimum. There was no need to worry about the treatment plant's tanks filling up. Excited by his discovery, Yi rushed back to his room and turned on the light. Indeed, there was power. Every room was even equipped with air conditioning. Yi couldn't help but laugh at himself, muttering, "How could I be so foolish? Why didn't I just try the light? I made myself suffer through 2 sweltering nights. Why wouldn't I turn on the AC?" So he turned on the air conditioner, setting it to 16°C. He covered himself with a blanket and lay in bed playing on his phone. If I have electricity and don't use my phone, how can I call this the apocalypse? In a world where tomorrow and misfortune are uncertain, life is short. One must seize the moment and enjoy it. Yi gathered all the food into his room, ready to begin his life of leisure. The armored vehicle and 2 off-road vehicles are well hidden, and the boat is stashed away. Supplies are ready, food is ample, and weapons are all in the room. If not now, when? As long as I keep the lights off at night and draw the curtains, I should be able to enjoy a wonderful time. Yi had finally achieved a life without the need to work for money and without any guilt. At that moment it felt as though all his efforts had been worthwhile. From fighting his way out of the company where he had an interview back to his residence. Outwitting his neighbors, risking his life at the police station to stockpile firearms, and finally returning here. Now with no danger in sight, it was all worth it to just relax. I don't know how long this will last, but at least for the coming days I can enjoy myself. This kind of life may only happen once in the apocalypse, Yi murmured to himself. Then he turned on his phone, and while the signal was still available began downloading TV shows and movies. It was a pity he hadn't brought the phones he had collected earlier. Yi was an avid esports enthusiast. He wondered how many people were still gaming during the apocalypse. After switching to the background download, he opened his favorite mobile game and played with great delight. There were indeed people gaming, even in the apocalypse. His teammates unanimously said, "Since we don't know how long we'll live, we choose to game to our heart's content before we die. That way we'll have no regrets when we die." They chatted over the mic. Few who go out to scavenge ever come back alive, and zombies are everywhere. We know our own limits. In this apocalypse we can't possibly survive long, so we just live for the moment. Yi could only express understanding, agreeing with them. How could he let such hard-earned teammates slip away? He kept nodding along, afraid of losing the players he had been matched with. His teammates seemed to find resonance with Yi, and they charged forward together, playing in perfect sync. But as the saying goes, life is full of disappointments. Just as they were about to destroy the enemy's base, the server crashed. Damn it, Yi cursed, and then the server went down. For a long time afterward the game could no longer match players online. I guess he'll just have to live a quiet life. Yi had spent several days in tranquility, yet the solitude of being alone inevitably weighed upon him, for humans are creatures of the herd. Few can endure prolonged isolation. As an only child raised by his grandparents, Yi had largely played alone in his youth, fostering a melancholic streak that led him to entertain himself in solitude for much of the time. Without siblings to share his days, Yi developed a remarkable capacity to withstand loneliness. He came to know it, recognize it, dwell within it, savor it, delight in it, and ultimately cherish it. Having traversed these 6 stages of transformation, Yi now found himself shunning bustling places, preferring instead the quiet embrace of solitude. His cherished possessions lay within his home. Lively squares and malls were never his sanctuaries. Plagued by social anxiety, he faced repeated failures in job hunting and the apocalypse, while a twisted salvation did little to ease his isolation. Yet even so, a pang of unbearable loneliness crept in. Previously, the absence of such feeling was simple. Stepping outside meant seeing people, a constant reminder that he was not alone in this world. Whenever he wished, he could find someone to converse with, encapsulated by the phrase, "You're not alone." But the apocalypse changed everything. It felt as though he were the sole survivor, with nothing but endless hordes of zombies beyond his door, not a single living soul in sight. He knew all too well what the outside world had become. Thus he dared not venture out, and the more he stayed indoors, the more profound the loneliness grew, threatening to drive him to madness. A shadow of despondency settled over Yi's heart. After an indeterminate time, Yi heard a sound from the shore, a dog's bark. Raising his binoculars, he spotted a familiar figure pacing along the bank. The German Shepherd had returned. Overjoyed yet cautious, Yi donned his gear and prepared his compound bow, slingshot, submachine gun, and shotgun. Only then did he slowly paddle the little duck boat toward the German Shepherd, his submachine gun at the ready, prepared for any sign of danger. Should anything threaten his life, he would not hesitate to empty the magazine. His own safety was paramount. As Yi approached, the German Shepherd wagged its tail and barked joyfully upon seeing him on the little duck boat. Woof, woof, woof. Yi noticed a woman's sun hat lying beside the dog. He surmised it belonged to the German Shepherd's former owner. Its presence there suggested the owner had either turned into a zombie or moved elsewhere, prompting the dog to seek Yi out. Indeed, the German Shepherd was a clever canine, wise enough to return to him. Though his sense of danger lessened, Yi remained vigilant. Upon reaching the shore, Yi immediately drew his submachine gun and scanned his surroundings. The German Shepherd, however, seemed at ease, picking up the sun hat and nudging it toward him. Yi examined the hat closely, noticing bloodstains upon it, a grim indication that the former owner had likely perished. Only then did he holster his weapon, stroking the German Shepherd's head, and said, "It seems it's just the two of us now, relying on each other." As if understanding his words and grasping the loss of its former master, the German Shepherd began to whimper mournfully. Yi sighed in admiration. German Shepherds were truly extraordinary, far superior to Huskies, easy to care for, almost like a child of his own. Having rested for a few days, Yi planned to retrieve the truck he had left at the gas station, fearing it might be stolen. He signaled the German Shepherd to jump onto the little duck boat, intending to take it back to Central Park on Leeson Lake. The dog tilted its head, seemed to make a decision, and leaped aboard, still clutching its former master's hat. Yi steered the boat toward Central Park, bringing the German Shepherd to the small courtyard where he had previously stayed. The journey back was uneventful. After preparations, he resolved to retrieve the truck whose cargo would sustain him for a long time. The German Shepherd picked up the sun hat and barked at Yi. Woof, woof, woof. Yi approached. "You don't want to stay here." He opened the gate, and the dog, hat in mouth, dashed toward the dormitory building, with Yi following close behind. "Haven't I searched this building several times? There are no living people or zombies inside." The German Shepherd stopped outside a room. When Yi opened the door, the dog jumped onto the bed and barked fiercely. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Yi, I think I understand. You and your owner once lived here. Yi stayed with the dog in the room for a while, then said, let me give your owner a proper burial. We'll make a cenotaph for her. He reached for the sun hat, but the German shepherd hesitated, gripping it tightly. I know you miss her, but you must accept the truth. She's gone. I'm not trying to take your hat, we just need to find a peaceful resting place for her. Yi spoke with utmost sincerity. After blinking a couple of times, the German shepherd finally released the hat. Yi took it downstairs, fetched a shovel from the tool shed, and began digging a grave by the shore of Leeson Lake Park. The German shepherd helped dig with its paws, and soon they had a small pit. Yi placed the sun hat inside, covered it with soil, and found a wooden plank to serve as a tombstone. Not knowing the owner's name, he carved onto the plank, grave of the German shepherd's former owner. Witnessing this, tears streamed from the dog's eyes. Moved by the sight, Yi murmured, what a loyal dog, knowing to weep. You must be the greatest fortune I've encountered since the apocalypse. We'll become the best of companions. In my eyes, you're not just a dog, you're family. After patting the German shepherd's head, he began preparing for the journey to retrieve the truck, uncertain of what perils lay ahead. He needed to be thoroughly prepared. He briefly considered bringing the dog along, but quickly dismissed the idea. No matter how intelligent, the German shepherd could not think like a human. In an emergency, Yi could neither abandon the dog nor bear to see it harmed. He would have to leave it at the center of Leeson Lake. If something happens to me, I hope you can survive on your own. They'll leave plenty of food, and here on the island in the middle of the lake, there are fish to catch. With your cleverness, you should manage. I'd love to stay and play with you, but without supplies, everything is meaningless. I have to get them. Yi gazed at the German shepherd from afar, murmuring to himself. Yi prepared his equipment with the utmost haste: a Type 05 submachine gun, with 3 extra magazines, a shotgun, with 30 rounds, 2 Type 54 pistols, with 6 extra magazines, 10 grenades, and a Type 95 automatic rifle, with 3 additional magazines. He also brought a compound bow, a homemade slingshot, binoculars, a military knife, food and water, a large towel, a bulletproof helmet, and a bulletproof vest. After checking his weapons and gear, Yi approached the German shepherd and said, for us to have a better life in the future, I have to go out. I've opened all the doors in the dormitory building for you. I've also opened the gate to this small courtyard. All the food is on the first floor, and I've opened whatever you can't open yourself. I've prepared water for you too, enough for about 3 days. If I don't come back, you must survive. The German shepherd, sensing the finality in Yi's words, began to whimper mournfully. Without looking back, Yi walked toward the small rubber boat. The German shepherd followed closely, attempting to climb aboard. Yi gently stroked the dog's head and said, I don't know if you can understand me, but I can't take you with me. I want you to wait for me here, okay? The German shepherd whimpered softly and sat quietly on the shore. Yi boarded the boat and headed toward the bank. As Yi drifted farther away, a tear rolled down the German shepherd's eye. Soon Yi reached the shore, went to a hidden parking lot, unlocked a garage, started the armored vehicle, and slowly drove out. He got out to close the garage door, then drove to the main gate and peered through the crack to observe the outside. As expected, there are no zombies near the water. My guess was right. The zombie virus fears water. Yi went to the ticket booth, wet a towel, and covered his mouth and nose tightly. He took out a handful of steel balls and opened the door. A foul stench hit him so strong that even the wet towel couldn't block it. Holding his breath, Yi only dared to inhale sparingly. He drew a knife and cut open the belly of the zombie ticket seller. An even more nauseating odor rose, nearly knocking him unconscious. He pulled out the entrails, crushed them, coated the steel balls in the mess, and sealed them in a small bag. He then rushed out, removed his gloves, wiped the knife, tossed the gloves into the booth, and shut the door. I underestimated the power of zombie stench. I nearly suffocated. Dying before even starting would be a total loss. These zombies get smellier and smellier. I can't afford to mess with them. Yi observed the area from the gate. Seeing no zombies, he unlocked it, pushed it open, drove the armored vehicle out, and locked the gate behind him. Heading toward the gas station, his mission for the day was to find the large truck he had hidden. He had 3 days to retrieve it. If he failed, he would have nothing left. Leaving the ticket booth of Leeson Lake, Yi drove down the quiet sloping road and reached the entrance of the urban village. The zombie security guard was still in its booth. As he drove in, he noticed that the number of zombies in the village had increased significantly. Many people must have run out of supplies and come looking for food, only to be discovered by zombies. Unlike last time, many ground floor shops had been overrun, their owners turned into zombies. Only a few shops had survived. Yi muttered to himself, I wonder if it was zombies or humans. Probably both. Some survivors opened the rolling doors and others were broken into by zombies. Either way, it's not good. I can't just charge in like a brute. I need a strategy my own way. Yi drove the armored vehicle to an intersection and honked the horn wildly, drawing the zombies toward him. Then he turned into a side alley and honked again. Each time he attracted a horde, he moved to the next corner and led them in circles. After 2 rounds, all the zombies were gathered in a corner of the village. Yi sharply turned the wheel and sped away from the village through another alley. Exiting the village, he arrived at Yongfu Metro Station. It was as deserted as ever. He guessed it had become a zombie haven. Zombies loved dark, sheltered spots, and the station was perfect for avoiding rain. Yi surmised that the station was now swarming with zombies. After the water and power cuts, it had become an ideal breeding ground for the virus. The thought startled him. He whispered to himself, If the zombie virus can really evolve and mutate, what future is there for humanity? Never mind. That's not my concern. I just want to live a quiet life with my family. Passing Yongfu Station, Yi followed the viaduct toward the intersection where the subway accident had occurred. He saw no living souls along the way. Only a few scattered zombies roared and charged at him. He stepped on the gas, leaving them behind. Watching them shrink in his rearview mirror, he knew he was getting closer to the gas station. He wondered if the truckload of supplies had been discovered. Hoping for good luck, Yi prayed silently as he drove and soon found himself near the gas station. Noticing that the area had far fewer zombies, he concluded that someone must already be at the station. He parked the armored vehicle in a nearby repair shop and threw a screwdriver hard against the wall. Clang. After the sound, no zombies appeared. Yi got out, picked up the screwdriver, and closed the rolling door. He dared not honk, fearing he might alert anyone at the station. Seeing that the shop had been thoroughly looted, his suspicion grew stronger. The station must have visitors. Yi armed himself, fully found a lock in the shop, secured the armored vehicle's wheels, then opened the rolling door and locked it again. The repair shop was part of a 7-story residential building. He drew his compound bow and approached the first floor. The entrance was welded shut, confirming that someone was inside. Yi was certain they had seen him drive up and knew he intended to take the truck. He had to secure this building as its occupants were likely allied with those at the station. Climbing directly from the first floor to the 7th from the outside was impossible. Taking the stairs was not an option either, as the door on the first floor had been welded shut. If they failed to take this building, those inside might tip off the people at the gas station. Although the power was out, cell phone signals were still active. Once they alerted the gas station, Yi would be in a very passive position, caught in a pincer attack. They had welded the first floor shut for a reason. They must have had a special way to go up and down, either using the stairs or some other climbing tool. Yi began to observe carefully, and indeed noticed that a security window on the 3rd floor had been removed. It seemed they used a ladder to go up and down from the 3rd floor. But there was no ladder tall enough. They must have used some other climbing tool. Just as Yi was racking his brain for a way up, he heard voices. Are you sure you saw it? An armored vehicle parked at the repair shop downstairs. How come I didn't hear anything? You were asleep, of course you didn't hear anything. I heard the rolling shutter door closing. Let's sneak down, take him out, and the armored vehicle will be ours. In the apocalypse, having an armored vehicle like that would skyrocket our chances of survival. You're not messing with me, are you? Why would I lie to you? What's in it for me? Alright, if we really get that armored vehicle, we have to ask the boss to reward us with a woman to have fun with. Not just one, even 5 would do. Hearing this, Yi quickly hid around a corner. Soon a rope ladder was dropped from the 3rd floor. Yi muttered to himself, just as I thought, they have other climbing tools. Using a rope ladder to go up and down avoids zombie attacks. Clever. He then drew his compound bow and hid by the wall. As the first person was about to reach the 1st floor, Yi knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring to its full extent, aimed at the first man's head, and let go. Quickly knocking a second arrow almost as the first man's head was pierced, Yi released the second arrow, successfully hitting the second man's head. Both men were killed by headshots without even a scream. With 2 thuds, the bodies fell from the rope ladder. Yi quickly drew another arrow and aimed it at the 3rd floor, fearing someone might emerge to ambush him. After waiting for a long time with no one appearing, Yi dragged the 2 bodies into a corner and pulled the arrows from their heads. He sighed. No wonder they say you can't drag a dead drunk person. It's true. Dead weight. Dragging them is exhausting. After retrieving the keys from the 2 men, Yi hesitated about climbing the rope ladder to the 3rd floor, fearing an ambush from above. But he had to go up. Having made up his mind, Yi prepared his shotgun, filled the magazine with shells, and began climbing the rope ladder. As he climbed, he kept the shotgun aimed upward, ready to fire without hesitation if anyone appeared. When he was just a few steps from the top, his heart was in his throat. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and he successfully entered the 3rd floor. He then quickly made his way to the 1st floor to search the entire building. Using the keys he had taken, he began searching room by room, starting from the innermost room on the 1st floor. For each key that worked, he left it in the lock. He found nothing on the 1st floor. Food and useful items had all been looted. But when he opened the last room on the 1st floor, he saw a room full of women. The women's eyes were numb, devoid of any hope. The sight made Yi's heart ache. He admitted he wasn't a good man, but he was born of a woman and couldn't bear to see women suffer so. He quickly entered the room and locked the door behind him. The woman at the front, her eyes vacant, began to unbutton her clothes. The other women turned their faces away, unwilling to look at Yi. He instantly understood. You've misunderstood. I'm here to cause trouble, not to mess with you. Do you understand? I just killed 2 men. These are the keys I took from them. I need someone to guide me. Who among you is brave enough to show me the way? The women stared at Yi with skepticism. After a long pause, one woman gathered her courage and said, Those bastards defiled us. I want revenge. They'll guide you. Yi replied, Good. I only need one person. You all stay here quietly. Don't make a sound. If all goes well, you'll be free. What's your name? And she. The woman answered briefly. You can call me CC too. That's what everyone called me before the apocalypse. Yi looked at the woman before him. Short hair, sharp, with a great figure and stunning looks. The most striking feature was the tattoo on her shoulder, 2 cross-type 54 pistols. CC said, What are you looking at? If you like me and you get rid of those scumbags, I can stay with you and sleep with you. Yi replied, I admit you're beautiful, but that's not what I meant. I was looking at your tattoo. He then pulled out a Type 54 pistol and asked, "Is this what you have tattooed on your shoulder?" "A Type 54 pistol." Cece said, "I don't know. I just thought it looked nice so I got it." Yi said, "Alright, I see." Yi handed the keys he had taken to Cece. "Use these keys to open the doors. After each successful try, leave that key in the lock. Keep the rest on the ring. Besides the marked ones, many keys have no labels. I need you to tell me everything you know so I can set you free." Cece said, "Alright." The apocalypse came too suddenly, so he'll get straight to the point. There are 5 men in this building. The leader is at the gas station. In their words, this place is their mobile harem. They rule here like kings. The leader has a gun, but not as many as you. Yi asked, "How many guns are at the gas station?" Cece replied, "Only 1 pistol." Not long after the apocalypse broke out, the leader started looting supplies in the area. Women were considered supplies too. The men were almost all killed. The women were kept for their pleasure. They've almost completely looted this area of women and supplies, and nearly all the men are dead. There weren't that many of them at first, quite a few joined later, including my boyfriend. As Cece spoke, her eyes began to well up. That damn bastard, when they broke in, he didn't save me. Instead, he joined those scumbags in doing things to me. I must kill him with my own hands. Gazing at the woman before him, Yi could sense her body trembling slightly with rage. Your boyfriend is truly despicable to do such a thing, but I believe his current self is his true nature. Before the apocalypse, he was merely pretending. Since you're so set on revenge, they'll leave him for you to deal with. Describe what he looks like. Cece replied. He's a blonde, the one with yellow hair is him. Yi remarked, so beauties do fancy blondes. I thought it was just a myth, but it seems true. Now go open the door, and he'll fire from behind. Cece obediently began opening doors one by one. The second floor's rooms were empty, yielding no useful clues. All valuable supplies had been cleared out, leaving only vacant spaces. Yi asked, "Do you know where the remaining 3 are?" Cece replied, "I don't know, we've been locked up all along." Yi said, "Then we'll search floor by floor slowly." They ascended to the 3rd floor where Cece continued opening doors while Yi aimed from behind, ready to empty his magazine at the slightest sign of trouble. To avoid detection by the gas station crew, Yi chose the Type 05 suppressed submachine gun known for its rapid fire stability and high magazine capacity. In confined spaces, it boasted formidable combat capability. The 3rd floor was a storage room filled with tools housing nearly all the building's weapons, and it was also where they kept the rope ladder for access. Yi remained hyper-alert. With each door Cece opened, he immediately aimed at the entrance, fearing he might miss the optimal moment to fire. Aside from some cold weapons, there were no special discoveries on the 3rd floor. It seemed they had turned this room into an armory for convenient movement and defense. Convenient for transfer and defense. A clever idea, but unfortunate for them to run into me. They proceeded to the 4th floor with Cece still opening doors expressionlessly. The 4th floor's rooms were empty, with no one living there. Soon they reached the 5th floor. With only the last 3 floors of the residential building remaining, both Yi and Cece began to feel tense. Yi instructed, "Open the doors slowly. If you encounter one that won't budge, don't force it." Cece nodded and began opening the doors on the 5th floor. The process went smoothly with no discoveries. After each door, Yi inspected every corner. Now at the 5th floor, only 2 floors remained. They stealthily crept to the 6th floor and continued their synchronized door-opening routine. Strangely, nothing happened there either. The 6th floor was also empty, devoid of food, water, and weapons. It seemed only the dangerous 7th floor remained. The 7th floor had 4 rooms, all designed as two-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom units. Cece's hands trembled noticeably as she tried the doors. The first wouldn't open, nor the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. She shook her head, and Yi prepared to kick down the doors and spray fire. Just as he raised his foot to kick, a voice came from the rooftop. "Go down and check, it's been so long, and they haven't come up. I told you there was no armored vehicle. You insisted there was, claiming you heard something, but I heard nothing. And wake up the ones sleeping downstairs." Yi quickly pulled Cece into the corner of the stairwell on the 7th floor, swapping his Type 95 submachine gun for a shotgun. As the person descending neared the corner, Yi suddenly leaped out, aiming the shotgun at his head. He whispered, "Freeze. Move an inch, and he'll blow your head off." Then he produced a pair of handcuffs, signaling Cece to cuff his hands behind his back. Leaning close, he asked, "How many are on the rooftop? Do they have guns? And why can't the keys open the 7th floor rooms?" The cuffed man's legs began to tremble as he replied, 2 more, no guns. We replaced the locks so the keys don't work." Yi pressed the shotgun against his back and ordered, "Take me up there. Slowly." The man had no choice but to obey, trudging slowly toward the rooftop. "Why are you back so soon? And why do you look so pale?" Before he could finish, Yi rushed out, shotgun in hand. "Hands on your head, squat down, or my gun won't show mercy. Scaring me with a toy gun. You think I was born yesterday?" Bang. With the gunshot, the speaker's head vanished, leaving only a body collapsing lifelessly. The remaining man quickly squatted with his hands on his head, his pants slowly dampening as urine flowed uncontrollably. Yi looked at the cuffed man and said, "Same for you." Both obediently squatted, terrified of angering Yi and meeting the same fate. Yi produced another pair of handcuffs and handed them to Cece, cuffed the other one too. Soon the remaining man was also cuffed behind his back. The 2 squatted side by side before Yi. He said, "Take a trip and release all the women. Bring them to the rooftop." Cece replied with pleasure. Yi asked, "Where are the keys to the 7th floor?" They're on the man you just killed. There's food and water inside. We'll give it all up, but please don't kill us. Yi retrieved the keys and a phone from the corpse, holding the keys in his hand. Soon all the women gathered on the rooftop. Seeing the man with his head blown off, they regarded Yi with fear. More precisely, they feared the weapon of universal equality in Yi's hand. He addressed them. I have a few questions. If you know the answer, speak up. How many of you are there? How many guns? Where are the rest? How do you communicate? You two introduce yourselves and the group. The two men on the ground began. Imli Dahai and he's Zhang Dahai. We're from the same village and came here to work. There are 10 more at the gas station with one pistol. The rest are there. We communicate via text messages on phones. We've collected many power banks and the gas station has a generator. There's still signal. Yi said, good. Hand over all the phones. As for you women, treat them exactly as they treated you. Act as if I'm not here. The weapons are on the 3rd floor. Gag them when you act. I'm heading to the gas station. Now Yi had their 5 phones. Upon opening them, he found no passwords needed. In the apocalypse with few people left, there was no need for such security. Yi stood aside, seeing the women hesitate. He looked at Cece and said, take a few people to the 3rd floor and bring up the weapons. The women stared at the scene before them. Perhaps worn down by prolonged torment, they had lost the will to resist. They could scarcely believe the situation, that they had regained their freedom, that they had once again become human. Cece led several women downstairs and brought all usable weapons from the 3rd floor to the rooftop. At the sight of the weapons, the 2 surviving brothers immediately began begging for mercy. Spare us, I beg you, we've done nothing wrong. All the evil deeds were theirs, we did nothing. We just wanted to survive. Yi replied, do you think I believe you? Cece, you know what to do. It's the apocalypse, they dare not resist. You need to teach them. Dignity is not given, it's earned. Cece raised her head and glanced around, saying, sisters, he's right. Dignity isn't given by others, it's earned. They treat us like this, so we'll treat them the same. Now's our chance for revenge. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi went downstairs and unlocked the 4 rooms on the 7th floor with a key. The food inside was pitifully scarce, nothing but some ordinary provisions. The only pack of meat was a bag of beef jerky. Yi grabbed it. He mused. Looks like the lackeys don't live the high life. All the good stuff's with their boss at the gas station. These guys eat worse than my German shepherd. Truly, comparisons are odious. This so-called boss is a real scumbag. Yi then turned and headed to the rooftop. Seeing the women still idle, he addressed Cece. Have you talked them into it? Why haven't you started? Growing impatient, Yi picked up a roll of tape from the pile of tools on the ground. He walked over and wound it around the mouths of the 2 men 5 times, leaving only their nostrils for breathing. He selected a rust-stained knife from the floor and strode over, plunging it directly into one man's thigh. This is the tetanus blade. MMPH. MMPH. The man with the pierced thigh began screaming in agony, but with his mouth taped shut, only muffled grunts escaped. The watching women were horrified by the scene. Some shut their eyes. Yi said, how do you expect to survive the apocalypse being so fragile? If you don't kill, you'll be killed. Everyone still alive now is no saint, myself included. If you want to live, you've got to be like me. Do it like this. He handed the knife to Cece. Use the cruelest methods you can think of to deal with them and squeeze out some intel. Finally, Yi stood aside, took out the beef jerky, and started eating while scrolling through their phones. Several of the women nearby couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yi glanced sidelong at them, but continued browsing the phones. Sure enough, one phone had a new message. Why were there gunshots over there? Did something happen? Yi quickly replied, no gunshots. It was a truck tire blowing out. Scared the hell out of us. Damn it. 2 of our guys got hurt by the blast. Send a few people over to help. The phone replied, all right, well, send 4. Yi picked up the compound bow and saw the 2 men were already tortured to the brink of death. Satisfied, he said, in the apocalypse, to survive you need more than just fighting. You've got to dare to devour. 4 of their accomplices will be here soon. Anyone who wants to join me in taking them out, raise your hand. Cece was the first to raise her hand, followed hesitantly by a few other women. Yi said, good. When they arrive, we'll show them what's what. Cece, take them and grab weapons, then hide on the 1st floor. There are 2 bodies on the ground. Drag them further away. Cece replied, all right, I'll take them downstairs. Yi had his own agenda. Cece and the women he sent down were cannon fodder. If things went south, he wouldn't lift a finger to save them. Turning to the women left on the rooftop, Yi said, hide in the 4 rooms on the 7th floor. There's food inside. Eat your fill, then gather the leftovers for an equal share later. Hearing about food, the women all rushed downstairs, stormed the 7th floor, and began wolfing down the provisions ravenously. Soon 4 men approached on the road. Yi concealed himself on the rooftop, readying the compound bow and a homemade slingshot. As they drew near, Yi raised the compound bow, knocked an arrow with practiced ease, and shot at one man's head. Whooshed! With the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, the man in front crumpled to the ground, struck in the head. After the shot, Yi quickly ducked out of sight. He loaded another arrow, and while the remaining 3 were still bewildered, the second man was pierced through the skull. The last 2 fled toward the building, searching for cover. The 1st floor door was welded shut, so the only way up was via the rope ladder. In their panic, they ran toward the 3rd floor. Yi peered down from the top floor, raised the compound bow, and shot one in the calf, instantly incapacitating him. Oh, we've been ambushed. Damn it. Go back and get help, the wounded man cried in terror. The last man was surrounded by CC's group charging from around the corner. Yi leaned out from the rooftop. The blonde punk's yours as you said. How will you settle the score? CC replied, sisters, this is the boyfriend I've told you about. I'm taking my revenge. The blonde punk was terrified. CC, I had no choice. Please spare me. I was forced into it. You still love me, don't you? I did what I had to do to infiltrate them. I've been waiting for a chance to save you. CC stared at the blonde punk with the cold gaze of one looking at the dead. Seeing the women around him, all of whom he had bullied, the blonde punk knew his fate was sealed. He knelt and begged, CC, let me live. I'm begging you. Please. He crawled toward CC on his knees and clutched her leg. CC, I beg you, don't kill me. He'll do anything you say from now on. He'll be your dog. He'll do anything. Seeing CC unmoved, he suddenly lunged up, pressing a dagger he had hidden against her throat. CC was caught off guard and taken hostage. The blonde punk snarled, everyone back off, or I'll kill her right now. You worthless women, you think you can take me. Dream on. The women were frozen by the sudden turn of events, daring not to act. The blonde punk laughed maniacally, backing away while keeping CC in his grip. Yi leaned out, your boyfriend's really something. This is exactly how I pictured it. You're still not ruthless enough. The blonde punk shouted, don't get cocky. Once I get reinforcements, you're finished. They'll make you suffer slowly. Yi raised the compound bow, ready to take out the blonde punk. He couldn't care less about CC's life. The punk sneered, you think that little bow scares me? Our boss has a gun. Yi retorted, you think your boss is the only one with a gun. If I weren't afraid the noise would draw the zombies, would I bother with this? In truth, Yi feared the gas station crew coming, but now he had to bluff all the way. He couldn't admit to fearing the main force, only that he was avoiding attracting zombies. To intimidate the blonde punk, he pulled out two 54 type pistols, one in each hand, and shouted, is this what your boss uses? He's got one, oh I've got two. Then he drew a shotgun, know this? A shotgun, commonly called a scattergun. Finally, he produced a Type 05 submachine gun. Or does your boss use a submachine gun? Seeing the arsenal in Yi's hands, the blonde punk knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. His fear grew, and he neglected what was behind him. Yi figured the timing was right. The man shot in the calf should be turning into a zombie. Sure enough, he stood up and began shuffling toward the blonde punk. The yellow-haired thug kept his eyes fixed on Yi, shouting behind him, are you dead yet? Get up, go back, and get reinforcements, go call for help. No one replied to him. The yellow-haired thug realized that there had been no sound from behind for a while, and a sudden, ominous premonition washed over him, instantly enveloping his entire being. At that moment, a pair of hands covered in black veins silently reached onto the yellow-haired thug's shoulders, sensing the warmth of his body. The yellow-haired thug, thinking it was his teammate, getting up, roared, damn it, if you're not dead, say something. Go get help. Why are you grabbing my shoulder? The next second, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. The teammate, he thought it was, bit down hard. What are you doing? Damn it, why are you biting me? Bastard, he'll kill you. The yellow-haired thug cursed and turned around. One look was enough to make the knife drop from the yellow-haired thug's hand. He saw a face covered in purple-black veins, crimson eyes, blood still dripping from its mouth, and clearly, it was chewing his own flesh. In an instant, the yellow-haired thug seemed frozen, unable to move. CC broke free and shoved him from behind. Caught off guard, he stumbled toward the zombie. The yellow-haired thug and the zombie were about the same height, so his mouth was level with the zombie's. The zombie unceremoniously bit down, instantly tearing off the yellow-haired thug's lips. After losing his lips, the yellow-haired thug let out a heart-wrenching scream. But without lips, he couldn't form a complete only. Watching from the top floor, he shouted to CC, leave him be. Finish him off after he turns into a zombie. Let him suffer a bit. The zombie then grabbed the yellow-haired thug's head tightly with both hands and began to devour his nose. The zombie bit off his nose in one go, blood splattering everywhere. The yellow-haired thug struggled violently, but his teammate, now infected with the zombie virus, held on tight. He tried to kick the zombie in the groin. The zombie, having lost all sense of pain, continued to grip the yellow-haired thug tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much he attacked its crotch. It took another bite at his face, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The yellow-haired thug began to struggle violently again, letting out powerless roars, but the zombie still wouldn't release its hold. Driven by survival instinct, the yellow-haired thug's adrenaline surged. He madly pounded the zombie's arm until he managed to knock one of them off. The women around turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Only CC watched with relish. Seeing the yellow-haired thug about to break free from the zombie's grasp, CC stepped forward and kicked him hard in the buttocks. Caught off balance by the sudden kick, the yellow-haired thug stumbled forward, crashing into the zombie and knocking it over. Having lost his footing, the yellow-haired thug's head was grabbed by the zombie, which bit toward his mouth, directly tearing off his tongue. Yi laughed, nice one, nice one. French kissing a zombie, you're the first I've seen. That's really something. Hearing Yi's mockery, the yellow-haired thug struggled even more fiercely, but the zombie, having tasted human flesh, held on tighter. From Yi's perspective, it looked as if the yellow-haired thug had pinned down the zombie and was molesting it. You really have a twisted taste. Even a zombie you won't spare. You'd even knock over a zombie. CC was amused by Yi as well. The yellow-haired thug struggled violently for the last time. Yi, you keep miming. What are you miming about? I have no idea what you're saying. Can't you just speak properly? Ha ha. Cece also laughed joyfully. The yellow-haired thug struggled one final time before gradually ceasing all movement. The zombie which had been holding him in a kiss also released its grip. Seeing this, he said, "My arrows are coated with corpse venom. They're both zombies now. Do with them as you please. When you come up, remember to collect the phones and arrows from the 4 of them. Drag the bodies farther away. After you've gathered the useful items, come to the rooftop to find me." Cece, okay. The yellow-haired thug and his teammate, now turned zombies, stood up and shambled toward the nearby women. The yellow-haired thug's lips, nose, tongue, and face were gnawed into a bloody mess, looking utterly horrifying. "Cece, you got what you deserved. Sisters, let's move. Finish them off." He checked his phone on the rooftop, waiting for Cece and the others to come up. About 10 minutes later, Cece arrived with 3 arrows and 4 phones in hand. Find 7 smart women to come up here. They need to be sharp. Preferably those who worked in sales before the apocalypse. The 9 of us, each with a phone, will trick the people at the gas station one by one. Then we'll take them out one by one. Cece obediently went downstairs and quickly brought 7 women up. The 9 of them sat on the rooftop, forming a circle. There are still 6 people at the gas station. Now you all coordinate with me to trick as many of them over here as possible. Finally, we'll launch a surprise attack on the gas station, take them down, and you can get your revenge and regain your freedom. Using the yellow-haired thug's phone, he sent a message in their group chat. The situation is stable now. The injuries from the tire explosion are under control, but we're short-handed. We need more people. Boss, can you send a few more over? Cece and the women around her also started playing along. Yeah, boss, we're short on hands. Plus the locked-up women are getting restless. Boss requesting backup. Boss, please send a few more people. The man addressed as boss finally spoke in the group. He'll send 3 more over. If you can't handle it, there'll be hell to pay. And the women around Cece chimed in. Thank you, boss. We'll get it done. Don't worry, boss. The locked-up women will be subdued soon. Said, everyone get ready. After we deal with the 3 coming over, we can storm the gas station. Same plan as before. You all lie in ambush on the first floor and strike when they get close. With 3 people I can take down 2. Don't let the last one escape. Then send a message to the boss saying everything's fine and leave the rest to me. Once I take the gas station, it'll set you all free. Cece and the women around her looked at with deep gratitude. They wanted to help, but could do little. They could only pray silently that would successfully capture the gas station. Soon Cece led the women to hide at the corner of the first floor, weapons in hand, with others also positioned near the direction of the gas station. This was to prevent the 3 reinforcements from escaping. If the ambush succeeded, only 3 would remain at the gas station, greatly increasing the chances of taking it over. Soon 3 men approached the residential building. As before, prepared his compound bow, loaded an arrow, and lay in ambush on the rooftop. Ready to ambush one of them when they got close. Can't handle 4 people. What a bunch of losers. Yeah, if they'd sent us 3 from the start, it would have been a piece of cake. That yellow-haired punk is never reliable. The only decent thing about him is his girlfriend. She's a natural-born pleasure vessel. The 3 chatted as they walked, completely unaware that they had no hope of survival left. This time I'm going to have some real fun with that woman named Cece. Great, let's play together, the 3 of us. And let her boyfriend watch from the side. You're so twisted, ha. The 3 men approached the residential building, spewing obscenities along the way. Heard them. The women lying in ambush heard them, and Cece heard them too. A seething rage simmered in everyone's hearts. Yi's principle was kill, but do not torture. Yet he changed his mind, as simply killing them would be too merciful. He needed to make them suffer. The best course was to capture them alive. Yi grabbed his Type 05 submachine gun, dashed downstairs to the 3rd floor, and quickly descended the rope ladder. As Yi landed, the 3 men were nearing the rope ladder's location. Cece and the women in hiding dared not act rashly, seeing Yi hadn't made a move. Startled by Yi's descent, he raised a finger to his lips in a shush gesture. Holding his Type 05 silenced submachine gun, he joined Cece and the others hiding around the corner as the 3 men approached. Yi suddenly burst from the corner, aiming his gun at them and shouting, "Freeze, or he'll shoot." The 3 were terrified by the sudden confrontation. Yi fired a bullet at the ground near each of their feet. Bang, bang, bang. After the 3 shots, the men stood dumbfounded. Yi, hands on your heads, kneel down. The 3 had no choice but to obey, kneeling with their heads and their hands cowed by the submachine gun. Pulling 3 pairs of handcuffs from his pocket, Yi tossed them to the ground and signaled Cece to cuff them from behind. Soon Cece had all 3 men's hands secured behind their backs. Cece, weren't you 3 saying you wanted to have your way with me? Why are you kneeling on the ground now? Please spare me, you'll never do it again, I beg you. We were just joking, we wouldn't dare touch you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Yi searched their phones, then sent a message to their boss saying everything's fine. Take the gas station before dark, then get some rest. Cece and the other women now regarded Yi as their savior. Cece, take them all to the rooftop. Leave a few people to clean up the scene, then everyone come up to the rooftop. With the crisis averted, Yi still found it hard to trust Cece and the women around him. In the apocalypse, human hearts were unpredictable. Someone might get ideas, covet my weapons, and attack me from behind. Then I'd be dead. I have to show them my power, make them fear me. Fear is sometimes the most effective tool. Yi made his way to the rooftop with practiced ease, carrying out 5 chairs from the building. No more, no less. Cece and the women soon arrived along with the 3 reinforcements. CC, have them search the entire building, bring up all the rope, then gather everyone in a circle here. CC didn't know what Yi was planning, but she obeyed without question. With many hands they quickly found all the rope Yi needed. Yi looked at the 3 men before him and said, "Arrange the 5 chairs in a circle, then strip them naked, completely bare." The watching women were baffled, not understanding Yi's intent, but they followed his orders. They found scissors from the tool pile and began cutting off the men's clothes. The 3 reinforcements were equally clueless, but they knew it couldn't be anything good. Yet what could they do? Yi's group outnumbered them and had guns. They were helpless. The 2 men who had been tortured nearly to death earlier had no strength left to resist letting the women cut away their clothes. Gazing at the 5 naked men, Yi said, "Please have a seat. Put your hands behind the chairs. CC, have your people tie them firmly. Bind all their limbs to the chairs. Don't give them any chance to escape. I heard you 3 wanted to have your way with the women here, all 3 of you together, is that right? And make the boyfriend watch. After the apocalypse, your dark sides have been unleashed, haven't they, eh?" The 3 seemed to realize what Yi intended and quickly spoke. "We were just joking. Would never have the guts. We're honest folks. We always do good deeds, never bad ones." Yi still lying even at death's door. "Do you think I believe a word you say?" Soon CC and the women had all 5 men tightly bound to the chairs. The first 2 were barely clinging to life. Yi took out a compound bow aimed at one man's heart and pulled the trigger. He knocked another arrow with practiced ease aimed at the remaining man's heart and fired. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows sliced through the air, striking the hearts of the 2 men with deadly precision. Perhaps they were too weak. They merely twitched slightly before falling still. Yi pulled out the arrows, stowed them away, and checked his watch. The zombie virus will infect the host within about a minute. They'll turn into zombies soon. Then the real show begins. Is there anyone here who's been wronged by them and wants revenge? Many of the watching women raised their hands. Look at that, so many hands raised. And you 3 still claim you've done nothing wrong. Do whatever you want. Let's see your performance. The bound men began to scream in terror. "Please, please don't kill us. Spare us. CC, we begged you the same way back then, but you didn't let us go." With that, she took the lead, grabbing an alcohol spray bottle and drenching one man's crotch with it. "I think your thing is poison. It needs disinfecting. They'll spray plenty of alcohol. ITLL, do you good." Then CC flicked a lighter, igniting the alcohol. Soon the smell of burning flesh and singed hair filled the air. Help. Bitch, will kill you, will kill you. It hurts so much, it hurts. CC, I think your mouth needs disinfecting too. It stinks, it really stinks." CC found a glass bottle in the building, broke off both ends, and managed to force it into the man's mouth. The bottle was a bit too big to fit. CC looked at the man and said with a smile, "I see your mouth isn't just foul. It's too small. Let me open it up for you." CC's radiant smile reflected in the man's eyes, no longer warm, but turning into a demonic grin, utterly chilling. "Go on, laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to smile? Speak. Why aren't you talking? Don't you like to talk?" The man begged, "Spare me. I'll never do it again. I truly realize my mistake." Ignoring his pleas, CC used a sharp knife to slice open the corners of his mouth. The blade quickly widened the gash, blood streaming down his chin. She then pried his mouth open with the knife, jammed the glass bottle in, and gave it a hard kick. The bottle was wedged tightly in his mouth. CC poured alcohol inside and lit it with her lighter. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream. "I have no idea what you're grunting about. I can't understand a word you're saying. I know you must be saying this feels good, right? I'm quite clever. I actually figured out what you meant. If it were someone else, they might not have guessed." The man shook his head in terror, letting out muffled sounds. CC said, "See, I was right. You're so happy you're shaking your head. You must really, really like it." The man's eyes were filled with dread, looking at CC as if she were a demon from hell. When the alcohol had burned off enough, she sprayed more and lit it with a lighter. The man let out another agonized CC stared at him expressionlessly and said, "You must be too comfortable. I think you're missing something. Even if it's the end of the world, we still need to be clean. Look at your hair, you haven't washed it in ages. Let me help you." After saying this, CC took the alcohol spray bottle, evenly sprayed the man's hair, and then set it ablaze. The man's mouth, groin, and hair were all burning now, and the rooftop was filled with the smell of scorched flesh. Many of the watching women closed their eyes. Yi said, "You'd better open your eyes and take a good look. If you're still this timid and kind-hearted in the apocalypse, you might be the ones burned alive next. You need to get used to the end of the world, to everything happening now, so you have a chance to survive." Some women forced themselves to open their eyes despite their discomfort. Others still refused. Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Some people simply weren't meant to survive in the apocalypse. The end of the world was still too harsh for them. Yi said, "I'm going to the gas station. There are only 3 people left. I can handle it. Have fun." CC heard this and said, "Wait for me. They'll go with you. They'll be the bait." With that, she picked up a sharp knife, walked up to one of the men, and sliced off his groin entirely. They'll kill you. They'll kill you," the man screamed. After losing his manhood, blood gushed from the wound, and its scent roused the 2 men Yi had shot earlier. They had been on the verge of death, but after turning into zombies, they revived with newfound vitality. Now stimulated by the blood, they became even more frenzied. CC tossed the severed flesh into one zombie's mouth, and it quickly chewed and swallowed. Watching his own flesh being devoured, the man screamed again, my manhood. My manhood. It's gone. He'll kill you. Cece said, sisters, it's up to you now. We'll take the gas station and be back. The watching women replied, be careful. Make sure you come back alive. Protect yourselves. Cece said, all right, sisters. Wait for me. Then Yi and Cece went downstairs and headed toward the gas station, while piercing screams continued to echo from the rooftop. The gas station was across from this residential building, a single-story structure with a supermarket nearby. Those who had taken refuge here must have been living quite comfortably. Yi had passed by here early in the apocalypse, but his only thought then was to get home, so he hadn't lingered. Now returning, he found someone had already claimed this territory. Crossing the street, Yi took out binoculars to observe. The gas station was surrounded by cars arranged in a circle, enclosing the single-story building and a small supermarket, which showed no signs of intrusion. Compared to the desolation of the apocalypse, there was a faint hint of domestic life. Yi said, see the ceiling of the gas station building. Someone's making a fire up there. I can see black smoke. Just like when we first went up to the 7th floor rooftop. They're cooking. Do they love cooking that much? Brainless fools. The smoke from cooking will give away their position and get them all killed. Cece said, not everyone is as cautious as you. And they have numbers on their side. Yi said, you have a point. When he bought the compound bow, the shop owner had thrown in a scope, like a 4-power scope in a game. After attaching the scope to the bow, Yi began to ponder his next move. At the same time on the rooftop, 3 naked men were wailing in agony. The first had a huge glass bottle stuffed in his mouth, his groin burned black flames still flickering in his mouth, and his hair completely gone, leaving raw bloody flesh. The second man's groin had been severed, blood gushing out, and his lips were pale from excessive blood loss. The women standing nearby were all those they had abused, and they showed no mercy in their retaliation. The woman closest to the man whose groin was severed said, your manhood is gone, big brother. You're bleeding so much. Little sister feels so sorry for you. Let me stop the bleeding for you. With that, she poured alcohol onto the wound. It hurts. I won't forgive you. He'll kill you. You'd better pray I don't survive. The woman replied, all right, big brother, I won't let you survive. The man without his manhood was momentarily at a loss for words. Just a day ago, these women were mere playthings beneath him. How in just one day had their roles reversed? He couldn't understand it at all. The woman pulled out a lighter and said, sisters, cut out their tongues and gag them. Let's have some fun with them today. She lit the man's groin, and as he screamed, she grabbed his tongue with a knife and sliced it off. The other women followed suit, mimicking her actions. Soon the remaining 2 had their tongues cut out and their mouths wrapped tightly with tape. One woman fed the severed tongues to the 2 men who had turned into zombies. Watching their own tongues being devoured, the 2 men's terror reached its peak. The man whose groin was still intact lost control of his bladder and urine pooled beneath him. Disgusting. You filthy man making such a mess. Did I give you permission to pee? The woman roughly tore the tape off his mouth, dragged his chair backward, and after gauging the distance, tipped it over, forcing him face down into his own urine. Do you want to live? If you do, lick up this disgusting mess you made. When it's clean, he'll consider letting you go. Just like you did to me back then. When all those men made Cece lose control, you did the same thing. How ironic. If you had known this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? Look at yourself now. Regret is useless. The man whose genitals had been burned, his face etched with despair, stared at the women surrounding him, tears of penitence streaming from the corners of his eyes, his thoughts an unfathomable abyss. The women around showed not a shred of mercy. One of the women retrieved a spoon from a residential building and approached the 3 men, saying, you beasts. I was an innocent maiden and you took my first time. That was something I only had once in a lifetime. You must pay me back. Your eyes have seen what they should not. I will gouge them out. With that, she walked up to the 3 men, and using the spoon, she brutally gouged out their eyes. Yet she still felt unsatisfied. She fed the 6 eyes to the zombie, then dug out the zombie's 4 eyes and fed them back to it. Ha 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 ha, I finally avenged myself. I've finally gotten my revenge. The onlookers, witnessing her frenzied state, dared not approach, waiting for her to gradually calm down. But no one anticipated her words. My boyfriend and I were planning to get married in a few days, but then the apocalypse came. Our beautiful life was destroyed. My purity was taken, and my boyfriend turned into a zombie. I feel like I'm a person without a future, without hope. For so long, the only thing keeping me going was the will for revenge. Now that I've succeeded, there's nothing left for me to hold on to. After speaking, she sprinted to the edge of the rooftop, leaned forward, and plunged headfirst. Soon the sound of a heavy impact reached their ears. Thus the woman ended her own life. The women watching were filled with a deep sense of pathos. We could have had better days ahead. Why be so short-sighted? Now that you've had your revenge, we can live on properly. Yes, you're so young, oh, what a pity to die like this. Alas, without experiencing her suffering, perhaps we cannot grasp the torment in her heart. In the apocalypse, death might indeed be a release. The women's gazes toward the 3 men grew even more ferocious. One woman produced a pair of pliers, and one by one tore out the fingernails of the first man with the burned genitals. The agony was excruciating as the nerves in his fingers were exquisitely sensitive. The man who had been on the verge of death seemed to be jolted back to life. He began to struggle violently. Another woman took embroidery needles found in the residential building and thrust them one by one deep into the man's fingers. The men, blind and unable to speak, could only listen. In their silence, they silently endured a terror that grew heavier and heavier. Like a tidal wave, it engulfed them. They were like people drowning in a vast ocean with a gaping maw beneath them. It was about to devour them, yet they were powerless to do anything but watch themselves be consumed. This was a fate more terrifying than death itself. Death is but a nod of the head with severed head is just a bullseye scar. The women around remarked, "Look, they're crying. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it in the first place?" Sisters, don't let them off easy. No wonder the ancients had so many cruel tortures. They seem truly effective now, a fitting punishment for villains. Inflict every torture you can imagine upon them. Hearing the women's words, the three men began to struggle in unison, as if such resistance might somehow grant them survival. A woman ran from the stairwell to the rooftop shouting, "Sisters, look what I found. A steel brush, a boning knife, a flesh-cutting knife, and a very sharp fruit knife. Now it's time for these men to truly understand what despair means. Before the apocalypse, I read many novels, including descriptions of the 10 great tortures of the Dragon Kingdom. The steel brush is for scrubbing, the boning knife for removing bones, the flesh-cutting knife for slicing meat, and the fruit knife for skinning. Sisters, what do you think of my proposal?" Upon hearing this woman's suggestion, the others seemed to nod in agreement. The three men, catching wind of their plans, appeared to have a final surge of vitality, struggling desperately to escape. The chairs creaked and groaned as if they would fall apart at any moment. Yet someone still didn't understand what scrubbing meant and curiously asked the woman. The woman's reply was succinct. "It means using the steel brush to scrape the flesh off his body bit by bit, letting him die in agony." Soon the three men were tortured beyond recognition. Around each man, 3 to 5 women gathered, one responsible for scrubbing with the steel brush, one for cutting bones with the boning knife, a one for slicing flesh with the flesh-cutting knife, a one for skinning with the fruit knife. As the women's movements grew more skilled, the men's cries became increasingly harrowing. Finally, only feeble moans remained. Judging the time was right, the women untied the ropes binding the men. By now the men had no strength left to resist. Death was merely a matter of time. One woman suggested, "Sisters, I recall these filthy men love a particular position. They enjoy it from behind. We can turn the tables on them." With that, she found 4 mop handles, snapped off the mop heads with a stomp, leaving only the sticks, and handed them to her sisters. The other women helped drag the men up, forcing them to kneel on the ground, then to support themselves on their hands, crawling like dogs. Then the women aimed the mop sticks at the men's rear ends, a homophonic euphemism only to be read as such. They thrust them in with brutal force. The three men let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. They never dreamed they would end their lives in such a manner. The sole remaining intact man was seized by a woman from behind, who lifted the mop stick. The man grimaced in agony. She pushed him forward like this, right up to the zombie, positioning his rear directly in front of the zombie's mouth. The zombie did not hesitate to tear into him, chewing and swallowing. The man screamed again, but this time the cry was different, laced with a profound sense of unwillingness. After this, one woman asked, "What should we do next?" The women began to discuss. "I think we should just feed them to the zombies." But people bitten by zombies turn into zombies. It's not good to leave them on the rooftop. Just throw them down. We've avenged our wrongs. Now we should focus on surviving the apocalypse. This time I will be my own master. I refuse to be controlled by anyone else anymore. Me too. I want to take charge of my own life. Even in the apocalypse, I will survive. Now we just wait for news from Sister Cece. It should be fine. They're all paper tigers, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. While the women on the top floor began tormenting the men, Yi and Cece arrived at a position across from the gas station and lay in ambush. The two concealed themselves, perfectly remaining undetected. Through the telescope, he could see the remaining 3 men on the top floor of the gas station's main building lighting a fire and eating barbecue. The gas station had a convenience store on the first floor stocked with an immense amount of supplies. If there were 10 people rationing carefully, they could last at least a month. I wonder if the truck I hit earlier has been discovered. It's loaded with a full truckload of daily necessities. Wait for me here. I need to go ahead and check on the supplies. They'll be back, Yi said to Cece. Then Yi cautiously made his way to the corner where he had previously hidden the truck. When he had stashed it, he had placed a pencil lead on the truck's door. Now he found the pencil lead broken, indicating that a skilled lockpicker had opened the door. The supplies in the truck compartment must have been tampered with. Yi now had the chance to simply drive the truck away. However, considering the women in the residential building, he decided to lend them a hand. Returning to Cece's hiding spot, the two began to discuss a plan. Cece suggested that she act as bait to lure the men down, while Yi launched a surprise attack from the shadows. This seemed the safest approach. Cece said, "We've already used their phones to send a message saying everything's fine. They don't know the residential building has been taken and their underlings have been tortured to death by the women. They'll go directly to the building next to the gas station and call them. They'll say there's a new discovery and ask them to come down. They'll lead them over and then you strike." Deep down, Yi was quite moved by Cece's proposal. Though dangerous, it was the safest way to secure the gas station. Cece deliberately swayed her hips as she approached the gas station's first-floor building and called out loudly, "Boss, little blondie sent me to pass a message. They've captured an armored vehicle near the residential building. There's a lot of supplies inside, and they need your help." The man addressed as boss, the most vigilant of the group, asked, "Then why didn't little blondie notify us himself? Why didn't he send a message on the phone?" Cece replied, "There's no place to charge the phones. They've been playing single-player games for too long, and the batteries died. They couldn't find a power bank either, so they sent me to inform you. Besides, there are men on the armored vehicle. They stayed behind to guard them. They found 4 Type 54 pistols on the vehicle. That's what little Blondie told me. He said to hurry over and take a look. At the mention of the captured armored vehicle and the Type 54 pistols, the 3 men's eyes lit up, and they harbored no suspicion. They swiftly descended the stairs from the gas station's first-floor building. Just as the first man landed on the ground, whoosh. With the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, a compound bow sent an arrow into the man's calf. He immediately writhed in agony on the ground. He cursed, "You bitch. You dare trick us. Just wait until we catch you, you'll pay." The remaining 2 quickly took cover. Clang clang. The sound of a grenade striking the ground echoed. Yi had pulled the pin and hurled a grenade from a distance toward where the 2 men were hiding. Clang clang. A second grenade was tossed over. Boom, boom. 2 violent explosions erupted from the grenades. The leader and his subordinate were internally wounded by the blast, collapsing to the ground and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Yi shouted to Cece, "Cece, go check if they're dead. Hit by a grenade, they're either dead or crippled." In truth, Yi's real intention was to let Cece take the risk, avoiding any danger to himself. Startled by the grenade blast, Cece nevertheless mustered her courage and slowly crept toward the site of the explosions. Seeing Cece approach to assess the situation, the leader raised his Type 54 pistol with trembling hands and fired a shot in her direction. Bang! The sound of the Type 54 pistol rang out as a bullet shot toward Cece. However, due to the leader's severe injuries, the bullet missed her. It only struck the wall beside her. At that moment, Cece understood why Yi had sent her to check. He wanted her to take the risk. But after realizing this, Cece felt no anger. If she were in Yi's shoes, she would have done the same. After all, he could have simply driven the truck away without caring about their fate. Yet Yi chose to help them, which made him far better than the men on the top floor. Cece didn't resent him, but she understood his reasoning. Hearing the gunshot, Yi switched to a Type 05 submachine gun and ran toward the gas station. He pulled out another grenade, armed it, and threw it toward the corner where the men had been. As he closed in, his aim improved, and the grenade landed precisely beside the leader and his subordinate. The leader yelled, "Damn it!" Boom. With the explosion, the 2 were blown to pieces along with the Type 54 pistol in the leader's hand. Yi approached and saw they were reduced to fragments. But he felt a pang of regret, not for the men, but for the Type 54 pistol that was destroyed. Thus, Yi successfully secured the gas station. "Search around. There should be at least 2 more magazines of ammo," Yi said. Cece began searching the gas station area for the 2 magazines while Yi climbed the stairs to the top floor. On the roof, he found grilled meat, some snacks, and a backpack. Inside the backpack, he discovered 2 magazines. Looks like in the apocalypse, anyone with a shred of sense sleeps with their gun, trusting no one. After gathering the food and magazines, Yi descended the stairs as Cece returned. "I didn't find the magazines you mentioned." "No worries. Now help me move the supplies. Then you can contact the women. Once they have these supplies, they can survive better." After inventorying the supplies, he found most of the truck's cargo untouched, though only a few boxes of meat had been taken. Yi replenished the stock, then locked the truck. He said to Cece, "I stored these supplies in the truck before the apocalypse. The remaining supplies in the gas station are yours. This truckload is mine to take back. If you ration the gas station supplies, they should last you a good while." Cece replied, "Okay, no problem. Where are you heading back to? Aren't you staying with us?" Yi said, "No, I don't like crowded places." Soon, all the women arrived and gathered in the open space in front of the gas station. Yi announced, "From now on, you are free." The women wept with joy upon hearing Yi declare they were free once more. They showered him with gratitude. "Big brother, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen in this world. Big brother, you are truly a good person. Big brother, from now on, we will follow you." Yi sneered inwardly. They called him Dear Big Brother now, but when supplies were distributed unevenly, they would surely curse him as a fool. In the apocalypse, human hearts were far too treacherous. As expected, after Cece conveyed Yi's intentions, the women erupted in fury. A small faction began to protest. Why should he drive off a truckload of supplies and leave us only a pittance? How can he prove he drove that truck here before the apocalypse rather than it being here all along? There are so many of us, yet he alone possesses many times our resources. Why? Cece was dumbfounded. But everything was within Yi's expectations. Yi mused to himself, in the apocalypse, to make someone completely submissive without rebellion, the key is to make them fear you. A slap followed by a sweetener is always the most effective method. Only through both kindness and authority can they be kept in check. Yi swiftly drew his Type 54 pistol and fired at the 5 women who shouted the loudest. 1 shot per person, each bullet finding its mark in their heads. The women were terrified by the sudden violence. They fell silent, trembling like cicadas in winter. Anyone else have objections? Speak up. Why the silence? Don't you like to talk? Even Cece was frightened by Yi. She quickly interjected. You don't even know his name, yet he helped us eliminate those bastards. Why do you treat him this way? He drove the truck here before the apocalypse, and he has a gun. He could take all the supplies for himself. What could you do about it? He was already generous to leave us the supermarket supplies. Think it over yourselves. Yi cast an appreciative glance at Cece. Yi said, I don't plan to stay here. You all must survive on your own. One more thing, during the apocalypse, many will come to seize the gas station. If you can hold it, they'll deliver supplies right to your doorstep. You won't have to worry about food, but since you're disobedient, I intended to give you some firearms, but now I see no need. If I gave you guns now, you might turn against me. I've changed my mind. The women exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to do. Seeing his goal achieved, Yi called Cece aside. He said, I know you're different from them. I can sense it. This place will become a strategic battleground. Many will need its oil. They'll check in occasionally. If you face trouble, contact me. With that, he handed her a phone. Use this to reach me. If they don't listen, use this. Yi passed her a Type 54 pistol and 3 magazines. Cece looked at him with deep gratitude, at a loss for words. She kissed him on the cheek and gave him a warm embrace. Yi gently pushed her away, saying, I know you want to thank me, but there's no need to offer yourself. Haha, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. He took the keys, opened the truck door, and drove away from the gas station. As he passed the women, Yi said, From now on, Cece is your leader. You will obey her. If anyone disobeys, the ones lying on the ground will be your example. I repeat, hold the gas station, and supplies will come to you. The gas station is practically a must-fight zone. The women nodded, numbly terrified of angering Yi and meeting their end. Having barely survived and gained freedom, would it not be a waste to die here gaining nothing? Moreover, with all these supplies, if rationed carefully, they could last a very long time. Yi drove the truck away from the gas station without looking back. Passing the residential building, he saw the men the women had tortured beyond recognition. Now zombies crawling on the ground, having lost the ability to walk. As the old saying goes, the venom of a woman's heart knows no bounds. It seems true. I underestimated their ruthlessness. Their ferocity might be useful, at least I won't worry about oil. Seeing the zombies mutilated by the women, all without their male parts, Yi felt a chill in his groin. Women are terrifying. I need to keep my distance. Beauty is a calamity. Without women in my heart, my blade strikes with divine speed. Driving the truck back from the gas station avoids that damned urban village. The obstacles ahead should be easy to smash through. The truck drove smoothly along the road, arriving at the elevated bridge where the subway accident occurred. The road was mostly blocked by private cars and small electric vehicles, insignificant against the truck's tonnage. Yi floored the accelerator and easily plowed a path back to Leeson Lake. Yi hadn't expected the truck retrieval mission to go so smoothly. Driving up the silent sloping road, he still saw no sign of robbers or zombies, as if no living thing existed there. He arrived at the Leeson Lake ticket booth with ease. Stopping the truck, he took out the key, unlocked the gate, and pushed it open. He drove the truck in like a victorious general returning from battle. After parking it securely, he quickly locked the gate. Then, like an emperor roaming his harem, he drove around the area, inspecting here and there. The indoor parking lot couldn't accommodate such a large vehicle. Ultimately, Yi had to park the truck outside the indoor lot. The entire ticket booth offered no good hiding spot. Fearing the supplies might be stolen after parking the truck, he went to the shore, boarded a pedal boat shaped like a duck, and headed toward the center of the lake. Later, he would use all the small boats to ferry the supplies to Leeson Lake Park. I wonder how that clever German Shepherd is doing. I plan to be gone 3 days, but am back in 1. Will it miss me? Compared to the treachery of human hearts, I prefer the purity of that dog. It cares not for your social status or your possessions. It only cares about you. Once it accepts you as its master, it will never betray you. That's more reassuring than any human. Dogs are forever humanity's most loyal friends. Even getting a gun at the start of the apocalypse didn't bring me as much joy as meeting you. Yi, while thinking about the German Shepherd, advanced towards the center of the lake and soon arrived at the shore of Leeson Lake Central Park. Upon reaching the shore, he heard the joyful barks of the German Shepherd, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Woof, woof, woof. The German Shepherd's barks seemed to convey the longing of a day without seeing its master, as if reproaching Yi for being away for so long. Then the German Shepherd ran towards the shore. At that moment, Yi's duck-shaped boat also reached the edge of the bank. When Yi stepped off the duck-shaped boat, the German Shepherd immediately pounced into his arms, whimpering. The unease in its cries greatly diminished. In its place was a deep-seated joy, and Yi could tell that the German Shepherd's barks were filled with happiness. This indicated that the German Shepherd at least did not dislike him, and their bond could grow closer. If the German Shepherd could genuinely acknowledge him, then he could naturally become its master. Given the German Shepherd's intelligence, once it recognized him as its master, it would become a very reliable companion. In the apocalypse, you may not trust humans, but you can always trust a dog's loyalty. Yi hugged the German Shepherd. We'll be living here for a long time from now on. We can enjoy a peaceful life together. The German Shepherd seemed to understand Yi's words and wagged its tail happily. Realizing that its master would not abandon it again, the German Shepherd followed Yi around all day, as if only by staying close could it dispel the loneliness of recent days. Only in this way could it make its master like it a little more. Only in this way could it like its master a little more. These two kinds of a little more were mutual. After securing the gas station, driving the truck, and returning to Leeson Lake Central Park, Yi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him like a tide. Yi led the German Shepherd to the dormitory building, removed his gear, and began to wash up. The German Shepherd quietly lay outside the bathroom, waiting for its master to finish. After washing up, Yi gestured for the German Shepherd to come over, and it understood. After giving the dog a thorough bath, the man and the dog sat quietly by the shore of Leeson Lake. I wish I could freeze this moment in time. Then I'd never have to worry about the apocalypse again. I could stay in this beautiful moment forever. After a moment of reflection, Yi took the German shepherd upstairs to sleep. He closed the door, moved a wardrobe to block it, and placed his weapon on the nightstand. Thus he slept with the German shepherd sleeping soundly. Yi was no longer alone. At least he had a dog by his side. Even if it couldn't speak, it provided some companionship. It allowed him to momentarily forget the apocalypse and his solitude. That night, Yi dreamed that the apocalypse ended in the third year he and the German shepherd were hiding out at Leeson Lake Central Park. The official forces of the Dragonsaur Nation dispatched the military, suppressed all the zombies, and developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. The whole nation celebrated the apocalypse ended, and the world slowly began to restore its original order. Then Yi woke up realizing the beautiful scene was just a dream. The German shepherd woke him, and looking at its expression, Yi understood. It wanted to go outside to relieve itself. So Yi opened the door, and the German shepherd rushed out to its own small yard, heading to its designated spot to do its business. What a good dog knows how to go to the bathroom on its own. I don't have to become a poop scooper. I was lucky to come across such an obedient dog. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. I'm not sure if I could endure the loneliness. Yi quickly washed up and got dressed, then grabbed his gear and went downstairs. Today's task was to move all the supplies from the truck to Leeson Lake Central Park. From the food supplies, Yi took out bread and milk for breakfast, with the German shepherd preparing 2 portions. With the experience from last time, Yi chose a motorized boat as the lead vessel, connecting all the remaining boats in a straight line. Driving the motorized boat as the lead was time-saving and effortless, allowing for quick trips between the shore and Leeson Lake Central Park. It also made transporting supplies much easier. With this method, he quickly filled 30 small boats. He made 5 round trips to empty the truck's cargo hold of food. He filled all the freezers in the Leeson Lake Central Park cafeteria with supplies, and then filled the freezers in the dormitory building's ground floor as well. The remaining items were easy-to-preserve goods with a long shelf life. After estimating the supplies were enough for 1 person and 1 dog for about a year and a half. After a year and a half, obtaining food would likely become very difficult. Zombies would be everywhere, and perishable goods would rot away in undiscovered corners. Easy-to-preserve items would be found and consumed by survivors, leading to an ever-decreasing food supply and increasingly difficult survival for humanity. By then, people would become more and more desperate. As long as I can still scavenge supplies now, I must gather as much as possible. Even if it rots in my hands, it's better than letting others have it. I may not eat the supplies, but I must possess them. This may be very selfish, but it's the apocalypse now. Having supplies and surviving always comes first. It's the early days of the apocalypse. It's not yet time to go home. I must wait until the mid to late stages when both humans and zombies have dwindled before I can return. Now I must observe how long zombies can survive without food. Will they become more sluggish over time? Will their numbers decrease over time? Humans are the host of the zombie virus, but if the host cannot replenish nutrients or obtain food, shouldn't the virus eventually die? Everything is still unknown now. Only time can give me the answers. After settling all the supplies, Yi could finally start a life of leisure. Yet a sense of unease lingered in Yi's heart, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He could only take things one step at a time, believing that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself out, and heaven never seals off all exits. After securing the supplies, Yi took out a notebook to record his inventory of goods and firearms. Before that, he had to formulate a plan to return home. Taking advantage of the remaining electricity and internet, Yi used the Dragonsaur map to search for the route home. He meticulously prepared 5 entire routes, noting in the notebook every place each route passed through, with the ultimate goal of returning to his parents. Yi painstakingly recorded the provinces, cities, districts, villages, towns, and even the names of roadside shops along all 5 routes. All of this was done for the day he would need to use it. Yi meticulously documented the route home. Although there is still internet access now, it will inevitably degrade to a state of paralysis as the apocalypse drags on. He must seize the time while the internet is still available to accomplish certain tasks. The first thing that came to Yi's mind was the Encyclopedia of Nation, and he also found nearly all the maintenance knowledge for firearms, as the guns in his possession needed upkeep. Having recorded the route home and downloaded the Encyclopedia of Nation along with the knowledge of firearm maintenance, Yi still needed some additional items. The Encyclopedia of Nation is widely recognized as the most comprehensive knowledge book of the entire Nation, containing knowledge from almost all fields available in both print and digital formats. Yi downloaded the digital version. In addition to the digital version, he also needed the printed edition. One day there will be power outages, and one day there will be no energy. Electronic devices can never be as reliable as paper. The nearest library to Leeson Lake is a full 10 kilometers from the ticket hall, and various incidents are bound to occur on the way. It is uncertain whether there are any survivors in the library. At the beginning, I also considered looking for some computers, but as the apocalypse extends over time, energy will eventually run out. Except for very large human survival bases, others simply cannot produce that much energy. Even though I have a generator in the central park of Leeson Lake, the energy required for the generator will not always be available. Everything will ultimately revert to a primitive state. When that time comes, cooking will require fire, and at night there will be no electric lights. Even starting a fire may only be possible through friction. All the advantages humanity has developed over time will vanish. This day will not be far off, though I must prepare in advance for the rain. After a long period of contemplation, Yi closed his notebook. He took out the armored vehicle's key and glanced at the German shepherd. This time, Yi decided to bring the dog along. Gently stroking the German shepherd, he said, "You are currently my only trusted companion, who I can only feel at ease when I entrust my back to you." The German shepherd blinked its eyes twice as if it understood Yi's words. "Woof, woof, woof, woof. You are truly a good dog. We are going to the library to search for supplies." Yi grabbed the armored vehicle's key, checked his weapons and equipment, and set off in the familiar little duck. The German shepherd lay quietly beside him, and together they headed towards the shore. Once at the shore, Yi cautiously hid the little duck away. He brought the German shepherd to the indoor parking garage, unlocked the large door with his key, and easily climbed into the armored vehicle while the German shepherd quietly sat in the passenger seat. Yi started the armored vehicle with the key and drove out of the parking garage, gently closing the parking lot's large door. There was still plenty of fuel in the armored vehicle, so he was not worried about running out. The armored vehicle slowly drove to the ticket hall entrance, and as per routine, Yi skillfully opened the ticket gate. He returned to the armored vehicle and drove it out of the ticket hall. After parking again, he turned around to lock the door. Yi didn't want to make things so complicated, but in the apocalypse, everyone is on edge, and the ticket hall and its parking lot inherently lack solid defenses. This was primarily to guard against zombies. The armored vehicle roared down the road, and just like previous outings, there were no zombies lurking outside the ticket hall. The downhill road from Leeson Lake was also very stable, with no signs of any creatures, especially since he had already cleared a path on the way home. From Leeson Lake to the elevated bridge where the train accident occurred, everything went very smoothly without encountering any ambushes. I thought that it wouldn't be long before everyone discovered the zombie virus and started fearing the rain. At that time, there should be many people envious of the Central Park and Leeson Lake. A tough battle is sure to occur. I wonder if I can hold my ground. Forget it. I shouldn't think too much. Live in the present. In the apocalypse, who knows what tomorrow holds? One never knows whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. After passing the elevated bridge, I arrived at the village where I had stored my electric vehicle. Although it may not be worth much and may be useless after the apocalypse, it is the first vehicle I ever bought with hard-earned money after integrating into society. I must take it with me. I won't give it up. I want to keep it well. With this thought, Yi sharply turned the steering wheel to the right and drove straight into the village, quickly arriving at the small courtyard where he had stored the electric vehicle. The former family had turned into zombies, wandering who knows where. Through the iron fence of the small courtyard, he could still see the electric vehicle parked there in perfect condition. Yi took out his phone and tried to dial the zombie's phone, but after long exposure to the elements, the phone was now unreachable. It seems he'll have to find another way to distract the zombies. Yi pulled out a homemade slingshot and shot a steel ball into the distance, shattering the car window, which triggered the alarm system of a nearby vehicle, causing it to start ringing. The nearby zombies all wandered towards that car, and Yi took advantage of this moment to get out and open the large gate of the courtyard. He then quickly ran back to the armored vehicle. Just as he was about to close the door, a sound that made his teeth ache echoed from the armored vehicle's door. Creak, creak. The nearest zombie to Yi extended its dark nails to scratch at the armored vehicle's door. That was a close call. Now the zombies have learned to ambush. I almost got caught. I almost met my end. I must be more cautious next time. Yi began reversing the armored vehicle just enough for the rear to fit through the courtyard gate, with the sides perfectly wedged. Only about 10 centimeters of space was left on either side, and no zombies could get in. With their intelligence, zombies would never think to crawl underneath. After parking and shutting off the engine, Yi climbed up through the sunroof and jumped into the small courtyard from the rear of the armored vehicle. Seeing his beloved vehicle, his familiar electric vehicle, a wave of emotion surged within him. In the apocalypse, even the poor are unwilling to give up their belongings. There is really nothing to let go of. The electric vehicle was all I had before the end of the world. If possible, I would not abandon it. The armored vehicle from Ryn-animation has a built-in lift gate. Simply lowering it creates a ramp. Yi lowered the lift gate, approached the electric vehicle, mounted it, and turned the key to start it charging towards the lift gate. Fearing that he would lack momentum to make it up, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The electric vehicle quickly reached the lift gate, launching itself towards the armored vehicle's rear. Bang! Bang! Oh, damn it! With the sound of two crashes followed by Yi's scream and his furious curse. The electric vehicle's power seemed a bit excessive after flooring the accelerator. The electric vehicle successfully leaped onto the liftgate, but Yi's head struck heavily against the top of the armored vehicle's rear compartment, the immense recoil causing him to tumble sideways with the electric vehicle. Yi let out a scream followed by a furious curse. This curse was nearly a catchphrase among the people of Ryn-animation. It was a national treasure. Yi's remark was actually a self-deprecating jibe. As he rubbed his forehead, he sighed. Indeed, the cycle of heaven's law is unyielding. Who can escape the clutches of karma? I had seen a similar video on a short video platform before the apocalypse. At that time I laughed at him, even going so far as to mock him in the comments. Little did I know today I would encounter something akin to that myself. In this world there truly is no empathy. Only after experiencing it firsthand do you realize how painful it is to be struck like this. I feel like I can see little stars in my eyes. Yi unsteadily climbed to his feet, propping up the electric bike, feeling a pang of sympathy for it. The two mirrors were already shattered, and the footrests were askew. After propping up the bike, Yi mounted it and rode it a bit in the small yard. Indeed, there is a reason for the high price. The electric bike I bought is remarkably durable. Except for a few broken parts, it operates without any issues. Fortunately, you are strong enough not to be completely totaled in the collision. Poor electric bike. After learning from his previous lesson, Yi opted to push the bike instead of riding it. Slowly pushing the electric bike, he successfully guided it onto the lift and into the rear compartment of the armored vehicle, bracing it with his feet. After ensuring there were no issues, Yi closed the rear compartment door. Then he climbed back into the armored vehicle, squeezing through the sunroof into the driver's seat, glancing at the German Shepherd in the passenger seat. Yi gave a bitter smile. He then drove the armored vehicle towards the exit of the urban village, many zombies having been attracted by the earlier car alarm. Moreover, due to Yi's earlier scream, a throng of zombies had completely blocked the surrounding roads. When misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. I guess I'll have to exit from the back of the urban village. Yi had no choice but to traverse the entire urban village, leaving through the back door. Although this route is longer, at least it is relatively safe with fewer zombies around. Although Shinkoin City is a first-tier city in Longting-nation, the area Yi was in belongs to the outskirts. The road behind this urban village had just been recently repaired, and normally few vehicles pass through. This is the quietest road I've seen during the apocalypse, and it's also the one with the fewest vehicles. There's still quite a distance to the library from here. I hope everything goes smoothly. To be honest, I don't want to kill innocents recklessly, but if someone blocks my way, I will have no choice but to strike hard. On the wide asphalt road, the roar of the armored vehicle soon echoed. To the left of this road was a fire station, which was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. After reaching this point, there was still half the distance to the library. Gazing at the endless road ahead, Yi pressed the accelerator to the floor, enjoying a bit of a speed thrill. I can say I've at least experienced the joy of being a racer. Of flooring the accelerator without speed limits in the city feels quite exhilarating. Once I pass the intersection ahead and turn left, I can reach the library. However, after turning left at the intersection, the situation took a drastic turn. The previously wide road was nearly filled with cars haphazardly crashing into each other. The number of zombies had also clearly increased. Rushing through was clearly unrealistic. Yi cautiously drove the armored vehicle, carefully avoiding obstacles as he continued forward. There were only 3 kilometers left to the library, and without a doubt these were the most difficult 3 kilometers. The library was the central point of the suburban area where Yi was located, surrounded by numerous buildings, a daycare center, shopping centers, urban villages, apartments, and hotels. The population density was also the highest, which meant a significant number of zombies. Here Yi's only advantage was his familiarity with the terrain. Areas that seemed inaccessible could actually be navigated by detouring through the urban village. After walking about a kilometer from the intersection, he was stopped. The road was congested with an overwhelming number of cars. Yi turned right into the urban village, detoured inside, and then exited through the side door. Just as he emerged from the side door, he spotted a flash of red. No way, big brother, is this your Zodiac here? Wearing red shorts? I've never seen a zombie in red shorts before. It cracks me up. After leaving the urban village, the road conditions improved significantly, but there was still no clear path, no chance to reach the library. Yi could only travel from this urban village to the opposite one, which was less than 500 meters from where he had lived before the apocalypse. I never expected to return to this familiar urban village where there is a living supermarket on the roadside. What I remember most is that there was a shop selling roast duck next to this supermarket. Their roast duck was delicious. I wonder if the owner is still alive. As I expected, the supermarket is completely emptied of food. It seems there are quite a few survivors nearby. For the sake of my own safety, Yi closed the armored vehicle's windows, cautiously driving through the urban village. There were also many vehicles in the urban village, but compared to those on the main road, they had one major difference: the zombie virus outbreak happened too quickly, and the vehicles in the urban village had no time to escape. Whether electric bikes, motorcycles, or private cars, they were all left in place. Although there were quite a few zombies, most of the roads were still passable. Encountering zombies blocking the road could also be crushed directly, and Yi charged through the fire lane of this urban village. The process was somewhat bumpy, but relatively smooth. Thanks to the good law and order in Shinkoin City, the fire lane prohibits parking of any vehicles. If it weren't for the good security, I wouldn't have been able to pass so smoothly. After passing through the fire lane, he arrived at the side door of this urban village. As long as he dashed out from there and turned right for 200 meters, he could reach the library. I finally arrived at the library. As long as I obtain the encyclopedia of the Longting-nation, my task will be complete. Even in a first-tier city like Shinkoin City, where the headquarters of the electricity department of Longting-nation is located after the apocalypse struck, Shinkoin City has also fallen into paralysis and blackout. When the apocalypse arrived, human activities dwindled, and the once bustling crowds and vehicles of Shinkoin City vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. In such an environment, Yi could hear his own heartbeat. Occasionally, the sound of a soda can being kicked by a zombie echoed, reminiscent of temple bells that could carry far and wide. Upon hearing the sound, the zombies would let out a growl. Gur growling. Yi couldn't grasp what they were communicating. The general idea might be, there's something going on over there, let's go take a look. Yi was startled by his own thoughts, but had the virus begun to control the hosts for communication? Was evolution about to happen? If it weren't for the pressures of survival, it would prefer to settle in the central park of Leeson Lake. He was very afraid of death, and in the apocalypse, no one is unafraid of death. Leaving the library, Yi drove his armored vehicle to the Longting Huazuan. This was the nearest large shopping mall to the library, containing a vast amount of supplies, enough for an ordinary person to live for decades, if the supplies inside didn't expire. At this moment, Longting Huazuan had become a paradise for zombies. The zombie virus outbreak was too sudden, and Longting Huazuan was holding an event. The 10th anniversary celebration was at its peak, with a sea of people and an endless stream of shoppers coming and going. When the zombie virus broke out, everyone scrambled to escape. Someone inadvertently pulled the main door, which was unlocked but shut tight. Those who were slow could only be bitten to death by the zombies. Among those who ran fast, some managed to get out, while others who couldn't make it slipped and were trampled to death. A severe stampede occurred. The entire first floor of Longting Huazuan was filled with zombies. Whenever a sound was made, zombies would slam against the glass doors. Unfortunately, the glass doors were sturdy and couldn't be broken, trapping the zombies inside and keeping those outside from entering. The doors of Longting Huazuan were designed to be pushed open from the outside, but could only be pulled from the inside. But the zombies lacked the intelligence for this. When the virus erupted, the crowd surged toward the exit all at once. The doors remained shut, causing many who could have survived to lose their chance at life. They could only watch helplessly as they were devoured. What a desperate thing this is. They could have gotten out, but they could only watch themselves turn into zombies. Those people probably thought for the first time that the supermarket doors were too sturdy. But I believe there must be survivors in this large mall, people hiding in corners. Yi looked at the German Shepherd. Should we go check it out? Woof woof woof. Alright, let's go take a look. Are you scared? Woof woof woof. Actually, I'm not scared either. Woof woof woof. No, I'm really not scared. Woof woof woof. The car arrived at the underground parking lot of Longting Huazuan. The toll bar blocking the entrance seemed utterly redundant. Yi floored the accelerator and charged through. I've always wanted to do that. Even though I never had a car today, I finally fulfilled that dream. Let me see how many luxury cars and zombies are in this underground parking lot. Finding a spot closest to the elevator, Yi parked steadily and began honking the horn without letting go. The German Shepherd joined in with Yi. Woof woof woof. After about a minute, rustling sounds emerged around them as zombies from the underground parking lot shambled toward Yi's armored vehicle. Soon over a dozen zombies surrounded the vehicle, their stench overwhelming. Even the German Shepherd couldn't bear it. Yi opened the sunroof, raised his compound bow, and took down one zombie per arrow, quickly clearing them all. After retrieving the arrows from the zombies' heads, Yi led the German Shepherd to the elevator and pressed the button. As expected from a large mall, it has 3 independent power systems, boasting never-ending electricity, truly living up to its reputation. During this time, the zombies here have lived better than me, enjoying air conditioning 247. How enviable. The elevator soon arrived, and the doors slowly opened. As expected, 3 zombies lunged at Yi the moment they saw him. He swiftly drew and fired, taking down the nearest one with an arrow to the head. He retreated while fighting, quickly reloading arrows and taking down the second zombie. The German Shepherd bit down hard on the third zombie's pant leg as it snarled at the dog. Roar, roar, roar. Woof, woof, woof. Roar, roar, roar. Woof, woof, woof. Swish. The arrow struck the zombie's head with precision, and it collapsed lifelessly. Are you two putting on a comedy act here? One line each, and even rhyming. You shouldn't bite these zombies anymore. They're too dirty. Let me handle it. Woof, woof, woof. Yi took the German Shepherd up to the top floor via the elevator, which housed the office area of Longting Huazuan, including a fair scale. If customers suspected short waits, they could take their purchases to the fair scale area to file a complaint, and specialized staff would handle it. There were also other office areas, all with open access, allowing anyone to supervise their work. This was why Longting Huazuan had stood firm here, considering consumers' needs in many ways. Yi's target was the office area. Before the apocalypse, he had been up there, and there were only about 20 office workers. Even if all had turned into zombies, his firepower could handle them quickly. All fear stems from insufficient firepower, and now his firepower was his confidence. As the elevator ascended slowly, Yi chambered a round in his shotgun and aimed at the door, ready to fire at the first sign of a zombie. The elevator door slid open, but the expected horde of zombies didn't appear. The entire office was eerily silent. No one was there, not even zombies. Yi stepped out cautiously with the German Shepherd crouching and sniffing the ground. Yi picked up a thermos from the floor and hurled it heavily toward the distant office area. Bang, bang, bang. Loud thuds echoed, but no zombies rushed out, nor were there any human sounds. Yi approached the office entrance, finding the door locked and the fire escape also sealed. There must be survivors here with access only via the elevator. They must have used an employee card to set the elevator not to stop on the first, second, or third floors. Come out, stop hiding. I mean, no harm, just here to check. I know you're hiding in there. If you don't come out, I'll open fire. My patience has limits. They'll count to 3. 1, 2. Wait. Don't shoot. We're coming out, please don't kill us. From the deepest corner of the office, 2 women emerged. They were still wearing the Longting Huazuan work uniforms, suggesting they were office staff. The 2 women timidly raised their hands, standing together, and spoke hesitantly. Big brother, we haven't done anything wrong, please don't kill us. Could you put away your gun? We're scared, it's making our legs weak. Yi observed the 2 women and said, both of you raise your hands above your heads and turn around. Let me see if you're carrying any weapons. The women obediently spun around, and Yi saw no concealed weapons on them. He then tossed them 2 pairs of silver bracelets and said coldly, "Cuff your hands behind your backs. In the apocalypse, I trust no one. I need to ensure you pose no threat to me. Please understand and cooperate. It's best for everyone." Fearing Yi's shotgun, the 2 women cuffed their hands behind their backs. Yi, seeing that the 2 had handcuffed him securely from behind, finally let his guard down. "You 2 lie face down on the ground. I need to search you. I must be absolutely certain that you pose no threat to me." Then Yi proceeded to frisk the 2 women. "Pervert. You're a pervert. You're just using this search as an excuse to grope us. Yeah, you're just trying to cop a feel to take advantage of us, pretending it's a search. Men are all the same." Ignoring the women's complaints, Yi remained silent, methodically continuing the search. When it was over, he was finally convinced in his heart that the 2 women posed no threat to him. "Both of you stand up slowly. I have some questions for you. When the apocalypse broke out, the others in the office area must have turned into zombies. I'm curious, how did you 2 survive?" One of the women began to speak slowly. "When the zombie virus broke out, we were still in a meeting. Suddenly, we got a notification that there was an incident of someone being injured in the mall. So everyone went to deal with the emergency. Only the 2 of us were left to tidy up the meeting room. When we finished and opened the door, our legs turned to jelly from fear. Zombies were everywhere, a dense crowd. To save our lives, we had to lock the door. We set the elevator not to stop at floors 1, 2, or 3. Without an employee card, you can't use this elevator. How did you get up here?" Yi said, "Your colleague from the office turned into a zombie. I found his card in the parking lot. I think he was bitten by a zombie and tried to run, but the virus spread too fast, and he didn't make it out in time. So you 2 just got lucky and survived all this time." Yi already knew the answer. "As for what you said about me taking advantage, I never intended to. How can you frisk someone without touching their body? It's unavoidable. You have a gun and you can say whatever you want. Believe what you will. The mall has clothing on the 1st floor, a supermarket on the 2nd, entertainment on the 3rd, and offices on the 4th. Have you ever observed how many zombies are in the entire mall? We dare not go out, so we haven't observed. We don't know the answer to that. Forget it, well, adapt on the fly. It's getting late. I plan to rest here tonight. Where do you usually sleep? You're lucky to have air conditioning. Do you know there's a citywide power outage outside? Of course we know about the power outage. This large supermarket's power supply system still needs energy. When that runs out, it will lose power too. We usually sleep on the folding beds from our break room. Can you uncuff us now? I'm not ready to uncuff you yet. I have things to take care of, so you'll have to bear with it." "Damn man, you damn bastard." Yi ignored them and observed the situation through the door. The office area had the fewest zombies, just a scattered few. After retrieving the keys from the 2 women, Yi unlocked the door to the office area. In less than 5 minutes, he had cleared all the zombies outside the office area, then locked the fire door. From then on, the office area was safe. Returning to the office area, it was already late. Yi decided to spend the night there. He uncuffed the 2 women and said, "They'll be resting here tonight. You'll rest here too. Don't leave my sight. Remember, don't try anything funny or this gun in my hand won't miss." Afraid of Yi's gun, the 2 women had no choice but to obey. Yi calculated his own plans, found a folding bed in a corner, and covered himself with a few work uniforms. He didn't forget to prepare a cozy little spot for the German Shepherd as well. Then man and dog laid down in the corner. Yi deliberately placed the shotgun on the ground beside him, but he had already removed all the shells and hidden them in his pocket. Covered by the work uniform, Yi kept the loaded Type 54 pistol in his hand. Yi wanted to test if these 2 women were kind-hearted or if they would try to harm him. If anything unfavorable happened, he would eliminate them without hesitation. In the apocalypse, the human heart was the most terrifying thing. Fortunately, the 2 women did nothing out of line the entire night. They had of course seen the shotgun beside Yi, but neither had any intention of killing him. Knowing the 2 women nearby were still awake, Yi deliberately got up to go to the bathroom, leaving the shotgun behind. After waiting about a minute, he gripped the Type 54 pistol behind his back and walked back to his spot. From a distance, he could see the shotgun was still exactly where he left it. Yi decided on one final test. He walked towards the 2 women. "What do you want? You bastard, finally showing your true colors. Do you think we're pretty and want to do something bad? I knew you were no good either." Ignoring their complaints, Yi handed them his shotgun. "Why are you 2 still awake staring at me? We have to fight zombies tomorrow. You should get some rest. I know you're afraid of guns. I'm giving this to you now. Get a good night's sleep." The 2 women looked at Yi in bewilderment, unsure of his game. But they obediently took the shotgun. Holding it, their fear vanished. But Yi still didn't dare to sleep, constantly on guard against them. He was not a good man, but neither was he a wanton killer. Throughout the night, the 2 women made no move. They held the shotgun, but never once aimed it at Yi, nor did they approach him. I never thought there could be such kind people in the apocalypse. It's rare. Even when I handed them the gun, they didn't think to kill me. He walked over to them. "Give me back the shotgun. Now I need your help. I didn't rest well last night, so I need to catch up on sleep. While I'm sleeping, I need you to determine exactly how many zombies are on each floor. Accurate intel is our guarantee for survival. I hope you take this seriously." The 2 women nodded. They too wanted to survive the apocalypse. In truth, they hadn't slept all night, either terrified of Yi and observing him for any sudden moves. If Yi had approached them, they would have shot. But they never realized the gun was empty. Their minds were still too naive, having not yet witnessed the true horror of the apocalypse. Despite not sleeping all night, having another person and a dog brought them some comfort. The German Shepherd had also stayed awake all night and was now catching up on sleep, just like Yi. 2 hours later, the two women completed their observations and walked over with notebooks in hand. Why is he still sleeping? Why hasn't he gotten up yet? How about you go wake him up? I dare not, I fear his morning temper. You go, I'm scared too. What do we do? Let's wake him up together. The two women approached Yi. When they were just a few steps away, the German Shepherd spotted them first. Woof 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 woof. The German Shepherd barked fiercely at them. Awakened by the barking, Yi swiftly drew his Type 54 pistol and scanned his surroundings alertly. The two women, startled by the sudden scene, raised their hands, dropping their notebooks. They shouted, Big brother, don't kill us. I only came to wake you, I mean no harm. Please don't shoot, I'm terrified. Seeing nothing unusual, Yi holstered his Type 54 pistol and picked up the notebooks from the ground. He asked, Have you finished observing the situation I asked you to? Brother, we've got a clear picture of the basics. I've written everything in the notebook, you'll understand at a glance. Your handwriting is quite good, and the floor plan is well drawn. I don't even know your names yet. Let's briefly introduce ourselves. It was only then that Yi realized he hadn't named the German Shepherd. The dog could not speak, and Yi had no idea what its previous name was. My name is Hichioen. You can call me Xiaowen or Wenwen. My name is Lei Sha. You can call me Shasha. Wenwen Shasha, good, ill remember. Yi. This German Shepherd is the first companion I encountered in the apocalypse. I haven't had time to name him yet. We can think of one together. What should we call him? Brother Yi, how about calling him Caesar? I've watched some big-budget films about the apocalypse, and there was a dog named Caesar in them. Since the apocalypse has already come, let's call him Caesar. That name is good. Woof 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 woof. Do you like the name Caesar? From now on we'll call you Caesar, okay? Woof 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 woof. Yi said, Alright, from now on we'll call you Caesar. Since you have no objections, we'll call you Caesar. Woof 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 woof. What a spirited dog. It seems to understand us. Yes, this German Shepherd is incredibly smart. I think so too. Wait here, Caesar, and I will go clear out the zombies. You two hide in the office area and don't come out. We'll prioritize clearing the zombies on the third floor entertainment area, then lock the security door. After that we can sleep in the entertainment zone. There's a cinema and massage chairs there. Sleeping on a massage chair is far more comfortable than on a foldable break room cot. Alright, Brother Yi. We'll wait for you here. The zombies in the entertainment area should be far fewer than on the first and second floors. But please be careful. Since the apocalypse began, you're the first living person we've met. I don't want anything to happen to you. Yes, we haven't seen anyone alive in so long. You absolutely must be safe. For some reason, Yi's heart warmed. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time someone had cared for him, a living, breathing person showing concern. He was deeply moved by the two women. Before the apocalypse, Yi might have dismissed it, but such a simple statement uttered in the midst of this catastrophe was enough to stir the soul. Moreover, even before the apocalypse, Yi had always lived alone. Aside from his parents, no one had truly cared for him in a long time. Yi said, Alright, well, be careful. We fought our way through a world of man-eating chaos outside. Well, be cautious. Don't worry. Wait for my good news. Yi led Caesar to the third-floor entertainment area. After readying his compound bow, he swiftly took down any zombie he saw with a precise headshot, wasting no time. Descending from the office area to the third-floor entertainment zone, the first thing that caught his eye was a cinema. The female ticket seller had turned into a zombie, yet even at the end of her life, she maintained the posture of her job. Her uniform was neatly worn, complete with a cap. The eeriest detail was the forced smile still lingering on her lips. The professional smile she had to wear for customers to avoid a pay cut. Even as a zombie, she had not gained her own freedom. Yi raised his compound bow, aiming at her head. You worked so hard in life. Now that you're a zombie, you shouldn't be without freedom. It'll mercifully end your life, so you can attain true freedom. Whooshed. As the arrow cut through the air, it easily pierced the ticket seller zombie's head, granting her true freedom. No longer bound by work, nor by the zombie virus, she had attained her own genuine liberty. 1. Moving forward, he encountered a mall security guard. Until his last moment, he still gripped his baton tightly. Even now as a zombie, he seemed intent on maintaining order. There's a joking saying in the Dragon Country, you earn a few thousand a month, why risk your life? Yi thought you didn't just risk your life, you lost it entirely. It'll mercifully end your life. Whooshed. 2. Delving deeper into the entertainment area, he saw a family of 3. They stood in formation, father on the left, child in the middle, mother on the right. The father held the child's hand, and the child held the mother's. All 3 had turned into zombies, perfectly aligned. They say a family should stay together. You're fortunate in a way. All 3 of you became zombies, leaving no one behind to suffer the pain of losing loved ones. It'll mercifully end your lives. 5. The deeper he ventured into the entertainment area, the more unsettling it became. Both visitors and staff had retained their appearances from life. Several even wore faint smiles on their lips, making them look especially eerie. The grim, terrifying environment, the blood-red eyes, the bizarre smiles on their lips, and the zombies scattered everywhere, all composed the symphony of the apocalypse. If I hadn't mentally prepared myself by reading so many post-apocalyptic novels, I'd probably have pissed myself by now. It's terrifying. This is nothing like what's shown in TV shows or books. You only know true terror when you face these things heat in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through air rose and fell in succession. Arrow after arrow struck the heads of nearby zombies with unerring accuracy. As the number of zombies dwindled, a powerful stench of decay spread throughout the entire third-floor area. It was nauseating, making one want to vomit. It nearly brought up the dinner from the night before. Caesar couldn't bear the smell either. Caesar, if you can't stand it, go back to the office area. Your sense of smell is keener than mine, so the stench must be even more intense for you. With no other choice, Caesar ran back toward the office area, barking, "Woof, woof, woof," as he went. Caesar quickly ran to the outer edge of the office area, barking toward it, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Wun and Shasha heard Caesar's barks and swiftly opened the door, thinking something unexpected had happened. But the moment they opened it, the stench of decay nearly suffocated the two women. After Caesar dashed into the office area, they quickly shut the door. "It stinks. How can it be this foul? This is definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in my life. Woof, 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 woof. I admire Brother Yi. How did he endure it? Does he have no sense of smell?" Yi continued deeper still, clearing the zombies in the third-floor entertainment zone, when suddenly, he heard an unusual sound from the cinema. He turned on all the lights, held his breath, and crept toward the interior of the cinema where a rustling noise could be heard. Yi sensed something was wrong. The cinema was likely filled with zombies. Arriving at the entrance, he found a massive screening hall where all seats were fixed in place. To provide the audience with the most immersive viewing experience, all seats synchronized with the movie screen paired with 3D glasses to create a truly lifelike sensation. Halfway through the film, the zombie virus erupted and the apocalypse descended. To ensure audience safety, the seat belts could not be unfastened by the viewers themselves, only by the staff. The belts were locked with special mechanisms with keys held only by the staff. Does that mean after the outbreak, those who didn't turn into zombies could only watch as the people beside them mutated and then bit them to death? Or be bitten to death by the staff? How utterly despairing must that be? Isn't this the most painful thing in the world? Yi raised his compound bow and pushed open the door to the screening hall. Only two zombies in work uniforms charged toward him. Seeing their bulging stomachs, Yi remarked, "You two must be the happiest zombies these past days with so much meat to eat. How much have you devoured? Your bellies are swollen like pregnant women about to give birth. It'll mercifully end your lives." Whoosh, whoosh, two arrows claimed their lives. Looking at the room full of writhing zombies illuminated by the cinema screen and lights, their blood-red eyes radiated an oppressive gloom. All the zombies had their mouths wide open, their teeth mutated to varying degrees, becoming sharper. Their stretched arms appeared more agile, and all their nails had grown longer over this period. "No, I can't clear these zombies alone. I need to bring those two women here to help. This is the apocalypse. It's a skill they must learn." Yi turned and walked out of the screening hall, thoroughly inspecting the third-floor entertainment zone 3 times. Only after confirming there were no zombies did he head to the stairwell on the 3rd floor. Every floor in a large shopping mall has 2 ways up: elevators and escalators. The fire exit is locked, so that's fine. But the escalator is a headache. I don't know what to do. I'd better hear what the 2 women think. Yi turned back upstairs and knocked on the office door. "Open up, it's me. I need your help now." "Brother Yi, you've cleared them all so quickly. Hold on, I'll open the door." Seeing Yi fully armed before them, Wun and Shasha felt a sense of security. But his next words made them feel like the sky was falling. "I need you both to come with me and clear zombies. It's not dangerous. You'll just have to endure some hardship. Really no danger. I haven't studied much, so don't fool me, Brother Yi. I'm not lying. There's truly no danger. In the apocalypse, this is something you must face. In the cinema screening hall, there are many zombies restrained. You need to help me clear them. It's not dangerous, just a bit disgusting. Prepare yourselves mentally. If you can't stand it, step out and vomit, then come back and continue." Wun and Shasha. "But first we need to deal with the escalator. I'm afraid zombies might climb up. Lately I've noticed the zombies have become more agile and their nails have grown longer. Zombies that couldn't climb stairs before probably can now. Earlier zombies seemed sluggish to me, but now they feel dangerous. I have reason to suspect zombies can evolve. More precisely, the zombie virus can evolve. Wun, then we're doomed, aren't we? I've never been in love. I don't want to die yet. Shasha, what's the use of having been in love? I had a relationship and it ended anyway. Now I'm utterly indifferent to life. Yi, prepare towels and water, ideally gas masks. Otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to stand the stench of decay." Wun and Shasha. Despite their reluctance, they followed Yi downstairs. As the odor of rot grew stronger, both women covered their mouths. "Where are your fire safety supplies?" "I know where. They'll take you." At the fire equipment storage, they found 4 sets of firefighting suits, 4 fire extinguishers, and 4 heavy fire axes. "Where's Caesar? Where did he go?" "I left him in the innermost room of the office area. A dog's sense of smell is too keen. I was afraid the zombie toxins would suffocate him. That's wise. I don't want to lose Caesar after finally finding a dog." The 3 of them put on the firefighting suits and stared at each other, but Yi couldn't stop laughing. Wun and Shasha were women after all, and the suits looked absurd on them, too large for their frames. As they walked, their pants kept slipping, but the sealed suits prevented them from falling off. They resembled clowns performing a comedy act. After laughing for a while, Yi finally got used to their appearance and handed each woman a knife. "To help you face the terror of the apocalypse, Hedon, you need to kill zombies at close range. Only this will forge your courage. It's what you'll rely on to survive." Wonwin and Shasha nodded solemnly, and finally decided to enter the screening hall. When they stepped inside, the sight before them left them weak-kneed with fear. Seeing countless zombies staring at them, they couldn't move. Don't you two pee your pants. The suits are sealed, and the smell of urine could suffocate you. Wonwin, it's over. This is it. Shasha, what's over? Yi, what's over? I told you to kill a zombie that can't move. What's over, eh? I get it. You didn't actually pee, did you? Are you really that scared? Wow, just seeing zombies scared you into peeing. My legs are just weak. You're the one who peed. Stubborn, you definitely peed. I said I didn't. You did. I said no means no. I didn't pee from fear. Alright, if you say you weren't scared out of your wits, then you weren't. You have the final say, fine. Now get a move on, and start clearing the zombies. He'll handle the escalators. Any good suggestions? Even if the escalators lose power, zombies might still climb up. Is there a way to destroy them outright? There's no direct or effective method. Alright, I understand. Yi pondered for a long time in his mind, but found no good solution. Yi approached the escalators and adjusted both to the downward direction. In large shopping malls, escalators default to one up and one down. Now that I've set both to descend, there's no way for the zombies to come up right. Even if you've evolved over these days and become more agile, the escalator's speed still outpaces you. I've set it to the fastest speed. Even a normal person would struggle to climb up, let alone you zombies. After finishing this, Yi hurried to the cinema hall. Approaching it, he saw Shasha rushing out to vomit. Wonwin followed closely and began vomiting outside as well. You two are being overly dramatic. Go ahead and puke, then get back in and keep killing. Look, is that something a human would say? Are you even human? One day when you face the terror of the apocalypse, Heat and the men out there will be even less human than I am. Guess what those women outside are going through? Now look at how you're being treated. Hearing Yi's words, the two women fell silent. They obediently shut their mouths, went back in after vomiting to kill zombies, and rushed out to vomit again when they couldn't bear it. After emptying their stomachs, they could only dry heave. I can't take it anymore. Me neither. I've got nothing left to throw up. If I keep going, I'll puke out my bile. Brother Yi, I'm begging you, there are only a dozen zombies left. Please finish them off. Yes, Brother Yi, let's call it a day. It's not that I'm cruel or unwilling to help. The best way to face fear is to confront it head-on. You must deal with this today. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. After saying this, Yi pulled out a shotgun. Wonwin and Shasha immediately stopped vomiting and charged in to kill the zombies. This time, they didn't come out until the last dozen or so were eliminated. See, if I hadn't pushed you, you'd never know your own potential. Let me check if you've done a thorough job. This is the first and last time I'll finish off your leftovers. From now on, always make sure to finish them off. These creatures are more resilient than you think. If one day your carelessness gets you bitten or scratched, you'll bear the consequences. Next, you have one final training session. You need to eat to regain your strength. You've vomited and fought for so long. You must be exhausted. Have something to replenish your energy. To survive the apocalypse, you need not only strong mental fortitude, but also a ruthless disposition. You can't let killing zombies stop you from eating. Yi brought out milk and bread. The moment the two women saw the milk and bread, they started vomiting again. Why are you throwing up again? Milk and bread don't resemble anything from the zombies. I didn't give you tofu pudding, and I didn't add chili to it mixing red and white. So why are you puking? Brother Yi, I'm begging you, have mercy. Yes, Brother Yi, we really can't eat right now. Can we save it and eat later? Absolutely not. Either eat now or eat tomorrow. Food is scarce in the apocalypse. Then we'll eat tomorrow. Fine, you said it yourselves. You'll eat it this time tomorrow. Yi went to observe the escalators. With the speed set to maximum, the zombies indeed couldn't climb up. Even if a zombie or two manages to get on, the speed drags them back down. You two take a break. We're about to tackle the massive horde on the second floor. But we're short on manpower. Killing them one by one will take forever. I never said we'd kill them one by one. Sometimes you need to use your head. Now let me outline my plan. Use phone ringtones to lure all the zombies from the second floor to the first. Then set the second floor escalators like the third floor ones. Finally, clean them out slowly. Got it. Got it. Now go collect all the phones from the zombies in the cinema hall. Use emergency dial to get their numbers, then toss the phones at the escalator entrances on the first floor. Finally, just keep calling those numbers. Wonwin and Shasha went in to gather the phones. Meanwhile, Yi collected all glass bottles from the entertainment area, any drink in a glass bottle. If any survivors outside saw this, they would surely curse Yi for being wasteful. Survivors outside were all running out of supplies. Now use emergency dial to get their numbers. While Wonwin and Shasha obtained the numbers, he suggested throwing the collected glass bottles from the third floor to the escalator entrances on the first floor. Crash, crash, crash. As the glass bottles shattered continuously, the zombies on the second floor headed toward the first. Those in front tumbled down the stairs while those behind pushed forward relentlessly. Many zombies had their heads crushed underfoot by those behind. As their numbers grew, Yi began throwing glass bottles from the third floor to the first. This large shopping mall is great. The central plaza is spacious enough to hold them all. The middle is open and the second and third floors have no rooms for aesthetics. Looking up from the plaza, it's all empty space. The top floor boasts a massive starry ceiling exuding luxury. Yi checked the time, feeling it was about right. After you make the calls, toss the phones down. If they break, so be it. If they don't, they'll keep ringing. With so many phones, some are bound to be durable. Wonwin and Shasha followed orders. Dozens of phones were called and thrown from the third floor to the first. Only 3 survived the fall. The rest shattered into pieces. Looks like domestic phones are the best. These imported ones can't take a beating. I remember seeing on Longting short videos that some phones could even stop bullets. After the series of maneuvers, most of the zombies on the second floor had moved to the first. Now the 3 of us will move out together. Wonwin and Shasha, each of you take 1 escalator, set it to the fastest speed, and switch it to downward mode. Finally, we'll slowly clear out the zombies. Understood. Got it. Wonwin and Shasha dashed to the escalators, 1 for each, and cranked the speed to maximum, both set to descend. When the zombies spotted living humans, they scrambled up the escalators, only to be hurled back down by the breakneck pace. The zombies that hadn't gone downstairs crept stealthily toward Wonwin and Shasha from behind. Catching a glimpse of the approaching undead from the corner of her eye, Wonwin shrieked in terror. Help! Save! Save me! You! Stay away! Don't come any closer! Whooshed! Whooshed! Yi-Yi's compound bow struck true, obliterating the zombie's head with a perfect shot. Look at you now. What's there to make such a fuss about? It's just a zombie, isn't it? Don't you have a blade in your hand? Why are you so nervous? I thought I was done for. I thought you wouldn't come for me. Did you wet yourself again? No, I didn't. TCH, talk tough. Yi-Yi dismissed the woman and, gripping his compound bow, began searching the second floor. You 2 search the second floor with me. Don't leave a single corner unchecked. You know this place better than I do. The 3 of us working together will surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. The second floor housed the supermarket's vast food and household section, stocked with nearly every necessity, along with a plethora of stationery and kitchenware. What a pity I don't have superpowers or ID. Take it all. Never mind, this isn't a novel. It's the apocalypse. Where would superpowers come from? ID better drop such impractical fantasies. They'll keep my feet on the ground and survive 1 step at a time. They conducted a thorough carpet-style search of every spot: restrooms, shelves, storage rooms. Wait, I finally see living people. I'm saved at last. Thank heavens. The trio turned toward the voice and spotted a man with a distinct receding hairline, perched weakly atop a large shelf, speaking with barely any strength. Please, I beg you, save me. I'm dying. I don't want to die. Yi-Yi took in the sight of the portly man, marked not only by his balding pate, but also by a protruding belly. His chef's attire spoke of his trade, yet his haggard appearance suggested he hadn't eaten in a long time. Though the supermarket's air conditioning hummed, he was drenched in cold sweat. Whether from genuine weakness or sheer terror, it was hard to tell. Yi, give me a reason to save you. Are you a chef? The hefty man. Yes, I'm a chef. I can cook any dish. Right now I work as a baker and pastry chef in this supermarket. Please save me. I can cook for you. I'm proficient in every cuisine. Just get me out of here and I'll do whatever you say. Yi, seems like a chef isn't all that crucial during the apocalypse. Where would you find fresh ingredients to cook with? That reason isn't enough to convince me. Do you have anything else worth saving you for? The hefty man. After all these years as a chef, I know the locations of many food suppliers tucked away in secret spots. Take me in, and you'll have a steady stream of food sources. I also know several farming bases. Yi, good. You've proven your worth. They'll take you. When Shasha, search him for any weapons. With that, Yi chambered a round in his shotgun and aimed it at the fat man. Come down slowly. Don't leave my sight, or I'll take you out. No tricks. The fat man nodded, frantically terrified for his life. Wonwin and Shasha quickly finished their search. Brother Yi, he's unarmed. We've checked thoroughly. He's safe. Not enough. Cuff his hands behind his back. In the apocalypse, we can't trust anyone blindly. We'll only release him after we've cleared every area on the second floor. Hold on, what's that smell? It's weird. Not like the stench of zombies. The fat man chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, I really didn't dare to come down, and I had to go. So I just did my business right here on the shelf. It's my daughter. My apologies, everyone. I had no choice. Yi, I can't believe you. You're something else. It stinks to high heaven. He gave the fat man a slap, and the embarrassed fellow responded with an apologetic grin. Yi produced a pair of silver bracelets, and had Wonwin and Shasha cuff the fat man's hands behind his back. Intimidated by Yi's shotgun, the chef could only comply. Boss, I'm begging you. When you evacuate, take me with you. The apocalypse hit so suddenly. I'm all alone. One person, one full belly, and the whole family's fed. I won't cause you any trouble. Take me along, and you definitely won't regret it. Trust me. If you can prove your worth, we'll bring you when we leave. Right now, we're sweeping the entire second floor to make sure no zombies remain. You said we wouldn't regret taking you, didn't you? You take point. Fine, I'll go first into the dangerous spots. Yi was inwardly startled by the fat man's readiness. Such a swift agreement. Could it be a trap? He remained on high alert, half expecting an ambush from the fat man's hidden accomplices. The 4 of them meticulously combed every inch of the second floor, 3 times, finding nothing. The chef? I know a place most likely to harbor survivors. Let me take you there. On the second floor in the food section, there's a cold storage room. Only insiders know about it. Excellent. Lead the way. Yi thought to himself. So you're finally showing your hand. That cold storage probably hides your accomplices lying in wait for an ambush. I mustn't let my guard down. The moment something feels off, they'll take him out. Deep within the second floor storage area, there indeed stood a massive cold storage unit, cleverly concealed. This is the cold storage I mentioned. All the walls and the door are specially made. If you hide inside, lower the temperature, and open the window, no one will find you. It's an excellent hiding spot. The supplies inside could easily sustain a person for a year or more. I'm certain someone has taken refuge there. When they built it, they used the finest materials. To prevent accidental freezing, they even left a window. Only us insiders know about it. I have a key on me. When I bake bread, I get my ingredients from here. When I open the door, if anything seems off, you can fire away. Everything I've done so far has been to prove my worth. When you evacuate, take me with you. I've survived this long. I don't want to die. If what you've said is true, we can consider taking you. I always keep my word, because a citizen of the Dragon Empire doesn't deceive another. A word from a gentleman is a word that cannot be taken back. The rotund chef deftly unlocked the cold storage door with his key, only to discover it had been bolted from the inside. Boss, the lock on the cold storage is open. But there are two pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which do you want to hear first? They'll take the bad news first. The bad news is that the cold storage door is locked from the inside. The good news is I know where the window is. Then take me to the window. All right, boss, I'll take you there now. The cold storage window is located in a storage room. When the cold storage was built, they were very thorough. There was once a tragic incident where an employee got locked inside and froze to death, turning into an ice sculpture. If I recall correctly, there's a temperature control probe inside the cold storage. If you destroy it, the door should open automatically, right? The rotund chef, boss, you might not know this, but the temperature control probe is too high for an ordinary person to reach. Fine, take me to the cold storage window. The storage room connected to the cold storage window was set aside by the boss of Ryn-animation, filled with discarded cardboard and bottles. Whenever it was full, someone would haul it to the recycling station. The money earned was used to buy small gifts for the employees, with the boss covering any shortfall out of his own pocket as a perk. The rotund chef quickly led Yi and his two companions to the window in the storage room. It really is well hidden. Without a guide, you'd never find it. Go tell the people inside to open the window or the cold storage door. Say we're here to rescue them and try to get them out. Inside the cold storage, a man in a suit bellowed, "Move over, don't crowd me." The timid woman he snapped at replied weakly, "I'm already at the edge." The woman beside the suited man said, "Look at who you are and what standing you have. When told to move, you move. Why all the nonsense?" Beside the woman stood a middle-aged man, obese and pompous, glaring disdainfully at the timid woman. He said, "Exactly. What status do we have and what status do you have? When told to move aside, you move. Stop crowding." This large supermarket's cold storage was packed to the brim with a massive stockpile of supplies. The only space that could fit 4 people was in a corner where they sat against the wall. Since the zombie virus outbreak, the 4 had been holed up in the cold storage without leaving. The entire cold storage reeked of urine and feces, with the timid woman surrounded by their excrement. The nauseating stench made it hard for the timid woman to keep her eyes open. Gathering her courage, she retorted, "I'm already at the edge. If I move any further, I'll step in the filth." The 3 immediately shot back, with the middle-aged man speaking first. "Do you know who I am and what connections I have? My family's business ranks among the top in all of Launching Nation. With my resources and background, crushing you is easier than squashing an ant. What's the big deal if you touch some filth? An ant should know its place." The woman in the middle sneered, "My clothes are expensive, not to mention my bag and jewelry. The total worth is something you could never afford in a lifetime. I'm someone you can only look up to." The suited man chimed in, "Exactly. Our sister Lee and boss Lee can make the whole of Lungting tremble with a stomp of their feet. You are just a tiny warehouse manager managing supplies in the cold storage. How can you compare? When told to move, just move. Why all the chatter? When the rescue team arrives, you'll be in trouble. If you upset us, I'll have the rescue team leave you behind to be fed to the zombies." The timid woman was terrified. I don't want to be bitten to death by zombies." The 3 continued to mock. "Scared now, are you? Now you see the gap between us. Now you have the awareness of an ant." Just then the rotund chef tapped on the window. "Listen up, you inside. We're the rescue team. Open the cold storage door. We're here to save you. The zombies have been cleared out. Did you hear that? Speak of the devil and he appears. The rescue team is here to save me. Well, feed you to the zombies." The timid woman was pale with fright, her mind drifting back to the beginning of the apocalypse, to the very moment before the outbreak. The suited man, "Boss Lee, this way please. This is the cold storage packed with a vast amount of supplies. Boss Lee could lead the way." "Sister Lee, I heard the supplies in this cold storage are all top-tier imported ingredients. Help. Murder." The 3 turned to see a man pinning a woman to the ground, savagely biting her. Within a minute, the bitten woman had turned into a zombie. The 3 stared in shock as 2 zombies lunged at them. Just as they were at a loss, the timid woman opened the cold storage door. "Quick, over here. It's safe. We can hide in here. Zombies are everywhere. Everyone's gone mad from some virus biting anyone they see. Let's hide here and wait for rescue." The 3, as if seeing a lifeline, followed the timid woman into the cold storage. At first they were respectful, but before long their true natures emerged, and they began to bully her. Until the rotund chef knocked on the window. The timid woman felt both joy and fear at the arrival of the rescue team. Joy because she could finally leave. Fear because she dreaded the rescue team might actually listen to Boss Lee and throw her to the zombies. Her heart was filled with regret. She wished she had never saved those 3 scumbags. Her good intentions had only brought harm upon herself. If she could do it over, she would never have let them into the cold storage. The suited man replied hastily, "Hold on, I'll open the cold storage door right away. Get us out of here. I can't stand another second in this place. The middle-aged man added, surely you know who I am, don't you? Prioritize rescuing me. Comrade, save me first, and I guarantee you'll be promoted and live a life of luxury. Sisterly. Yes, comrade, get us out first, and you won't regret it. Creak. Creak. The cold storage door was soon opened by the suited man. Hands on your heads, don't move, and come out slowly. The three were bewildered. Instead of the rescue team, they had imagined they were greeted by the dark barrel of Yi-Yi's shotgun. There were no soldiers in combat uniforms. Seeing the shotgun in Yi-Yi's hand and his cold expression, the three silently raised their hands and stepped out. The timid woman's legs went weak at the sight of Yi-Yi's shotgun. Same for you. Raise your hands and come out slowly. Don't try any tricks or it'll take you down. The frail woman, forcing herself to overcome her trembling legs, also raised her hands and slowly walked out. I really can't believe you guys. How could you stay in there so long with such a stench? Amazing. Simply amazing. The middle-aged man threatened. Kid, do you know who I am? You dare to point a gun at my head. Believe me, I can have someone take you out with just one phone call. Sisterly said, I suggest you put the gun down now and kneel to apologize to Boss Lee. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll spare you. The man in the suit added, exactly, our Boss Lee is a big shot you can't afford to mess with. Yi said, I heard everything you said in there. You think you're impressive, with status, position, power, and money. But it's the end of the world now. Do you think any of that still matters? The middle-aged man scoffed, the end of the world. Are you kidding me? It's just a virus outbreak. The military will be here soon. Sisterly sneered, typical small fry. You have no idea what the world is really like. A simple virus outbreak, and you call it the apocalypse. The man in the suit added, there are many things in this world beyond your imagination. You don't know its true face. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed as Yi struck each of the 3 arrogant individuals. The middle-aged man addressed as Boss Lee erupted first. You dare hit me. You actually dare hit me. Do you even know who I am? Slap. Another slap. I can have someone kill you. Slap. 2 slaps. Aren't you afraid of death? Slap. 3 slaps. He'll call someone right now. Slap. 4 slaps. You're finished. You've messed with the wrong person. Slap. 5 slaps. After a full 5 slaps, Boss Lee finally quieted down, covering his face and glaring at Yi with a vicious look. Yi kicked Boss Lee hard in the groin. It hurts so much. He'll kill you. Yi walked over, raised his foot, and stomped down on Boss Lee's groin again. Even though Boss Lee tried desperately to shield himself with his hands, the stomp made him wince in agony. The threats spewing from his mouth diminished, but he remained stubborn. Sisterly said, Kid, you've made a huge mistake. No one can save you now. Yi walked over to Sisterly and threw a punch at her mouth. His fist hurt from hitting her teeth. But to maintain his tough facade, he didn't cry out and endured the pain. Sisterly, on the other hand, covered her mouth and screamed, You hit me. You actually hit me. No one has ever dared to hit me in my entire life. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth, and blood also seeped from her nostrils. At that moment, Yi lost interest. Looking at the timid woman behind him, he said, I heard everything they said to you in the cold storage. They've been bullying you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Come over and hit them. After speaking, Yi pulled out a shotgun and aimed it at the timid woman. It's the end of the world now. Someone as weak as you won't survive. You have to toughen up. When we evacuate, I'll take you with me, but you need to show me you can be strong and survive this apocalypse. Looking at the timid woman, Yi was reminded of his own mother. She was also an honest and simple person, but she was always being bullied by others. She always adhered to the principle, endure a moment of calm, take a step back for a broader view. It took Yi and his father a long time to break her of that habit. Kindness with a hint of sharpness. Looking at the timid woman before him, Yi felt a surge of sympathy for her. He didn't know why, but the thought of taking her along during the evacuation had taken root in his mind. The timid woman stammered, I can't. If I hit them, they'll call the police and have me arrested. Please, sir, spare me. I can't do it. Yi said, I knew you'd say that. Can't you have some backbone? It's the end of the world. Where are the police? Even if there were police, they'd be on the front lines getting scratched and bitten by zombies, while maintaining order, eventually turning into zombies themselves. If you don't hit them, they'll kill you. Someone like you will suffer terribly in this apocalypse. Putting you out of your misery early would be a mercy. The timid woman pleaded, Don't kill me. They'll do as you say. The timid woman walked over to the man in the suit, raised her small fists, and gently tapped him twice before stopping, unwilling to strike again. Yi thought to himself, even threatening her with death isn't enough to make her act. How can anyone be so spineless? Looking at the timid woman, Yi shook his head. He realized that if he were to build his own team in the future, he would need to show a ruthless side to ensure they followed his orders. Resolving to take matters into his own hands, he said, All 4 of you stand in a line over there. Watch closely and learn. It's the end of the world now. They'll say this one last time, if you don't kill, you'll be killed. That's not something we can choose. Keeping a saintly heart will only get you killed in this apocalypse. Don't think I'm too cruel. I'm left with no choice. Yi quickly walked over to Boss Lee, pulled out 3 pairs of handcuffs, and threw one to each of the 3. Cuff your hands behind your backs or die right now. You 4 check that they're cuffed tightly, then return to your positions. Boss Lee and the other 2 had no choice but to obey. The fat chef and his 3 companions also complied. In principle, even in the apocalypse, people should have some freedom. But at this moment, the principle was in Yi's hands. in the form of his shotgun, the Great Equalizer. Yi stared at Bosley. You're rich and powerful. I hear that when you stamp your feet, the entire Dragon Nation trembles, right? And now, Yi grabbed Bosley by the shoulders and drove his knee hard into Bosley's groin. Oh, oh, oh. Bosley let out a hysterical scream, endless like the surging Yangtze River, overwhelming like the Yellow River in flood. Didn't you say you'd have someone kill me? Go ahead. Why are you just lying on the ground screaming? He'll kill you. He'll kill you. You've said that many times, but let me tell you the truth, the one dying today is you, not me. Then he turned to Sister Lee. You seem to think Bosley is really something, don't you? Do you really not see the gravity of the situation? You've hit Bosley now. You don't have enough heads to lose. Your name is Sister Lee, right? I think it's you who doesn't understand how serious this is. You don't actually believe the three of you are walking out of here alive today, do you? Hearing Yi's tone, Sister Lee was clearly frightened. Her voice lost its arrogance and took on a note of fear, but she was still too proud to beg for mercy. Not that it would have mattered anyway. Yi had no intention of letting them go. I hope you're a tough nut to crack, Yi said, and that your backbone is as hard as your tongue. With that, he punched Li Jie in the mouth again, this time a bit higher. The blow struck Li Jie's nose, twisting it askew and causing the blood that had just stopped to flow once more. She staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, her face filled with terror as she stared at Yi. To be honest, I liked you better when you were defiant, Yi said. Can you go back to being that way? Your current state makes me uncomfortable. I prefer it when you fight me to the end. Li Jie trembled slightly, remaining silent. Yi walked forward to the man in the suit. You seem to enjoy being a rich man's dog. I bet you think being a rich man's dog is better than being a poor man. That must be your value system, right? Sometimes when you lose your dignity for money, you can never get it back. You might think dignity isn't worth much compared to survival, right? The man in the suit stood unmoved, his thoughts unknown. Yi harbored a deep hatred for such people and treated him without mercy. He drew out his trusty blade and drove it fiercely toward the man's heart. I despise people like you. They'll assume you have your reasons and give you a quick end. The blade had killed many zombies and was tainted with the zombie virus, which Yi had never cleaned off. The heart-pierced blood gushed from the man's chest. You dare kill someone. You're finished. You've broken the law. You'll go to prison. It'll haunt you even as a ghost. The man in the suit was terrified by Yi's actions, as was everyone present except Yi himself. No one expected Yi to suddenly erupt and kill. Clearly the man in the suit hadn't anticipated being the first to die. Say your last words quickly. Don't spout childish nonsense about haunting me. It's the end of the world. There are no ghosts, only zombies. This blade is covered in zombie virus. You'll turn into a zombie within a minute. Speak your final words. To prevent you from attacking us after you change, I need to perform a small procedure. With that, Yi pulled out the blade and severed the man's Achilles tendons. Now it's safe. Even if you become a zombie without leverage, you can't stand. You're so cruel. You'll die a miserable death. In the apocalypse, who can guarantee a good end? Maybe one day you'll be eaten by zombies, but it won't be at the hands of someone like you. A minute passed quickly. The man in the suit stared at Yi with resentful eyes. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and dark purple veins crawled up his carotid arteries, spreading across his cheeks and arms. The man, now a zombie, saw the tempting feast before him and yearned to devour it, but his hands were cuffed behind his back and his tendons were severed. He could only writhe on the ground like a worm. Yi mercilessly stomped on the back of his head, forcing the zombie's face to the ground. Then with a mocking gaze, he fixed his eyes on Bosley. Bosley, aren't you powerful? You're about to die. Is there any way to save yourself? Didn't you claim to have power and wealth? Where are they now to save you? Bosley, brother, I was wrong. I apologize. Yi, if apologies worked, what would we need police for? Besides, there are no police now. Isn't it better to handle this myself? Bosley, spare me, and he'll give you a fortune. Yi, how much? Bosley, name your price. I'm a wealthy man. Yi, then I want 9 quadrillion Lungton coins. If you can produce that, you live, if not, too bad. Bosley, are you insane? Do you even know what 9 quadrillion Lungton coins means? Even all the rich people in Shinkoin City combined don't have that much. Yi, then there's no choice but to send you to your death. Didn't you say that with one stomp you'd shake the Lungting Nation 3 times? Maybe if you stomp now you'll survive. Bosley, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Yi, well, today I'm taking it seriously. With that, he dragged Bosley over. Bosley struggled frantically, but to no avail. Weren't you going to stomp? Stomp. Why aren't you stomping? Don't you like stomping? Yi dragged Bosley by one leg to the zombie's mouth. The zombie unceremoniously bit down, tearing a chunk of flesh from Bosley's calf and chewing it. You'd rather be bitten by a zombie than stomp. You, Bosley, who claimed to shake the Lungting Nation with one stomp. With all that power, why can't you break free from handcuffs? Bosley, I was wrong. Save me. I don't want to become a zombie. Yi, you're a big shot, Bosley. How could you be wrong? I must have misheard. You want to become a zombie, right? Bosley, Before he could finish, Yi cut in. No problem, I'll grant your wish. Helping others is a fine tradition of the Lungting Nation. Since you want to become a zombie so badly, I'll assist you. Don't thank me. With that, Yi grabbed Bosley's other intact leg and shoved it into the zombie's mouth. The zombie again tore off a large chunk of flesh and began chewing. Everyone was horrified by Yi's methods, not daring to make a sound, barely breathing. The entire second floor fell silent save for the zombie's chewing. The sound was eerily chilling as if playing a symphony of hell. Boss Lee's calves had been gnawed down to the bone. In his heart, Yi recalled the methods of those women he had seen at the gas station. Compared to those women, my methods are child's play. I consider myself very merciful. It seems that next time I catch someone and need to punish them, let those women handle it. Li Jie, you're the only one left. Do you have any last words? Or do you have nothing to say? Li Jie could only cower in the corner, trembling. Having lived a life of luxury, she never imagined she would die at the hands of an insignificant nobody. Even at the end of her life, she didn't think to beg for mercy. She knew deep down that it was futile. The man before her wouldn't let her live. If she begged, it would only satisfy his twisted psyche. You have some backbone, woman. You won't bow even in death. Of course I won't beg you, said Sister Li. Yi replied, seeing as you have such backbone, I'll grant you a quick death. I don't have a peculiar hobby of torturing others either. How do you wish to die? I might consider accommodating you. Sister Li retorted, no need for you to accommodate me. I'll choose my own death. Sister Li schemed inwardly, seizing the moment when Yi and the others' attention was not on her. She quickly stood up and dashed toward the escalator. As she ran, she shouted, you'd better not let me live. If I escape, I'll find someone to come back and kill you. I don't believe a word of this apocalypse nonsense. Once I get out and find rescue with my status and influence, you'll all be dead. Yi stood there dumbfounded, watching Sister Li race toward the escalator. The others were equally bewildered. Was the apocalypse a lie? What about the zombies we saw? Were they filming a movie? Just as Sister Li reached the escalator, she beheld a sight she would never forget. The escalator from the second to the first floor was packed with zombies, and the vast open plaza on the ground floor was also swarming with them. She immediately turned to run back, but the escalator moved too fast. Sister Li could only keep running upward, yet she was constantly carried downward by the moving stairs. It was like running on a treadmill. Help! Help me, save me, she cried. Please save me, I beg you. Yi strolled unhurriedly to the escalator entrance. Sister Li, you really have a short memory. Didn't you just say with your status and influence you'd go out and find someone to kill me? Did I hear that wrong? Then go find someone. Why are you asking me to save you instead? Don't you like running? Keep running, why stop? Don't you like it anymore? Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. Save me. Sister Li, don't say that. I'm no magnanimous person, I'm a petty one. You're the big shot, right? You big shots have vast powers. A few hundred zombies are nothing to you. Even thousands or tens of thousands, you can handle them, can't you? Don't say that. Save me, I beg you, save me. At this moment, Sister Li's hands were cuffed behind her back. She ran desperately on the escalator, but couldn't climb up. Yi and his 4 companions just watched her silently. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of Sister Li's high heels clattering on the escalator. Yi took out his homemade slingshot and flashed Sister Li what he thought was a brilliant smile. But to her eyes, that smile seemed like a demon's mocking sneer. Yi loaded a steel ball, pulled the slingshot taut, and fired at Sister Li's body. He deliberately avoided her legs. Whooshed. 1 shot. Don't hit my stomach. Whooshed. 2 shots. I said don't hit my stomach. Whooshed. 3 shots. Don't hit my face. I rely on my looks to get by. Whooshed. 4 shots. He'll kill you. Whooshed. 5 shots. You'll die a miserable death. After 5 steel balls struck Sister Li, she slipped and fell onto the escalator. The escalator swiftly carried her toward the abyss, toward the gaping zombie-filled maw. Perhaps at the brink of life and death, Sister Li unleashed unprecedented potential, standing up again and running up the escalator. This time she ran much faster than before. She kicked off her expensive high heels and ran barefoot on the escalator. Yi remarked, see, Sister Li, if I hadn't pushed you, you wouldn't have known your own potential. Your life is in your own hands. Keep running. You'd better kill me now. If you let me live, I'll find you one day and take revenge. All right, Sister Li, I won't let you live. Yi judged the timing was right. He took out a steel ball, pulled the slingshot taut, and aimed at Sister Li's knee. Whooshed. 1 shot hit its mark. Yi gave Sister Li no respite, immediately pulling out a second steel ball. Whooshed. With the second steel ball precisely striking her other knee, both of Sister Li's knees were swollen and red. She could no longer hold on. Stumbling, Sister Li let out a desperate wail. You'll die a miserable death. You'll die a miserable death. Sister Li struggled to get up, but the escalator descended too quickly. Seeing the zombies drawing ever closer behind her, tears of regret streamed down her face. If only we hadn't been so aggressive. If only we had been kinder to that fragile woman, would the outcome have been different? In the apocalypse, power, wealth, and social status are utterly useless. For the first time in her life, Sister Li realized that everything she had been chasing was worthless. Wealth, social status, resources, connections, none of them could save her. With her cries, she was engulfed by the zombie horde, not even given the chance to turn into a zombie before the starving horde devoured her completely. What a pity for my pair of silver handcuffs. These things are 1 fewer every time I use them. Fatty, do you know how to fish? Boss, I know how to fish. Good. Go to the supermarket on the 2nd floor and find a fishing rod. Fish my silver handcuffs back up. Got it, boss. Mission guaranteed. After witnessing Yi's brutal methods, the 4 were filled with fear of him and immediately carried out any order he gave. You 3 girls, don't just stand there dumbfounded. See what you can do. Look at this zombie in a suit. He's dead, so why is he still staring at me? As if I owe him money. And this balding zombie. He used to say that with a stomp of his foot the dragon's soaring nation would tremble. Now that he's a zombie, he should at least be a zombie king, but I feel he doesn't even have the ability to hunt. Aren't you annoyed looking at these two wretched things? Before Fatty gets back, find a way to deal with them. Take off the handcuffs and throw them down. After speaking, Yi tossed the handcuff keys to Wen and Sha. All right, brother Yi. We'll handle it. Wait. Let that seemingly fragile girl handle it. You two have already killed zombies if she hasn't. If we let someone like that join our team, it could endanger us. She needs to be toughened up. Do you have any objections? No objections. Good. If you can't accept it, I won't force you. But when we evacuate, we won't take you with us. No. I don't want to die. They'll kill them. Wen and Sha handed their sharp knives to the fragile woman, encouraging her not to be afraid. The zombies are restrained. They can't struggle up and bite you. Roar. Hearing the hoarse sounds from the zombies' throats, the fragile woman's legs turned to jelly and her hand, holding the knife, trembled slightly. Yet she refused to give up. Perhaps it was the will to survive that sustained her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally made up her mind. Raising the sharp knife, she thrust it fiercely into the back of the zombie's head. The delicate woman lacked sufficient strength. The dagger failed to pierce the zombie's skull, only scratching the surface of its occiput. Even so, she had taken a significant stride forward. Yi said, "This is a small step for you, but it's a giant leap for our team." The delicate woman replied, "Team? What team?" Yi answered, "Us. We are a team. I don't have the confidence to survive alone. Or do you not want to join us?" The delicate woman said, No, I want to be with you. Please take me with you when you evacuate." Yi replied, "Understood. Since I said I'd take you, I won't go back on my word. Now, no matter how you do it, kill those two zombies and retrieve the silver handcuffs, and he'll accept you. Finally, clean up the scene and toss both zombie bodies downstairs. I'm not being hard on you, but this apocalypse won't give you time to grow. It's brutal. You need to awaken directly." The fat chef said, "Boss, I'm back. I found a fishing rod and I found a magnet." Yi said, "Let's formally introduce ourselves. Besides Sha and Wen, I don't know your names yet. Sha and Wen, go call Caesar down." "Okay, brother Yi. That delicate woman, continue your task. He'll give you one last chance. If you can't finish before Sha and Wen come down, he'll abandon you and throw you over. I'm not joking, I mean it." Hearing Yi's ultimatum, the delicate woman steeled her resolve. Gathering all her strength, she gripped the knife handle and plunged it toward the zombie's head. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Finally, the suited male zombie convulsed a few times and stopped moving. Seeing the reddened white liquid, the woman dashed to the railing and vomited. Perhaps driven by the sheer will to survive, after vomiting, her eyes shone with resilience. She walked toward the balding zombie, raised the dagger, and repeated the same motions. She ran to the railing again and threw up. Then, struggling, she unlocked the handcuffs and dragged the 2 zombie corpses toward the escalator. After a few steps, she abandoned the idea of dragging both at once. Instead, she pulled one corpse over first, then returned for the other. As Caesar ran toward Yi, the woman had just placed the last zombie corpse on the escalator. The sound of the body sliding slowly down the steps echoed. She had completed Yi's task within the allotted time. "Good, you've successfully done what I asked. You can join our team. Come over and greet everyone. Start with you." The delicate woman approached and whispered, "My name is Ryn-animation. I worked as a cold storage manager in this supermarket. Nice to meet you all. I hope you'll look out for me." Yi said, "You need to learn to take care of yourself. This is the end of the world. Do you understand?" Ryn-animation replied, "I understand, I do. They'll take care of myself. Sorry, boss, I misspoke. He Chio and call me Wen. Laisha call me Sha. Su Dahai. I grew up poor, never studied, and have no education. I've always worked as a chef. If you ever crave anything to eat, tell me, and I'll figure out how to make it." Yi stroked the German shepherd's head and said, "He's Caesar, a dog we adopted after the apocalypse." Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, 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 woof. Now we're formally acquainted. Our small team is taking shape. Let's get along from now on. Surviving this apocalypse depends on ourselves. Dahai, try to fish up the handcuffs. If you can't, forget it. Okay, boss, leave it to me." Yi didn't think Su Dahai could retrieve the handcuffs. They were locked on Sister Lee's wrist. Even if she was now gnawed down to bones, a fishing rod seemed useless. But seeing Dahai's confidence, he didn't want to discourage him. He could only watch silently as Su Dahai worked. Dahai tied a magnet to the fishing line, then fetched 4 hooks and bound them together with a knot that Yi couldn't comprehend. From a distance, it looked like a lotus with only 4 petals. Su Dahai smiled faintly, extended the rod, and slowly turned the reel, letting the line descend. Soon the line landed right at Sister Lee's handcuff. Magnetically drawn, it hit the handcuff quickly and precisely, with the 4 hooks snagging it perfectly. Yi was stunned. "That actually works. How did you do it?" Su Dahai replied, "Would I dare take this on without some skill?" With Dahai's technique, the 4 hooks caught the handcuffs and Sister Lee's skeletal remains were hoisted up. Watching Dahai's ease, Yi was astonished. A human skeleton was definitely heavier than a fish. How could he handle it so effortlessly? Could he be naturally gifted with superhuman strength? Curious, he asked, "Dahai, why do you look so relaxed? Are you born with incredible strength?" Su Dahai answered, "Boss, you don't know. I'm not born strong. As a chef, my wrist and arm strength are greater than average, plus I coordinate my waist and core, so I can exert force beyond normal limits. That's why I can fish it up so easily." Yi said, "I don't fully understand, but it sounds impressive." Su Dahai laughed, "Ha." Yi joined, "Ha ha." Watching Su Dahai's performance, Yi felt delighted inside. The more capable his underlings, the easier his life as the leader would become. Moreover, Su Dahai exuded a strong sense of warmth unlike the previous trio of zombies who had been utterly repulsive. As Sister Lee's skeleton was hauled up, Yi tossed over the key to the handcuffs. Su Dahai quickly unlocked them and kicked the skeleton off. Luo Renshin, take the handcuffs to the restroom and clean them along with yourself. Be careful not to cut your hands. There's zombie virus on them. Okay, boss. When Shasha, do a final check of the second floor. We're starting the plan. Okay, boss. Dahai, find some barriers to place at the escalator entrance on the second floor. I'm afraid zombies might charge up. Okay, boss. Yi and Caesar wandered through the food section on the second floor, picking up some useless glass bottles and tossing them randomly into the center of the first floor plaza. Crash, crash. As the sound of shattering glass echoed, nearly all the zombies converged toward the center. After that, everyone returned. Share your thoughts on the apocalypse and discuss how we'll survive from now on. One thing I must make clear, this mall cannot be our base. As time passes, it will become a place of danger. Our discussion will focus on relocating with supplies. Strength in numbers. We will survive. Yi. The large supermarket has plenty of supplies, enough to last us a long time. There's no issue with that idea. But in the apocalypse, supplies are the scarcest resource. There will inevitably be those who come to seize them. People on the brink of starvation are terrifying. They will do anything. Even if we have guns, they will burn their boats. When, boss, how would they burn their boats? Yi. They'd set a fire, burning us and the supplies together. If they can't have it, no one will. No one gets to live. Wen was so shocked by Yi's words that she covered her mouth with her hands. Clearly, she hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Sha was also deeply startled. If that's the case, boss, how should we move the supplies? If it's unsafe to keep them here, we have to relocate them to survive the apocalypse. But with just a few of us, we can't possibly move all these supplies. You're right. We can't move everything. Aside from items that can be preserved for a long time, we'll only take a month's worth of perishables, then abandon the rest. If we try to take everything, it will only doom us in the end. Think. Is there anything else we need to add? I think we should take as many long-lasting daily necessities as possible. For fresh fruits and vegetables, we'll only bring a week's worth. Sha, we should take all the drinks, water, and weapons we can. Fat Chef, I'm thinking about cookware. Anything that needs electricity to cook, leave it behind. Bring everything that can be used with a fire. Caesar, woof, 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 woof. Yi, don't worry, you'll bring all the dog and cat food from the supermarket for you. Caesar, woof, 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 woof. Yi, alright, just dog food, no cat food. Wen and Sha, amazing. Caesar can actually understand what we're saying. Fat Chef, I'm not surprised that Caesar is intelligent enough to understand us. What amazes me is that the boss can communicate across species with him. That's the most miraculous thing of all. Yi, no need to be amazed. Once you've spent enough time with Caesar, you'll be able to do it too. Caesar is the most spirited dog I've ever seen. Meeting him at the start of the apocalypse is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. More joyful than winning 10 million Longting coins in the lottery. Because I know I'm no longer alone. The people before him were moved by Yi's words, a tinge of sadness in the air. Luo Renshin, I think you've overlooked a very important issue. What issue? With all these supplies, what else could be a problem? Luo Renshin, we're bound to get sick. We need doctors and medicine. Maybe you're all healthy and rarely fall ill, but I get sick often, so I'm sensitive to the need for doctors and medicine. Yi, that hits the nail on the head. Wen, a word that wakes the dreamer. Sha, why didn't I think of that? Dahai, exactly. Many hands make light work. There are always things we miss. So after we move the supplies, we'll go get doctors and medicine. We need vehicles and fuel. Luckily, I have both. Wen, boss, where are we going to settle? Sha, do you already have a good place in mind, boss? Dahai, boss, I can drive. They'll go with you to handle the fuel and vehicles. Yi, the apocalypse has been raging for a while. The zombie virus fears water. Our future base will be at Central Park on Leeson Lake. Wen, brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Sha, how could you? I know you well. You're useless at everything except eating. First place and chowing down. Wen, you're so annoying. With all these people watching, can you save me some face? Dahai, I've been to Leeson Lake Central Park before. It's indeed an excellent stronghold. Yi, I parked a truck at the ticket booth of Leeson Lake Central Park. Let's go get it first. But one truck alone won't solve our urgent needs. Ideally, we should have a truck for each person. Let's gather all the transport trucks nearby into our hands. Besides me and Dahai, who else can drive? Wen, I can't drive a truck, only a small car. Yi, that's still better than not driving at all. Sha, I can't drive, but I can ride an electric scooter. Is that okay, boss? Yi, it's the apocalypse now. Riding in a scooter is too dangerous. You stay here. Luo Renshin, sorry boss, I can't even ride a bicycle. Yi reached up and pressed his forehead, looking utterly defeated. It's fine. If you can't, you can't. You'll stay at the ticket booth in Leeson Lake Central Park. Can you row a boat? Luo Renshin, I can swim and row. My family used to sell fish when I was young. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Yi, those words sound so familiar. Where have I heard them? But I can't recall. Anyway, let's move the supplies first. I have a bad feeling about this. Yi, then let's stick to the plan. Sha stays here. The rest of you come with me to Leeson Lake Central Park. Luo Renshin will stay at the park while we get the vehicles. I left an armored vehicle in the first floor parking lot. Let's move some supplies over there first. Wen dashed into the cosmetics section on the second floor, grabbed the biggest bag she could find and stuffed it with all sorts of expensive makeup until it was full. With her hands too loaded to carry more, she hurried to the elevator. Dahai gathered a lot of cookware, assembled a complete set, packed it in a large cardboard box, and dragged it toward the elevator. Luo Rinxin took plenty of milk, bread, and energy drinks. Yi waited for them at the stairwell with rice flour and oil. When he saw Wen arrive, "You're really something. In the apocalypse you prioritize skincare. What if there's no water to wash your face or bathe? What will you do then?" Wen can't help it, boss. I've been poor too long. Just then Dahai came over and said the same thing, teasing Wen as well. Only Luo Rinxin remained silent. Yi, since everyone's ready, let's head straight to the underground parking lot to get the vehicle. The four of them took the staff elevator down to the underground parking lot. Yi, maintaining his usual caution, had his compound bow drawn and ready to fire before the elevator doors even opened. The underground parking lot, after previous sweeps, was free of zombies. The group, who had been tense from Yi's actions, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yi skillfully opened the trunk of the armored vehicle and had everyone load their supplies inside. Soon the armored vehicle roared out of the underground parking lot. Yi drove the armored vehicle from Longting Huazuan toward Lisan Lake Central Park, instructing as he drove, "This is the apocalypse. You all have a bit of a savior complex, but you can't trust just anyone. While most people in Longting country are good, times are exceptional now, and even good people can turn bad. Always be wary, don't let kindness lead to disaster. I've survived this long because I can judge people. If you can't tell whether someone is good or bad, then treat everyone as an enemy. Better to kill 10,000 innocents than let one slip by. Understood." Su Dahai replied, "Got it, boss. I won't be soft-hearted." Wen said, "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do." Luo Rinxin added, "I know I'm timid and a bit naive. From now on, I'll leave anything uncertain to you all. He'll prioritize everyone's safety." Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Yi said, "See, Caesar's the smartest. Caesar's the smartest." Caesar barked again, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Yi asked Dahai, "Do you know where we can find large trucks?" Su Dahai replied, "I know. The Longting Express pickup point has tons of trucks. No place has more trucks than that." Yi said, "Good, let's change plans. First Dahai and I will each drive a large truck. When you drive the armored vehicle. Then instead of heading back to Lisan Lake Central Park, we'll go straight to the supermarket to grab supplies." Su Dahai agreed, "Yes, boss. I'm with you." Wen said, "No problem." Yi floored the accelerator back the way they came, arriving at the fire station. Turning left from there led straight to the large express sorting center. As the vehicle passed an intersection, the road ahead was completely blocked. "I should have checked the almanac today. There's still at least 2 kilometers to the sorting center. Walking is out of the question. Oh, we'll have to take a detour." "But I don't want to take a detour. Any other ideas?" Wen suggested we could only go through the factory next door. Dahai said, "I think we could disguise ourselves as zombies and just walk over." Yi replied, "I forgot something. The zombies now aren't like the ones in the shows. I've seen someone try to disguise themselves as a zombie before. It didn't work, they got eaten alive. Dahai, remember this and tell our companions later, but no one else. Same goes for you, Wen." "Yes, boss. No problem." Just as Yi was at a loss, a voice came from a bus by the roadside. "Are you here to rescue people? Can you save me? I haven't eaten in days." They warily looked toward the voice and saw a woman in the uniform of a Shunkuan City bus driver. Yi asked in surprise, "I thought all bus drivers in Shunkuan City were men. Are you an imposter?" "No, I'm not an imposter. It was my first day on the job when the zombie virus broke out." Yi said, "Grab your things and come down slowly from the bus. No tricks." He aimed his shotgun at her head, ready to shoot if she made any wrong move. The woman tremblingly approached the armored vehicle. Clang. A pair of handcuffs were thrown from the driver's seat onto the ground, followed by a man's voice, "Cuff yourself, hands behind your back, and get in the vehicle for questioning." To survive, the woman complied. As soon as she got in, Wen quickly closed the door, and the sound of fingernails scraping against it came from outside. Yi mused, "The zombies seem faster. Or is it my imagination?" Dahai notified Shasha immediately to be cautious. He then looked at the woman and said, "I'll ask, and you'll answer. Otherwise my gun won't miss." Bang. Yi blew the head off the zombie, scratching at the door with a single shotgun blast. The woman nodded, mechanically terrified. "Name? Lung Ruhan. Profession? Driver. A female driver. So what's your job? Are you insane? You know damn well." Answer: "I was a taxi driver." "Why were you the only one on the bus?" "Because everyone else turned into zombies. Only I survived." "Why only you? Did you kill the passengers?" "Yes, I killed them." "Interesting. Tell me the details." "There were 8 passengers. 2 turned into zombies. The other 6 thought it was a violent incident. They went to stop it, but then someone else was bitten. I rushed over to check and was terrified. You know, in Longting country, bus driver cabins are isolated. I hid inside, it was safe. I had to ensure my own safety first. Then I took out my phone to call the police. But in less than a minute before I could even get through, they had all turned into zombies. I failed to stop them in time. I killed the other passengers. As a bus driver, I bear an undeniable responsibility." Yi lost interest. "That's not the scenario I imagined. I thought you'd killed them outright, not this. What happened next? How did you survive?" Lung Ruhan replied, "I opened the bus door, got out from the driver's seat, and ran. They chased me down from the bus. I was terrified. So I led them in circles around the bus. But more and more zombies gathered on the road, so I had to get back on the bus. I closed all the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and from the driver's cabin, I saw things I never want to see again in my life. In the face of a global catastrophe, humans are so insignificant. During that time, I drove the bus around scavenging for supplies to survive. I dared not stop or get off easily. I was afraid of being eaten by zombies or killed by malicious people. I hid everywhere until the bus ran out of gas and I was trapped inside. I haven't eaten in days. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived today. After hearing Lung Ruhan's story, Yi understood her ordeal. He then asked, "This is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. Our team doesn't support freeloaders. Tell me, what value do you bring? Give me a reason to keep you." Lung Ruhan said, "I can drive. I have an S1 license, the highest level in Lungting country. I'm a mechanic. I can repair cars and almost any appliance. Please let me stay. One day it'll be useful to you." Yi thought to himself, a bus driver who feels guilty and blames herself for not saving her passengers, believing she killed them. She's definitely not a bad person, and she can drive and fix things. She's a rare, valuable asset. But I can't let her think joining my team is easy. I must intimidate her. I need to control her, make her follow me obediently. Having decided in his heart, Yi prepared to give a carrot after striking with a stick. Looking at Lung Ruhan, he said, "You'll join our team from now on with a 3-month probation. Once you pass, you'll become a full member. After you become a full member, our team will truly acknowledge you." Meanwhile, Yi thought to himself, no wonder so many people enjoy being capitalists. The feeling of exploiting others is really satisfying. Lung Ruhan replied, "No problem, 3 months it is. Can you give me something to eat now? I'm starving." Yi took out food and water from his backpack and handed them to Lung Ruhan. "You haven't eaten for too long, so don't overeat at once. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Eat a little first. We'll gradually recover later." Lung Ruhan said, "Thank you." Yi replied, "You're welcome. Do you know how to get to the express distribution station ahead?" "No, I was just passing through here." Yi said, "We need to come up with a good plan now. Going straight through the factory won't work, pretending to be zombies won't work, and charging in directly won't work either. But we really do need a big truck. Everyone speak your mind. If you have any good ideas, bring them up." Wenwen said, "Boss, this question really stumps me. I really can't think of anything." Dahai added, "I don't have any good ideas right now either." Luo Rinxin observed, "I've been watching for a while. These zombies have a keen sense of smell and hearing, but their vision might be poor. Can we use smells and sounds to lure them away from here?" Yi responded, "I've been using that method you mentioned since the beginning. But luring such a massive horde completely away from here is a bit difficult." A plan struck Yi, and he asked the female bus driver before him, "You just said almost all vehicles have been repaired. So I have a question. If someone has good lockpicking skills, can they open any car?" Lung Ruhan replied, "If the skill is good enough, yes. There's almost no car door that can't be opened and no vehicle that can't be started." Yi announced, "Now let me lay out the new plan. They'll set off a car alarm in the distance to attract the zombies' attention. You all search the nearby shops for a locksmith's. Once you find a locksmith shop, come back and inform me immediately." Wenwen said, "Okay, boss." Dahai added, "Easy peasy." Luo Rinxin agreed, "No problem." Lung Ruhan said, "I want freeload your food." "He'll go too." Yi replied, "Good. Hurry back." Yi took out his homemade slingshot, selected a steel ball, and shot it towards a distant car. Crash! Crash! The car's window shattered directly. Yi quickly closed the window. The dense horde of zombies surged toward the distant car as a piercing alarm abruptly echoed through the street, mingling with the zombies' roars, adding an eerie touch to the once quiet thoroughfare. Apart from Caesar and Yi, the 3 others in the car opened the door on the opposite side and jumped out. Before they set off, Yi instructed, "Shenkuan City has a huge population. Most people who come here to work live in urban villages. Wherever there are people, someone must have forgotten their keys. There are bound to be many locksmith shops in those villages. The 4 of you go in 4 different directions. Be careful. Once you confirm there's someone in a locksmith shop, come back and tell me immediately. Then we'll all go together." "Okay, got it. They'll be careful. We'll do as you say." All 3 agreed. Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Yi told him, "Caesar, you stay in the car with me. Don't get involved." Caesar barked again, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Yi reminded, "Remember to come back quickly." Watching their retreating figures and the various shops lining the street, Yi felt a sudden pang of sorrow. "I just don't want to work. Is that wrong? Whoever invented working, I don't know. I just want to not work and still have money. Now I really don't have to work, but I'm in constant danger. This isn't the life I dreamed of. Help." While waiting for the others, he took out his phone and video called his parents. No one answered. 5 minutes later, he tried again, still no answer. A growing unease settled in Yi's heart. "I hope Mom and Dad are okay. Please don't let anything happen to them. They must stay alive. They have to wait for me." Just as Yi's thoughts drifted back to his parents, someone knocked on the car window. The 3 who had gone to scout returned. The expressions on their faces showed they had found something, and they looked very happy. Without asking, Yi knew they had found someone. Wenwen skillfully opened the car door and climbed in. The other 2 also entered the armored vehicle. Wenwen said, "Boss, you were right. Following your advice, we found locksmith shops. But the one I found was empty, not a soul there." Dahai added, "The one I found was the same, completely deserted." Luo Rinxin said, "I found one too. The door was locked, and no matter how much I knocked, there was no sound from inside. But I'm sure the door was bolted from the inside." Lung Ruhan reported, "The one I found had someone inside. They asked if we were rescue. He said he didn't dare open the door. Since the apocalypse began, he's been robbed twice because he kindly opened the door. Now he refuses to open the door no matter what. Yi decided. Then let's go to the one Xiao Luo found first, and finally to the one Lung Ruhan found. The armored vehicle soon started and moved toward the location Luo Rinxin had mentioned. Boss, it's just ahead. Right here. This is the place where I said the door was bolted from inside. After checking the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, the 4 people and 1 dog got out and began knocking on the door. Yi called out, "Is there a locksmith inside? I can't open my door at home." They waited a long time, but got no response. "If you're still inside, open the door, or we'll have to break it down." Dead silence came from within. Dahai said, "I'm strong. He'll pry the door open." Yi replied, "I have another idea." He walked to the flower pot by the door, moved it aside, and sure enough found a key underneath. Since you're a locksmith, you should know that most locks on the market only keep honest people out, not thieves. For any skilled person, a lock like this on a first-floor shop is a piece of cake. Dahai exclaimed, "No wonder you're the boss. You're just smart." Lung Ruhan added, "Seriously, I have no idea how you thought of that." When praised, the boss is amazing. Luo Rinxin said, "If it were me, I'd rack my brains and never figure it out." Caesar barked woof. Yi asked, "Are you all just buttering me up?" "Boss, you don't know this about me, but I never flatter anyone," said One. "I'm the same. I never flatter others," echoed Lung Ruhan. "Boss, you know me well. It's utterly impossible for me to flatter anyone," added Dahai. "I was merely stating the truth," said Luo Rinxin. Yi sighed. "All right, you've all spoken so sincerely that if I didn't believe you, I'd be the one with the problem. They'll take your word that none of you were flattering me. They'll just consider myself clever." As the key slid into the rolling shutter door, he turned it slowly, and the lock opened with ease. "We can move on to the next place. Since the lock wasn't bolted from the inside, it's safe to say no one's home." As the rolling door creaked up, the space inside was empty save for a collection of lockpicking tools. Disappointed, the group climbed back into the armored vehicle, heading toward the last locksmith's location. Ahead is the locksmith who was robbed twice after kindly opening doors for people. He's inside but refuses to open up. If that's the case, we'll have to use a soft approach, not a hard one. He's been burned before, tricked after doing good deeds. He's unlikely to be charitable now. He was robbed twice, so he's probably gone without food for a long time. Supplies are the last thing we're short of. Let's find out what he needs. Yi knocked on the door. "Listen, I'm not a bad guy. I need your help to open a lock. I forgot my keys when I took out the trash. If you don't help me, you'll be eaten by zombies." A voice replied from behind the rolling door. "You're trying to trick me into opening up and stealing my supplies again. I won't fall for it this time. I've told you countless times. I have no food left. You've taken everything what I had on me in my home and my storage." Yi said, "What would it take for you to help me with the lock? I don't want your supplies. I need your skill." The locksmith retorted, "The people in this building stole all my supplies. If you can get them back for me, you'll open the lock." Yi agreed, "Deal, no problem. But I don't know how to pick locks. Do you expect me to pry open every door one by one? That's too much effort. Why not come with me? For every lock you open, I'll reclaim your supplies from that place. Isn't that better?" The locksmith was tempted by Yi's words, but having been deceived twice in a row, he was now unwilling to trust anyone. Yi said, "No choice. He won't come out to help us, so we'll have to do it ourselves. Lung Ruhan, can you pick a lock?" "No. Then this is tough." Yi tried one last time. "How about this? We'll give you food and water directly. You eat your fill, then follow us door to door, and we'll help you reclaim your food. Will that work?" The locksmith retorted, "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. The moment I open this door, you'll steal all my supplies and even kill me. I want to open it, and am not afraid of you breaking it down. Let me tell you plainly, this door has an S-class defense rating. It looks like an ordinary rolling shutter, but I've reinforced it inside. You'd better cooperate with me, as I said. I don't want to be a good person anymore." Yi dismissed the idea of using a grenade to breach the door. "This guy's a talent. Can't blow the door and risk hurting him. They'll need him to fortify Lixinhu Central Park later. Fine, we'll do it your way. We'll deal with the people in this building who stole from you, and then you'll help me open the lock." The locksmith said, "I always keep my word. If you handle everyone in this building, you'll prove your strength. Without my help, you'll never get through this building's doors. That'll be your limit. If that's all you're capable of, I won't join you. It's the end of the world now. I'm clear-headed. Live each day as it comes. Even if I have to depend on someone, I'll pick someone capable." Yi replied, "Perfectly reasonable, perfectly understandable. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation." Yi led the 3 to the entrance of the residential building. "If we charge straight in through the front door, it'll be the most exhausting. The easiest way would be to enter through a bedroom window, but we can't fly. Dahai, you're the strongest and most imposing. Can you kick down the building's door?" "If there's nothing blocking it from behind, yes." Dahai replied. "These old villagian city buildings are so dilapidated, the doors are nearly useless. They only keep out honest folks, not thieves. Before the apocalypse, these doors survived only because of Shinkuin City's full surveillance coverage. Now I reckon a strong zombie could just smash through them." Wenwen suggested, "I think there's a better way. The apocalypse struck so suddenly that many people must have left their car keys behind. If we can find a vehicle and a tow rope, we might be able to rip off the security bars. Then, like you said, boss, we can enter through the bedroom." Yi said, "Why didn't I realize you were this clever before? Consider this tough task yours." Wenwen groaned, "I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. I'll have to grit my teeth and search, but I can't guarantee I'll find one." Yi insisted, "No, you have to find one. If you don't, you'll have to personally deal with the security bars. Wenwen relented. Fine, you're the boss. You call the shots. Perhaps it was the pressure from Yi, but Wenwen quickly found an off-road vehicle with a sturdy chassis and powerful engine. Yi remarked, see, sometimes I have to push you to realize your own potential. Wenwen replied, just lucky. Yi said, luck is part of strength. Wenwen fell silent. Dahai, get the tow rope from the back of the armored vehicle. We'll deal with the security bars first, then search for supplies. Yi then shouted toward the building, I don't believe there's no one alive in here. Are you coming out on your own, or should I come in personally? No one replied. Looks like they're all the type who won't cry until they see the coffin. Only respond to force, not kindness. Dahai grabbed the tow rope, tied it into a large hook, and held a section of it in his hand. Like a Western cowboy, he swung it around. Except cowboys lasso horses while Dahai aimed for the security bars. After several failed attempts, Dahai finally managed to hook the top floor security bars. He gave it a firm tug what held. Then he tied the other end of the rope to the back of the off-road vehicle, double-checking the knots several times. Yi instructed, Wenwen, get in and drive. Floor the accelerator. Don't worry about the car. Just rip those bars off. I refuse to believe those old security bars won't come down. Wenwen quickly got into the vehicle and asked, boss, are you so certain? That security grill will definitely be torn off. Yi replied, I've been in Shinkuin City longer than you. Generally, villages in Thessaly like this have at least 20 to 30 years of history. I'm sure that kind of security grill only keeps out honest folks, not the dishonest ones. Today we'll play the dishonest. I bet that rusted grill is no match for an off-road vehicle. A disposable security grill against an ironclad off-roader. Wenwen said, got it, boss. She climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared, pulling the tow rope taut. With a series of clangs, the rusted security grill groaned on the verge of collapse. Yi said, I guessed right. Security grills only keep out honest folks, not the dishonest. As Wenwen pressed harder on the gas, the sixth-floor grill was ripped off entirely. Residents on that floor peered down in terror. Last chance. Will you open the door yourselves, or must I search each room? The gun in my hand knows no human mercy. The sixth-floor residents were frightened. We have no food left. Look elsewhere. Yi said, you robbed the first-floor locksmith of his supplies. Return them all, or I won't be lenient. We didn't rob him, we borrowed. We'll repay him once this disaster is over, won't we? We can give him a little extra then. Yi replied, that sounds nice. Repay after the disaster. Even if it passes, you might not keep your word. Besides, this disaster isn't ending. It's the apocalypse now. Dahai, you and Wenwen keep destroying the grills. Stay alert. The residents might turn desperate. Luo Rinshin, you and I will watch our surroundings. If zombies appear, shout immediately, and we'll take cover in the armored vehicle. Luo Rinshin said, all right, no problem. As Dahai grew more skilled, they quickly dismantled 6 security grills from the first to the 6th floor on Yi's side. The commotion drew many curious onlookers poking their heads out. A few bold ones threatened, you're finished. When rescue arrives, they'll report you. They'll make sure they lock you up. You'll suffer. Yi said, naive. Do you really think the apocalypse will end? A beer bottle shattered at Yi's feet, thrown by someone unseen. It startled him. Luckily, it missed. A direct hit could have been fatal or left him severely injured. Get lost. Leave now, or we'll show no mercy. Do you think we're afraid of you with those toy guns? Do you think I was born yesterday? Exactly. What era is this scaring people with toy guns? Yi considered shooting them, but thought of another plan. He called Dahai, Wenwen, Caesar, and Lung Ruhan into the armored vehicle and retrieved grenades. See, I told you they were toy guns. Scared off by a beer bottle. I thought they were tough, but they're just cowards. Their laughter abruptly ceased as the armored vehicle arrived. After parking, Yi said, last chance. Will you come down willingly, or must I come up? If I do, you'll suffer greatly. The residents inside bluffed. Go ahead and come up if you dare. We're not coming down, you idiot. Yi pulled the pin on a grenade. You won't cry until you see the coffin. He pulled 6 pins and tossed one each into the 1st and 6th floors. He quickly locked the doors and drove the armored vehicle away. Cover your ears. There'll be a loud explosion. The grenades clattered to the ground. You little brat, are you done? I told you to leave. Do you want a beating? Throwing stones now. Do you think a pebble can kill me, eh? If you dare wait till I come down and finish you, it'll make you regret being born. The man kept spewing threats, oblivious that what Yi had thrown was not a stone, but a live grenade. He continued his bravado relentlessly. 6 deafening explosions rang out, reducing the building to a shattered ruin. Limbs and bodies were scattered everywhere. Those at the epicenter had no chance of survival. Those on the periphery suffered severe internal injuries from the shockwave. They lay on the ground, hopeless and helpless, awaiting death. Endless regret filled their hearts. If this were before the apocalypse, prompt medical care might have saved them. But now in the end times, death was certain. Hearing the explosions behind him, Yi felt no pity, only a strange, inexplicable thrill. The gloom from the earlier insults evaporated. He drove back to the building and shouted, shout again. Why so silent? Don't you like talking? They'll say it one last time. Will you open the door yourselves, or must I come find you? The survivors were now deathly silent, their earlier arrogance gone. They began whispering among themselves. Should we open the door? Are you stupid? If we open it, we'll be killed. Do you think staying shut will save us? If we open it and say the right things, we might have a better chance of living. Death either way, but maybe he won't kill all of us. He made it clear, return the supplies, and he won't kill us. After lengthy discussion, the 1st floor door opened. Many people filed out. Not all from that building, but others who had gathered to increase their survival odds. Yi addressed the anxious crowd. If you'd opened the door earlier, no one would have died. Why must you choose the hard way? Wonwin, go call the locksmith and see what he wants. Wonwin replied, sure boss. They'll get him right away. As Wonwin approached, the locksmith emerged on his own. I'm old, not deaf. I heard all that racket. The locksmith's shop door creaked open, revealing a man in his 40s holding a cigarette. The locksmith took a cigarette from the pack, handed one to Yi, and then offered another to the fat cook. Yi and Su Dahai accepted the cigarettes. The locksmith pulled out a lighter and ignited it. Yi and Su Dahai placed the cigarettes between their lips, leaned in toward the locksmith's flame, and took a deep, satisfied drag. I can't afford fine smokes, hope you two don't mind. I've seen your strength, from now on I'll stick with you. I'm an old bachelor with no children, just a locksmithing skill to barely scrape by. Thank you both for taking me in. Let's help each other and survive this damned apocalypse. Yi, no problem. Unity and mutual aid. Let's live on. Su Dahai, the cigarettes I hand out have no price, they're all the same. It doesn't matter if they're good or bad, they're equal. Let's rely on our skills to survive. Locksmith, well said. For now, let's deal with these people. Earlier, this old man out of kindness gave them some food. Who knew humans were the greediest creatures? They robbed me twice and took all my supplies. I just ran a locksmith shop and a small supermarket to earn a bit more. An innocent man with a treasure is a crime. I became the sinner instead. One of my ears went deaf from their beating. At first I thought rest would heal it, but many days passed, and I still couldn't hear a thing. Now I'm sure, my ear is truly deaf. Yi looked at the crowd. One of you struck this locksmith. I want him to step forward. If I have to find you myself, you won't survive. The crowd knew who it was, but pretended to exchange bewildered glances, hoping to bluff their way through. Yi, stop acting. Don't pretend. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? After a long wait, a tall man emerged from the center of the crowd and walked straight up to Yi. It was me. I went to get supplies, he wouldn't let me, so I hit him. Don't blame me. I didn't mean to deafen him. I never thought he was so fragile, a little force, and he went deaf. Yi, oh right, you're absolutely right. You could even say it wasn't intentional, that the locksmith's face just ran into your fist. As his words fell, Yi kicked the tall man in the gut. The man winced, clutching his stomach as he crouched down. Yi seized the moment to draw his blade. With one hand, he lifted the tall man's ear. With the other, he swiftly severed it with the knife. He casually tossed the ear to the ground. Blood sprayed, instantly splattering across Yi's face and those nearby. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. You're dead. I swear he'll destroy you. He was met by the shotgun in Yi's hand. If you can't survive the next second, how will you kill me, eh? Don't you whine at me. Don't bark like a dog before me. The tall man, cowed by Yi's shotgun, could only swallow his rage and glare fiercely at Yi. What are you staring at? Pick up the ear. The tall man remained motionless, still glaring menacingly at Yi. I said pick up the ear. What are you standing there like a fool for? The tall man reluctantly retrieved his ear, clenching it tightly in his hand. Boss, it's bad. The explosion noise has drawn the zombies. So many of them. I am so scared. What do we do? What do we do? Wenwen exclaimed, her face filled with terror. The crowd heard Wenwen's words and erupted into chaos. Amid the confusion, a man resembling the tall one crept stealthily toward Yi, but Yi caught every move. Just as the man was about to strike, Yi swung the shotgun and fired a round at his head. The shotgun, hailed as the Great Equalizer, lived up to its name. At such close range, red and white splattered everywhere. The man's head was blasted clean off. Only a mutilated torso remained. Many around began to vomit, and those closest were struck by the shotgun's pellets. Looking at them, Yi remarked, I didn't expect the shotgun's penetration to be so impressive. The tall man stared blankly at Yi, clutching the headless body. Brother, you died so horribly. I will avenge you. I will kill you. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. No matter how long it takes, I will destroy you. Yi, fine, I'm waiting. You'd better come now and offer your head so I can send you down to reunite with your brother. Uncle Locksmith, they've emptied your warehouse, haven't they, eh? The locksmith, yes, it's all been cleaned out. Can it hold everyone? No problem. There aren't many people here. It can fit them all. Good. Then leave it to me. Boom. With the shotgun blast, the noisy crowd slowly fell silent, turning their gazes toward Yi. Everyone freeze. Didn't you hear? The zombie horde is coming. Go hide in Uncle Locksmith's warehouse. After the horde passes, we'll discuss compensation. Can the locksmith's warehouse door hold against the zombie horde? What are you doubting? Are you questioning the warehouse door chosen by a man who's been in the locksmith business for decades? Hiding here is safer than in your own homes. Enough chatter. Move now. We'll settle accounts later. Survival is the priority. Hearing Yi's words, the crowd agreed and headed toward the warehouse. Before entering the warehouse, hand over all your valuables. Phones, jewelry, earrings, everything. Why should we? You think you can just order us? Boom. The answer was Yi's merciless shotgun blast. At the sound, everyone complied with his demand. Soon a pile of jewelry and phones littered the ground before the warehouse door. Once everyone was inside, Yi instructed the locksmith to lock the gate. If it's locked, can it be opened from inside? Don't worry, I've been picking locks for decades. I'm a professional. Rest assured. Yi, good. Let's take shelter in your locksmith shop. It's the most defensible spot now. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies' howls rang out. Yi, his group of 4, and Caesar all hid inside the locksmith shop. The moment the door closed, a grating, teeth-chattering sound came from its surface. A spine-chilling screech echoed from the locksmith shop door. He had a sinking feeling it wouldn't hold much longer. Unlike the mindless charging zombies before, this horde felt eerily different. They seemed to possess a sinister intelligence, no longer battering or clawing at the door in isolation, but encircling the survivors with chilling organization. It was as if they were hunting patiently, waiting for their prey to emerge from the building. Yi murmured, "This horde feels different. Don't you feel it too?" Wenwen agreed. "The zombies have stopped ramming the door." Luo Rinxin added, "They seem faster, stronger, more agile." Su Dahai cursed, "This is damned eerie. Shouldn't humans get stronger too?" Caesar barked enthusiastically. Lung Ruhan confessed, "I can't tell. I haven't been around them long enough to observe closely." The locksmith speculated, "I think a leader zombie has emerged, directing the others." A wave of anxiety washed over the group. Wenwen was the first to voice her fear. "Boss, what do we do? I'm terrified of becoming one of them." Lung Ruhan tried to reassure her, "Don't panic. There has to be a way." Su Dahai declared, "Heaven never seals off all exits. The path is beneath our feet. We must keep our heads." Caesar barked in agreement. Luo Rinxin said, "I'll follow everyone's lead." Yi calmed them, "Don't panic. Dahai is right. If the virus is evolving well, find a counter-strategy. From what I've seen, the virus fears water. If we stockpile supplies before the full mutation, we can be self-sufficient, at least in Lake Central Park, is safe from the horde." Wenwen was puzzled. "Boss, why spare him after cutting off his ear? That's not like you." Su Dahai also wondered. "In the apocalypse, jewelry and phones are useless. Why make them hand them over?" Caesar barked. Luo Rinxin said, "I'm sure you have your reasons. Care to share?" Yi explained, "The blade I used was coated in the zombie virus. Cutting his ear was to infect him. An infection in the ear takes longer to turn. A heart infection is much faster. I made them take off their jewelry and phones to prevent them from spreading word of our location. Communications in the dragon-soaring nation aren't entirely down. If they call for help and our position is exposed, we'll be in deep trouble. Our few guns can scare off common thugs, but against a large organization, we'd be annihilated. Better safe than sorry. We don't know who they know. Exposing ourselves would be a huge loss. I locked them together. When he turns, no one inside will survive. It'll be our word against the dead." Lung Ruhan was horrified. "How can you be so ruthless? Why not just kill them all?" Yi retorted, "In this world, it's eat or be eaten. Kill or be killed. You have much to learn if you're joining us. You cannot afford to be soft-hearted. It'll never be like you killing the innocent. As time goes on, you'll see. Cannibalism will become a reality. Then you'll understand." "Cannibalism? Surely not. Why not? Food is running out." The locksmith interjected, "Miss, your leader is right. I once overheard people who raided my supplies. They said if they couldn't find more food, they'd start with the weak and elderly, then the young. If they hadn't stolen my store's supplies, I'd have seen cannibalism by now." Lung Ruhan was shocked by the old locksmith's words. Yi said, "You'll understand me one day. We don't even know your name. I'm Chio Letian. Call me Old Chio. I'm Su Dahai, chef." The group began introducing themselves. Caesar ran over, barking excitedly. Yi said, "This is the dog we adopted after the apocalypse. We named him Caesar. Now that we know each other, let's survive as a team." "No problem. It's a shame I'm all out of supplies. Otherwise, my little store could have sustained us for a good while." "Don't worry, we'll have plenty. First we clear out the residential buildings." They couldn't have eaten everything. "Throw away anything perishable." As they discussed their plans, a roar erupted from the storage room. "Help! Open the door. I don't want to turn." How did he suddenly become a zombie? Who knows? Damn it, he turned and bit me. "Stay away. You're bitten. You'll turn too. If I turn, none of you will get out alive." The uninfected fought desperately to escape, while the bitten used their bodies to block the door. They didn't know the locksmith's lock was unbreakable. They were all doomed. As more turned, chaos erupted in the small room. "If I'm going to die, I'm taking you with me. Why are you hitting me? I've done nothing to you. Don't think I don't know. You've been after my wife for a long time." "That's a lie. When have I ever?" "I wouldn't say it without proof. They'll kill you. I found your chat logs on my wife's phone. You've been together for a while. I may die today, but I'm taking you with me." The cramped storage room became a battleground of old grudges. Roars filled the air. More and more turned. The number of survivors dwindled at a geometric rate. The undead's growls were incessant. The bitten and clawed desperately attacked their former innocent neighbors. Many were beaten to death by the panicked crowd before the zombies could even get to them. "I've finally avenged myself. You made me wear a green hat, so it's only fair that I kill you now, right? No, don't kill me. Your wife seduced me first. Your wife seduced me first. She said you're no good." Under normal circumstances, the citizens of Dragon-Soar Nation would have instantly turned into gossip mongers, but at this moment, they couldn't muster a smile. Surrounded by zombies on all sides, there was simply no chance to be a bystander. The cuckolded man grabbed a fire extinguisher from the warehouse and smashed it into the face of the man who had wronged him. Before he could finish his words, the other man was knocked unconscious. Echoing in his ears was that single phrase, "She said you're no good." Those words were like a needle piercing deep into his heart. It became the final straw that broke him. He repeatedly lifted the fire extinguisher and brought it crashing down. Even when the man's skull was shattered, he couldn't stop mechanically repeating the motion. Even as zombies pounced on him, tearing at his flesh, he refused to release the fire extinguisher. He continued his mechanical rhythm, as if only this could ease the torment within. Listening to the commotion from the warehouse, everyone sighed deeply. Human nature indeed could not withstand temptation. From the moment the first person turned into a zombie, less than 5 minutes had passed. Everyone inside the warehouse had turned into zombies. If they had united, this tragedy would never have occurred. A single zombie could never have overwhelmed an entire warehouse of healthy people, but no one was willing to be the first to step forward, fearing they might be scratched or bitten. When, boss, I really can't understand why an entire warehouse of people was infected by just one zombie. There was once an irreconcilable conflict between our Dragonstore nation and the island nation. If my memory serves me right, 3 soldiers from the island nation armed with only 3 guns could hold over 100 ordinary citizens of Dragonstore nation hostage. This is the ugliness of human nature. No one wants to be the first to stand out because it might mean death. Just like today, if everyone had worked together, maybe only 1 or 2 would have died, not all. But no one wanted to be the first to die. That's truly pitiful. There's no help for it, but our team is different. We need to wait for the right moment. When the zombie tide recedes, we'll go collect everything from the residential buildings. With old Shio around, we don't have to worry about locked doors. The zombies in the vicinity were drawn by the noise from the warehouse. With the lead of a few, they densely crowded around. If the zombies don't leave, we'll have to create our own opportunity. Old Shio, does your locksmith shop make much money? It's not exactly profitable, but it's not unprofitable either. It brings in a bit. Is this building yours? It's mine. I don't have to worry about rent. Whatever I earn is mine to keep. I also run a small supermarket next door. This building is where I live, so it's only 3 stories. The first floor is a shop. The second floor has a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The third floor also has a bedroom, and then there's the rooftop. I don't have many hobbies. On the rooftop, I keep some fish and grow some flowers. It seems the zombies won't leave anytime soon. We'll have to clear them out ourselves. Dahai, call Shasha and ask about her situation. We can't delay too long. The longer we wait, the more danger she's in. Waiting for the zombies to retreat on their own seems unlikely, so we have to act. No problem, we'll contact her now. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time without an answer. Just as Dahai was about to hang up, Shasha finally picked up. Hello, boss. Shasha, listen carefully. The zombies here have mutated. They've become organized and disciplined. We're not sure if the zombies on your end will mutate too. You must be extra careful. Send all the elevators down, set them to maximum speed. Stay hidden in the office area and don't come out. Prepare food and water. We'll come back to rescue you as fast as we can. Okay, boss, I understand. I won't run around. I'll wait for you to return. The zombies here haven't stirred at all. There's no sign of mutation. Good. We'll be back. After confirming Shasha was safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Still, they remained vigilant, determined to return to her as quickly as possible. Chio Letian led the group up to the 3rd floor. Whenever they encountered a locked door, he would deftly use a small card to open it with remarkable precision. A true master is a master indeed. You can open a door without a key faster than I can with one. The rumors are true. Locksmiths never use keys in their own homes. It's nothing special, just practice. Only an amateur would think it's impressive. To someone in the know, my technique is just average. I've seen many who are faster than me. Chio Letian opened a door on the 3rd floor, revealing a room densely packed with all kinds of tools. This room holds the tools I've collected over time. It's my workshop. Take a look and see if there's anything useful. Take what you can. Leave what you can't. It won't be needed anyway. No one will be calling me to pick locks anymore. I think we should take all these tools. They'll definitely come in handy. If no one hires you to open locks, we'll do it ourselves. We'll need these tools when we gather supplies later. Su Dahai selected a long steel pipe and a watermelon knife, removing its handle. He shoved the knife blade into the pipe and welded them together. Looks like my judgment was right. It fits perfectly. This will make clearing zombies much easier. As they say, an inch longer means an inch of strength, an inch shorter means an inch of danger. With this reach, I should be safe, right? They'll take out the zombies from a distance. Everyone began rummaging through the room, picking the weapons they found most suitable. One chose a pink lattice fruit knife. Boss, I'm not a combatant. They'll take this knife for self-defense. Fighting and killing really aren't my thing. I can't do it. If close combat isn't your forte, then we'll go with long range. Looking at the room filled to the brim with weapons, joked, old Shio. If the apocalypse hadn't come, you'd be sentenced for hoarding all this. I'm the only one who comes into this room, so I've collected quite a bit. Haha, don't laugh at me. Yi started searching too. In a drawer, he found several exquisite little slingshots. I didn't know you had these. A slingshot is almost every boy's childhood dream. In my youth, old Shio was quite adept with one. After speaking, old Shio retrieved 3 entire boxes of glass marbles from a corner. These are all marbles I won as a kid. I never had the heart to throw them away. Yi exclaimed, old Shio, you're truly our lucky star. Whatever we need, you provide. These glass marbles are far better than the steel ones I used. The large slingshot I made myself was utterly useless. It's these small ones that do the trick. Old Shio, I've heard that clay pellets can also be used as ammo, and they pack quite a punch. Is that true? It is. If specially fired clay pellets can be just as powerful as glass marbles. Given that it's the end of the world now, steel balls are nearly impossible to replicate. Ordinary households don't have many steel balls among their supplies. But if we switch to glass marbles and clay pellets, they're far easier to obtain, and we can even use them with a bit of cunning. Just soak them in zombie blood and flesh. When we use them against enemies later, each shot will be lethally silent. As long as we break the skin, we can turn them into zombies. They won't even know how they died. That's a brilliant idea. We can find someone to test it on later. Yi said, take your time picking your weapons. I'm heading to the rooftop to test the power of these marbles. Alright, go ahead. They'll be up in a moment. No one noticed that old Xiao had turned on the lights. The Dragon Kingdom had been without power for a long time, but old Xiao's house still had electricity. Only Luo Rinxin noticed, but seeing everyone engrossed in selecting weapons, she silently refrained from speaking. She planned to share this discovery with the group later. Yi was the first to climb to the rooftop, followed closely by Luo Rinxin. The rooftop was adorned with well-tended flowers, plants, and fish, all meticulously cared for, prompting Yi and Luo Rinxin to pause and admire them. At that moment, Xiao Letian also arrived on the rooftop. Seeing the two admiring his plants, a sense of comfort welled up within him. It's a pity about these plants and fish. I can't take them when we evacuate. They are the fruits of my labor, and I'm somewhat reluctant to leave them behind. Who says you can't take them? We have an armored vehicle with a large cargo bay. We can take everything. Old Xiao, I feel the same way. I'm a nostalgic person too. When I moved last time, I brought everything with me. Can you imagine? Moving during the apocalypse. That's fantastic. I can take all my belongings. Thank you, young man. After speaking, old Xiao bowed deeply to Yi. Old Xiao, there's no need to thank me like that. We're all part of the same team. Who knows, we might even become family one day. Tears welled up in old Xiao's eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had shown this bachelor any warmth. Luo Rinxin added, yes, old Xiao, there's no need for that. We're all family now. Old Xiao gazed gratefully at the young woman before him. All right, family. A team. From now on, we'll survive together. Yi patted old Xiao on the shoulder and gave a slight nod which old Xiao understood. He wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, offered a wry smile, and then moved to the edge of the rooftop to observe. Yi and Luo Rinxin began their observations as well. The zombies had besieged the warehouse, packed tightly like a swarm of foraging ants. The zombies inside the warehouse responded to those outside. Zombies outside, roar, roar, roar. Zombies inside, roar, roar, roar. Luo Rinxin asked, why are they so persistent? Don't they know there are no living people inside? Yi replied, they do. We were all wrong from the start. The zombies aren't hunting for food, they're looking for teammates. They've surrounded the warehouse to bolster their ranks. There must be a mutated zombie in the Horde, likely a psychic type that can control ordinary ones. It's terrifying that they've learned to band together. At this rate, humanity might face extinction. Luo Rinxin shuddered. This is truly horrifying. It seems we have no choice but to eliminate zombies. We must do so within our capabilities, making as little noise as possible at the fastest speed across the widest area to kill as many as we can. Only by doing this can we survive. Every zombie we kill now increases our chances of surviving a future horde. Share this insight with everyone, including Shasha. From now on, we'll operate on this principle. Alright, I'll go downstairs and tell them now. After Luo Rinxin left, Yi searched the horde, but couldn't find the psychic zombie. Resigning himself, he took out his slingshot and fired at a zombie on the first floor. The glass marble struck the zombie's head, leaving a visible dent, but it couldn't penetrate the skull. He tried several more times, but none of the shots pierced through. Some marbles bounced off, while others became firmly embedded in the scalp. Old Xiao, you give it a try? See if you can penetrate a zombie's skull. Alright, let me try. Old Xiao also experimented for a while. It took a full 10 shots before he barely managed to pierce through one zombie's skull. It's too hard. It feels like the zombie virus has reinforced their skulls to better protect their brains. But this is good news. At least we know their weakness is their heads. Cutting off their limbs won't kill them, and hollowing out their insides won't truly destroy them either. Even if you sever the head, it can still survive. Only by destroying the brain can we finish them off. Yi said, Old Xiao, you've summed it up perfectly. That's exactly it. I'm sure we're not the only ones who've discovered this secret. Those who've survived this long are all sharp cookies, and none of them are good-natured. What's more terrifying than the apocalypse is the human heart. Old Xiao mused. It seems that to kill zombies with a slingshot, we have to aim for the eye socket. But that's risky, as we can't be sure the marble's penetrating power will reach the brain. It's tricky. We'll have to think of another way. Yi drew his compound bow, aimed at a zombie, and pulled the trigger. The arrow pierced straight through the zombie's head and struck the ground. The zombie convulsed a few times before going still. Old Xiao, do you know where I can find arrows for this compound bow? I always have to retrieve mine. If they're made of wood, they won't have this much penetrating power. Ideally, I'd need a machine tool to mass-produce these arrows. Making wooden ones by hand isn't efficient, and without a machine for steel ones, it's a real headache. Old Xiao said, that's easy. We can try making a mold with clay or cement. The penetrating power might be slightly less, but it should still be enough to pierce a zombie's skull. As long as the arrow can kill one zombie, it's good enough. We'll give it a try. Yi replied, alright, keep that in mind. When you get the chance, make me a mold to test. Do you have a fishing rod, Old Xiao? Old Xiao said, I have plenty of fishing rods and fishing lines. They'll go downstairs to find them for you. Luo Rinxin had already reached the rooftop. She cast a reassuring glance at Old Xiao, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement before heading downstairs. Watching his retreating figure, one could still sense the desolation of a middle-aged bachelor. Yi said, Xiao Luo, I think if we get the chance, we should find a wife for Uncle Xiao. What do you think? Luo Rinxin replied, I agree. It was impossible during the apocalypse, but now it's different. With supplies you can find a wife, or even more than one. Yi said, you seem to know a lot. You must have read plenty of post-apocalyptic novels, watched movies, or read comics and TV series, just like me. Luo Renshin said, yes, I've read quite a bit so I can still think of a few things. Although I'm surprised the apocalypse actually happened, I feel I can adapt to it. Yi asked, do you have any good ideas? Luo Renshin answered, not for now. At that moment Xiao Letian and the others came up, each holding a selected weapon along with old Xiao. Yi asked, Xiao Luo, and Dahai, did you pass on the message I asked you to relay to everyone? Done. Don't worry boss, I've told everyone. Good, since that's done now we need to discuss how we should go out. Also tell me your reasons for choosing those weapons. Wenwen said, I chose the pink fruit knife simply because I like pink. I'm not good at close combat, so I also picked a slingshot like yours. I heard it's very effective, so I want to give it a try. Rest assured boss, I'll practice my slingshot shooting skills diligently. Dahai said, boss, you know my weapon. It's like a spear. I can thrust, stab, chop, slice, and poke with it. With my strength it suits me best. I'm not suited for long-range combat. I have brute strength, so I'm the best fit for this weapon. I didn't choose any other. Lung Ruhan said, I chose a club, a big club. Like Dahai, I don't like long-range attacks. I prefer direct confrontation. I love violent aesthetics, strong men, and the feeling of smashing a zombie's head. Yi said, I never knew you were so violent. Lung Ruhan replied, of course I'm very manly. Yi said, alright, I'll see how manly you are later. Caesar barked, woof woof woof. Yi said, Caesar, you don't need to pick a weapon. I know you want to help, but when the time is right I'll let you take action, okay? Caesar whimpered, whimper whimper. Yi said, alright, don't be sad. Luo Renshin said, I also chose a long-range weapon. I saw this crossbow that old Xiao made himself. It fires small steel balls. Their penetrating power must be considerable. Old Xiao said, I made this crossbow haphazardly. It looks intimidating, but its penetration is poor. Luo Renshin said, alright, I'll just have to search slowly later. I hope I'm lucky enough to find a compound bow like yours, boss. Yi asked, you like compound bows too? Luo Renshin replied, I like guns, but in the Dragon Nation firearms are hard to come by. So I have to settle for a compound bow. We can check out a shooting range later. Yi said, good idea. We'll go take a look later. For now our primary objective is to eliminate all moving zombies. The secondary objective is to help old Xiao move. When after we deal with the zombies you drive the off-road vehicle and use the tow rope to pull the armored car. 2 vehicles should be enough to help old Xiao transport his tools and supplies. Copy that, boss. No problem. Now everyone move out. Stay safe, don't get hurt. We'll meet up at the armored car and off-road vehicle. Okay, boss. No problem. Roger. Yi stayed on the rooftop, and old Xiao chose to remain with him. Caesar wanted to go downstairs with the others, but Yi held him back. Dahai reached the first floor accompanied by Long Ruhan. Luo Renshin went to the second floor, opened the window, tied a rope around her waist, and secured the other end to the security bars. Holding the steel ball crossbow made by old Xiao, she searched for her target. Yi wrapped the fishing line around the arrow, raised his compound bow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the zombie's head and lodged into the ground. Yi picked up the fishing rod, turned the reel, and slowly rotated it. As the line tightened, the arrow was pulled from the ground. It then reached the back of the zombie's head, but no matter how much Yi pulled, it wouldn't come out. Yi said, Old Xiao, it looks like my plan doesn't work. The arrow won't come out. It came out of the ground, but it can't penetrate the back of the zombie's head. Even as zombies, their weight remains. How can a fishing rod lift something so heavy? Even if it could, we don't have the arm strength. This is really thankless work. Old Xiao said, alas, there's no helping it. Recovering arrows is indeed difficult. The only way is to tie a magnet to the fishing rod and reel the arrow in. But the arrow must first pierce through the zombie to be retrievable. Troublesome, really troublesome. There's no good method. We'll have to use the old way to recover them. Or ask them to retrieve them for you on the first floor. Either way, it's a hassle. You have about 20 to 30 arrows. You handle the zombies further away and let them deal with the ones close to the building on the first floor. Your role is the sharpshooter. You handle long-range kills. Alright, Old Xiao will listen to you. After consulting with Old Xiao, Yi threw a beer bottle into the distance. Crash, crash. The sound of the shattering bottle drew the zombies toward the noise. Yi aimed to take out zombies in a straight line. With the compound bow's penetrating power, a single arrow could pierce through 2 or 3 zombie heads in a row. The zombies seemed endless. As soon as one wave was eliminated, another emerged. They came in an unending stream like a mountain spring ceaselessly bubbling from its source, showing no sign of stopping. Yi found it strange, and so did Old Xiao. From a bird's-eye view, at least 10,000 zombies surrounded them. Gradually, Dahai and Lung Ruhan on the first floor began to struggle. Dahai opened the window using his homemade spear to strike the security bars, creating noise to attract zombies, then stabbed them directly through the eye sockets. Relying on his immense strength, Dahai efficiently killed many zombies, with Lung Ruhan following closely in efficiency. The strength in the Sea's arms gradually waned as it filled with lead, growing heavier and heavier. Finally, after impaling one zombie, the Sea could no longer hold on. Su Dahai, I can't go on, I have no strength left. Lung Ruhan, a man never says he can't. Su Dahai, don't push yourself either, you can't even swing that big club anymore, can you? Lung Ruhan, alas. There are too many zombies, we can't kill them all no matter how hard we try. Today feels like we've stumbled into a zombie nest, what rotten luck. Ryn-animation was also deeply troubled at this moment. From the second floor, she suspended herself with a rope, allowing her to kill zombies at close range while remaining beyond their reach. Her position was optimal for killing, but she gradually felt the strain. The steel balls in her pocket dwindled while the number of zombies showed no sign of decreasing, only increasing. After using the last steel ball, the zombie before her fell stiffly backward, and more zombies kept trampling over their comrades' corpses to lunge at them. Ryn-animation gave up on killing zombies, slid down the rope into the second floor room, and quickly descended to the first floor. How are things on your end? Something feels off. Why are there so many zombies? My hands are completely numb, yet there's still no sign of the zombies thinning out. Ryn-animation, I'm out of strength too. We can't kill them all no matter what. Wen was diligently practicing with her slingshot. Among everyone, she had killed the fewest zombies. It was as if she were playing, and no one blamed her, which only made Wen feel more guilty. Everyone comforted her, saying it didn't matter. Maybe we should go upstairs and check on the boss situation. Alright, perhaps he'll have a good idea. The three climbed the stairs, unaware that the rolling shutter door on the first floor trembled slightly, and a screw reinforced by old Xiao fell to the ground. Soon they found a troubled Yi on the rooftop. His arrows were long gone, and he was in dire straits. Seeing everyone come up, Yi guessed their predicament. I don't know if I can recover my arrows. I only had 30 in total, and now they're all gone. From a higher vantage point you see more. On the first and second floors you might not grasp my despair. Look. Yi pointed a finger ahead, and everyone followed his gaze. A single glance brought despair. From afar, endless streams of zombies poured into this urban village, besieging the small locksmith shop until it was completely surrounded. The zombies from behind surged forward, climbing over their comrades' corpses step by step. Reaching a height, they fell only to be pushed onward by the relentless tide behind. From near to far, from far to near, everything in sight was zombies. Crimson eyes, rotting bodies, gaping mouths with sharp fangs and nails grown to terrifying lengths. They surged toward the locksmith shop with ferocity. The 5 people and 1 dog were all terrified by the sight. A sense of despair began to envelop everyone's hearts. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Wen, Bobus, what do we do? I'm so scared. Sudahai, my legs are trembling too. I've never seen so many zombies. Ryn-animation, this is even more horrifying than what I saw on the bus. Qiao, this is my first time seeing so many zombies too. Caesar, woof, woof, woof. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Yi, everyone stay calm. We don't have much time. Did you ever play Human Pyramid as kids? The guys probably have. Dahai, I know that game. The ones at the bottom have it really rough. Yi, you killed quite a few zombies on the first floor, and the bodies have piled up, with more zombies pouring in endlessly. The zombies killed in front become stepping stones for the others. It's only a matter of time before they climb up. Come see from my spot, and you'll understand. Everyone took turns observing from Yi's position. Below where Dahai had killed zombies, the newcomers were already stacking up on their comrades' corpses, reaching nearly 2 meters high. Old Xiao, is your house's defense strong enough? I have a bad feeling. Dahai, go downstairs with Old Xiao and check everything. Reinforce all doors and windows. Didn't you say your rolling shutter door was custom-made? Can it hold against so many zombies? Old Xiao. Alright, I'll go down with Dahai to check. Don't worry about the defenses. I've installed an extra security door behind the shutter. He'll close it now and lock it tight. The zombies won't get in, rest assured. Old Xiao descended confidently. As soon as he reached the first floor, he heard an unusual noise from the rolling shutter door and looked toward its source. The once sturdy shutter door was now shaking. With sharp eyes, Old Xiao spotted the fallen screw on the ground. Dahai, call everyone down quickly. He'll tighten the screws and then close the security door. Seeing the screw in Old Xiao's hand, Dahai felt a chill run down his spine. Despite the sweltering summer heat, a bone-piercing cold overcame him. Dahai sprinted to the rooftop at lightning speed, while Old Xiao anxiously rushed to his toolbox to find a matching screw. Just as he reached the rooftop, Dahai shouted, Boss Wen Ryn-animation, something's wrong. A screw fell off the rolling shutter door. Come down and help. Old Xiao needs to reinforce it and close the security door. It's urgent. There's no time to explain. Our survival depends on Old Xiao. Hearing Dahai's words, everyone thought they misheard or that he was joking. Yi was about to tease him for not making such jokes when he saw the cold sweat on Dahai's face and sensed something was terribly wrong. Everyone downstairs. Protect the rolling shutter door and help Old Xiao reinforce the defenses. This is a matter of life and death. If the door is breached, we're doomed. The 4 hurried downstairs, using all their strength to brace the shutter door as Old Xiao approached with his tools. He skillfully set up a ladder, pulled a matching screw from his pocket, and struggled to twist it into the hole with his tools. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Finally, the screw hole was successfully filled. Old Xiao, you can let go now. Go check all the doors and windows on the first floor and seal off every possible entry point. I'll weld the rolling shutter door shut with a gas welder, then close the extra security door I installed inside. We'll be safe for now. Wen, why for now? That's making me really nervous. Qiao, if it were the initial zombie horde, would probably be fine. But today's horde is eerily strange. It's as if someone is controlling them. They linger without leaving, yet don't madly ram our door. It seems they want to starve us out. They're not in a hurry to eat. Dahai, we need to find a way out of here now. Even if the zombies don't break through, they can wear us down until we die. Zzzzzzzzz. The gas welding machine roared, surrounded by a deathly silence. No one spoke, only the sound of the gas welding machine filled the air. After the last sound of the gas welding machine faded, old Chiu broke the silence first. Are the doors and windows on the first floor reinforced? They are all reinforced. I have no issues on my end. I've got it sorted too. Don't worry. Not even a fly can get in. Woof 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 woof. Old Chiu, I have directly welded the rolling door shut. Next I will lock the anti-theft door I installed myself. With such a massive number of zombies, if they all charge at the door, it will be impossible to hold them back. To be honest, I don't quite understand what they are trying to do. If they don't launch an attack, we will always be safe. Yi, come look, I have a new discovery. Everyone turned to the direction pointed by Yi, seeing a zombie that was significantly larger than the others, now frantically pounding on the warehouse door. Why is this zombie so big? I have never seen a zombie this large. Could it have mutated? Yi, I think the zombies aren't attacking us because of the warehouse. They want to strengthen their ranks. They must have their own purpose, but we can't see it right now. If I am not mistaken, they are definitely targeting large human settlements. Wen, why? Yi, Wen, if you could have a feast, would you settle for instant noodles? Wen, of course not. They need to constantly grow their ranks. There's no need to lose troops over a few packs of instant noodles. They just want to trap us. Their real goal is to free the zombies inside the warehouse, accumulate a certain number, and then launch a zombie tide to attack large human settlements. Wen, we need to find a way to warn them. The number of survivors is already low. If more die, won't there be even fewer? Yi, don't. Even if we want to warn them, we have no way to do so. We're like clay figurines crossing a river struggling to save ourselves. Wen, damn this apocalypse. Old Chiu, then they are going to expend a lot of effort. The warehouse is where I store supplies, and I usually worry about theft, so it is reinforced even more than my shop's front door. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. With 3 loud roars, 3 more large zombies joined in smashing the warehouse door. Come look, 3 more big zombies are coming. Everyone peered through the window, noticing that the size, shape, speed, and strength of these large zombies far exceeded that of ordinary ones. Their eyes were even bloodier, with purple-black veins all over their bodies. The sight filled everyone with dread. Clatter, clatter. Just as they were captivated by the scene, several shadows darted past the windows at incredible speed. Before they could clearly see what it was, it had already rushed by. Yi, fearing everyone would panic, joked, I think I just saw a big black rat zoom past. Did you see it? A big black rat. I'm terrified of rats. I also really dislike rats. Come look, this is not a big black rat, this is another type of zombie. Through the anti-theft window, they could see a pair of long black legs, almost entirely covered in black veins, with the Achilles tendon exposed and longer than the best athletes in the world. The shoes on its feet had disappeared, but the feet were unusually large, and the nails were extremely grotesque and terrifying. The thighs exhibited explosive muscle, and the upper body proportions were exaggerated with a shaped back. Through the anatomical shape, one could barely tell it was a humanoid creature, but its exaggerated body structure indicated it could move very quickly. Clatter, clatter. Several humanoid creatures started running and almost instantly disappeared from sight. So terrifying. They can reach the speed of a sprinter in an instant, perhaps even faster. The sudden acceleration and abrupt stops, even the best sprinters would find it hard to compete. We have now seen power-type zombies and speed-type zombies. I suspect there are also psychic zombies commanding the Horde. It's over. I am now worried about our future. I wonder if flying zombies will appear later. It seems my Leeson Lake Park is no longer safe. Wen, boss, my anxious heart has finally given up. We can't get out of here, or we will die here. I really don't want to become a zombie. Yi, what are you panicking for? Wen, I have a plan that can help us retreat safely. Hearing what Yi said, everyone turned hopeful eyes towards him. I want to take a gamble. Since they are going to attack large human settlements, they certainly won't make a fuss over just a few packs of instant noodles. As long as we inflict greater losses on them here than they can tolerate, I believe the psychic zombies will control the Horde to grow their ranks elsewhere. There are only a few dozen zombies inside the warehouse. If they suffer heavy losses just to add a few dozen more members, then they should instinctively calculate this right. Wen, I think this plan is feasible. It's a case of a dead horse being used as a live one. Ryn, I choose to follow your lead. If we lose the gamble, we can die together. Sudahai, boss, I will follow your lead. Caesar, woof, 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 woof. Ryn, okay, I also think this plan is feasible. The minority obeys the majority. Ryn, old Chiu, there is electricity here. When we went to the weapon depot, I noticed it. Only then did everyone react. Old Chiu, I have a diesel generator that can produce electricity. I salvaged it many years ago. I also have several barrels of gasoline saved up. I saw it was still operational, so I kept it. Old Chiu, you are truly our lucky star. I wasn't confident before, but now I'm completely assured. You all collect all the diesel and gasoline and gather them together. Dahai, being strong, took on this task. Wen, Ryn, you two go collect all the glass bottles from Old Chiu's house. Ryn, you are in charge of observing the zombies' movements. Old Chiu, you, me, and Caesar will go up to the rooftop, and Ryn will come up too. Okay, understood. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. With everyone agreeing, they quickly brought all the diesel, gasoline, and glass bottles to the rooftop. Fill all the glass bottles, don't seal the bottle openings, and arrange them neatly together. Then we will throw all the glass bottles towards the warehouse as far as possible, but ensure the zombies are gathered together and the bottles should be evenly distributed. Finally, for any leftover gasoline, open the bottle tops, and we will throw them together. Under the collective efforts of the team, the rooftop was soon lined with Molotov cocktails. After filling every glass bottle, half a barrel of gasoline remained. By now the warehouse door had begun to buckle. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. Yi remarked, "They're really persistent, aren't they? All this commotion for a few dozen underlings." Yi continued to hi, and old Chiu, you two are in charge of throwing the Molotov cocktails. Make sure to concentrate them in one spot and aim accurately. The Hai replied, "No problem, watch me." Old Chiu responded, "All right, understood." With the crisp shattering of glass bottles, the pungent smell of gasoline mingled with the stench of rotting corpses spreading through the confined space. Ordinary zombies gathered at the sound, joined by a brute zombie. Yi ordered the Hai toss that half barrel of gasoline into the middle of the horde. The Hai shouted, "Leave it to me." With a roar, he hurled the half barrel in a perfect arc across the rooftop, landing precisely in the midst of the zombie horde. "The three of us will throw this barrel together. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, they jointly launched the open gasoline barrel, striking the brute zombie. With a clang, the barrel landed squarely on the brute zombie's head. It let out furious roars, attracting 2 other brute zombies to converge on it. Simultaneously, 2 swift zombies scurried over to inspect the barrel. They examined it for a while, but could not figure it out. The swift zombies huddled together, emitting low hisses as if deep in thought. Yi urged, "Everyone take cover. I'm about to execute the final step of the plan. Get to the first floor." With that, he produced his last grenade. "I left in a hurry. This is the last grenade I have," he said. Yi quickly pulled the pin and hurled the grenade into the heart of the zombie horde. The brute zombie picked up the gasoline barrel from the ground, raised it above its head, and began to roar. The 2 other swift zombies mimicked its actions. Gasoline flowed from the open barrel, drenching the brute zombie, while the grenade landed precisely at its feet. Watching the grenade hit the ground safely, he dashed down from the rooftop to join the others on the first floor. "Find cover quickly. It's going to be loud." Just as everyone took cover, 3 deafening explosions rang out as the gasoline barrel and grenade detonated in succession. The air became a nauseating blend of gasoline fumes, gunpowder, zombie stench, and scorched flesh. A single whiff was enough to make one retch. The odor was indescribably eerie. Returning to the rooftop, the first sight that met their eyes was a brute zombie's arm still twitching. Shreds of zombie flesh from the epicenter of the blast were scattered everywhere. The brute zombie and the swift zombies that had gathered around it were reduced to fragments beyond revival. The remaining brute and swift zombies were injured by the shockwave. Ordinary zombies suffered heavy losses in the explosion, and they began to show signs of retreat. Yi used, as I suspected, their recruiting forces to attack large human settlements. They wouldn't give up a feast for a few packs of instant noodles. Once they realize our combat strength, they'll stop trying to trap us. It's a pity we couldn't find that psychic zombie. Killing it would have been ideal. Leaving it alive is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. One day it might attack our settlement. When said there's no other way. To survive, we have to fight. Lung Ruo Bing added, "Yes, to live we must fight. As they say, as long as there's life, there's struggle." Caesar barked in agreement. Old Chiu said, "Heaven never seals off all exits. I believe we can survive. Zombies aren't the only ones who can recruit. We can too." Luo Xin cautioned, "The situation isn't that optimistic. We can't guarantee the loyalty of those we recruit, but zombies will never betray us." Yi admitted, "That's my biggest concern too. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. In the apocalypse, there's no tomorrow. We should cherish today. It's getting late. We can't get out, so we'll rest here and figure things out tomorrow." The group then descended from the rooftop. No one noticed a zombie in the distant horde staring intently at them. It looked no different from an ordinary zombie, bloodshot eyes, tattered clothes. The only distinction was its position in the horde, surrounded and protected by brute and swift zombies. Its eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of intelligence, as if it were contemplating something. After a long moment, it ceased observing the locksmith shop and turned away. Swift and brute zombies clustered around this psychic zombie, leading the main horde as they trudged off into the distance. As the group reached the first floor, they noticed the zombie tide slowly receding. A collective sigh of relief lifted the gloom that had hung over them. Now relaxed, their bodies felt heavy, and their eyelids drooped like lead. They found spots to lie down, sprawling haphazardly. Soon Dahai's snores filled the air, and Yi drifted off shortly after. The girls struggled to fall asleep at first, but as drowsiness set in, they too succumbed to slumber amid Dahai's snoring. Only old Chiu refused to sleep. Tonight he would stand guard, protecting everyone's safety. He couldn't remember the last time he had a family, and he cherished this fleeting happiness. After the life and death trials of the day, in old Chiu's heart, each of them had become his family. He had been alone his entire life. These young people had given him a sense of belonging, a warmth he could only describe as familial. At the break of dawn, Yi was the first to wake. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was just past 4 a.m. "Old Chiu, did you stay up all night? You should get some rest. We have other tasks today." "I don't need to rest. I've had trouble sleeping for years, been used to it." "All right, I'll wake the others. Let them sleep a bit longer. They'll help you pack. We can get everything ready so we can leave as soon as they wake up." "That works. Let them rest, they were exhausted yesterday. We have an important mission today, and I'll need your help to pull it off. My only skill is lockpicking. If there's anything you need me for, don't hesitate to ask." "Old Chiu, let's pack up first. Take a look at what you want to bring along. We can take everything. I've already brought all my belongings before leaving nothing behind. Old Xiao said, all right, no problem. They'll take inventory of the supplies. We have an armored vehicle anyway. Soon Old Xiao and Yi began bustling about. Whether it was the plants on the rooftop, the fish tank, or the tools in the second-floor storage room, anything that could be moved was cleared out entirely. The first floor quickly became packed with supplies. Dahai woke up, and as the sounds of moving echoed, the others gradually stirred from their sleep. Wenwen said, Boss, why didn't you call me? Lung Ruhan added. Yeah, I woke up to find you all working. I felt so embarrassed. Luo Rinxin said, sorry, I was dead asleep. Yi replied, it's fine. You're awake now, aren't you? Approaching the window, he surveyed the area and spotted no trace of zombies. Yi took out the keys to the armored vehicle and said, Old Xiao has welded the rolling door shut. Once we leave this time, we probably won't be coming back. We'll help Old Xiao take everything. Dahai and Old Xiao will handle the door. He'll scout ahead first. If there's any danger, he'll fire a warning shot immediately. Following Yi's instructions, Dahai and Old Xiao broke the rolling door from the inside and Yi stepped out. Wenwen called out, Boss, be safe. Watch your step. Yi replied, I'm just going to drive the armored vehicle. Why are you acting like it's a farewell forever? If I run into trouble, it'll be because of your bad luck. Wenwen said, sorry, I misspoke. Boss, you must not get hurt. I won't say that again. Please come back alive. Yi stammered, You. I don't know what to say to you. Just don't talk. Lung Ruhan and Luo Rinxin couldn't help but stifle their laughter nearby. Yi stepped through the shattered rolling door, and the scene outside was one of utter devastation. The stench of decay filled every corner with severed limbs scattered everywhere, on the road, streets, windows, rolling doors, and the walls of residential buildings. Everywhere he looked, there was the flesh and blood of zombies. As he walked slowly, his shoes became caked with gore. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was parked on the other side of the house and remained in decent condition. It hadn't suffered major damage, though the body was slightly dirty with many scratches from zombies. Aside from that, there were no significant issues. Yi climbed into the armored vehicle, started the engine, and drove toward the locksmith shop. The tires rolled slowly along the road, coated in the bloody remains of zombies. A wet, sticky sound accompanied the movement. The armored vehicle stopped in front of the locksmith shop. Yi honked the horn for about a minute without spotting any zombies. Reassured, he backed the vehicle up to the shop's entrance, jumped out, and opened the trunk. The rear compartment of the armored vehicle was spacious. It could hold a vast amount of supplies. Everyone helped Old Xiao move his belongings, and soon the trunk was packed to the brim. Old Xiao, his eyes glistening with tears, looked at the group and said gratefully, Thank you all truly. Without your help, I don't know how I'd survive this damned apocalypse. I've taken everything I can. There's nothing left for me to hold on to. Old Xiao stepped through the locksmith shop's entrance, took a long look at the living room, bathroom, and kitchen on the first floor, then slowly ascended to the second floor. He gazed at the familiar home, the familiar bedroom, and went up to the third floor for one last look at the place where he once kept fish and grew plants. With a resolute determination, he turned and walked down the stairs. Yet he couldn't help but glance back at the house he had lived in for so long. Without looking back again, he climbed into the armored vehicle. That final gaze seemed to etch the house deep into his memory, refusing to let it fade. This house held too many of Old Xiao's memories. Almost everything he had. Yi said, Old Xiao, don't be too sad. If you ever miss home, we can drive back here to visit. You can take a few more looks and remember this house well. Old Xiao replied, I know, but I can't stop the tears from falling. I don't know why. The women traveling with them, seeing Old Xiao like this, couldn't help but be moved by the scene, their eyes brimming with tears. Dahai, sensing the somber mood, quickly spoke up, Don't be like this. We can always come back to visit. Caesar barked, woof, woof, woof. At Caesar's barking, everyone finally broke into cheerful smiles. Yi patted Caesar on the head, drove the armored vehicle, and slowly headed out of the urban village with Old Xiao. Wenwen shouted, Boss, I haven't gotten on yet. Wait for me. She ran toward the armored vehicle, crying, I didn't get on. I didn't get on. Yi rolled down the window and said to her, Why are you so single-minded? We have more than one vehicle. Don't you still have the off-road car? Only then did Wenwen remember she had an off-road vehicle. At the same time, Dahai drove the off-road car and stopped beside her. Did you forget we have another car? Wenwen opened the door and got in, saying, I didn't think of it at the moment. I forgot. I really didn't remember. Lung Ruhan laughed. Haha, I thought something was wrong with you running straight for the armored vehicle like that. Dahai added, Yeah, I was surprised too. Why did you just dash over? Luo Rinxin asked. You probably didn't react in time, right? Wenwen stammered. I. She began to recount her past. When I was little, my father was a heavy gambler. We had a good life, a house and a car, but his gambling drained us of everything. Even though he promised over and over never to gamble again, he never changed. In the end, we were deep in debt. That day he drove away. I chased after him just like today, but he didn't stop. When I saw the boss drive off just now, I thought he was leaving too. I'm very sensitive to this. My first reaction was that the boss had abandoned me. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I'm too sensitive. Later, my mother also left, marrying someone else, leaving me alone in this world. My grandparents raised me. They were the only ones who didn't abandon me. But now I don't even know how they are. In this apocalypse, I don't know if the two elders can survive. I'm so worried about them. Worried they might die, worried they might turn into zombies. Dahai, Luo Rinxin, and Lung Ruhan were all stunned listening to Wen's story, their hearts heavy with emotion. Even Lung Ruhan had tears in her eyes struggling to hold them back. Luo Rinxin was already sobbing uncontrollably. Dahai felt a pang in his heart too. Wenwen said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't intend to make everyone uncomfortable. This poor woman, even in such a moment, was thinking about others' feelings. She considered everyone but herself. Lung Ruhan, said Wenwen, I never imagined you had such a sorrowful past. Dahai added, from now on we are your family. No one will bully you. If anyone does, just tell me, and I'll stand up for you. Luo Rinxin remarked, Wenwen, I see you as a very optimistic person. Being optimistic means not letting your past harm your future. What has happened has already happened, so don't dwell on it. Live in the present. Cherishing each day now is what truly matters. Wenwen's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed gratefully at those comforting her. In that moment, she felt a sense of home. That is the essence of family. When one feels lonely and heartbroken, family stays by your side, offering comfort and encouragement. If this isn't family, then what is? Deep within, Wenwen truly acknowledged everyone. Wenwen felt a change within herself, as if something inside had finally loosened. The distant roars of zombies still echoed occasionally, but she was no longer afraid. She now had the foundation to face the future and the courage to confront the apocalypse. This thing was called family, called love. Dahai wiped his tears with both hands and continued driving the off-road vehicle behind Yi. He carefully concealed his inner emotions. Lung Ruhan remained silent, her eyes red. Luo Rinxin's cheeks were streaked with tears. The vehicle fell into a profound silence, broken only by the roar of the engine and the distant howls of zombies. Yi led the way, driving the armored vehicle to the entrance of the urban village. The scene was still chaotic, with vehicles haphazardly strewn across the road. Observing the tracks on the road, Yi was certain that the main zombie horde had departed from here. Hiss! With the screech of brakes, Dahai parked the off-road vehicle beside the armored one and jumped out first. The others in the back also disembarked, staring at the desolate scene before them at a loss for words. Yi broke the silence. The zombie horde that besieged us earlier withdrew from here. Many zombies are still trapped in the gaps between vehicles. There are clear signs of a large-scale movement. I'm truly curious where the zombies have gone. Aren't you curious? They say curiosity killed the cat, but why can't I suppress mine? Wenwen said, boss, I'm curious too. I want to go and see. Lung Ruhan said, me too. Dahai said, who wouldn't be curious? Luo Rinxin said, my principle has always been to follow the majority. Caesar woof 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 woof. Yi said, then let's finish our business quickly and chase after the zombie horde. We'll follow from a distance and see what they're up to. Agreed. No problem. Okay, I agree too. Woof 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 woof. Looking at the vehicles blocking the road ahead, Yi said to Old Xiao, it's up to you now, master. Unlock whatever you can. If the door can't be opened after unlocking, it means the door is deformed. Dahai and Wenwen used the armored vehicle and the off-road vehicle to tow the cars out. We'll clear a path to transport supplies with the truck. Wenwen asked, boss, can I drive the armored vehicle? I've never driven one before. Dahai said, I'll take turns with you. I love armored vehicles too. Yi said, no problem. Many people educated in Dragon Soaring Nation are curious about the armored vehicles used by the armed police. Old Xiao strode directly to the car in front of him, took out his lockpicking tools, and unlocked the car door in less than 3 seconds. A true master indeed. Faster than me using a key. Amazing. Can this skill be learned? Are you taking apprentices? Old Xiao said, nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Just some trivial tricks. It looks impressive to outsiders, but to insiders it's nothing much. Very simple. It's not worth mentioning. If you want to learn in the future, I can teach you everything I know. Master, please accept my bow as your disciple. Huh. Amid the group's banter, Old Xiao quickly unlocked all the car doors and released the handbrakes. Yi asked Old Xiao, can you start the cars directly? Old Xiao replied, if it were older cars, I could handle it with ease. But modern cars have 2 advanced anti-theft systems. I can unlock the doors, but I can't drive them away. They'll need to be towed. Alright then, let's tow them directly. Old Xiao, stand guard for us. If any zombies approach, notify us immediately. Yi selected a car with the keys still in the ignition, started it, and joined the towing effort. Old Xiao couldn't drive, so he climbed onto the roof of Lung Ruhan's bus to survey the surroundings. Many hands make light work. The 3 of them together effortlessly moved all the obstructing vehicles. The 3 cars then drove toward the express sorting station, arriving shortly. This express sorting station had lost its former bustle. As far as the eye could see, there was only desolation. No bustling crowds, only a few scattered zombies still clad in sorting workers' uniforms. I've long heard about the work of express sorters. There's an exaggerated saying that even Ultraman would see his warning light flash here. Despite the exhausting work, the pay is far from high. Those who turned into zombies were still working until their very last moments. The 3 vehicles slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the sorting station. This vast sorting center boasted the largest number of heavy trucks among all surrounding companies. That was the reason for choosing this place. Old Xiao, unlock it. Coming. Click. With a crisp sound, the gate swung open smoothly. Truly miraculous, a master indeed. It feels like with Old Xiao around, we can go anywhere with ease. Dahai, once we're inside, first circle the entire sorting station a few times, eliminate all zombies, and then lock the gate. Lung Ruhan, you're far more familiar with large vehicles than we are. Inspect the heavy trucks and pick out a few good ones. The rest of you follow me to the sorting center and clear out any remaining zombies inside. We must not be careless. Though this team had only recently formed after experiencing so many events, it was beginning to demonstrate remarkable efficiency. In less than half an hour, they had eliminated all the remaining zombies. With old Shio's help, all the heavy trucks were unlocked. Under Lung Ruhan's inspection, 3 trucks in good condition were selected. Lung Ruhan said regretfully, "It's a pity. All these trucks are of decent quality. If we could take them all, they'd be a great help in the future. Unfortunately, we don't have enough people. We'll have to figure something out later. Sometimes biting off more than you can chew and wanting everything will only harm you. Either hide them all, destroy them all, or drain the oil. Which option do you think is the best?" Lung Ruhan said the fuel tank of the truck is too large. If we drain it, we don't have enough containers, and it's not easy to hide. Destroying it would be a pity. Damn, I'm suffering from choice paralysis. It seems no matter which choice we make, there will be regrets. None of them offer a perfect solution. Yi asked, "Lung Ruhan, do you know how to drive a fire truck? How much do you know about them? What if we use a fire truck to store this oil? Can it hold it all? Driving a fire truck isn't too hard provided you have one. If the water tank is cleaned and dried, it could indeed be used to store oil. Dahai, wait here. It'll take Lung Ruhan to get a fire truck. If anything unexpected happens, contact us immediately. We'll rush back as fast as we can." Yi grabbed his weapons and along with old Shio and Lung Ruhan prepared to head to the fire station for a fire truck. Just then the phone rang. Yi answered the call. "Thank heavens there's still signal and we can make calls. Boss, help me, it's Shasha. There's trouble here. A group of people is trying to take our supplies." Yi said, "Hide yourself. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Stay safe." Dahai asked, "What's wrong? Is Shasha in danger? We need to go save her now." Yi replied, "Yes, exactly. Shasha is in danger and we need to go back to rescue her." Dahai, you and Lung Ruhan each drive a truck toward Longting Huazuan. When you take the off-road vehicle. Old Shio and I will take the armored vehicle. The smaller vehicles will arrive first. The trucks should be a bit slower. Dahai said, "Boss, I have a better idea. It's the end of the world now. There are no traffic rules. The trucks can go full speed. We'll have one truck in front and one behind with your off-roader and the armored vehicle in the middle. If we encounter anything unexpected, well, just ram through. The most important thing now is to protect our teammates. We can't act recklessly. What if they also have guns?" Yi said, "All right, let's do it your way." Dahai drove the heavy truck to lead the way. Yi and Wonwin drove the smaller vehicles in the middle and Lung Ruhan brought up the rear in another heavy truck. Maintaining this formation, they sped off toward Longting Huazuan. To everyone's surprise, the trucks were equipped with walkie-talkies. After each person grabbed one, they began discussing how to rescue Shasha. Yi had another plan in mind. He directed Dahai's heavy truck to take a deliberate detour passing by a gas station before heading toward the fire station. "Remember this gas station? I've been here before. There's another group here and I'm very familiar with their leader. We can solve our energy problems here in the future. At this fire station, we can find a fire truck to store the gasoline. Our destination now is Longting Huazuan, where another teammate of ours is. Dahai and I will take the lead. You all stay behind us. The route I'm taking you on now has the fewest obstacles and the least zombies. The network could go down at any moment, so you must remember this route." Dahai said, "Boss, I've got it memorized." Lung Ruhan added, "Me too, I remember it." Luo Xian said, "Sorry, I have a terrible sense of direction. I might need to travel it a few more times to remember." Yi replied, "No worries, you'll remember it eventually. From now on, we'll have to rely purely on experience to survive." Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Old Shio said, "I've lived here all my life. I know the routes around here well." In less than 20 minutes, the convoy arrived at the library. "Why does this feel familiar? Isn't that zombie up ahead the power type one we encountered before? How did it end up here? Could a zombie horde have passed through here? Well, think about that later. First, we need to save Shasha. She's our teammate, and her safety comes first." At the same time, inside Longting Huazuan, 5 men were swiftly moving between the shelves on the second floor. "Damn, boss. I never expected to find so much good food here. If we hole up here, we can live comfortably through the apocalypse. Don't get too excited yet. There's no way it's just us 5 here. This place must have been searched by others. I've already sent Lao Air and Lao San to check the other floors. If they find any survivors, they'll take them out immediately. The boss is wise. You should spend more time learning from Lao Air and Lao San instead of just sucking up and doing nothing." "Yes, boss, you'll definitely learn from them. Following you is the best decision I've ever made." Just then Lao Air and Lao San returned. "Boss, there's no one on the 3rd or 2nd floor. But the people in the cinema have turned into zombies and were cleaned out. Someone must have been here. Maybe they're hiding on the 4th floor. Everyone grab some food first to replenish your strength. Then all 5 of us will take the 4th floor and set up camp here." "Got it. Boss, will go check over there. Go ahead, stay safe." "What the hell is this? Damn, you stepped in poop. How the hell did poop end up on the 2nd floor of a supermarket?" The man who stepped in it still couldn't believe his bad luck. This shelf was the one Dahai had hidden behind earlier. Back then, the 2nd floor was swarming with zombies and Dahai couldn't hold it in, so had relieved himself right there on the shelf. Who did this? Who left this poop here? He'll kill you. Come out. Stay away from me. This is disgusting, it stinks. Your shoes are covered in it." The others recoiled from him in disgust, planting a seed of hatred deep in his heart. Meanwhile, Shasha was huddled in a corner on the 4th floor, trembling, silently praying for the boss to come rescue her soon. Yi's convoy had now arrived at the entrance of the Longting Huazuan parking lot, after using the 2 heavy trucks to block the exit. Everyone got into the off-road vehicle and the armored car. The 2 smaller vehicles roared to a stop in front of the elevator. Someone on the second floor heard the noise. Did you guys hear something just now? It sounded like a truck. In the apocalypse. Where would a truck come from? I didn't hear anything. I just know he's covered in poop. Keep him away from me. Don't come near me. Don't you dare. I told you you've got poop on you. Stay back, you're disgusting. After being roasted by his companions, the man who stepped in the poop felt his hatred for the person who left it there grow even stronger. Dahai, completely unaware of this, was focused solely on rescuing Shasha. As they took the staff elevator to the 4th floor, Yi prepared his shotgun, envisioning every possible scenario. If anything seemed off, he would open fire immediately. He had to rescue Shasha successfully. Following the staff elevator straight ahead, he arrived at the 4th floor office location. Nothing that Yi had imagined occurred, and the entire process went so smoothly that it was almost unbelievable, allowing him to reach the 4th floor employee office without any incident. Shasha, where are you? We've come to save you. Yi called out toward the office. Receiving no reply, he continued deeper into the office. Boss, I'm over here. I'm fine. Shasha poked her head out from one of the inner offices. Wenwen exclaimed, thank heavens you're alive. You scared us to death. Dahai added, after we got your call, we rushed over without a moment's delay. Thank goodness you're okay. Lung Ruhan introduced himself. Hello, beautiful. I'm Lung Ruhan, a bus driver. I was rescued by Boss Yi and the others. Old Chio followed. Hello, miss. I'm a locksmith, Chio Letian. I was also saved by Boss Yi and his team. Now I'm joining your group. Shasha replied, hello, I'm Leisha. You can call me Shasha. They should be on the 2nd or 3rd floor now. There are 5 of them. I couldn't see if they had any weapons. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, I think I heard the elevator going up. Did any of you hear a strange noise? No, boss, didn't hear a thing. 2nd, 3rd, are you absolutely sure there's no one on the 3rd floor? We're certain there's no one on the 3rd floor. We can go straight to the 4th floor. There must be people there. Everyone finished eating. Follow me to the 4th floor once you're done. We're done. The 5 of them took the fire escape to the 4th floor. Among them was a master locksmith. Click. The lock was opened almost instantly. The locksmith pushed hard against the door, but it wouldn't budge. Boss, something's blocking the door from the other side. This way is a dead end. If we can't get in through the fire escape, are we supposed to climb in through the windows? Figure out a way to ram the door down. Old Shio muttered. Looks like the people holed up here have a locksmith too. I heard the door being unlocked. The fire door is blocked by heavy objects from the inside. They're trying to break it down. Yi ordered. When Shasha, take Caesar and hide. Caesar barked. Woof, woof, woof. Yi said, I know you want to help, but we're not sure if they have guns. Stay out of this for now. Dahai, Old Shio, you're with me. Well, engage them. Dahai replied, no problem, boss. Old Shio agreed. They'll follow your lead. Although the fire door was blocked by heavy objects, the 5 of them took turns ramming it, gradually pushing the obstacles aside. The door's almost open. Put your backs into it. Once we take out the people on the 4th floor, everything here is ours. Seeing the door give way, the 5 of them rammed it with renewed frenzy. Yi, Dahai, and Old Shio had already arrived at the fire door, ready to spring a perfect ambush. Yi instructed Dahai, Old Shio, take positions on either side of the fire door. As soon as they open it, it'll open fire. We'll take them all out in one go. Bang! As the fire door burst open, the first 2 men charged in, only to be met by the merciless barrel of Yi's shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shotgun blasts rang out. The heads of the first 2 were blown apart. The 3rd man quickly ducked behind the door, but was still hit by the shotgun's pellets, wounding him. Run! They've got guns. It's a scattergun. They have a scattergun. Yi sprinted toward the fire door, taunting, since you're here, why run? Stay for a cup of tea. The 2 who had fled first grabbed the fire escape door from the outside, pulling it shut with all their might. Seeing this, Dahai and Old Shio rushed over and pulled the fire door from the inside. Just as it was about to close, they managed to grip it tightly. The gap in the fire door was just wide enough to fit the shotgun's muzzle. Yi shoved the barrel through the crack and fired outward. Boom, boom, boom. Through the gap, they could see the man previously wounded by the shotgun pellets lying on the ground motionless. The remaining 2 held the fire door tight. With 3 more shotgun blasts, the last 2, along with the man already on the ground, each took a bullet. Before being hit, one of them screamed in terror, mercy. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Yi remained unmoved, calmly pulling the trigger. Don't blame me, the 5 of you. This is the apocalypse. If I don't kill, I'll be killed. If I didn't have the shotgun today, who knows what you 5 would have done. Dahai and Old Shio released the fire door. The 2 headless corpses still had their hands locked on the door handle. Yi kicked the fire door open. He called out to the office area. It's safe now. You can come out. The threat is over. Woman asked in disbelief, so soon? It's over that fast. Didn't Shasha say there were 5 people? Yi confirmed, yes, it's done. Lung Ruhan commented, 6 shots for 5 people seems about right, especially with a shotgun at close range. Shasha sighed, I was scared to death. I thought they had guns. Caesar barked, woof, woof, woof. Dahai asked, boss, does that shotgun hold 6 rounds? Yi explained, it only holds 5, but you can chamber one and then load another, giving you 6 shots. Old Shio remarked, good thing we had the gun. Otherwise we couldn't have taken out all 5 so quickly. Luo, Xin remained silent, standing off to the side. Check their bodies for anything useful. We need to gather supplies and prepare to move out. If we stay here, more enemies will keep coming. The best strategy is to retreat. A wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. When Shasha, you're in charge of inventory. Focus on non-perishable supplies. It's been a while since the apocalypse began. Perishable goods must have spoiled by now. Well, leave those behind. Dahai, you, and Luo. Xin take the employee elevator to the underground parking lot. Hide all the usable cars, then drive the big truck to the entrance on the first floor. Lung Ruhan and I will handle the zombies. The number of zombies on the first floor is appalling, and clearing them out will be a huge task. But no matter how hard it is, we have to eliminate those zombies to survive. Lung Ruhan agreed. No problem, I'm with you. The team divided their tasks once more and quickly set to work. This time, nothing else interrupted their operations. Soon the roar of a heavy truck echoed in front of Longting Huazuan. The zombies lingering on the first floor surged toward the entrance. Yi said, Lung Ruhan, the main door on the first floor opens inward and is very sturdy. We need to find a way to open it and lure the zombies away. Instead of fighting them, Hedon, it's better to just lure them away. What do you think of that plan? I think your plan is feasible, said Lung Ruhan. A heated confrontation won't give us a good chance of victory. If things go wrong, we might even end up as zombie fodder. Beep, beep. Dahai drove the second truck to the entrance of Longting Huazuan and honked the horn. Yi quickly pulled out the walkie-talkie. Dahai drive the armored vehicle and the off-road vehicle over and park them at the entrance. We need to lure all the zombies out first, then clear out all the supplies here. Understood, I'll head over right away, said Dahai. Be careful, Yi cautioned. Don't worry, boss, I got it, Dahai replied. Yi looked at Lung Ruhan and asked, do you have any good ideas for opening that heavy door from the inside? It's simple, Lung Ruhan said. We just need to create a commotion at the stairwell. The zombies will come running and Dahai can take the opportunity to reverse slowly and push the door open. That way we won't damage the door and we can open it smoothly. Finally, we hide. Once the zombies lose their target, they'll rush out through the door. That way we can deal with all the zombies without taking any risks. All right, let's do it your way. Yi agreed. The off-road vehicle and armored vehicle were driven to the entrance of Longting Huazuan. Yi spoke into the walkie-talkie. Dahai will create a disturbance here. Once the zombies have all gathered on our side, follow my command and reverse slowly. Reverse slowly and you'll open the door. Then honk the horn wildly to lure all the zombies out. Take them for a drive circle around a couple of times. Then come back. The first floor looks spacious. See if you can reverse the heavy truck directly inside. No problem, I'm waiting for your signal, Dahai replied. Yi led Lung Ruhan to the stairwell on the second floor and looked down at the zombies below. Perhaps because they had been locked up and hadn't tasted fresh flesh, none of the zombies in the first floor hall had mutated. There were no strength type or speed type zombies, only ordinary ones. However, their sheer numbers gave them an overwhelming advantage. The two of them threw glass bottles at the zombies below. Crash, crash. As the sound of shattering glass echoed, the zombies in the hall seemed to have discovered a new continent, roaring wildly. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. They scrambled to rush toward the second floor, but were quickly carried down by the escalator. The zombies behind climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades, only to be brought down again by the escalator. They repeated the same mechanical actions over and over. Sensing the time was right, Yi took out the walkie-talkie. Dahai, you can start reversing in now. Receiving the order, Dahai drove the armored vehicle and slowly reversed toward the gate of Longting Huazuan. Thump, thump. The rear of the armored vehicle slowly pressed against the gate of Longting Huazuan, and the sound attracted the zombies behind. Yi and Lung Ruhan immediately hid. Having lost their target, the zombies following the horde turned their attention to the armored vehicle. Soon the armored vehicle had fully opened the gate. Dahai honked the horn wildly, and the zombie horde erupted into a frenzy, roaring as they lunged at the armored vehicle. Screech, screech, screech. A piercing sound filled the air as the zombies frantically clawed at the thick body of the armored vehicle, their roars unceasing. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Dahai stepped on the gas, and the armored vehicle roared as it drove outward, the zombie horde following it, dispersing into the distance. The armored vehicle drove unhurriedly into the distance, the zombie horde trailing behind. Yi spoke into the walkie-talkie. Dahai, just lead them far enough away, then make a loop and come back quickly. Got it, roger that, no problem, Dahai replied. No one noticed that the psychic-type mutant zombie, which had been observing Yi's group from a distance earlier, was now watching Dahai from beside a car a kilometer away. Its eyes were now a blood red, and though it looked like an ordinary zombie from the outside, the oppressive aura in its gaze was palpable. Strength-type and speed-type zombies surrounded it, protecting it. Dahai was completely unaware of this, as were Yi and his team. Dahai drove about 3 kilometers away before accelerating and taking a different route back. Yi and Lung Ruhan went downstairs to check eliminating any remaining zombies in the corners, just as Dahai returned. Dahai skillfully reversed the heavy pickup truck into the garage. Yi couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a large supermarket, the entrance is magnificent. It's even tall enough to accommodate a large truck reversing inside. Once the heavy truck was parked securely, Lung Ruhan ran over to lock the gate and closed all the windows on the first floor, drawing the curtains as well. Now, Lung Ruhan said, we can finally have some peace. This place is ours now. Thus, the vast Longting Huazuan belonged solely to Yi's team. It had truly become Yi's team's territory. Yi announced over the walkie-talkie, it's safe. Load all the supplies we've inventoried onto the big truck. We're leaving this place. There's a lot of supplies that we might need to make several trips. Let's all put in the effort and move everything in one go. 2 trucks definitely won't be enough. You all keep moving the supplies slowly. They'll head to the courier sorting station and get another large truck. There are only 3 of us in the team who can drive a large truck, me, Lung Ruhan, and Dahai. So we need to maximize efficiency and use all 3 trucks for transport. No problem, boss, I'm with you. Roger that, I hear you. Dahai jumped off the truck and was about to open the rear compartment when he heard an unusual sound from inside, like someone moving around. Who's there? Are you human or a zombie? If you're human, answer me. This sudden development instantly put everyone on edge. No one had expected to find a living person inside the truck's cargo hold. Or perhaps it wasn't a living person, but a zombie. I'm human, I'm not a zombie. I'm a real living person. Hearing the reply from inside the compartment, Dahai was reluctant. If it were a zombie, he could just kill it. But if it was a living person, he didn't want to harm an innocent. Still, not killing them meant having to constantly guard against them, which was the most tiring. It was highly uncertain whether this person would betray them and whether they would be wrongfully condemning a good person. Yi said, Dahai, I can see the conflict on your face. For the stability of our team, I'll play the bad cop, and you all play the good cop. Let me be the villain. I'll take on the role of the bad guy. After all, it's the end of the world now. My principle has always been better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. Only this way can I minimize my troubles. The person inside the compartment heard Yi's words and was terrified, quickly saying, Don't kill me. I'm a good person. I really am a good person. Yi, just because you say you're a good person, does that make you one? Click, click, the sound of a shotgun being loaded echoed. Dahai opened the truck compartment so we can see what this person looks like. A good person never claims to be good, oh, only the wicked like to say so. Creak, creak. 2 crisp sounds of a door opening rang out as the heavy truck's compartment was unlatched. Peering inside from the entrance, nothing was visible. The thick compartment resembled a gaping abyss, pitch black, with no end in sight. It was like a black hole devouring all light. Hiding in there want help. You can run, but you can't hide forever. Didn't you say you were a good person? What are you afraid of? I'm not scared. Or have you done something shameful? Come out on your own. If you don't, I'll shoot. I mean what I say, and I won't break my word. D, don't shoot. I'm coming out. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. The sound of furtive footsteps emerged. Yi, I didn't know why, but hearing the footsteps of the person inside the compartment, the first word that came to his mind was furtive. From the sound alone, he could barely tell it was a man. Yet the way he walked felt somewhat sneaky. What decent person walks like that? The man inside the compartment, his heart filled with unease, stepped slowly toward the opening, uncertain of the fate awaiting him. Yi, strange, why can't I see anything? Dahai, me neither. Hurry up and come out. Lung Ruhan, look closely, it's a black man. It was only when the black man smiled, revealing his gleaming white teeth, that Yi realized the person inside had reached the compartment's entrance. Yi, damn, he's really dark. If you hadn't smiled, I wouldn't have spotted you. Black man, bro, don't kill me. I'm really a good person, a great one, the greatest in the world. Yi raised his shotgun, aiming at the black man before him. Stop your blabbering and get the hell down. Black man, sure thing. Bro, I'm coming down right now. Don't shoot. I'm an international friend. We're pals, brothers. Yi, just because you say you're an international friend, does that make you one? Just because you say we're friends, are we? Yeah. Just because you say we're brothers, are we? The black man grinned. We're just different in skin color. We're the black race, and we've already applied for a black autonomous state in your Longting nation. Let's get along. I'm truly a good person. I know many young ladies from Longting. They all say I'm a good man. Yi, that was before the apocalypse. What you black folks did in Longting is plain for everyone to see. Honestly, I'm not too fond of the black race. I just can't understand why you're so obsessed with chasing girls. Black man, actually I don't chase them. Sometimes they chase me because I'm a good person. Yi, shut up, or I'll want to hit you. Don't you know there are plenty of single men in Longting? Black man, as I've always said, I'm a good person. A good person naturally has charm, and that's how you find a girlfriend. Lung Ruhan. Then what about you black men tricking Longting girls into going to your country, claiming to be kings only to end up living in slums? Longting News reported it. How do you explain that? If being a good person gave you that much charm, then no young man in Longting would be single. Black man, as a foreigner, my status in Longting is naturally high. If you Longting locals lose your phone, you can't find it. But if I lose mine, the Longting police find it in minutes. And it even made the news, hailed as a sign of international friendship. Dahai, that's just some cop's personal behavior. Don't drag the entire Longting police force into this. Black man, hey fat pig, look how riled up you are. One, when hearing the commotion, climbed down and said to the black man, who are you calling a fat pig? You're the fat pig. Aren't you fat? Black man, what a pretty girl. My last girlfriend looked just like you. Seeing you reminds me of her. I feel an instant connection. How about we give it a try? One, you want to try so casually, and you still claim to be a good person. I heard everything. Black man, I am a good person. Can't you feel my charm? Yi sensed something off in the air and thought to himself, let this black man bicker with the women in our group. Once everyone's furious, I can justifiably take him out. I wanted to kill him outright, but I was afraid there might be some kind-hearted people in our team. If they think I'm a bad guy, it'll be hard to manage them later. This works fine. They'll just watch the show. The black man, oblivious to all this, continued his torrent of speech, showcasing his eloquence and flaunting his so-called charm. One, what charm could a black devil have? Uttering the words black devil seemed to displease the black man, reminding him of his ancestors' stories. Black man, don't you know I'm black? I'm an international friend. I've slept with so many Longting girls and none of them called me a black devil. I've betted at least 50, maybe 100 Longting girls. Can't you respect international relations? Isn't Longting known for its friendliness? Shasha, I hate you black men the most tricking our Longting girls' feelings. Black man, it's mutual consent. How is that trickery? I told you I'm a good person. Luoxin, indeed scumbags come in all races. Black man, I said it's mutual, it's my charm. I'm a good person. Lung Ruhan, and you still call yourself a good person? Black man, why not? I just want to give every girl a home. Yi thought deep down, keep digging your grave. Once the atmosphere is just right, that's when I'll take you out. Then when I kill you, they won't blame me. When a scumbag is a scumbag. Don't dress it up so elegantly. Shasha, exactly. I hate scumbags the most. Lung Ruhan, someone like you deserves to become a zombie. A special kind at that. Black man, shouldn't you Longting women submit to us black men? We are the noble black race. The Longting women I've met before were proud that I was black. Wenwen, stop your nonsense. You are deliberately slandering Longting women. Shasha, a despicable wretch like you. If you were in a TV drama, you wouldn't last 3 episodes. Lung Ruhan, 3 episodes is too many. At most one, you wouldn't even survive the opening credits. Black man, is this how you respect an international friend? Slap. Yi raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across the black man's face. Black man, what right do you have to hit me? Slap. Yi raised his hand and delivered another blow directly swelling one side of the black man's face. The black man said, why did you hit me again? Slap. Slap. Yi said, don't ask why. I hit you because I wanted to, and you still have the nerve to ask me why. Wenwen said, that's right, we hit you. After saying this, she also struck the black man's face heavily. It hurts so much it's killing me. My hand is in pain. Indeed, those not of our kin have different hearts, their skin is thick, and it's hurting my hand. The black man asked, why did you hit me? He covered his swollen cheek with one hand, looking at Wenwen with a puzzled expression. Slap. Lung Ruhan swung her palm at the other side of the black man's face he hadn't covered. She said, why do you ask? Who told you to say Wenwen looks like your ex-girlfriend? That deserves a beating. The black man asked, is this also worthy of a hit? Slap. Shasha couldn't help but slap the black man's face as well. Her blow sent him staggering, nearly causing him to lose his footing. This slap is for calling yourself a noble foreigner. Are you noble? Where is your nobility? The black man said, I am indeed a noble foreigner. Slap. Slap. Luoxin was not to be outdone as she raised her hand and dealt 2 slaps to the black man. Luoxin said, you claim to have slept with no less than 50, perhaps 100 women of the Dragonsaur Nation. For that alone, I could beat you to death. I detest scumbags the most. The black man said, how am I a scumbag? I'm a good man. I just want to give every girl a home. Upon hearing this, Dahai kicked the black man hard in the stomach. The kick sent the black man tumbling to the ground, sitting with a terrified look at Dahai. Help! Murder! Someone is trying to kill an international friend. Someone save me. Dahai said, my sister was deceived by someone like you, tricked by a scumbag. She was heartbroken. Just seeing you infuriates me. The black man struggled to his feet, glaring at Dahai with defiance. If looks could kill, Dahai would have died 100 times over. Dahai said, what? You black devil, still not convinced? Do you want to fight me? Wenwen added, exactly, you black devil, I detest the sight of you. You want to duel Dahai? Can you even win? The black man retorted, so this is how you treat a noble black man. Once this disaster passes, I will report you all. They'll bring the police to arrest you. Yi said, bring the police to arrest me. The disaster will pass. Do you even know what you're saying? Yi saw that the atmosphere was sufficiently charged. It was time to act. Letting this black man live this long was a form of mercy. As the saying goes, those not of our kin have different hearts. His words proved he was nothing good. Wenwen said, you should leave on your own so we don't have to force you out. You're truly not a good person. The black man replied, there are zombies outside. I'm not going. If you have the guts, kill me. In your Dragonsaur Nation, murder is a serious crime. Do you dare? You don't dare? Yi said, everyone heard him. He asked us to do this. It's not that we want to kill him. In all my life, I've never heard such a request. Aren't you a noble black man? Didn't you say the people of Dragonsaur Nation should treat you as an honored guest? Didn't you say if we had the guts we should kill you? Very well, I'll grant your wish now. After speaking, Yi raised his shotgun and aimed it at the black man's head. The black man instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His voice trembled as he spoke. Well, what are you doing? You can't kill me. I am a noble black man. We've already applied for a black autonomous region in Dragonsaur Nation. Soon we'll have our own territory. You can't do this to me. I advise you to think carefully. If you kill me, you'll be arrested. Yi said, you talk too much. Do you have any last words? The black man stammered, you. Yi said, stand back or you'll get splattered with blood. The black man cried, you can't. Bang. The shotgun roared with a merciless sound. The black man's head vanished. None of the 3 women present covered their eyes or ran to vomit. This scene greatly surprised Yi. It seemed everyone had grown. It also proved that building up the atmosphere before killing the black man was the right choice. At the very least, after this series of actions, these 3 women would not see Yi as someone who kills indiscriminately. This made management easier and increased team cohesion. In a way, everyone had a part in the black man's death. As long as everyone did something, it was as if no one had done it. They would all tacitly keep it buried. Moreover, it was the end of the world, no one would investigate, and there was no way to do so. Dahai looked at the fallen black man's corpse and kicked it twice more. Damn scumbag, I hate scumbags the most. Good riddance. Yi stealthily glanced at the women. From their expressions, he could clearly see joy on their faces. Then pretending to be nonchalant, he said, damn black devil, wasting so much of our time. Everyone proceed with the original plan. It will take you a while to move the supplies. Old Xiao and I will go back to the courier sorting station to get another heavy truck. By the time we return, you should be almost done moving. Then we'll drive 3 heavy trucks to Leeson Lake Central Park. As we discussed, with 3 trucks making several trips, we'll have enough supplies. Wenwen said, I'll go with you. I can't drive a big truck, but I can drive a car. Yi said, no need. Don't worry, I have weapons. We'll be back soon. Wenwen replied, all right. The armored vehicle drove off into the distance. Those remaining at Dragon Store Huazun began moving supplies, prioritizing easily storable items with long shelf lives: canned goods, instant noodles, rice flour, and cooking oil. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat had begun to spoil slowly since the apocalypse started so long ago. Having traveled the route once, this trip was very smooth without any incidents. Yi and Old Xiao arrived at the courier sorting station. Old Xiao asked, are we leaving the armored vehicle here and driving a heavy truck back? I don't know how to drive. Yi said, don't worry. Heavy trucks have lift gates. We can easily load our armored vehicle onto the truck. Old Xiao said, boss, do you think I'm inexperienced? I didn't even know about lift gates on heavy trucks. Yi replied, not at all. I didn't know either at first. I only found out after working in Shinquan City for a long time. Old Xiao, you're a craftsman. You can live well just by relying on your lockpicking skills. So you never needed to work elsewhere, and you haven't done many jobs. It's normal not to know. Old Xiao said, forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's drive back. Talking about it only brings tears. Having learned from his previous mistake, Yi opened the truck's compartment to inspect it before driving. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he started the heavy truck, and after studying the controls for 5 minutes, finally lowered the loading ramp. With the armored vehicle's powerful engine, it easily rolled into the large truck's cargo hold. Yi engaged the handbrake, turned off the engine, conducted a thorough inspection, then closed the rear door, climbed into the driver's seat, and pressed the accelerator. The heavy truck roared to life. Old Xiao is driving hard to learn. Yi, not at all. You can take your time learning later. Looking at the remaining heavy trucks, Yi felt a pang of reluctance. He could only ask Old Xiao to lock the doors again when they left, hoping luck would be on their side and the trucks would still be there when they returned. Suddenly, Yi caught a glimpse of something in his peripheral vision to the right. Just one look made his scalp tingle. There was a speed-type zombie. Yi was familiar with this speed-type zombie. It had a tattoo of a pair of wings on its calf. In life, it must have been a sports enthusiast, but after turning into a zombie, it had evolved into a speed-type. Its presence nearby could only mean one thing: Yi's team had been targeted by the Horde, and they had sent a speed-type zombie to track him. This was terrifying. It meant that the psychic-type zombie had already developed the ability to think, and its intelligence was far from low. Although the speed-type zombie had only flashed by, Yi had seen it clearly. It was the same one they had encountered at Old Xiao's locksmith shop. Old Xiao, we've been spotted. The situation isn't good. We need to be cautious with every step. I just saw a speed-type zombie. It's the same one we ran into before. The psychic-type zombie is nearby. This feeling of being stalked from the shadows is anything but pleasant. The key problem now is that we can't locate the psychic-type zombie. It's in the dark and we're in the light. They'll drive faster and try to get back as soon as possible. I'm worried about Dahai and the others. I suspect the psychic-type zombie might control the Horde to attack them. Old Xiao, then let's hurry back. No time to waste. The heavy truck roared down the road with an unstoppable momentum, speeding toward Longting Huazuan. Occasionally, a few zombies could be seen scattered along the way. Yi ran them over with the heavy truck, their bodies crushed beneath the tires, flattened into meat patties forever imprinted on the asphalt. SSS, SSSS, SSSSS, SSS, SSSS, SSSSS. The hissing of the speed-type zombie came intermittently from behind. Yi glanced in the rearview mirror, but saw nothing, yet the sound was unmistakably real. The big truck couldn't go very fast because of the curves, driving too quickly risked a rollover. Still, it was far faster than a human could run. Yi still found it hard to believe that a zombie could achieve such incredible speed. Yet this unbelievable reality was unfolding before his eyes. The speed of an empty heavy truck was certainly not something human legs could match. Hearing the faint zombie sounds, Yi dared not open the window to look. Moreover, the rearview and side mirrors showed no sign of the creature. This made Yi's heart grow restless, and fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. Old Xiao, can you hear that? Hear what? The speed-type zombie's sound. No, I don't hear anything. I keep faintly hearing the speed-type zombie's hiss. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. I just can't tell if it's at the very back of the truck or somewhere else. Old Xiao, if it were at the back of the truck, I couldn't possibly hear it so clearly. The truck is long and noisy. The sound from the rear shouldn't reach the cab. I suspect it's on the roof of the cab. I haven't heard any movement, but the hissing is definitely real. Don't scare me. How did it get up there without a sound? I didn't notice a thing. Old Xiao, hold on tight. With that, Yi pressed the accelerator, increasing the truck's speed. When the speed was sufficient. Screech, screech. The harsh sound of brakes filled the air. As the truck came to an emergency stop, Old Xiao and Yi, secured by their seatbelts, weren't thrown forward. But a noise came from the roof of the cab. Crack, crack. A grating sound echoed as the speed-type zombie dug its claws into the metal roof of the cab. But the inertia was too great, and it wasn't a strength-type zombie. Unable to support its own weight, it slid off the roof and crashed heavily to the ground. The moment the speed-type zombie appeared in his sight, Yi released the brake and floored the accelerator. The zombie had barely landed when the heavy truck charged at it like the scythe of death, ready to claim its life. The zombie stumbled just once upon landing. The truck's tire was already at its face. The momentum from the fall continued, leaving it no time to dodge. It could only let out its unique hiss, SSS. SSSS. SSSSS. SSS. SSSS. SSSSS. Then in an instant it was swallowed by the truck's tires. Zombies that don't know fear are quite terrifying. They don't realize they're about to die. Even in their final moments, they still hiss. As if they want to tear the truck apart and devour our flesh. Now I'm really worried about Dahai and the others. The speed-type zombie reacted quickly. As the truck bore down on it, it tried to dodge to the side, avoiding having its head crushed by the tire. Even so, the truck's wheels still ground its body and limbs into pulp. Yi watched intently in the side mirror. The speed-type zombie lay weakly on the ground, its mouth opening and closing continuously. Clearly the life granted by the zombie virus was slowly ebbing away, leaving its body. Yi, no need to finish it off. Over time it will starve to death. Old Chio, remember its sound. If you ever hear a zombie making that noise, stay far away. Its speed is simply terrifying. Under normal circumstances, once you're targeted, there's no chance of survival. Old Chio got it, boss. They'll remember. If I see one, I'll hide and never go head-to-head with it. Yi looked into the left side mirror while Old Chio watched the right one. The speed-type zombie's figure grew smaller in the distance, but its eyes held a distinct look of resentment. The sight sent a chill through both of them. Old Chio, did you see that? I saw it. That look. It's no different from a human's. How terrifying. Could they be evolving consciousness? Yi pressed harder on the accelerator, as if trying to push it through the floor of the engine. Staring at the straight road ahead, Yi's worry for the people at Longting only deepened. Soon the heavy truck came within range of the walkie-talkie signal. Yi anxiously pulled out the walkie-talkie and shouted to Hai, can you hear me? I can hear you. Prepare everyone for battle. I have a bad feeling. We encountered a speed-type zombie on the way here in the truck. I suspect the Horde has set its sights on us again. Last time it was to bolster their ranks, this time I don't know what they're up to. I hope my worries are unfounded. Alright, no problem. They'll notify everyone to prepare for battle. The heavy truck drew closer to Longting, now only 3 kilometers away. More and more zombies lined the streets on both sides, as if surrounding Yi. Yet he remained undeterred, pressing on toward Longting. After another kilometer, with 2 kilometers left to Longting, a massive horde of zombies began to gather. Yi's heart leaped into his throat. Upon receiving Yi's signal, Dahai said to Wenwen, Shasha, go to the rooftop. One of you watch the front, the other the rear, and see if any zombies are surrounding us. The rest of you prepare for battle. Wenwen, alright, no problem. Shasha, roger. Lung Ruhan, is it the same kind of horde as last time? Luo Rinshin, it's terrifying. I don't want to go through that again. Caesar, woof woof woof. Everyone sprang into action with urgency. Yi was now only 1 kilometer from Longting. Fortunately, the main zombie force shifted toward the nearby urban village instead of converging on Longting. Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief and completed the final kilometer without incident. Beep, beep, beep. The heavy truck's horn blared. Soon Dahai opened the gate. Seeing Yi and Old Chio return safely, he first gave them a big hug, then began his report. Boss, we've already loaded 2 heavy trucks. Only yours remains to be filled. The supplies have been inventoried as you requested. There are plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables that don't keep well. Unfortunately, we can't eat them all. More than half of the fresh produce has spoiled and is inedible, so we had to abandon it without hesitation. As for the non-perishables, canned goods, sausages, instant noodles, we've sorted them all. Other daily necessities like shampoo, body wash, and tissues, we've taken everything we could. But the supplies at Longting are enormous. It would take at least 4 trips with 3 trucks to move everything. Yi, it's okay. We'll make a few more runs later. Right now, we need to evacuate quickly. Once that psychic zombie controls the horde and surrounds us, we won't stand a chance. Time is critical. Everyone get moving. Load up the supplies, and let's retreat immediately. Almost simultaneously, Wenwen and Shasha's voices crackled over the walkie-talkie. Wenwen, the number of zombies is staggering. Shasha, the good news is they don't seem to be coming for us. Dahai, Wenwen, Shasha, both of you come down now. Report the details to the boss. The boss and Old Chio are back. Wenwen, great. The boss is finally back safely. He'll be right down. Shasha, thank goodness nothing happened to you. Wenwen and I will be down immediately. Wenwen and Shasha took the staff elevator to the first floor and reported what they had seen to Yi. Boss, the horde has reached an unprecedented scale. From my vantage point, they were as dense as ants on the move, endless as far as the eye could see. But there's good news, they aren't heading for us. They're spreading toward the urban village as if they're foraging for food. Yi, thank goodness they're not after us, or none of us would survive today. Everyone load the supplies onto the trucks quickly and well evacuate at once. Dahai swiftly opened the gate of Longting. Lung Ruhan leaped into the cab of the heavy truck and maneuvered the massive vehicle slowly toward the entrance, parking it beside another fully loaded heavy truck. Not to be outdone, Dahai ran to the cab of the heavy truck Yi had driven, carefully backed it into Longting, and then skillfully turned off the engine and parked. Everyone began bustling about moving supplies. Dahai was in charge of stacking goods in the back of the truck while old Xiao passed the supplies to him. Yi waited at the elevator entrance with a handcart. Wenwen Shasha and Lung Ruhan piled crates of supplies at the elevator door while Luo Rinxin was responsible for transporting the crates to the first floor via the elevator. Everyone worked with all their might. The cohesion of this small team was steadily growing. With each narrow escape from death, their bonds deepened, transforming them from strangers into family. Through their coordinated efforts, the heavy truck was packed to the brim in less than an hour. Yi made the final trip with supplies. He pulled out the walkie-talkie. All preparations are complete. Everyone disembark and evacuate. We're heading to our destination, Leeson Lake Central Park. Okay, Roger. No problem. Coming down now. Woof 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 woof. Yi, Dahai, Lung Ruhan, and I will each drive a heavy truck. Wenwen will drive the armored vehicle. Shasha and Luo Rinxin, since you can't drive, you'll go with Wenwen. Caesar will join you too. Old Xiao will ride with me. Let's evacuate now. Don't forget to lock the door before we leave. According to our plan, we'll need 3 more trips. After those, we should have moved all the supplies. Yi and Old Xiao started the heavy truck first and headed toward their destination. Lung Ruhan followed closely behind with the armored vehicle next. Dahai brought up the rear. Yi, the road ahead is straight. Everyone pick up speed. There's an uphill stretch farther ahead. Lung Ruhan, keep close to me. Wenwen, from what I've observed, your driving skills are still a bit rough. Don't go too fast and rear-end Lung Ruhan's truck. Keep that in mind, especially on the uphill. Lung Ruhan, don't worry, boss. I've got experience. Wenwen was a little embarrassed you caught me, boss. He'll be careful. I won't drive too fast uphill. Dahai, boss, what about me? Any instructions for me? Yi, you need to keep an eye on any vehicles approaching from behind or if anyone is following us. Dahai, roger. Mission guaranteed. It was only then that Yi's anxiety eased. Seeing the team growing more cohesive, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth and a sense of happiness filled his heart. It was a rare solace in this apocalyptic world. The convoy quickly drove away from the library. Inside the library, a man cursed loudly, damn it. They took so many of our supplies. The supplies were right there. We saw them first. What right did they have to touch them? Have you forgotten? The 5 people we sent out earlier haven't returned yet. They must have been killed. They've already tasted the sweetness of it. They'll definitely come back to haul supplies. We can set a good ambush for them. Among the survivors inside the library, there were still kind-hearted individuals, and he did not morally support this course of action. He said, supplies are inherently ownerless. It's not about who sees them first. Instead of ambushing them and clashing head-on, it would be better to negotiate peace with them. Securing supplies through peaceful means would be more beneficial for us. I never supported sending those 5 people to grab supplies in the first place. Now their fate is unknown. They are likely dead. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding smacks echoed, and those around fell silent in trepidation, none daring to utter a word. I think you're just making easy remarks from a comfortable position. If one of those sent out were your brother, if your brother had died, would you still talk about making peace with them? They've already killed my brother. This feud is settled. I will stop at nothing to finish them off and avenge my dead brother, or else I won't be able to sleep. If you don't have the guts to act, then get out of the way. If I didn't see you as a doctor still useful to me, I would have disposed of you long ago. The man who received the 3 slaps was a general practitioner from the community health center. Young as he was, he had already earned a doctorate and had just started working there. His surname was Li, and his name was Li Huadawa. In his daily work, Li Huadawa shuttled between the community health center and Yongfu Hospital. Having finally managed to get his turn for a break, he had originally planned to read at the library. Who could have foreseen that he would encounter the apocalypse? And he ended up stuck with a leader so narrow-minded and wolf-hearted, someone who would dare to do anything but good deeds. Deep down, Li Huadawa had yearned more than once to escape this team. But Li Huadawa was not a combatant. The outside was infested with zombies. He lacked the confidence to leave this team and still survive. And Yi's team happened to be in dire need of a doctor. More than once, Li Huadawa fantasized about another team coming to the library dealing with this villain before him, and then he would surely follow that other team away. When Yi and Caesar first arrived at the library and took the Longting Encyclopedia, Li Huadawa held great admiration for Yi. Deep within, Li Huadawa always believed that those who seize knowledge first in the apocalypse are the ones who can survive the longest. But regrettably, Yi did not take any member from their team, nor did he have any intention of capturing the library. Li Huadawa thought to himself, indeed. In this apocalypse, even capturing a small restaurant would ensure longer survival than capturing a library. Libraries have no food, no water. In the end times, they are absolutely the least noticed places. Li Huadawa began to hope deep within, hoping for the man who drove an armored vehicle accompanied by a dog who had stormed into the library to snatch the Longting Encyclopedia. Li Huadawa started to yearn for this man to take them away. Yi, oblivious to all this, continued driving the large heavy truck on his way home. Dahai, is anyone following us? No sign of anyone for now. If I find anything, I'll notify you immediately. Go straight ahead, and we'll encounter a large supermarket. This is Donghai Department Store, also a massive shopping complex. If you're interested in the future, you can come here to scout the place. There's no small amount of supplies here. But one thing is crucial, you must ensure your own safety. Safety first, only by staying alive can there be hope. Lung Ruhan, understood, boss. Got it. Dahai, I must come and take a look next time. Luo Rinxin, don't we already have so many supplies? Why do we still need to stockpile more? Wenwen, Yes, there's an old saying in our Longting country, an innocent man may suffer from the guilt of having jade. Perhaps having too many supplies can also be a disaster. Shasha, I agree with Wen. Sometimes such things can be a calamity. Caesar, woof 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 woof. Everyone chimed in with their opinions while Yi remained silent, listening attentively to everyone's views. After they had all finished speaking, Yi slowly began, we may not need to consume the supplies, but we cannot afford to be without them. Perhaps having a surplus of supplies is a sin, but at certain times supplies are everything. In the apocalypse, having supplies can make many people pledge their loyalty to us. Since I dare to stockpile supplies, it means I have enough confidence to protect them. When we reach our destination, you'll understand. Upon hearing Yi's words, everyone tacitly chose to trust him. Imperceptibly, Yi had already been acknowledged by all and had become the leader of this team. Everyone would unconditionally support any decision Yi made, and Yi would likewise unconditionally support any decision they made. The stockpile of supplies at Donghai Department Store was even more staggering than that of Longting Huazuan, approximately 3 times as much. In the apocalypse, it was also a strategic location contested by all. Without even scouting, one could guess that Donghai Department Store had already become a stronghold for some people. Relying on these vast amounts of supplies, the number of people gathered there was likely considerable, making it very difficult to take over Donghai Department Store. But Yi had his own methods. Yi was no longer alone, he had teammates, a team of family. No matter what dangers he faced, Yi was no longer afraid. This was the strength bestowed by family. The convoy smoothly passed by Donghai Department Store. They encountered neither a zombie horde nor any ambushers. We're almost at Tuqiao Park. Everyone stay highly alert, there might be a zombie horde here. The last time I passed through here, I encountered a zombie horde. Hopefully I'm just overthinking it. After everyone acknowledged the message, the convoy headed towards the viaduct where the subway accident had occurred. They passed through Tuqiao Park without any incident. Looks like our luck is holding up. Continuing ahead is a viaduct. Below it is a large intersection where a subway train had an accident, the perfect place for an ambush. Last time I had to ram my way through with a big truck. If we encounter obstacles this time, it means someone is gathered here, and we need to be cautious. Looking into the distance, he could faintly see a straight path, and Yi felt relieved. It seems my luck is good traveling with you all. Smooth sailing all the way. The convoy passed the viaduct without any trouble. Ahead is the uphill slope I told you about. Once we get past this slope, we'll be close to our destination. Perhaps because it's near a water source, there are almost no zombies here. I've been here many times, it's always been quiet with no zombies and no living people. Hopefully it'll be the same for us this time. Sure enough, the convoy made it to the uphill slope without any incidents. One would make sure to maintain a safe distance. Heavy trucks tend to slow down when going uphill, don't rear-end us. Win-win. Okay boss, so be careful. The convoy smoothly navigated the uphill section and then headed towards the Leeson Lake ticket office. We're almost there. This is our temporary stronghold, a natural defensive line. Now let me formally introduce you. Leeson Lake Central Park. As Yi's voice of introduction echoed, the convoy smoothly arrived at the location of Leeson Lake Central Park. Looking at the towering buildings and the enormous iron gate before them, everyone felt a sense of security. Moreover, this place is relatively remote, far from the crowds. The outbreak of the zombie virus occurred on a weekday, which has led to Leeson Lake Central Park remaining devoid of both living people and zombies since the outbreak. It is a very secluded area transformed into a forgotten corner. One exclaimed, "Boss, you are amazing. How did you find this place?" Shasha added, "Yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't have found it no matter what." Lung Ruhan remarked, "You really found something here." Dahai said, "This place is simply perfect." Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Lao Chio commented, "Boss, this place is truly impeccable." Yi replied, "I met Caesar right in the central area of Leeson Lake. I stumbled upon this place by chance during the outbreak of the zombie virus while I was on an interview, and I ran back home in a hurry. I discovered it here in a moment of inspiration." Yi then recounted his experiences from the early days of the zombie virus outbreak until meeting everyone. As for the incident involving the elderly man testing the zombie virus, Yi glossed over it. He feared that everyone might think he was a senseless killer and refrained from mentioning it. After listening to Yi's account, the team felt even more admiration for him. While driving and chatting, they soon arrived at the entrance of the ticket hall. "Lao Chio, can you unlock this lock?" Lao Chio glanced at the lock at the door and confidently replied, "No problem, just watch me." Lao Chio skillfully got out of the car, and in less than 3 seconds with a crisp sound the lock was opened. As I always say, a master craftsman is indeed a master. I still stand by my words, it's all about familiarity with the tools. Huh. While joking with Yi, Lao Chio directly pushed open the door of the ticket hall. Such a large door needs some oil regularly. So far it has had no issues, but over time it can become hard to push open. Yi took out the walkie-talkie and said, "Dahai, remember to lock the door once you come in." Dahai replied, "No problem." 3 large trucks and an armored vehicle headed towards the ticket hall, and the central square was spacious, perfect for parking. Once Dahai parked the vehicle, he rushed over to lock the door. Yi used binoculars to carefully observe the situation in the central park, finding no signs of intrusion. When curiously asked, "Boss, how do we get over there? We can't possibly swim across, right?" Yi replied, "Of course we can't swim across, we have a boat." When asked, "A boat? What kind of boat? Where is it? Let me see." Yi walked to the shore, removed the cover from the little duck boat, and said, "Look, it's this little duck boat." Wenwen exclaimed, is there only one boat? With so many of us, won't we need to make multiple trips? Yi responded, of course not, there are plenty of boats in the central area. Seeing the little duck boat, Caesar excitedly barked, woof 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 woof. Yi said, Caesar, I know you're eager, oh just wait a moment, and he'll take you to the central park right away. Does anyone know how to row a boat? Or operate a boat with an engine propeller? The previously quiet Luo Renshin spoke up, boss, I live by the river and fish there. I can swim, oh I can operate almost all types of boats. Dahai added, I enjoy fishing, oh I can row a boat too. Lung Ruhan commented, I can't, but I can learn. Yi looked at his companions and felt pleased with their diverse skills. He said, alright, you all wait here. I along with Caesar and Luo Renshin will head to the central park to bring the boats over first. Yi untied the little duck's chain and called for Caesar and Luo Renshin to head towards the central park. The little duck was designed for two-person operation, and previously it was not very convenient for Yi to navigate alone. Now with Luo Rengson's help, he felt very calm and confident as they traveled at a much faster pace. Soon they arrived at the location of Lisan Lake Central Park. Yi instructed Luo Renshin, drive the boat with the propeller engine and bring all the boats over. If I remember correctly, I connected them all into one. With your experience, it should be no problem since they are all empty boats. No problem, boss, just watch me. Luo Renshin headed in the direction Yi indicated and indeed found the hidden boats. She skillfully drove the lead boat, bringing all the boats out. Yi also tied his little duck at the back. He turned to Caesar and said, Caesar, you can play by yourself for a while. We're going to transport supplies, and we'll be back soon. Caesar understood Yi's words, wagged his tail joyfully, and ran towards his little den. Yi sat at the back of the boat, fleet slowly sailing towards the shore as they were pulled by the leading boat. Luo Renshin showcased her exceptional driving skills, reaching the shore in half the time it usually took Yi. The others waiting on the shore looked at the boat fleet before them, feeling even more admiration for Yi's foresight and meticulous planning. However, they did not know that these items were originally here and that Yi had merely hidden them away. Lung Ruhan commented, I am increasingly impressed by you truly. Dahai said, with so many boats I am truly amazed. Lao Qiu added, are you a deity? How can you conjure everything? Shasha exclaimed, boss, you are incredible. Wenwen said, awesome. Facing everyone's praise, Yi was accustomed to it and felt no significant emotional shift, treating it as mere flattery. Despite everyone reiterating that it was not flattery, Yi still thought there was a hint of it. He stated, we have 3 trucks of supplies, but the iceboxes in the Central Park are limited, so we can only prioritize food that is not easy to preserve. Let's try to move as many supplies as possible before dark. We can fight again tomorrow. Alright, no problem. The team members readily agreed. There are a total of 30 boats here. With 6 of us, each person will operate 5 boats, linking them together to slowly transport the supplies. The keys are on the lock. I haven't removed them, so you all can handle it yourselves. Leave the little duck boat to me. After Yi assigned the tasks, the small team of 6 once again demonstrated their cohesion and execution capabilities. The supplies were transported onto the boats in boxes, and soon 5 boats were filled. The hardest work fell to Lung Ruhan and Lao Qiu. With no experience, they could only move forward by trial and error. Their boats progressed at a snail's pace, akin to a 70-year-old man. However, no one mocked them. Everyone has a first time, and everyone has things they do not know. They would gradually become familiar over time. Luo Renshin and Yi were the first to reach the shore and began transporting the supplies. Luo Renshin asked, boss, where should we place the supplies? Yi replied, the iceboxes in the cafeteria are all full. Check if there is any extra space in the food storage warehouse. Alright, boss, I'll go take a look. If I find a spot, I'll place it. What if there's no room? Luo Renshin said. Yi replied, if there's no space, we'll have to put it in the dormitory building. There are plenty of rooms anyway. More than enough, far more than enough. Thus Yi and Luo Renshin continued moving supplies while waiting for the others. When roughly half the supplies had been moved, Old Qiu and Lung Ruhan finally reached the shore. Shasha lagged behind, bringing up the rear. Noticing it was getting late, Dahai suggested, since we still have some ingredients, how about I make us a barbecue? You all must have gone without meat for a long time, right? Let's have a proper feast tonight. Wenwen exclaimed, great, great. I love barbecue. Shasha, who had just arrived at the shore, chimed in. Yes, yes. Barbecue, barbecue. I love it too. Old Qiu said, I'm fine with anything. Whatever you eat, I'll eat. Luo Renshin added, they'll catch some fresh fish and make grilled fish for everyone. My grilled fish is quite delicious. Yi cautioned, when it rained the zombies must have gotten soaked, and there are plenty of corpses around. I suspect the water isn't clean. Who knows if the fish in the lake have mutated? I think it's best not to drink the lake water or eat any aquatic creatures from it. Better safe than sorry. Otherwise, if we all turn into zombies, it'll be a loss too great to bear. Luo Renshin responded, boss, I'll listen to you. We'll test it first before eating the fish. Caesar barked, woof, 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 woof. Dahai agreed, boss is right. We need to be cautious. I see we still have plenty of meat in our supplies. Let me whip up some small skewers for everyone. Yi said, since Dahai is making barbecue, let's move the supplies a few more times. It'll be dark soon, and then we can eat first. After a hearty meal and a good wash, we can sleep. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? Wenwen exclaimed, wait, what did you say? A bath? Did I hear that right? Yi replied, I can't guarantee it for the long term, but for now it's no problem. The water supply system at Leeson Lake Central Park is independent, and so is the power system. So tonight you can not only shower, but also enjoy the air conditioning. There's even a solar generator on the rooftop. You can set the AC to 16 degrees tonight. Wenwen cheered, long live the boss. Shasha added, boss is awesome. Lung Ruhan said, I've never thought you looked as handsome as you do now. Old Shio remarked, I could use a bath too. How wonderful. Dahai exclaimed, oh my god, I can finally take a shower. Caesar barked, woof 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 woof. The 5 humans and 1 dog were overjoyed, and watching them the first idiom that came to Yi-Yi's mind was dancing with joy. After hearing Yi-Yi's words, everyone quickened their pace in moving supplies. They managed to complete 3 trips instead of the planned 2. And while watching Dahai's culinary skills, no one felt the slightest fatigue. Instead, they drooled over the grilled meat and worked swiftly. Once all the supplies were moved, everyone gathered around in the dining hall. Yi-Yi said, we've got a few more trips left, but let's call it a day here. We'll continue tomorrow. Now look what I've got. Like a magician, he produced 4 large bottles of iced cola from behind him, making everyone in the small team's eyes light up, except for Caesar. Dahai gasped, am I seeing things? When asked, am I dreaming? Shasha pinched herself and said, ouch, that hurts. I'm not dreaming. This is real. Lung Ruhan confessed. Who would have thought I'd be moved to tears at the sight of cola? Old Shio added, I'm not usually a fan, but in the apocalypse this is nectar and ambrosia. Caesar tilted his head, puzzled by everyone's excitement, his amber eyes filled with confusion. Yi-Yi said, Caesar, I'll pour you some later to see if you like it. Upon hearing there was something tasty, Caesar started wagging his tail and barking, woof 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 woof. Once everyone was seated, Dahai brought out the grilled meat. The first time the group was astounded by his culinary prowess. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, lamb chop steak. Dahai had prepared every ingredient he could find. Given the intense heat, many fresh ingredients had already spoiled, so there was no need to hoard them now. If they didn't eat quickly, they'd miss the chance entirely. There was only meat, no vegetables. At this time, fresh fruits and vegetables were more valuable than meat. Limited by conditions, they could only feast on meat and guzzle cola. Yi-Yi mused, who would have thought that in the apocalypse would have nothing but meat to eat with no fresh produce? We've realized the dream we had before the end of the world, eating only meat. Back then when we craved meat, we couldn't afford it. Now that we don't want it, there's an endless supply. Truly, life is unpredictable. Sausage wrapped in bun. Wenwen said, actually, I'm already very content. At least hiding here, we don't have to worry about zombies or food. No danger to our lives, no need to fret over meals. It's pretty good. Shasha agreed. Yes, contentment brings happiness. Old Shio added, as an old man, I'm satisfied with my life. Lung Ruhan sighed. I'm actually the unluckiest. I encountered the zombie virus outbreak on my very first day at work. Caesar barked, woof woof woof. Luo Ryn said, I also feel lucky to have met you all. I once thought I wouldn't make it. Yi-Yi proposed, let's toast with cola instead of wine. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the future. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate being alive. At that moment, all lived for tomorrow, knowing that tomorrow, or misfortune, might come first. Thus the present was paramount. They could only live in the now. Yi-Yi continued, today is our first dinner together. I hope we can share every dinner from now on. If I could make a wish, it would be for all of us to survive. Wenwen echoed, I hope everyone survives too. Lung Ruhan said, it seems the apocalypse won't end anytime soon. I hope that no matter what dangers or difficulties we face, our small team can pull through together, experiencing and growing together. Shasha added, yes, facing danger and hardship together. Old Shio declared, I'll do my best to help everyone search for supplies. Leave the lockpicking to me, huh? Luo Ryn said, here at Leeson Lake Central Park, I'll use my skills to help everyone. Dahai promised, from now on I'll take charge of everyone's meals. Caesar barked, woof 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 woof. Laughter filled the air, ha ha ha. Yi-Yi said, let's raise our glasses once more to our beautiful hopes for the future. Everyone raised their glasses and downed the last of the cola. The dinner concluded amidst their laughter and joy. Yi-Yi instructed, you can go pick your preferred rooms. It's best if we all stay on the top floor. Except for the locked room, you can choose any other. Then you can take a nice comfortable bath. See you tomorrow. Long live the boss. Wenwen exclaimed, I'm going to take a nice bath right now. Shasha added, I can't stand the smell on me either. When shall we take the adjacent rooms? Wenwen replied, sure, I'll take the room next to yours. After a brief discussion, Wenwen and Shasha each entered their rooms. The zombie virus outbreak had been so sudden that neither of them had managed a proper bath since it began. During their evacuation from Longting Huazuan, they had taken quite a few valuable items from the third floor area, which now came in handy. Wenwen thoughtfully shared some with Lung Ruhan and Luo Ryn. Having worked at Longting Huazuan for many years, Wenwen and Shasha had selected almost exclusively high-end goods, since they were free anyway. Luo Ryn and Lung Ruhan expressed their gratitude upon receiving the items. The 4 women then chose 4 adjoining rooms and settled in. As soon as they entered, they headed straight for the bathroom to wash up. After such a long time, without bathing, the clothes they took off could stand upright on their own. Yi-Yi, Old Shio, and Dahai meanwhile tidied up the dining table. Yi-Yi said, if I remember correctly, the wastewater treatment at Leeson Lake uses an independent pipeline that goes directly to the treatment plant. Now that so many people are dead, the treatment plant's reservoirs are more than enough for us. Remember, before the apocalypse, it handled all the domestic wastewater from the surrounding population. Even if there are survivors, they're few. We don't need to worry about that. Dahai asked, But what about our daily water supply? Yi answered, no need to worry for now. There's a water plant nearby with treated water that will last us a long time. The water here comes from there. There's a purified reservoir, and that's our daily water. Old Xiao said, then we need someone who knows this stuff well. Our team is exactly lacking such a person. Yi added, Old Xiao is right. Tomorrow we should go to the water plant to see if there are any survivors. If we find any ID, like to bring them in, provided they're good people. I believe we'll figure that out as we go along. Dahai said, true time reveals a person's heart. If he turns out to be a black sheep, we'll have to kick him out. Yi replied, I think we either lock him up and make him work or just get rid of him outright. Dahai, Old Xiao, sometimes we can't think only of individuals. We're a team now, and sometimes we have to be ruthless. If we just kick him out, he might come back to take revenge. Old Xiao sighed. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. Dahai muttered, damn apocalypse, I don't want to kill innocent people either. Yi said, since the outbreak, I've done many things I didn't want to. Tomorrow when we bring back supplies, we'll stop by the water plant. You two go get some rest. Pick a room and take a good bath. See you tomorrow. They'll sleep in the truck tonight. I'm worried someone might try to steal our supplies. We made too much noise. I'm afraid of attracting unwanted attention. After the four women finished washing, they used the high-end skincare products Wen had given them to care for their skin. Dahai and Old Xiao casually chose adjacent rooms and started washing. Yi also returned to his room to clean up. Out of caution, Yi didn't reveal how many weapons he had. He couldn't fully trust everyone yet. Men's showers were simple, just shampoo and body wash sufficed. Soon snoring came from Dahai's room, and Old Xiao also fell asleep. At the same time, after washing up, Yi reached the shore and began patrolling, humming, riding my beloved little scooter, it never gets stuck in traffic. He rode his electric scooter along the shore, inspecting the area 3 times thoroughly before climbing into a large heavy truck. With a Type 54 pistol in hand, he locked the cab and slowly drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. No one came to steal their supplies. Perhaps everyone had been too exhausted to sleep well since the apocalypse began, and now that they could finally relax, they all felt deeply tired. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that everyone woke up. Dahai was the first to stir. Glancing at the electronic calendar in his room, he saw the time clearly displayed as 1145 and realized he had slept for a long time. But when he got up, he found that all the doors were still closed. No one else seemed inclined to rise. Dahai had to knock on each door to wake everyone. Old Xiao responded to the knocking and got up. Wen and Shasha, however, refused to get out of bed, and no one came to open the door. Lung Ruhan opened her door with a yawn and said, isn't it the end of the world? Shouldn't we sleep as much as we want? Dahai replied, you've slept enough. We have tasks today. Wake the others, will you? He'll prepare lunch for everyone, and then we need to go out. Lung Ruhan said, sure, no problem. He'll get them up. Dahai and Old Xiao returned to their rooms for a quick wash before starting to prepare lunch for everyone. Yi also woke up. He pulled out his phone and tried to make a video call to his parents. Since the last time the call failed, he hadn't been able to reach them, and the signal had been getting worse. In the apocalypse, losing signal was normal. No matter how advanced the power water network or communication systems were, without maintenance, they couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, everything would shut down or become unusable. Yi grew increasingly anxious, his hands trembling as he dialed for a video call. The phone rang with a dull tone. The ringtone echoed softly. 10 seconds, 20, 30, 40, 50. Just as Yi was about to give up, the call connected. When his parents' faces appeared on the screen, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Dad, Mom, why did you take so long to answer? Son, it's not that we didn't want to. There's just no signal. We're in the countryside, fewer towers, poor reception. Our signal is about to cut out too. This might be our last call. After saying that, Yi jumped off the truck and aimed his phone at Leeson Lake Central Park. Dad, Mom, I'm safe now. There's a lake here with a big park in the middle. The zombies are afraid of large bodies of water. I've also met some friends, and we're living well, plenty of food and water. What about you? Do you need anything? We have everything we need, food and drink. It's sparsely populated here, and we haven't seen many zombies. Sometimes we even feel like we're back before the apocalypse. I'm relieved. Take care of yourselves, and don't trust anyone easily. We know we. The scene before him was abrupt, appearing without the slightest warning or premonition. Staring at his parents' frozen figures on the phone screen, Yi understood what had happened. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the moment still caught him off guard when it finally arrived. Yi had originally envisioned finishing a proper conversation with his parents before the signal died. Who could have imagined that the signal would vanish mid-sentence? 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Yi's cheeks as he wept in silence. So this was it. When sorrow reached its peak, no sound could escape. So this was how a man cried. So many people never got the chance for a proper farewell. Even one's own parents could be taken without a goodbye. So many things. Yi had always believed he could grow accustomed to the apocalypse departing. But now with the signal gone, he would never see his parents again. Tomorrow and misfortune, no one knew which would come first. Perhaps this meeting was their last. Yi crouched on the ground, burying his head in his arms against his knees, tears streaming endlessly. He sat there motionless, as if slowly turning into a statue, petrified by grief. Dahai and Old Xiao were still busy in the kitchen. By the time Dahai finished cooking, the 4 women had finally completed their washing. They leisurely descended the stairs, their eyes falling upon the bountiful feast on the table. The lingering drowsiness and laziness from sleep vanished, replaced by a craving for the delicious food. The four women quickly fetched stools, bowls, and chopsticks, helping to serve dishes and rice, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Wenwen, strange, where's the boss? Where did he go? Shasha, he didn't oversleep, did he? Lung Ruhan, he's not the type to do that. Luo Rinshin, yeah, it's really weird. Dahai, where's the boss? Dahai, last night the boss was worried someone might come to steal our supplies, so he slept in the truck. He stayed alert while sleeping. Old Xiao, let's eat quickly, then we'll bring a portion to the boss. Wenwen, the boss is so thoughtful. Lung Ruhan, I was careless. I didn't consider that aspect. Shasha, neither did I. All my attention was on last night's barbecue. Luo Rinshin, no wonder the boss survived so well in the apocalypse. He's so cautious. Dahai, yeah, we all need to learn from him and his caution. Old Xiao, yesterday the boss Dahai and I discussed it. Today we'll first make 2 trips to move supplies, then check the water plant to solve our water issue. I also want to look at the parking lot across from Lisan Lake to address our energy needs. Dahai, everyone eat up. I've already set aside a portion for the boss. Later you ladies handle the dishes. Old Xiao and I will prepare the equipment, and then we'll have a big day ahead. Lung Ruhan, no problem. I was thinking of checking out the fire station to see if we can get a fire truck. Dahai, I've done my best to make it hearty. Please just eat what you can. The four women looked at the spread before them: chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, cucumber salad, stir-fried green beans, with cured pork, sautéed beef, corn kernels, with ham, sausage, drunken peanuts, and 3-ingredient soup. A full 7 dishes and 1 soup. And he called this just getting by. Wenwen, no, this is anything but ordinary. Any one of these dishes could save a life out there. Shasha, if people outside knew, they'd be green with envy. Lung Ruhan, this isn't just getting by. This spread wouldn't be considered ordinary even before the apocalypse. Luo Rinshin, for now it can be summed up in one phrase: a feast worth 1,000 gold coins. It's already a luxury. Old Xiao, haha, you sure know how to talk. Dahai was genuinely pleased by the compliments. Hearing that the food was delicious was the greatest praise a cook could receive. Seeing his culinary skills appreciated by everyone filled Dahai with satisfaction. Perhaps it was because of the apocalypse, or because they hadn't had a proper stir-fry in so long, or maybe this was simply who they were, or maybe they truly saw each other as family. When the four women ate, some devoured like a whirlwind, some wolfed down their food, some ate as if starved, and others guarded their plates like fierce dogs. Add to that the hearty appetites of Old Xiao and Dahai, and the 7 dishes and 1 soup were cleaned out completely. The group let out satisfied burps, contented expressions of happiness spreading across their faces. Dahai rubbed his belly while Old Xiao lit a cigarette in bliss. Yi remained in his original position, utterly still. Caesar, having eaten his fill, wandered over to lie beside Dahai. Dahai asked, is everyone full? Yes, we're stuffed. Dahai, good, rest for 15 minutes. Then Old Xiao and I will bring food to the boss. You ladies clean up and join us. We don't know what we'll encounter on the road, so we must be fully prepared. Everyone needs to carry at least 3 days worth of food and water. And weapons must be ready too. Wenwen, okay, I understand. You two go ahead and deliver the food to the boss first. After we finish washing the dishes, we'll come find you with all the food and water. As for weapons, take some with you now, and we'll bring the rest. Caesar barked, woof, woof, woof. Dahai said, Caesar, we're not taking you this time. You stay and guard the home. Wait for us to return. Caesar whimpered softly. Checking the time, Dahai called out to Old Xiao, and each of them boarded a small boat rowing toward the shore. The 4 women quickly began washing the dishes, 2 scrubbing, 2 rinsing, their tasks clearly divided. The sink in the canteen of Lisan Lake Central Park was spacious. Even with all 4 working together, it didn't feel cramped. In less than 10 minutes the chores were done. Luo Rinshin took the helm of the boat with the propeller engine, while the other 3 inventoried the supplies and equipment. The 4 women set off shortly after leaving Caesar behind at the Central Park. Before leaving, Shasha left plenty of food for him. Just as Dahai and Old Xiao were nearing the shore, Luo Rinshin's boat overtook them. From a distance, everyone saw Yi sitting motionless on the ground, and assumed he was asleep. After calling out to him several times with no response, unease began to spread among them. Luo Rinshin reached the shore first and docked the boat. Wenwen and Shasha rushed to Yi's side, while Lung Ruhan followed slowly. Dahai and Old Xiao, unsure of what was happening, docked their boat and walked over carrying the food they had saved for Yi. Wenwen asked, boss, what's wrong? Shasha's eyes were full of worry. Boss, don't scare me. Say something, please. Lung Ruhan, you don't seem like a man who breaks so easily. Whatever happened, you can tell us. Dahai and Old Xiao also arrived beside him. Dahai, boss, I've made you a hearty meal. Old Xiao, boss, you can talk to us about what's bothering you. Only when everyone gathered around him with concern did Yi finally stir. His knees and elbows were stiff from maintaining the same position for so long. After a moment, he prepared to speak his mind. No one interrupted him. They simply waited in silence for Yi to speak. Yi slowly spoke. I just had a video call with my parents. During the call, the network suddenly went down. Now is not the time before the apocalypse. I feel that this might have been the last time I saw them. That's why I reacted the way I did earlier. I was mentally prepared, but I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Just thinking about how that was the last time I saw my parents makes me very sad, deeply sad. I feel like the sorrow is like a tide, overwhelming me. Everyone, don't worry about me. They'll be fine after a moment. Yi then shared the situation and whereabouts of his parents with everyone, along with his plan to return to his hometown to search for them. Upon hearing Yi's story, everyone visibly relaxed. Wenwen was the first to speak. Boss, your uncle and aunt are safe, aren't they? Don't worry, the lucky will have divine protection. I believe they will survive the apocalypse just fine. Boss, I think Wenwen is right. You need to trust your parents, they will survive. Dahai added. Yeah boss, I believe your uncle and aunt will definitely make it through. The apocalypse is indeed dangerous, but they will surely be as resilient as we are. Boss, don't underestimate the determination of parents to see their child. They know you are going back to find them and will fight for their lives during the apocalypse because they haven't met you yet. Yes boss, women are traditionally weaker, but they become strong for their children. Luo Rinchen said. Once the situation improves, we can accompany you to find your parents. Thank you all, thank you everyone. I think what you said is very true. I need to be stronger. I believe my parents can survive just fine. My parents will definitely live until the day we meet again. I must keep a little hope for myself. A living requires a bit of hope. We have other tasks today. Later tonight, let's carefully plan our future plans and move forward together. Seeing that Yi was temporarily okay, Dahai took out the food he had prepared for Yi and said, Boss, have something to eat first. You need energy to work. Dahai is right, man is made of iron and food is steel. Missing a meal can make you feel awful. Yi said. Then everyone hurry up and get in the car. We shouldn't waste time, but it's getting late now. When asked, aren't we driving out? Boss, do you mean we all sit in one car? Yes, we all sit in one car. We will first go to the delivery transfer station. On the way there we can get a vehicle and also bring back large trucks that will definitely be useful later. After this cycle we will have more and more vehicles. Wenwen said, I guess I was too honest, or I really didn't think of that. It seems I'm not suited for life in the apocalypse. Actually, I didn't think of it either. Shasha said. Luo Rinchen added, me neither. Cold Ruhan remarked. It's okay, or as long as the boss can think of it, it shows we can too. After spending time with the boss, we will also become as clever as he is. Dahai said, I think so too. As the saying goes, one who is close to vermilion becomes red, and one who is close to ink becomes black. As long as we learn from the boss, we will also become clever like him. Today we will go out in an armored vehicle, eating as we go. Let me drive. Cold Ruhan can sit in the front passenger seat, and the others can choose their seats freely. When we arrive at our destination, I'll call everyone. Actually, I can drive directly too. I have the highest driver's license in Longton country. Dahai will drive. I'll sit in the front passenger seat. Last night the room had electricity, so your phones must be fully charged, right? You can use your phones while riding in the car. We might encounter some situations on the way, and since you just ate, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it really. When asked in confusion, what can I handle? I don't get car sick, how could I not handle it? Yi responded, did you eat anything red or white today? If you did, you'd better listen to the advice. When you should understand what I mean, right? When replied, boss, what are you talking about? What red and white? I don't understand at all. Only Cold Ruhan instantly understood what it meant and chose the rear compartment, not opting for the front seat, and even kindly pulled Wenwen along with her. Wenwen was a bit confused by Cold Ruhan's actions, as if her stubborn temper had flared up, feeling the need to get to the bottom of it. Yi asked, on the way, if we encounter zombies, will you stop the car because you feel sorry for hitting them? Wenwen replied, of course not. Thus, the weight of the armored vehicle is not comparable to the off-road vehicle you drove before. If we happen to crush a zombie's head, the red and white will spill out, which looks quite similar to what you just ate. Do you think you won't be able to handle it? Upon hearing this, Wenwen felt a bit nauseous after imagining it, and hurriedly ran to the rear compartment saying, Ruhan's sister, wait for me. I also like sitting in the back, it's my favorite place. The other women turned pale upon hearing what Yi said. Today, they had eaten well and were stuffed. If they saw that, wouldn't they be unable to handle it? Except for Luo Rinchen, everyone rushed to the rear compartment. Yi asked Dahai, are you afraid? Dahai replied, I'm not afraid, how could I be afraid? I'm a chef. Some customers like to eat brain matter, I have to cook it. I'm already used to it. Seeing that Old Shou also didn't go to the back, Yi asked, Old Shou, aren't you afraid? Old Shou replied, boss, you may not know, but I'm one of the customers who likes to eat brain matter, according to Dahai. Actually, I didn't eat it at first. I gathered courage to take the first bite, and it turned out to be quite delicious. Yi looked at Old Shou in shock, and said, you're amazing. Dahai, you dare to cook it, but do you dare to eat it? I only dare to cook, I don't dare to eat. Old Shou said, sometimes deliciousness comes from a brave attempt. You can try it too. Dahai and Yi quickly waved their hands. Dahai quickly jumped into the driver's seat, and Yi sat in the front passenger seat, while Old Shou and Luo Rinchen sat in the back. Only at this point did Yi notice that Luo Rinchen hadn't gone to the rear compartment, and curiously asked, aren't you afraid? Luo Rinchen replied, afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Luo Rinchen replied, I'm not afraid of being afraid. I like eating fish heads, so I think fish brains are quite tasty. I'm not scared of what you mentioned, the red and white. Yi said, it's different from fish, you know. Luo Rinchen responded, I know. I'm still not afraid. Yi added, your boat driving skills we all have seen, however. On this journey the winds and waves will be great. Luo Rinchen questioned, great winds and waves. Will I be afraid of great winds and waves? Have you forgotten that I used to sell fish? The greater the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Yi, alright, to find the rougher the sea, the pricier the catch. I have high hopes for you. Dahai, start driving. Let's set off. I want to see if it's truly the rougher the sea, the pricier the catch. I hope you don't capsize in a ditch. Dahai, just maintain a steady speed. Leave yourself enough reaction time. Don't drive too fast. Dahai, don't worry, leave it to me. I'm an old hand. Luo Rinchen, just watch, boss. I can adapt. Dahai skillfully inserted the key into the ignition and started the armored vehicle, which moved off with exceptional smoothness. Dahai, did you start delivering tofu when you were very young? Dahai, delivering tofu. What do you mean? Haven't you heard of the AE-86? Heads up, a car's going up the mountain. The 80SIXS climbing, the 80SIXS climbing. Dahai finally caught on to Yi's meaning and replied, yes boss, how did you know? I started delivering tofu when I was very young. At first I was really slow. Luo Renshin, what are you two talking about? Wasn't it the rougher the sea, the pricier the catch? How did it turn into delivering tofu? Dahai, Luo Renshin, when I was little I said I couldn't see clearly, so my dad took me to get glasses. The doctor said my eyesight was fine. That's when I realized I was getting faster and faster. Luo Renshin, I still don't get what you mean. Ha. Dahai ha. Don't worry, it's a romance between men. By then the armored vehicle had reached the gate, and Dahai deftly pushed open the heavy iron door. Old Shio was right. It definitely needs some oil. Back in the armored vehicle, Dahai saw Luo Renshin, still looking utterly bewildered. He started the engine again, and the vehicle drove to the entrance where not a single zombie was in sight outside. When Dahai got out a second time to close and lock the iron gate, Lung Ruhan's voice rang out. I remember now, AE-86, it's the AE-86. No wonder it sounded so familiar. I used to love the AE-86 too, but they discontinued it. I even bought a model of it. Dahai locked the gate and climbed back into the vehicle. Hearing Lung Ruhan's response, he instantly grew curious about her. I rarely meet girls who like the E-86. Lung Ruhan, maybe I'm just different. I've always enjoyed driving. When I was little, while other girls played with dolls, I preferred playing with toy cars like the boys did. That's also why I ended up choosing my favorite career path. As soon as you mentioned it, it all came back to me. Luo Renshin, Sister Ruhan, I still don't get your point. I can't grasp this reference. Lung Ruhan, it's okay, not understanding is fine. Let's skip this topic and talk more about the mission details. If you're interested, I can tell you about it later. Just ask me. Luo Renshin, alright, I'll ask you then. Wenwen and Shasha were absorbed in their phones while Old Chio showed little interest in the conversation. The armored vehicle traveled alone on the road, as if the entire world had shrunk to just Yi and his group. On the downhill stretch of Leeson Lake, there was still no one in sight, not even a single zombie. With no human activity for a long time, the vegetation along the roadside had grown unusually lush, adding a touch of mystery to the scene. The armored vehicle seemed to be driving down a road that led to an unknown destination, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Yi, wolfing down Dahai's cooking, couldn't help but remark, Dahai, your cooking is something else. No wonder you're a chef. Your skills are incredible. Honestly, those so-called 5-star restaurants, their food doesn't taste as good as yours. Truly, I mean it from the heart. Dahai, no way boss, that's too much. Yi, I'm not exaggerating. I mean it. Dahai, now I finally understand how you feel. Yi, how do I feel? Dahai, that feeling of being accused of brown-nosing, ha. So this is what it's like. Yi, ha. That's hilarious. Dahai, ha. Amidst the laughter and banter between Dahai and Yi, the armored vehicle safely and smoothly passed through this eerie downhill stretch and arrived at the intersection where the subway had derailed. The overpass still stood in the middle of the intersection. The subway lay quietly by the roadside like a dead dragon, showing no trace of rust except for a thin layer of dust. Yi, the metal craftsmanship of the Dragon Sword Nation is commendable. Even after such heavy rain, the subway hasn't rusted. We can collect some later to build defensive structures. Dahai, yeah, in the apocalypse no one can stay untouched. If someone told me that only a few of us survived in this vast Shinkoin city, I wouldn't believe it. And if someone said only we thought of seeking safety at Leeson Lake Central Park, I wouldn't believe that either. Old Shio, there's bound to be a great battle waiting for us in the future. Who knows, we might even be surrounded. Yi, I'm relieved that you all can see that. I was afraid you lacked the foresight to prepare for danger in times of peace. That would have been dangerous. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. It's always wise to keep one eye open. The armored vehicle sped past this road. As it passed directly beneath the intersection, Yi caught sight of the trash can again. It was completely empty. Yi thought of the sanitation worker and wondered if she was still alive. He had just finished his meal. Dahai had packed Yi's meal in disposable containers. Yi cleaned up, put them in a plastic bag, and made a shooting motion toward the distant trash can. Thud! The sound of the bag landing in the bin echoed. The container had hit the trash can with precision. Yi, looks like the skills I honed as a kid are still with me. Still spoke on. Dahai, yeah, I miss those childhood days. To be safe, Yi quickly rolled up the armored vehicle's windows after tossing the bag, leaving only the outermost wire mesh for ventilation. Once the smell of food had dissipated, Yi immediately closed the windows. Yi, everyone, when you go out on missions in the future, always be careful. Keep the windows closed as much as possible. First, we're not sure if the zombie virus can be airborne. Second, zombies are evolving now. Who knows if there will be flying zombies in the future. Third, we don't know if birds can turn into zombies. If they can, opening the windows is no different from courting death. Yi said these words through the intercom, and everyone heard them. Wenwen, boss, don't scare me. Is it really that terrifying? Shasha, Wenwen, I've seen dogs turn into zombies before. The boss has a point. Lung Ruhan, I used to drive a bus all over the place and I saw plenty of zombie dogs. When the zombie virus affects animals, I find it even more horrifying than when it affects humans. Dahai, I agree with that. Old Shio, animals are naturally superior to humans in terms of physical structure. Their sense of smell, taste, hearing, and vision are all stronger than humans. When amplified by the zombie virus, they become even more terrifying. Lung Ruhan, I couldn't agree more. There was this zombie dog that kept chasing me. Not only was it fast, but it never seemed to tire. It felt like an unyielding warrior, relentless and oblivious to fatigue, vowing to fight until the very end. It only gave up the chase when it spotted a new prey. Luo Renshin. If that's the case, then those stray dog shelters and pet shops must be absolutely off limits, right? Stepping into them would be like entering their territory. A near-certain death sentence with odds of survival next to none. Dahai. Exactly, and it's not just that. Everything that flies in the sky, swims in the sea, or roams the land. Almost every animal can be infected by the zombie virus. One, then aren't we doomed? Shasha, I believe nature always maintains some balance. The zombie virus infects a host, and when the host dies, the virus perishes too. I'd like to think optimistically that no matter what, there will always be survivors, otherwise the virus would eventually wipe itself out. Lao Qiao, let's hope it's as you say. I think we should stay optimistic and not let despair take over. The apocalypse is already grueling enough. We can't afford to bury the hope within us. We must hold on to at least a glimmer of it. Let's live in the moment. Only by making the most of each today can we have a tomorrow. Dahai. Indeed, as the great leader of our dragon nation once said, 10,000 years are too long. Seize the day, seize the hour. Lao Qiao, true. As someone from the older generation, my views naturally lean toward tradition. It's exactly as you said. Only by living each day well can we grasp the future and truly own it. Amid their conversation, the vehicle smoothly arrived at Tuqiao Park. If the subway under the viaduct resembled a slumbering dragon, then Tuqiao Park was more like a drenched dog. The once bustling crowds had been replaced by scattered zombies, and the lively park had turned into a desolate ruin. Fallen leaves and garbage were everywhere. Without diligent street cleaners to sweep the streets, Tuqiao Park quickly lost its cleanliness and charm, leaving only a stark, bleak emptiness. The zombies, drawn by the sound of the armored vehicle, snarled and charged toward it. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. I once encountered a female zombie here whose pet dog had also turned. She was the first zombie I'd ever seen with a pet. Dahai, and then. Then I crushed her into a pancake, right up ahead. You should still be able to see it. She stuck to the ground, impossible to pry off. Dahai drove toward where Yi had pointed, and indeed saw the female zombie and her zombie dog plastered to the asphalt. Dahai, boss, I see the female zombie you mentioned. She's exactly as you described. Stuck to the ground, can't scrape her off. Hilarious. Is the armored vehicle's weight really that insane? Look at the zombies coming at us. No chance now. But after we stockpile supplies, Dahai, you can try running them over with the tires. It's incredibly satisfying. Crispy crunch, one press, and they go silent, one press, and they burst. If any of you are interested, give it a shot. One, boss, you have such a dark sense of humor. Shasha, I wouldn't dare, and I can't drive anyway. Lung Ruhan, I'd like to try. Luo Renshin, I'd like to try too, but I don't know how to drive. Lao Qiao, I can't drive either. I wonder if I could learn Ha. Dahai, he'll give it a try on the way back. It's the apocalypse now. As long as you can make the vehicle move, you've learned to drive. Don't worry about crashing. You won't have to pay for anything. So everyone here can learn. Don't think driving is hard. Times have changed. Chatting as they went, they passed Tuqiao Community and arrived near Donghai Department Store on their way to Longting Huazuan. As they continued along the route, Yi felt a growing unease. His right eyelid kept twitching uncontrollably. Everyone be careful. My intuition is extremely sharp, and my right eyelid won't stop twitching. As the saying goes, left eye twitches for wealth, right eye twitches for disaster. This persistent twitching makes me deeply uneasy. The armored vehicle reached Donghai Department Store. The doors were tightly shut, and no one was visible inside. The streets were eerily devoid of zombies, as if they had wandered elsewhere to hunt. Perhaps the massive horde had swept most of them away. The armored vehicle passed Donghai Department Store without incident, heading toward the unknown ahead. No one knew what awaited them. Across from Donghai Department Store lay a river winding through the urban village. Apart from some scavenger fish, no other life existed in the water. The water quality was terrible, especially now in the sweltering summer, emitting a foul stench. The acrid, nauseating odor was compounded by recent rains that had washed rotting flesh, black zombie blood, and putrid fluids into the river, blending two distinct stenches into an indescribable miasma. The vehicle sped past the river and surged forward. As they neared the library, Yi's right eyelid twitched even more violently. One, boss, how about Sha and I go to Longting Huazuan first to inventory the supplies, and then wait for you all inside? That's too risky. We don't know if Longting Huazuan is safe, so it's best not to split up. Shasha, one, listen to the boss. I think Longting Huazuan as a supply depot in the apocalypse is a prime target for every survivor. Someone might have already beaten us to it. We'd better stay cautious. Dahai, he'll slowly drive past the library. You all keep an eye out inside. Then we'll circle from the library to the express transfer station. Just observe carefully. We don't need to get out. I'm worried there might be an ambush. Caesar and I went there once, and there were survivors inside. Lung Ruhan, why would you go to the library during the apocalypse? I want to grab a copy of the Dragon Encyclopedia. In the apocalypse, knowledge is our best weapon. Lung Ruhan, I've heard of that book. It covers a vast range of topics, enough to sustain us for a long time. It basically encompasses every aspect of life, even detailing cultivation methods for many crops. That's clever of you to think of that. Impressive. Yi just average rank 3rd in the apocalypse, ha. Lung Ruhan. Haha, look at you so full of yourself. Dahai, did anyone see anything inside? Lao Qiao, nothing at all. The doors and windows were all shut tight, no sign of anything. Seeing no discoveries, Dahai drove toward the express transfer station. Dahai, this is strange. Last time we passed by, someone even poked their head out to look at us. Today's silence is eerily unsettling. I'm starting to feel the same way as the boss. Something's about to go wrong. Let's hope our premonitions are wrong. Let's hope nothing happens. Meanwhile, inside the library, the leading boss, did one of you not hide properly and get discovered? Li Huatua, no, we all hid well. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Li Huachuo's face. The leading boss, did I ask you? Who gave you permission to speak? Li Huachuo's heart churned with resentment, but he dared not voice it. He was still waiting for that man. Waiting for the man with a dog to come and rescue him. Having waited in vain for Yi's group to arrive and stockpile supplies, the leading boss grew increasingly irritable and volatile. The leading boss, why didn't they head straight to Longting Huazuan? They should have gone directly to move the supplies. Did one of you tip them off? There's no way they'd abandon these supplies. Witnessing Li Huachuo's ordeal, the others dared not utter a word, none wishing to suffer the same fate. The leading boss, my men are already in ambush. The moment they step inside, we take them out. Inside the armored vehicle, the team remained oblivious, only harboring a vague sense of foreboding. Brothers, I have an idea. How about I keep a notebook to record our lives? What do you think? When boss, are you going to write a diary? No, I just want to write down our story. Maybe someone will read it someday. Sha. It's a pity the internet and power are mostly down now. Otherwise, we could post it online. Lung Ruhan, boss, how do you want to write it? Luo Rinshin, is it going to be an autobiography, or? Old Xiao, I haven't had much schooling, so I'll just be the reader. Dahai, same here. I didn't study much either, just know how to cook. I started working young, and there are many characters I don't recognize. Even if I try to read, I might not understand. Boss, can you keep it simple? I'm afraid I won't get it. No problem. They'll try to make it as simple as possible. They'll read it out loud for you all after I finish. Pulling out a notebook and pen from his backpack, Yi began to write. The 7 deadly sins that destroyed the world. Souls returning from hell possessed human spirits. Those who lost their souls degenerated into mindless walking corpses. The dead, filled with boundless resentment, suddenly began attacking those around them, heralding the overture of hell, punishing human arrogance. The world was gradually overrun by the undead. The calamity of the undead. The undead transformed into zombies, punishing human arrogance. Humanity, who once arrogantly claimed dominion over Blue Star, realized for the first time that they were no longer its masters. After finishing, Yi read it aloud to those around him. I think there will be other disasters in the future. We need to be prepared. As Yi was writing, Dahai had driven the vehicle to an intersection. A right turn followed by a straight path would lead them to a fire station. The fire station housed fire trucks, and Lung Ruhan had always wanted to drive one. Dahai, turn right ahead and go straight. We're heading to the fire station to get a fire truck for Lung Ruhan. When boss, what do we need a fire truck for? Are we going to put out fires? Sha. Yeah, boss, what's the plan with the fire truck? Lung Ruhan, I don't know what the boss wants it for, but I've never driven one. I really like fire trucks. I remember before the apocalypse, my dream was to marry a firefighter or a soldier. Luo Rinshin, I like soldiers too. Old Xiao, the soldiers of our dragon nation are the finest on the entire Blue Star. It's only natural for young girls to admire them. Dahai, I wanted to be a soldier too, to serve my country, but I failed the medical examination. It's a pity I never got to enlist. Yi, same here. Lung Ruhan, who knows, maybe he'll even meet a firefighter brother. He could be waiting for me to rescue him. If I save him, maybe he'll pledge himself to me in gratitude. That would be nice. Haha, when the time comes, you can search thoroughly. See if there's a firefighter brother you like, and we'll help you rescue him. Lung Ruhan, sure. We'll take a look around later. The armored vehicle arrived outside the fire station. The guard post was empty, with no firefighter zombies standing watch. Once Dahai brought the vehicle to a halt, Old Xiao was the first to jump out, striding ahead to fiddle with the barrier at the entrance. As expected, it took him less than 3 seconds. Old Xiao pushed the barrier aside. Dahai gave him a thumbs up and slowly drove the armored vehicle inside. Old Xiao then pushed the barrier back and locked it, closing it once more. It's highly likely the firefighters here were dispatched on missions right when the apocalypse began. There must be very few people here. We'll split up. Women pair up in twos and carry weapons. Men can operate solo. Conduct a thorough sweep of the entire station. Mark any locked doors you find for Old Xiao to pick. For any open doors, go inside and search. Take any supplies that are useful. No point staying idle here. Everyone acknowledged the plan and began their tasks. Old Xiao waited for the right moment to be the last one entering the fire station building, handling the locks. We men have better stamina. We'll start searching from the rooftop. You all start from the ground floor. The key is to keep your radios on and ensure your safety. The fire station before them was just a small detachment. The building itself was only 5 stories, along with dormitories, a cafeteria, a training ground, and an underground parking lot. It was all in plain view. Yi and Dahai, one entering through the front and the other through the back, made their way to the rooftop. They began their search, one on the left and one on the right. Dahai, Nothing unusual on my end except the rooftop door is locked. No other anomalies detected. Yi, same here. Working in perfect coordination, Yi and Dahai began searching the 5th floor. For locked doors they marked them with a marker for unlocked once they entered and scavenged for supplies. Dahai successfully opened a door and found 4 firefighting nozzles. Had never seen nozzles like these before and felt they must be valuable. Following the plan, he marked the location and continued his search. Yi reminded everyone over the radio. Our primary goal is to search and mark the doors. Don't take anything yet. We'll collect everything together at the end for safety. Only after hearing the confirmations over the radio did Yi resume his search. His luck wasn't great. He only found 10 fire extinguishers. Yi continued searching, staring blankly at the 10 rolls of fire hose before him. Can I find anything good? Even a chainsaw would be fine. More precisely, a rescue saw. That thing will be incredibly useful later. Finding nothing else of use on the entire 5th floor, Yi and Dahai descended to the 4th floor, which was mostly office space. Yi glanced at the watch on his wrist and spoke into the radio. Dahai, when you come across offices, search them thoroughly. Bosses like to hide gold bars and expensive watches and books, as well as inside walls and desks. Tap on them. They might be hollow. There could be a lot hidden in there. From the way you speak, you seem quite experienced, said Dahai. Of course, Yi replied. The watch on my wrist was found inside a book in the police station office. The others overheard Yi's words. Their motivation surged, and they launched into a truly thorough search. True to form, Dahai made a discovery on the 4th floor. On a bookshelf, a particular book stood out. It bore no dust. Dahai picked it up and sure enough found a watch nestled between its pages. He knew little about watches, but even a glance told him this one was priceless. Without a second thought, he slipped it onto his wrist. Boss, Dahai said, I found a watch too, similar to yours. You really know your stuff. Put it on and see how it feels, Yi chuckled. It's the apocalypse now. These things are worthless. As the small team began their search of the fire station, a strength-type zombie approached the entrance. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. I think I hear something, Yi said. Did you all hear that? I heard it too, Dahai replied. It's the snarling of zombies. It's the strength-type zombie we encountered earlier, Lung Ruhan observed. Looks like it's lost. No, she corrected herself. I see it's wearing a firefighter's uniform. It's a firefighter zombie. Maybe after turning, when speculated, it mutated and retained a shred of its past memories. So it came to the fire station, Shasha added, trying to return to its post. Poor firefighter, Luo Rinxin sighed. Even as a zombie, its only thought is serving the people wholeheartedly. I hope you never have to work this hard, Ruhan. It seems your dream of a beautiful encounter is out the window. I feel sorry for it too, Lung Ruhan said. When we head out, let's find a way to put it out of its misery. Fine, no problem, Yi agreed. It'll allow you to mercifully end its life. Consider it fate's gift of a beautiful encounter. Ruhan, you can treat this as a beautiful accident. Lung Ruhan pouted. I was hoping to meet a handsome firefighter. Who knew it would be a firefighter zombie? The search of the 4th floor was completed without any pressure carried out amidst their light-hearted chatter. Now only the 2nd and 3rd floors remained. Clang, clang, clang. The iron gate at the entrance rattled precariously as the strength-type zombie shook it. Old Shio, Yi asked, when you picked the lock earlier, do you think the fire station's iron gate can hold a strength-type zombie? I doubt it, Old Shio replied. But there's only one of them. Even if it gets in, I've locked the 1st floor door. It can't enter. Then let's ignore it, Yi said. We'll sweep the 2nd and 3rd floors quickly and be done. The 4 women split into 2 groups, one in front, one behind, and swiftly searched the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, Dahai and Yi searched the 3rd floor. Dahai found 10 fire emergency lights and 10 fire axes. Yi discovered 10 sets of heat-resistant suits and 10 fire helmets. Looks like all the gear is for 10 people, Yi remarked, in complete sets. We're done on the 3rd floor. How's it going on the 2nd? We found a lot of stuff, Wen said, but I can't name most of it. Let the others explain. I don't recognize these tools. First off, Shasha began. We have 10 combustible gas detectors, 10 life detectors, and 10 hydraulic spreading cutters. What I've got here, Lung Ruhan added, seems to be fire extinguishers, wind-powered ones. Not much use to us. Then I'm probably the MVP here, Luo Rinxin declared. I found drones, firefighting drones. And there are 10 of them. Exactly 10. After a brief silence, the walkie-talkie crackled with exclamations of 666, awesome, and incredible, as everyone praised Luo Rinxin's luck. Luo Rinxin, you've got some luck, Yi said. From now on you can handle supply runs and blind boxes. They'll give it a try, she replied. But I'm not lucky every time. Since the search is done, Yi announced, let's start moving the gear. Lung Ruhan, want me to go with you to deal with that firefighter zombie? I'm worried you can't handle it alone. No need, Lung Ruhan said firmly. I can handle it. Trust me, let me try. All right, but be careful, Yi cautioned. Don't overdo it. Got it, she replied. Everyone start hauling supplies from the 5th floor, Yi ordered. Take everything useful, anything we can carry. Old Shio, come with me to the rooftop. Help me pick the lock. Let's see if we can get up there. No problem, Old Shio agreed. They'll go with you. As the team busily moved supplies, Yi and Old Shio crept up to the rooftop. Old Shio picked the lock in no time. Contrary to Yi's expectation of a blocked door, it swung open easily, revealing an empty rooftop. Yi and Old Chiu searched the rooftop 3 times, finding nothing before finally leaving with peace of mind. Nothing at all, Old Chiu said. I thought someone might be hiding up here. Old Chiu, Yi asked, do you think I'm being too cautious? Not at all, boss, Old Chiu replied. It's the apocalypse now. Being cautious is always the right call. As they descended from the rooftop, the stairwell window offered a clear view of Lung Ruhan confronting the strength-type zombie. Yi grabbed Old Chiu's arm, signaling him to look. That strength-type zombie is huge, Old Chiu remarked. Can Lung Ruhan win? I think so, Yi said. The strength-type zombie is wrapped in firefighting gear. Its nails are long, but only a small part is exposed. The face shield looks tougher than I imagined. It can't bite Lung Ruhan. That's what I don't understand, Yi continued. Logically, without fresh flesh to feed on, it shouldn't have evolved or mutated. That means it became a strength-type zombie right after the first wave of infection. If it had been feeding on fresh flesh all this time, would it have become even stronger? I think so, Old Chiu agreed. And it seems the more powerful someone was in life, the more formidable they become after infection. This firefighter zombie, even without fresh flesh to sustain it, managed to evolve into a strength type. That's already impressive. So with such a massive population base, there are bound to be a few lucky zombies. Those who were powerful in life, and after turning were constantly nourished by fresh flesh, mutating into something even more fearsome. Like that psychic-type zombie we encountered earlier. I bet that's one of those lucky ones. Terrifying, Yi muttered. A chosen zombie. I hope there are chosen ones among humans too. People have gained some kind of power. That's obviously impossible, Old Chiu said. This isn't a novel or a movie. This is the real apocalypse. I can't tell what level they've evolved to yet, said Yi. Let's just call them first stage zombies for now. First stage psychic-type zombies. First stage strength-type zombies. First stage speed-type zombies. Sounds good to me, said Old Chiu. We deal with zombies every day anyway. If they change, we'll notice right away. We don't have proper names yet, so we can call them that for now. We'll see if there's a unified naming system later. As Old Chiu and Yi discussed, they habitually turn on the walkie-talkie. Everyone heard clearly and voiced no objections. Downstairs, Lung Ruhan seemed at a loss. The firefighter zombie's head was encased in a protective helmet, and it wore a firefighting suit, making it difficult for Lung Ruhan to inflict any effective damage. However, its exposed fingernails protruding from the gloves could easily harm Lung Ruhan. Lung Ruhan was deeply troubled. Unable to find a direct way to attack the towering figure, the iron gate was already beginning to wobble precariously. If the iron gate fell, Lung Ruhan would be in danger. Faced with this scene, his scalp tingled as he wildly swung his stick at the firefighter zombie. Ruhan, get out of here. Let me handle this. Your big stick won't work on him. He'll shoot. I'm worried you'll get hurt. Lung Ruhan replied, all right, boss. Sorry you had to see that. It won't happen again. I really embarrassed myself today. Yi said, it's fine. Sometimes you don't have to be so strong-willed. Really, you don't need to assert dominance in every situation. Everyone has things they can't do. Lung Ruhan responded, I know. He'll try. Maybe I was just too domineering before. He quickly ran toward the main entrance of the building, and once inside the fire station, hurriedly closed the door. Seeing its target disappear, the firefighter zombie began to calm its agitated state. Lung Ruhan, still shaken, crouched against the wall, panting heavily. Yi and Old Chiu descended the stairs unhurriedly. The firefighter zombie tirelessly continued pounding on the iron gate, trying to return to its workstation, unaware that soon Yi would come to end its remaining life. Shortly after Yi and Old Chiu arrived on the first floor, Old Chiu said, I've opened all the doors. There are no more locks to break in this building. Pretty smooth. Yi replied, yeah, it went smoothly. No tough situations. Yi slowly approached the firefighter zombie. Seeing the appetizing prey coming closer, the zombie accelerated its pounding on the iron gate. Bang, bang, bang. The iron gate was on the verge of collapse, barely holding on. Creak, creak. The gate emitted sounds of imminent destruction just as the firefighter zombie was about to break through. Yi stood before it. Our heroic sons of the Dragon Sword Nation, our great firefighter comrades. I truly admire and respect you from the bottom of my heart. But now you are no longer human. I will mercifully end your life. Bang. With the roar of the shotgun, the firefighter zombie's head vanished, leaving only its massive body to fall stiffly backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Yi remarked, the shotgun really comes in handy. Good thing I kept my distance or I'd be splattered with that stinking blood. After Yi dispatched the firefighter zombie, Dahai and the 4 women had already moved all the supplies downstairs, stacking them on the first floor, awaiting Yi's next instructions. Yi ordered Dahai, search the cafeteria. You 4 women pair up and search the dormitory building. No need to go to the training ground. Finally, we'll meet in the underground parking lot. Today's fire station mission is complete. Old Chiu, keep an eye on everyone's signals and help with unlocking. First, come with me to see if there are any usable vehicles. Help me open the car doors. Old Chiu asked, but what if we don't have the car keys? Yi replied, don't worry. Fire stations are rapid response units. Once the vehicles are parked, the keys aren't removed. Some vehicles don't even need keys to start. Think about it, Old Chiu. If everyone's ready to fight a fire and the driver says he forgot the keys, how would you feel? Or the keys are right next to the vehicle, ready to grab when the alarm sounds. Old Chiu scratched his head sheepishly. I've exposed my lack of experience again. How awkward. Yi said, no need to be embarrassed. I haven't seen much of the world either. They arrived at the vehicle parking area and indeed found a key storage cabinet with keys neatly arranged inside. Old Shio exclaimed, "Boss, it's just like you said." Yi laughed, "Haha, Old Shio, want to make a bet?" Old Shio asked, "Bet on what?" Yi said, "Let's bet a pack of instant noodles. It's the apocalypse now, money is useless." Old Shio agreed, deal. Yi continued, "Let's bet on whether this key cabinet is locked." "I bet it's not locked." Old Shio said, "Then I'll bet it is locked. If I lose, I owe you a pack of noodles. They'll cook it for you, bring it over, and add a sausage." Yi replied, deal. They walked to the key cabinet. Just as Old Shio was about to pick the lock, Yi simply opened the cabinet. Yi chuckled, "Haha, Old Shio, you lost. One pack of noodles." Old Shio laughed. "Haha, indeed, a rapid response unit. A bet is a bet." As they joked, Dahai's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Old Shio, there are 5 zombies trapped in the kitchen on the first floor cafeteria. They don't look like fire station personnel. I've handled them. I need you to unlock something. Come quickly." Yi said. Old Shio, open all the garage rolling doors, then go help Dahai. Old Shio replied, "Roger that." He pushed open all the rolling doors and ran toward Dahai's location. Yi called out, "Old Shio, take it easy. Don't fall." Old Shio said, "Don't worry, I won't." Yi surveyed the garage. 3 vehicles were clearly missing. They must have been dispatched when the apocalypse began after someone called the fire department. That also explained the sparse personnel at the station. Looking at the remaining 2 vehicles, Yi grew thoughtful. One was a foam fire truck, the other a water tanker. Unsure which to choose, Yi decided to drive both out. He'd let Lung Ruhan pick later, or ask for everyone's opinion. Driving a fire truck for the first time, Yi felt a thrill. Before the apocalypse, these vehicles had significant right-of-way. During emergencies, all other traffic had to yield. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Had never had the chance before, but now he could finally try. His excitement was palpable. He could only honk the horn and step on the accelerator repeatedly to vent his emotions. He recalled seeing news reports about private vehicles failing to yield to fire trucks, resulting in them being held fully liable, having to pay for both their own repairs and the fire trucks. So I finally get to drive a fire truck. How wonderful. I'd only seen them on short video platforms before, but now I'm actually driving one. It feels pretty good. After Yi secured 2 fire trucks, Dahai's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Boss, the 5 zombies I took down weren't from the fire station. They might have been survivors seeking refuge after Doomsday, but for some reason they all turned. After I dealt with them, I found a combination lockbox. When Old Shio opened it, we found something really intriguing inside. You've got to come see this." Alright, I'm on my way. Let's see what's going on." Dahai's words piqued Yi's curiosity, and he headed toward the cafeteria. "Dahai, boss, this is a firearm I've never seen before, locked inside a combination lockbox. Yi looks like a high-end sniper rifle. I've never encountered a weapon like this." "Old Shio, I've never served in the military either. I think only a firearms enthusiast could identify it. But it's definitely a valuable find. We should keep it, or we can study it properly later. Dahai, there's still some usable supplies in this cafeteria. We'll take them with us." Just then the 4 women emerged from the dormitory building. One with nothing useful. "Sha, the fire department has strict rules. Eating is only allowed in the cafeteria, not in the dorms." "Lung Ruhan, we didn't find any food or water." The dormitory building was empty except for a dorm supervisor who'd turned into a zombie. "Luo Renshin, we dealt with the zombie supervisor and came straight here. No weapons either." Good, everyone's worked hard. The search mission at this fire station is successfully concluded. But we did find something interesting. Take a look at this. When Sha, Lung Ruhan, and Luo Renshin weren't particularly interested in firearms, but even they couldn't help gasping when they saw the sniper rifle. "Wow. What a beautiful weapon. I've never seen anything like it. It's truly different from any gun I've seen before. It gives off an impression of immense power and sophistication." All 4 women couldn't resist reaching out to touch the weapon while praising it. Inside the case holding the sniper rifle, there was also a round box. Could this box be for storing bullets?" "Dahai, doesn't look like it to me." "Lung Ruhan, isn't the ammunition box right there beside it?" "This isn't an ammo box. I really want to open it and see." "Luo Renshin, this thing doesn't even have a screen. What can we see from it?" When, isn't there a conference room on the 2nd floor? Sha, let's go up and check it out. There's a projector there." "Old Shio, I think that's a good idea. The fire station should have backup power lines that should be operational." So they carried the heavy weapon up to the 2nd floor conference room. Yi and Dahai set the weapon on the ground and shook their hands. "This thing is really heavy." "Lung Ruhan, something feels off. A rifle shouldn't be this heavy. Let's first see what information is in that round box. There might be something we need." Yi turned on the computer in the conference room and connected the round box to it with a cable. As expected of a rapid response unit, the computer is incredibly fast. And it's not even password protected. Dahai, Yi's lighthearted remark instantly lifted the mood. The round box was a portable solid-state drive containing a wealth of data. Lady Luck had smiled upon Yi's team once again. The drive had no password. Its contents were simple. 2 folders contained information about the rifle. The last folder held a video. Driven by curiosity, Yi opened it. The beginning was normal, an introduction to the rifle along with instructions for use and maintenance. But later it showed footage of the weapon's power being tested, and the targets were living humans and zombies. The scenes were brutally graphic and violent. Everyone except Yi felt their stomachs turn. Worried about causing physical discomfort, Yi quickly shut off the video. "We won't watch the rest. It shows the most authentic way to use this rifle, and the footage is all too real. Unlike in video games, if you're hit by this sniper rifle, there's no chance of survival. It's not like in games or TV shows where you just get a small hole. The impact would literally blow you apart. When boss, please stop. I'm about to throw up. We'll be more careful from now on. Sha, if I ever hear a gunshot, I'm hiding. Lung Ruhan, I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Seeing that directly almost broke me. Luo Rinxin, let's just look at the rifle specifications. Yi, time is tight, and we have a lot to do. Let's skip it for now. Old Xiao, right, our base has a computer and electricity too. We can study it at our leisure. Dahai, let's evacuate quickly. Unprepared for the gruesome footage, the team forced down their nausea and headed downstairs. Yi, when you're the fastest runner. Old Xiao, you know how to pick locks. Go find the server room and take all the hard drives storing surveillance footage. Take every hard drive, from the dorm's cafeteria, fire station, building, and the entrance. Dahai, search the bodies of the zombies you killed. See if there are any useful clues. Wallets, cache, phones. Take anything you can carry. And unlock the phones. If the battery's dead, cut off their fingers and bring them along. I have a very bad feeling about this. I've never felt it this strongly before. We need to get out of here now. Don't forget the supplies in the cafeteria. Take everything. Dahai, when and Old Xiao didn't understand what Yi meant, but seeing the look on his face, they didn't ask why. Instead, they immediately set out to carry out his orders. Yi, I know you're confused. He'll explain later. For now, we need to evacuate immediately and head to the express transfer station. Lung Ruhan, pick whichever fire truck you like. Well, each drive one. When Dahai and the others get back, have one drive the armored vehicle. Her driving skills need more practice. They'll head out first. With that, Yi quickly selected a foam fire truck, while Lung Ruhan chose a water tanker. He jumped into the driver's seat and sped toward the gate. Bang! The fire truck smashed through the barrier with astonishing force. Yi drove it out and parked by the roadside. Seeing how urgent he was, Lung Ruhan suppressed her own questions and followed suit, driving the water tanker out. As soon as Lung Ruhan parked, Yi's voice came over the walkie-talkie. Ruhan, come help us load the supplies. We need to evacuate fast. Lung Ruhan, got it. I'm coming. It didn't take long to retrieve the hard drives. Everyone pitched in to neatly arrange the items in the back of the armored vehicle. Everyone found it strange why Yi was so anxious, but after receiving his affirmative reply, they tacitly refrained from asking, believing that he would naturally explain when the time came. Yi said, Old Xiao, and when are you sure all the hard drives are here? When replied, yes, boss. Old Xiao added, I'm certain. Yi asked, Dahai, have all the supplies from the cafeteria and the fire station been moved over? Dahai answered, everything has been moved. Then Yi turned his gaze to the four women. Is there anything left behind in the dormitory building? No, they replied in unison. Yi said, Lung Ruhan and I will each drive a fire truck. When you drive the armored vehicle, and Dahai will ride shotgun. The rest of you can choose any vehicle. Before we head to the express transfer station, we need to go somewhere first. Don't ask where we're going yet, you'll know when we get there. After saying this, Yi leaped onto the fire truck, started the engine, and drove toward the opposite side of the fire station. Seeing this, Lung Ruhan quickly followed suit, and one was not far behind. The three vehicles headed toward the opposite side of the fire station, which faced a wide 10-lane road. At that moment, the convoy was driving sideways across the road. Yi said, I've always wanted to try this feeling, completely ignoring the traffic rules. You can drive the wrong way, run red lights, go sideways. After all, there are no living people left, only zombies. The convoy soon crashed through the median barrier and drove toward the residential area opposite the fire station. It was an upscale neighborhood. Even the security booth at the entrance indicated its prestige. While ordinary neighborhoods had only one guard, this upscale one had 5 guards in the booth, complete with central air conditioning. Yi had heard that the real estate developer, for the sake of image, had hired retired soldiers. During shift changes, they marched in goose steps and stood guard in military posture 24 hours a day. Each shift had 5 guards, creating an impressive display. Now ravaged by the zombie virus, only desolation remained with none of its former grandeur. The foam fire truck, driven by Yi, was the first to crash through the barrier and charge into the upscale neighborhood. Advancing triumphantly, while honking continuously, the strange thing was that only a few scattered zombies appeared, not the expected horde. Yi picked up the walkie-talkie. Am I imagining things? With such a large population in Shinkuan City, why are there fewer and fewer zombies lately? Do you feel the same way, Oi? Wenwen said, yes, I find it strange too. It wasn't like this at the beginning of the apocalypse. Shasha added, back then zombies were everywhere. What I saw wasn't zombies, it was despair. Lung Ruhan said, boss, now that you mention it, I find it odd too. Luo Rinxin said, when things are abnormal, there must be a reason. I feel something big is about to happen. Old Xiao said, after we stock up on supplies, we need to reinforce our defenses. I'm a bit worried too. Dahai said, yeah, with such a high-end neighborhood and so many people, how can there be no zombies? Yi replied, we'll have to take it step by step and adapt to the situation. Shasha, Luo Rinxin, since neither of you can drive, I need you to complete a task. Go to the top floor and use my binoculars to observe the fire station. We'll come back to pick you up when we're done. Bring your gear, food, water, and weapons. Shasha said, okay, no problem. Luo Rinxin asked, can I write it down in my notebook, boss? Yi said, sure, but be careful and stay hidden. I have a gun and will stand guard on the first floor. Dahai, go upstairs with them and Old Xiao will join you. The floor is high and the elevator in this upscale neighborhood is definitely out of service, so you'll have to take the stairs. It'll be tough, but stay safe on the way up. Dahai said, no problem, I'll treat it as weight loss. Old Xiao said, I'll treat it as exercise. Shasha said, I'll follow your orders, boss. Luo Rinxin said, I choose to trust you too. Hearing everyone's responses, Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Old Xiao was still the same. Within 3 seconds, he unlocked the fire escape door. Dahai led the way with a fire emergency light and an axe heading toward the top floor. Old Xiao chose to stay at the rear, letting the 2 women walk in the middle. Yi picked up the walkie-talkie and said, go upstairs with confidence. If I spot a zombie horde, I'll warn you, and he'll come up too. Then he slowly reversed the vehicle, positioning the back of the armored truck flush against the fire door. After receiving a reply from Dahai and the others, Yi looked at Lung Ruhan and Wenwen and handed over a set of keys. Lung Ruhan, drive the fire truck back, and Wenwen, go with him. Bring the family's off-road vehicle here to meet me. Wenwen, your driving skills need improvement. Practice more, and don't be afraid. If you encounter zombies, feel free to ram them. They are no longer human. They are zombies. You must overcome this psychological barrier. Lung Ruhan said, give her some time. I believe Wenwen's driving and courage will improve. Wenwen said, don't worry, boss, I guarantee it'll complete the mission. After assuring Yi, Wenwen climbed into the fire truck. Lung Ruhan drove the other fire truck, blaring the siren to attract as many zombies as possible, then ran over them to minimize the pressure on those left behind. Yi understood Lung Ruhan's intent. Moved, he also felt admiration for her. Among all the women, Yi knew Lung Ruhan was the most decisive, boldest, and most meticulous. Once Lung Ruhan was far away, Yi crawled into the back of the truck and opened the crate to examine its contents. The paper manual detailed the names of the firearms. The bottom layer contained a Barrett MRAD sniper rifle with an effective range of 1500 meters, a 10-round detachable magazine, and a semi-automatic action. It was equipped with an integrated folding and adjustable stock along with an optical scope. The caliber was 8.59 millimeters, using special ammunition. TSK Tisk, no wonder it's an anti-material sniper rifle. Such a captivating caliber. The only downside is the limited ammunition. The box only has 200 rounds, which is definitely not enough. I have a fear of insufficient firepower. Yi muttered to himself as he closed the bottom ammunition box and caressed the rifle. He slowly shut the second layer and moved to the third, which also had a paper manual. The third layer held a Barrett M98 sniper rifle. Yi was astonished. Another Barrett. The Type 88 sniper rifle is nowhere near its level. What's with this inexplicable sense of security? This Barrett was also semi-automatic with an equally intimidating caliber, and it also came with 200 rounds. I still think 200 rounds aren't enough. Fear of insufficient firepower. You should at least give me 2000 rounds. After admiring the firearms, Yi closed the third and fourth layers. No wonder it was so heavy. It's a Barrett. The voice of Dahai came through the walkie-talkie. So it's a Barrett, the legendary Barrett. I've been cooking my whole life, never thought I'd get to touch the legendary Barrett. I'm so excited. Wenwen said, boss, I haven't gone far, I heard that too. Lung Ruhan added, don't say it, really don't. This walkie-talkie is truly amazing. Luo Rinxin panted heavily, boss, 200 bullets. Can I make a request? Let me fire a few rounds sometime, okay? Yi replied, no problem. Shasha cheered, the boss is wise. Old Xiao said, I've only heard of it, never seen one. Today my eyes have been opened. Yi said, no problem. We'll take turns shooting. After all, once the bullets run out, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Everyone eager to fire the Barrett lavished Yi with the most flattering words they could muster. Yi graciously accepted their flattery. After a while, the sound of a box closing and a zipper being pulled came through the walkie-talkie. Yi slowly spoke, since we're still within walkie-talkie range, I have 2 things to say. First, the manual details the Barrett MRAD sniper rifle. It can also fire 7.62mm rounds, and by swapping components like the barrel, it can achieve multi-caliber functionality. The MRAD can fire 6,251mm, 300 Norma Magnum, and 338 Norma Magnum ammunition. Users can choose different ammunition based on mission requirements to accomplish various tasks. 7.62mm caliber bullets are easier to acquire than Magnum rounds. There's a good chance we can get our hands on them. That's good news. You girls might not understand now, but you will gradually. The second matter is the most important, the reason I want you all observing here. In the top layer of this special case is a particular zippered pouch. When you Old Xiao and Dahai opened it, the first thing I saw was the Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Next, I saw the writing on the pouch. I knew instantly who had procured the Barrett. That's why I was in such a hurry to leave. Have you ever heard of Ho Si-hai? Dahai said, I've heard of him. He's the top underground figure in Shinkuan City. Old Xiao added, I've heard of him too. He contracts government projects, helps banks deal with bad debts, and operates in gray and black industries. There were several major anti-crime and anti-corruption campaigns in Shinkuan City before. It was all over the news. Lung Ruhan said, everyone said Ho Si-hai would definitely be arrested. Wenwen remarked, but in the end, nothing happened to him. Shasha said he still lives like a local emperor, as prosperous as ever. Luo Rinxin asked, is this package from Ho Si-hai? Yi confirmed, you're right, it is. There's a letter in the top layer with to be opened by Ho Si-hai written on the envelope. Now in this apocalypse with 2 anti-material sniper rifles like these, do you think Ho Si-hai will send people to retrieve them? He definitely will, and more than one person. So now you understand why I had to evacuate quickly, right? The small team broke out in a cold sweat. When asked, isn't Ho Si-hai in the center of Shinkuin City? How did he end up near us? Sha speculated, I think it's because we're near the sea. These firearms must have been smuggled in by sea. Lung Ruhan said that explains it. Only someone as resourceful as Ho Si-hai could get weapons this good. Dahai worried. If he finds out we took his weapons, won't we be in deep trouble? Old Shio reasoned. That's why the boss took all the hard drives. Plus with the apocalypse, he can't trace it back to us. Yi agreed exactly. Order has collapsed, zombies roam the streets, the police station is shut down. There's no evidence. Unless he's a god, he won't be able to find me in this situation. I've said what I needed to say. You all get on with your tasks. I'm a bit tired, I will rest for a while. Stop praising me, or he'll get a big head. Even though Yi asked them to stop, the team members still showered him with a few more compliments, praising his meticulous thinking and wisdom. The walkie-talkie then fell silent. Yi slowly closed his eyes. Having stayed awake all night out of fear that someone might target their supplies, he seized the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. Lung Ruhan and Wonwen headed towards Lixinhu Central Park. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the park's ticket office. After parking the fire truck securely, Wonwen drove out in the off-road vehicle, carrying Lung Ruhan towards the upscale residential area where Yi was. At the same time, in a magnificently decorated building, bodyguards dressed uniformly in black suits stood on both sides, each with a noticeable bulge at their waist. A fat man with a scar on his face sat on the sofa, exuding an aura of icy coldness. From a distance, he appeared to be just an ordinary fat man. But upon approaching him, one could sense a faint oppressive aura, and a trace of murderous intent, almost tangible. Such a demeanor could only be cultivated by someone who had held a high position for years and had many lives on their hands. A tangible murderous aura would be impossible otherwise. At that moment, he was anxiously dialing a satellite phone. How are you handling this? It's the end of the world, and it's taking you this long to retrieve something. The person on the other end of the line stammered, Boss Ho. Boss Ho, the 5 men I sent out before they lost contact, their last message was that they had obtained the item you wanted. Then for some unknown reason, they went silent. Please rest assured I've already dispatched a second team. I will give you an answer before the day is out. Ho Si-hai said, Old Ma, those are your words. If I don't hear back by the end of today, you know the consequences. Old Ma replied, Boss, rest assured. There will be an answer. Ho Si-hai hung up the phone in frustration, muttering to himself, Useless, damn it, a bunch of useless idiots. Can't even handle such a trivial matter. Losing contact just to pick up something. Before the apocalypse, I had to be somewhat restrained. But now it's the end of the world. Who can control me? I am the king of this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Yi was still sleeping, completely unaware of this. Wonwen drove the armored vehicle with Lung Ruhan, and they arrived at the residential complex. Lung Ruhan's voice came from the passenger seat. That's a bad driving habit. You need to correct it. Turn the steering wheel to the left. You need to start turning back well in advance. You can't wait until the car is completely out of alignment to turn the wheel. Parking by the curb is mostly about feel. Wonwen said, Sister Ruhan, I'll remember. I just need more practice. Lung Ruhan smiled and shook her head. After the car came to a stop, Wonwen got out first. Through the car window, she saw Yi was still sleeping. Lung Ruhan gestured for Wonwen not to wake him, letting him sleep a bit longer. She took out the walkie-talkie. Dahai, have you made it to the top yet? Dahai replied, We're taking breaks as we climb. Almost there. The building has 22 floors that take some effort. It's all right, said Lung Ruhan. Take your time going up. It's safe down here now with hardly any zombies left. The boss is asleep. I reckon he was exhausted from last night. I doubt he got any sleep at all. Won, and I didn't wake him. We wanted him to rest more. He's been through a lot lately. Sure, no problem, replied Dahai. Let him sleep in. Won, and I will drive a fire truck back, then take the off-road vehicle over, said Lung Ruhan. Take your time ascending, you don't rush. Safety first. Don't take any risks. Got it, Dahai acknowledged. We'll take it slow. Lung Ruhan climbed into the last fire truck and headed toward the central park of Lisan Lake. Wonwen planned to practice her driving skills in the off-road vehicle behind. Wonwen, you take the lead this time, Lung Ruhan instructed. As she spoke, she activated the fire truck's siren, drawing the remaining zombies in the vicinity toward the source of the noise. Wonwen, consider this a chance to steal your nerves. Drive straight through them. They're dead, now no longer human. Don't let guilt weigh on you. All right, Sister Ruhan, Wonwen replied hesitantly. He'll try. No try, Lung Ruhan insisted. You must overcome this mental block, understand? Wonwen gritted her teeth as if making a solemn vow. Okay, Sister Ruhan. I will be as brave as you. With those words, Wonwen seemed to draw strength from somewhere. She floored the accelerator of the off-road vehicle, charging straight at the zombies. Bang, 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 bang. The off-road vehicle slammed into the zombies, crushing their skulls beneath its wheels. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Wonwen muttered incoherently. Can you have some backbone? Lung Ruhan scolded. What's sorry? They're not people anymore, they're zombies. I'm sorry, I'm just too timid, Wonwen apologized. There you go again, Lung Ruhan sighed. More apologies. Wonwen stammered. Enough talking. Just focus on driving. Unintentionally, Wonwen glanced in the rearview mirror. She saw a mess of red and white spilling across the ground, some even splattered onto Lung Ruhan's vehicle. A wave of nausea surged within Wonwen, but she fought it back. This is the brutal apocalypse, Lung Ruhan stated. You need to be able to stand on your own. Yes, Sister Ruhan, Wenwen affirmed. I will become self-reliant. The off-road vehicle led the way while the fire truck brought up the rear. More and more zombies were lured by the siren's wail. Wenwen clenched her jaw and pressed forward. Together they sped toward the central park of Leeson Lake. Having traveled this route many times, their pace grew faster. In less than 20 minutes, they reached the entrance of the ticket hall. Wenwen quickly parked and rushed to the side to vomit. After securing the fire truck, Lung Ruhan jumped down and walked slowly to Wenwen's side. Gently she rubbed Wenwen's back like a sister comforting her younger sibling. Let it out, Lung Ruhan said softly. You'll get used to it. Everyone goes through this. Wenwen felt a surge of gratitude. In this colorless apocalypse, Lung Ruhan's presence was like a beam of light piercing her life, bringing color to a monochrome world. Tears welled in Wenwen's eyes. Whether from the nausea or the emotion, she couldn't tell. Lung Ruhan saw through it, but said nothing. Ever since learning Wenwen's background, she had felt a deep compassion for this woman. Lung Ruhan opened the gate and drove the fire truck into the ticket hall's plaza, parking it snugly beside the other fire truck and the large cargo vehicle. Then she headed for the exit. After locking the gate securely, Wenwen had composed herself and taken the driver's seat. Lung Ruhan settled into the passenger seat. Let's go, Wenwen. Head to that upscale neighborhood. Dahai and the others should be on the top floor by now. All right, Wenwen replied. The off-road vehicle roared down the road. Ahead lay the familiar downhill slope. Wenwen navigated it with ease. But this time Lung Ruhan glimpsed a fleeting black figure in the side mirror. Just as Lung Ruhan thought she might have imagined it, the black figure materialized abruptly beside the off-road vehicle, startling both her and Wenwen. Sister Ruhan, Wenwen exclaimed, it's a speed-type zombie. Look, it's larger than before, don't you think? I noticed, Lung Ruhan confirmed. And it seems even faster. Good thing we're not in the cargo truck. Wenwen, stay calm. Speed up and lose it. From what I can tell, this vehicle is well maintained. The engine sounds healthy. Don't be afraid of any mechanical issues. I trust the boss' judgment in cars. This off-road vehicle has clearly been modified. The shocks and suspension are optimized. Just floor it. Let the car's performance handle the rest. Okay, Wenwen said. I trust you, Sister Ruhan. I trust the boss. With Lung Ruhan's guidance, Wenwen pressed the accelerator harder. The speed climbed from 40 km/h to 60, then 80. By the middle of the downhill stretch, it had surpassed 100 km/h, leaving the speed-type zombie far behind. The downhill momentum pushed the vehicle to 120 km/h. In the rearview mirror, the speed-type zombie's figure shrank into the distance. Now ease off the accelerator, Lung Ruhan instructed. Let the car coast. It's a straight road. As long as you don't jerk the steering wheel, the speed bumps will gradually slow us down. Stay calm. Don't panic. To be safe, Lung Ruhan placed a steadying hand on the steering wheel, preventing Wenwen from veering off course or causing a rollover due to nervousness. They escaped the speed-type zombie without incident. The speed bumps gradually reduced their velocity. Now gently tap the brake, Lung Ruhan said. Release it, then tap again. Repeat this pattern. Wenwen followed the instructions precisely, lightly pressing the brakes. By the time they reached the curve, the speed was safe. Wenwen smoothly turned the steering wheel left, guiding the vehicle to the intersection beneath the viaduct. The speed-type zombie never caught up, but Wenwen was drenched in cold sweat. Wenwen, you're timid, Lung Ruhan observed. This will happen often. You'll get used to it with practice. Sister Ruhan, that scared me to death. Wenwen gasped. Why are the zombies getting faster? You'll get used to it, Lung Ruhan replied. Sighed. By the time Lung Ruhan and Wenwen arrived at the upscale neighborhood, only 15 minutes had passed. No wonder men love speeding, Wenwen mused. It saves so much time. 9 out of 10 accidents are due to speed, Lung Ruhan quipped. And the 10th one is even faster. Ha ha ha. Wenwen laughed. Ha ha ha. Lung Ruhan joined in. When Lung Ruhan's voice came through the walkie-talkie, Dahai was the first to express astonishment. Wenwen's that skilled. She made the round trip in record time. She's almost as fast as me now. Wenwen, brother Dahai, you wouldn't know, but I wouldn't dare drive so fast. If I hadn't encountered a speed-type zombie, I wouldn't have sped up. Sister Ruhan and I ran into another one. Lung Ruhan. Its body has grown larger, and its speed is even faster. Dahai. So you're saying the zombies have evolved again, mutating? Lung Ruhan, yes. Wenwen. I think even more powerful zombies will appear in the future. Lung Ruhan, Dahai, you should have reached the rooftop by now, right? Dahai. Yes, we're on the rooftop now. Old Shio, we locked the fire escape on every floor. All the fire doors are secured. The stairwell is safe now. No zombies in sight, which will make evacuation easier later. At that moment, Yi woke from his slumber and picked up the walkie-talkie. Sorry, I dozed off without meaning to. Did I sleep for long? Lung Ruhan. Not long, less than an hour. Then Lung Ruhan explained the mutated speed-type zombie to Yi, and he furrowed his brow deeply. His eyes were filled with worry for the future. Through the car window, Lung Ruhan and Wenwen could see the expression on his face, and a sense of dread began to stir in their hearts. After a long silence, Yi broke it first. The zombies are evolving and mutating. We need to come up with countermeasures. Fortunately, they can't fly yet. They're only moving on land, not covering all 3 domains of sea, land, and air. We must do our best within our capabilities before the zombie horde erupts into a full-scale riot. Stockpile as many supplies as possible. In the apocalypse, supplies are everything. Dahai, no problem. Well, speed up from now on and start hoarding supplies frantically to prepare for any danger that may come. Yi, yes. Let's proceed with this plan from now on. Dahai, once you're safely on the rooftop, have Shasha and Luo Rinshin monitor the fire station 247. This is crucial for our future plans. Don't take it lightly. Luo Rinshin, got it, boss. Shasha and I will take turns resting to make sure it's done right. Shasha, don't worry, boss. We'll stay hidden and won't expose ourselves. Yi, good. I trust you both. Dahai and Old Shio, I'm sorry to trouble you, but please come down. They'll leave the SUV keys in the car and lock the doors. You can drive this SUV to the express transfer station. We'll head off first. Dahai, in such a hurry. Old Shio, boss, wait a moment. We'll be down soon. It's better if we move together. Yi, it's not that I'm in a rush or unwilling to wait, but this is how we'll operate from now on. If we always stick together as a group, an ambush could wipe us all out. We need to stagger our movements like today. If the front team is ambushed, those behind might still be able to rescue them. We must be cautious, but sometimes splitting up is the best choice, not sticking together. Yi said these words over the open mic, so everyone could hear. That's all I have to say. Anything to add? Wenwen and Shasha replied almost in unison, no, boss. Lung Ruhan and Luo Rinshin also said they had nothing to add. Dahai and Old Shio had no objections either. Yi, then let me read you the contents of the letter first. Yi opened the envelope in his hand. The content was brief. Brother Sihai, the firearms you asked for have been prepared by my men. Old Ma sent 5 people to rendezvous, and I've successfully handed the weapons over to them. When you see this letter, it means our deal is complete. It's the apocalypse now, and I'm abroad. To be honest, it's safer here than in Lungting country. Firearms aren't banned here. Everyone has guns, so people quickly form their own factions. Life is more carefree than before the apocalypse. If you need anything, come find me. Let's build something big together, brother, and rise to glory once more. You're good, brother Laobai. Yi, that's roughly what the letter says. It means many people already have firearms. Not just abroad. There are plenty of guns in the country too. That's why I decided we should split up. As he finished speaking, he motioned for Lung Ruhan and Shasha to get into the car. Dahai, Old Shio, well, wait for you at the express transfer station. We're heading out now. After hearing Yi's analysis, Dahai naturally had no objections and replied, okay. Old Shio also expressed understanding, no problem, boss. We'll be there soon. The armored vehicle sped toward the outskirts of the neighborhood, reaching the 10-lane road. Yi deliberately slowed down as they approached the fire station. He stuck his head out the window to glance at the rooftop. Luo Rinshin and Shasha were well concealed. Only after confirming everything was fine did Yi floor the accelerator, letting the armored vehicle roar down the road and race toward the express transfer station. Yi, Old Shio and I encountered a speed-type zombie on this road before. You two ran into one just outside your doorstep. Could it be that we're being targeted by that psychic-type zombie? Lung Ruhan, I suspect so. It probably sent its minions to keep searching for us. Wenwen, so it already has high intelligence. That's terrifying. Yi, damn this apocalypse. Not only do zombies threaten our lives, but survivors lurk in the shadows waiting to pounce. Lung Ruhan and Wenwen remained silent as the vehicle smoothly arrived at the entrance of the express transfer station. Yi parked at the perimeter and walked toward the roadside without looking back. Lung Ruhan and Wenwen found it strange. Lung Ruhan, where are you going? Yi, I need to take a piss. Want to join? Lung Ruhan blushed slightly and said coquettishly, damn jerk. That's the only advantage you men have. Yi didn't reply but continued to relieve himself by the roadside. Wenwen's face flushed red and she said nothing. When Yi returned, he reiterated the details. Last time a black guy hid in the cargo compartment. When we drive over, we must thoroughly check the compartment to make sure no one's inside. Dahai, understood, boss. Old Shio, you've been there a while, right? He'll unlock the door. Please wait. Yi, not long. There's no one here, no ambush. You can come over safely. Yi rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and blew out smoke rings, sighing. Cigarettes are also a non-renewable resource. Sooner or later, everyone might have to quit smoking. Lung Ruhan, really? Then give me one so I don't miss out later. Yi wasn't surprised, but Wenwen asked curiously, Sister Ruhan, you smoke too? Lung Ruhan, I do, but I'm not addicted. Want to try? Wenwen, no, I can't handle this. Yi handed a cigarette to Lung Ruhan, then took out a lighter and ignited it. Lung Ruhan shielded the flame with one hand. With her other hand, she pinched the cigarette and brought it to her lips, leaning close to the flame for a deep inhale. Once the cigarette was lit, she patted Yi's hand to signal it was ready. This seamless chain of movements instantly marked her as a seasoned smoker, leaving Wenwen utterly bewildered. Wenwen asked, Sister Ruhan, don't you get addicted smoking like that? Lung Ruhan replied, I swear I'm truly not addicted to smoking. Subsequently, Yi and Lung Ruhan rolled down the car windows, blowing smoke rings while surveying their surroundings. The three of them sat in silence, the air filled only with the sounds of inhaling and exhaling. Yi and Lung Ruhan smoking their cigarettes, while Wenwen endured the secondhand smoke. Just as the cigarettes were nearly finished, the distant sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears. Dahai and Old Shio were almost there. Dahai announced, Boss, we've arrived. Old Shio added, let me open the door for you, ha. The off-road vehicle came to a halt at the main gate. Old Shio was the first to approach the lock, employing the same familiar technique with practiced ease. Within 3 seconds, he had unlocked it, and the off-road vehicle and armored car drove toward where the large trucks were parked. Yi chambered around in his Type 54 pistol. Don't get out yet. Let me check first. After a thorough search revealed no anomalies, Yi allowed the others to disembark, The pencil lead in the gaps of the heavy truck's cargo door and driver's seat is intact, meaning no one has been here. It's safe. Same as before. Lung Ruhan, Dahai, and I will each drive a large truck. Wenwen will drive the armored car, towing the off-road vehicle with a rope, and take the middle position. Lung Ruhan leads the convoy. He'll be second, Wenwen third, and Dahai brings up the rear. Wenwen replied, okay. Lung Ruhan said, finally I get to lead for once. Dahai responded, all right, no problem. Old Xiao said, Dahai, wait for me. I need to lock the door. Dahai answered, sure, no problem. After confirming the rear compartment was empty, the small team set off with peace of mind. With the click of the lock, the engines of the heavy trucks roared to life in unison. Yi instructed, everyone maintain formation, keep some distance, and head toward Longting Huazuan. There might be an ambush waiting, so well enter from the basement. Most people wouldn't expect that. The staff elevator is a good tool, we'll catch them off guard. Today let's make multiple trips so that next time might be our last haul. As Yi repeatedly emphasized the plan's details, a dark figure appeared at the rear of the convoy, this time unnoticed by anyone. Oblivious, the team drove the heavy trucks toward their destination, the shadow following unhurriedly behind. The journey proceeded without incident as the convoy slowly approached Longting Huazuan. Unlike previous trips, a shadow lingered at the back of the convoy all along. After a while, 3 heavy trucks were neatly parked at the main entrance. Yi said, time to settle our bet. You owe me a pack of instant noodles, remember? Old Xiao replied, no problem, I'll pay up as soon as we go up. Dahai asked, oh, Old Xiao, when did you lose a pack of instant noodles? Old Xiao chuckled, I lost a bet last time, haha, let's not talk about it. Meanwhile, inside the library, what the hell are you doing back here? Weren't you supposed to be ambushing at Longting Huazuan? My little brother hasn't eaten in a long time, I had to bring him a couple of boxes of instant noodles. Your brother's just hungry and my brother is dead. Go and set up the ambush now. Hand over the stuff. No, I have to watch my brother eat first. The burly men tasked with guarding Longting Huazuan argued with their leader. Stop arguing. I hear the trucks again. If you'd been a little later, you would have run into them. Li Huadua warned. 2 sharp slaps rang out as the leader struck Li Huadua across the face twice. Did I ask you to speak? Do you think I can't hear those loud trucks? Do I need you to remind me? At that moment, Li Huadua once again yearned for the man with the German shepherd, hoping he would come to rescue him. Unaware of this, he suddenly sneezed without warning. Who's talking about me? Or is someone thinking of me? Dahai exclaimed, Bosh, trouble. Someone's been here. Old Xiao added, and they're a skilled lockpicker. The pencil lead is broken, but the lock was restored. If not for the pencil lead, I wouldn't have known anyone was here. Yi said, perfect timing. We'll take the staff elevator up and take them out. Wenwen, lead the way. The rest of you follow me and stay behind me. With that, Yi pulled out a shotgun from behind his back, loaded it fully, expertly chambered around, and then inserted an extra shell into the barrel. The elevator doors opened with a ding. Yi quickly aimed at the opening, but it was empty. The group stepped inside and rode directly to the 4th floor office area. Another ding echoed as the elevator doors slid open. Yi, true to form, crouched low and aimed his shotgun at the entrance. Once again, it was empty. Wenwen suggested, they must be hiding elsewhere. Should we search from top to bottom? Lung Ruhan agreed, I'm with you. Let's search together. Dahai echoed, I agree too. Old Xiao said, fine, I'll go along with everyone. Yi objected, I disagree. I don't want my family to take risks. Stay behind me, they'll scout a safe area first and find a place for you to hide. The team members were reluctant to let Yi take risks alone, but respected his decision. After a meticulous search of the 4th floor office area yielded nothing. Yi said to the group, wait here for me. Don't wander off. They'll be back soon. Wenwen urged, be careful. Yi assured, don't worry. I've got this covered. Yi began his search from the 3rd floor, leaving no corner unchecked. Having previously scoured Longting Huazuan multiple times, he knew exactly where someone might hide, and quickly finished searching every corner of the 3rd floor. He then repeated the process on the 2nd and 1st floors, finding nothing. Relieved, Yi pulled out his walkie-talkie, no danger. Looks like we're lucky, they've cleared out. Wenwen, inventory the supplies. See what's missing. Wenwen replied, 1 moment. 5 minutes later, boss, 2 boxes of instant noodles are gone. Also about 10 portions of food were consumed here. There are empty wrappers nearby. Yi mused, a team of 10. Sounds a bit tricky. Let's haul more supplies this time. We could also try a little fishing, law enforcement. How do we fish with law enforcement? Wenwen asked. Yi replied, since they've targeted us, well, deliberately leave supplies in one place for them to take, then ambush them. They came once, so they'll come again. Today we'll move supplies back multiple times, leaving behind some items we don't need, like inedible ones we already have in surplus. For example, shampoo and body wash. We'll keep a portion and take the rest, enough to last a lifetime. What we can't use will expire anyway. We'll use these supplies as bait. Wenwen said, great idea. Dahai added, I think this plan is feasible. Lung Ruhan agreed, I have no objections. Old Xiao chimed in, I have no objections either. Yi then said, let's draft a simple action plan. Everyone feel free to speak your mind. Right now the enemy is in the shadows while we're in the light. First, we don't know where they come from. Dahai continued, second, we're not sure if they're connected to the previous group. Lung Ruhan added, finally, we can't be certain they'll return. Old Xiao responded, in such matters it's better to believe than to doubt. I think they'll definitely come back. Let's make a bold assumption the people the boss took out earlier are connected to this group. They know we have guns, so they've held back. We can set traps and lie in wait for them. Yi said, alright, no problem. Let's move supplies normally for now. Let's aim for 3 trips before dark. Tonight, we want sleep. We'll wait for them to walk into our trap. After we deal with them, we'll move all the supplies tonight. The end of the world makes supplies too sensitive. Our previous plan was too gentle. Wenwen remarked, yeah, another group might empty this place overnight. Yi explained, this also suggests that those ambushing us probably don't have guns and aren't far from here. That's why they didn't take everything at once. They're likely one group. As they discussed strategies and moved supplies, they quickly filled a large truck. Time ticked by, and they carried boxes one after another. An hour later, a second truck was full. Dahai said, "I'll drive this one out." Lung Ruhan backed the last truck in. "Everyone give it your all." From the library rooftop, "What if we wait until they finish loading then snatch the supplies?" "Are you stupid? Look closely. What's that leader carrying?" "Pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, grenades." "Going now? To get ourselves killed. You go if you want him not. But if we don't take a risk, will we starve here?" The leader continued, "If it weren't for the zombie horde chasing us everywhere, would have moved supplies long ago. I'm not saying we wait to die here. We'll strike at nightfall. With luck, we might find their base. All right, let's act tonight." The two on the library rooftop plotted, unaware that Yi's group had no clue. Mechanically loading supplies, Yi's small team worked like tireless robots, endlessly moving boxes into the heavy trucks. With everyone's efforts, they finally filled the third heavy truck. One exclaimed, "I'm dead tired, really dead tired." Lung Ruhan added, "Yeah, now I truly understand the hardship of movers before the apocalypse. This work isn't for humans. It's for beasts of burden." Dahai said, "I've done it before. I was a beast of burden." Old Shio replied, "Well, now that the world's ended, you don't have to be one anymore." Yi said, "Let's get in the trucks and go. We'll make multiple trips." In the library's women's restroom, a woman finished and walked to the third-floor corridor. Glancing outside, she was so terrified she sat down, covering her mouth with both hands, then crawled back inside to hide. Her body trembled uncontrollably, startling those around her. They all asked what had happened. But she stammered, I saw. The impatient leader yelled, "Saw what? Speak. Where did you see it? Tell me. Where?" She pointed toward the corridor. The leader followed her gesture, turned, and walked to the corridor, looking around. He too was stunned by the sight, though not as dramatically as the woman. Still, his mouth hung open, speechless. He saw a black figure towering and inhuman, yet humanoid in shape. Covered entirely in black fur, it was unmistakably a gorilla. Its crimson eyes revealed it was infected with the zombie virus. Crouched by a wall, it scratched its ears and stared intently at something, mouth wide open, revealing an extra row of teeth beside the original ones. The teeth bore barbs, and its expression was chillingly sinister. A human-like sneer, its mouth opening and closing as if muttering something. Too far away to hear what it was saying, he wondered if it was just his imagination or a mistake. Following its gaze, the leader was startled to see it staring at the Longting Huazuan direction, grinning as if celebrating that Yi's group hadn't spotted it. The leader's hair stood on end, and he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. A chill rose from his feet, enveloping his entire body, making him shiver uncontrollably, unable to speak. As luck would have it, the black gorilla seemed to sense someone watching. It looked up, locking eyes with the leader. In that instant, the leader felt as if he might be devoured. Even in the sweltering summer, he felt a bone-chilling cold. The gorilla raised a finger to its lips, making a human show gesture. "Don't speak." Then it placed its palm over its index finger, signaling the leader not to act rashly. Only then did the leader realize the apocalypse was far more complex than had imagined. He stood frozen, unsure what to do. So it wasn't just humans who could be infected by the zombie virus. Vroom, 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 vroom. The heavy trucks roared to life. Yi drove the first one off, Dahai followed, and Lung Ruhan brought up the rear. Wenwen and Old Shio were left behind. The black gorilla on all fours chased after Yi's convoy, leaving the corner until it disappeared. The library leader finally snapped back to reality. "Crazy, it's all crazy. Even gorillas have evolved barely distinguishable from humans. Who knows if one day they'll speak human language. Terrifying, truly terrifying." The leader recounted his observations to the survivors in the library. The air grew deathly still, punctuated only by the rhythm of breathing and the faint gasps of women. "I'm not sure if there's one such creature or a swarm. Tonight we reinforce all doors and windows and take shifts standing guard. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. They'll take the first watch. They'll take the second watch." Under the threat of death, the group spontaneously united, organizing themselves without waiting for the leader's command. Yi continued driving the large truck, leading the way down the road. "No sightings here. Nothing on my end either. Keep an eye out for speed-type zombies. We've encountered them twice before." Lung Ruhan replied, "Don't worry, boss, I'm watching." "Nothing yet." Dahai added, "They can't be tailing us forever, can they?" None of them noticed a black gorilla zombie silently creeping onto the back of Lung Ruhan's truck. Its face was plastered with a sinister grin, clearly possessing human-like intelligence. Its lips curled into a smile devoid of any gorilla-like semblance. Its crimson eyes burned with nothing but raw desire. It made no sound, clinging quietly to the truck's rear compartment, gripping the handles with both hands and feet. The zombie virus had further enhanced its physique, betraying no signs of fatigue. Yi muttered, "My left eye is twitching again. No, it's the right one. It's twitching frantically. Is something bad about to happen?" Lung Ruhan said, "How could it be? I think you're overthinking it, really." Dahai agreed, I think so too, boss. Yi replied, before the apocalypse idea thought I was overthinking it too. But since then my premonitions have been terrifyingly accurate. I have no choice but to believe. Check again. Are we absolutely sure no speed-type zombies are trailing us? After a thorough inspection, Lung Ruhan and Dahai assured him, relax, boss. We've checked multiple times. No anomalies, not even a single leaf, let alone a speed-type zombie. The journey was smooth, and the convoy of heavy trucks soon reached the viaduct where a high-speed train had derailed. Beyond it lay a long uphill stretch. As the convoy entered the incline, Yi's right eyelid twitched violently. Unable to ignore it, he kept driving while scanning his surroundings. The road before the uphill section featured a sharp right turn. After completing the turn, Yi surveyed the area and noticed something unusual atop Lung Ruhan's truck. Yi called out, Ruhan, there's something on your truck. Trouble. Stay calm. Follow my lead. We'll take it down together. Last time old Xiao and I killed one win and Ruhan shook another off. I suspect it's this one. If we see it, we eliminate it. We can't let it escape. If they find our base, we'll face annihilation. Lung Ruhan said, last time Won was driving, not me. But I could feel the terrifying speed of that speed-type zombie. It was truly frightening. Yi instructed, everyone slow down and stop. Dahai and Ruhan stay in the truck. He'll handle this. Dahai urged, be careful. Lung Ruhan added, protect yourself, boss. Yi replied, don't worry, I've got experience. As the three trucks came to a halt. Ooh, 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 ooh. A sound came from atop the truck. Neither gorilla nor human nor zombie. Yi shot back, ooh, ooh, your mother. With that taunt, he strode purposefully toward Lung Ruhan's truck. The gorilla zombie's cries ceased abruptly. It scrambled onto the roof, a hint of indignation flickering across its face, and began racing wildly atop the truck. Yi remarked, oh, not bad. Now even gorilla zombies have human expressions. The creature, seemingly enraged by his mockery, accelerated. As it reached the edge of the truck, it leaped, fists aimed at Yi. He rolled aside, evading the attack. Bang! The spot where Yi had stood was dented by the gorilla zombie's impact. Despite his extensive experience with zombies, the sight sent a chill down his spine. You've dented this tough asphalt road. You're a monster, possessing strength rivaling a strength-type zombie, and speed matching a speed-type one. I can't let you live today. Ooh, 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 ooh. Stop with the oohing. Ooh, your mother. The gorilla zombie stood on two legs, beat its chest with its fists, then charged at Yi on all fours. Yi swiftly drew a shotgun and fired at close range, not aiming precisely, but pointing in its direction and pulling the trigger. The gorilla zombie, incredibly fast, dodged most of the shotgun pellets with an eerie, contorted movement. But due to the proximity, a few pellets struck its right leg. Wincing in pain, it quickly retreated to the side. So you can feel fear too? I thought you were fearless. Next round will send you to the afterlife. Lung Ruhan warned, boss, watch out. Dahai shouted, dodge. Suddenly a speed-type zombie charged from a distance, catching Yi off guard. With overwhelming force, it barreled toward Yi. Thanks to the warnings, he sidestepped just in time. That small step saved him from the brunt of the impact, but the force still slammed him hard against the truck's side. Yi felt as if had been hit by a vehicle, his back throbbing, his organs churning, and stars dancing before his eyes. The speed-type zombie, having charged too fast, crashed into the truck and was left dazed. Good thing you're not as smart as that gorilla zombie, or I'd be done for today. Lung Ruhan leaned out the window. Boss, this is the same speed-type zombie Won and I encountered. It's grown a full size larger. Before she finished speaking, Yi aimed the shotgun at the speed-type zombie and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the shot rang out, the zombie, sensing danger, instinctively stepped back. That step saved its life, but the shotgun blast tore off half its face. Yi pressed the attack, turning the barrel for a finishing blow. In an instant, Yi crouched low. The gorilla zombie leaped over his head. Yi sneered, trying to ambush me. I'm watching for you. At this moment, Yi had to face two speed-type zombies alone, leaving Dahai and Lung Ruhan in great anxiety. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two speed-type zombies, with their bloodshot eyes seemingly dripping with blood, yearned to feast on the flesh before them. They let out impatient roars, eager to devour Yi. Back against the carriage, Yi watched the two zombies warily. Yi chose not to strike first, as it might expose his weaknesses. The zombie, with half its face blown off, could no longer resist, and charged at him. Now completely consumed by the urge to feed, it rushed at Yi wildly. Yi muttered, looks like your brain is still the same as before. You've put all your evolutionary points into speed. The speed-type zombie swooped toward Yi, accelerating sharply just before reaching him. Yi rolled quickly to the side, dodging the impact, then rose and aimed his shotgun at the zombie. The speed-type zombie opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs clearly. Yi seized the moment to shove the shotgun into its mouth, angling the barrel toward the gorilla zombie. After roughly aiming, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the shotgun's bullets shot forth with irresistible force. The gorilla zombie happened to be near the speed-type zombie, so it too was hit by the shotgun's pellets again on its right leg. Wincing in pain, it quickly ran toward the other side of the truck. It tried to find cover to avoid further attacks. The speed-type zombie, however, was not so fortunate. Its mouth remained wide open, but looking through it, one could see a large round hole. Yi mused, it seems to sustain such speed, its physical strength has also increased. If it were a human, the entire head would be gone. The speed-type zombie, as if immune to pain, still craved Yi's flesh despite having no throat left. With its hollow mouth agape, it staggered toward Yi. Clearly, though not directly shot in the head, the blast had severely concussed its brain. Yi, anxious to find the gorilla zombie, fired a casual shot. Bang! It'll mercifully end your life. This time the speed-type zombie's head vanished, leaving only its body to fall backward. After a brief twitch, it lost all signs of life. Though it was already dead, the zombie virus had granted it a new brief glory. With one zombie eliminated, Yi's pressure eased significantly. The gorilla zombie's right leg had been wounded twice by the shotgun pellets, and Yi was confident he could take it down. He began searching along the blood trail. Lung Ruhan said, "Boss, I can't see its position from here." The Hai added, "Same here." Yi replied, "Don't come down. He'll handle it." Relying on his familiarity with the truck over the past few days, Yi walked straight toward the blind spot on the other side. Yi shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, your mother. You liked to hay, didn't you? Why aren't you haying now? Come out." Only silence answered Yi, along with two ordinary zombies limping toward him from afar. They moved very slowly, but their craving for flesh still drove their predatory instincts. Yi had only 4 shotgun shells left. The gorilla zombie was thick-skinned, and he worried the pistol bullets might not kill it effectively. He opted for caution and used the shotgun. Having made his decision, Yi quickly drew his Type 54 pistol, aimed at the zombies, and fired. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots later, 2 blossoms of blood and flesh bloomed on the foreheads of the ordinary zombies. The 2 bullets ended their lives, stripping them of their last bodily autonomy. Hearing the gunfire, the gorilla zombie could no longer contain itself and roared. Yi taunted, finally starting to hay. "Go ahead, hay all you want. Let's see how long you can last." Unlike the speed type and ordinary zombies, this gorilla zombie seemed to possess its own thoughts. Fearing death at Yi's hands, it stayed hidden. Yi was not in a hurry. He had already guessed its approximate location. The Hai said, "I still can't see that damn gorilla zombie." Lung Ruhan replied, "If you can't see it, it means it's in the blind spot." Yi instructed, "Stay concealed, observe carefully, and report back to me." Having pinpointed the gorilla zombie's location, Yi prepared to launch a surprise attack. Just then he seemed to hear the sound of water droplets hitting the ground. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets was unmistakable. Yi suddenly realized it wasn't water, but the gorilla zombie's blood. Changing his plan, he laid down by the truck and sure enough spotted something in the blind spot. The gorilla possessed only simple human emotions and thinking ability. It didn't realize that while hiding in the blind spot, it couldn't keep its feet hidden. It simply stood there foolishly waiting for death. Yet the gorilla zombie thought itself clever, a cruel smirk curling on its lips. It had gleaned anxiety from Da Hai and Lung Ruhan's words, which pleased it. Yi was now sneaking under the truck to ambush the gorilla zombie. Even as he approached, it remained lost in its fantasies, imagining how it would devour Yi. Bang! Bang! Yi fired a shot at the gorilla zombie's right knee, quickly reloaded and fired another at its left knee. 2 abrupt gunshots shattered the gorilla zombie's reverie. A sharp pain followed, and the gorilla zombie realized its feet were gone. Wincing, it tried to flee into the distance, but its legs were no longer usable. It could only drag its body with its strong upper limbs crawling away. Yi said to Hai Lung Ruhan, "The crisis is over. Check if the gunfire attracted any more zombies." Hearing that the threat was neutralized, Da Hai and Lung Ruhan got out of the truck and began scanning their surroundings. Strangely, no additional zombies appeared. The gunfire hadn't drawn many. Only the legless gorilla zombie was left snarling and screaming. Yi mocked, "Go on, scream. Scream louder. Why weren't you screaming before? Only now you think to scream. Too late." After losing its legs, the gorilla zombie's nerves were numbed by pain. It hadn't tried to run earlier, but now it used its powerful forearms to support itself, fleeing upside down at no slow pace. Yi said, "Only now you think to run. Too late." He aimed the shotgun at the gorilla's left elbow and pulled the trigger. Bang! Yi quickly reloaded, aimed at the right elbow, and fired again. Bang! After 2 shots, the gorilla lost all 4 limbs, writhing on the ground like a worm. Yi calmly retrieved shotgun shells from the small bag on his chest and began reloading. Click, click. One by one, the shells were loaded into the shotgun's barrel. The sound of bullets being chambered was the countdown to the gorilla zombie's life, like the death knell of hell tolling the prelude. The gorilla zombie, evidently aware of this, writhed its body desperately. The shotgun in Yi's hands held 5 rounds, its magazine capable of containing 5 shells. After loading all 5, Yi looked down at the black gorilla zombie before him. Its face bore the same terror as a human's, its open mouth filled with fearsome fangs, and its scarlet eyes held a reluctant gaze as it stared at the 3 prey before it, as if pondering why this time the food was so terrifying. Previously, every prey it encountered had been easily dealt with and devoured. Why this time did the seemingly delicious food spell its doom? It could not comprehend. Yi's expression remained impassive as he aimed the dark muzzle of the shotgun at the gorilla zombie. With a pull of the trigger, a gunshot rang out mercilessly, claiming the gorilla zombie's head. Yi said, "That was a close call. The zombies we're encountering are getting more and more twisted." The Hai added, "Indeed. To some extent, they even have human-like thinking." Lung Ruhan remarked, "From the looks of it, it's not just humans. Almost all living creatures can be infected by the zombie virus." Yi noted this gorilla zombie even had human expressions. The Hai said, "If zombies start speaking human language in the future, I wouldn't even be surprised." Lung Ruhan replied, "I'd find it strange if they couldn't talk." Yi urged, "This place isn't safe. Let's head back quickly. Dahai agreed alright. Lung Ruhan added 1-1, and the others are waiting for us. After speaking, Yi walked toward his heavy truck, chambered around, and inserted 2 more shells. Then he drove the heavy truck up the familiar incline. Both sides of the road were now completely overgrown with green plants, presenting a scene that stirred a bittersweet sentiment. The journey was silent. After parking the vehicles, the trio swiftly swapped to 3 other trucks and rushed toward Long Tung Huazun without pause. This was a rare moment of urgency for the small team, which had previously operated without pressure, taking things easy. But the recent spate of zombie encounters had forced everyone to stay on edge. Nearly everyone harbored a sense of foreboding, feeling that something was amiss. They all sensed that the vanished zombie horde would one day return, bearing down on them, like an army launching a counterattack against the survivors. It would be a fight to the death. Lost in thought, no one spoke during the journey as the convoy of heavy trucks sped down the slope. Yi deliberately drove his truck over the gorilla zombie's corpse. Dahai and Lung Ruhan followed suit, also running over the body. Yi finally broke the silence. Rohan, have you developed this twisted taste too? Dahai chuckled, it's the end of the world, who cares about twisted tastes? Lung Ruhan replied, even if it is ill, take it. It's stress relief. Yi laughed heartily. As they passed the crossroad beneath the overpass, he glanced again at the derailed subway train. He seemed lost in thought for a moment before leading Lung Ruhan and Dahai onward. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The convoy drove straight to the entrance of Long Tung Huazun. After parking 1-1, an old Xiao quickly opened the gates. Yi reversed the truck inside, and everyone began moving supplies. On the top floor of the library, the leader watched Yi and his group return safely, first feeling disappointment, then shock, and finally growing hesitant. A subordinate spoke up, boss, if we don't act now it'll be too late. They're almost done moving everything. The leader replied, I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. That black gorilla zombie, they took it down. I saw it climb onto the last truck. I'm disappointed that fearsome beast didn't finish them. But I'm also surprised. They must have a lot of weapons, or we're no match for them. I've counted, they can't move everything. We'll strike at night. The subordinate acquiesced, all right, boss, I trust your judgment. Together they gazed toward Long Tung Huazun. When asked, boss, you're back a bit later than before. Did you run into speed-type zombies on the road? Lung Ruhan replied, yes, more than one. The one we encountered last time was still lurking on the downhill slope. Dahai added, and there was one in the back of our truck, an infected gorilla zombie. 2 speed types attacked us together, but the boss took them both out single-handedly. One exclaimed, the boss is that strong. How come I never noticed before? Old Xiao chimed in, the one the boss and I encountered earlier was also taken down by him. Hearing Old Xiao and Dahai's words, one felt that having Yi as their leader wasn't so bad after all. Yi urged, everyone, let's hurry up and move the supplies. We've got a heavy workload today. Our trucks are already full. After this run, we still need to hit the courier transfer station for more trucks. As they talked and worked, the first truck was loaded. Dahai voluntarily took the driver's seat, drove the truck out, and reversed another one in. Dahai encouraged, keep it up, everyone. We're almost done. From the library rooftop, the leader muttered, where did they get so many trucks? It's like they never need to unload. The subordinate replied, I haven't heard of any truck depot nearby. Inside the first floor of Long Tung Huazun, the team had already loaded the second truck. Lung Ruhan drove the second truck out and reversed in the last one. This is the last truck. Almost there, everyone, keep it up. Yi said, I have a feeling, though I'm not sure if it's accurate, that something is watching us. Maybe a person, maybe a zombie. Lung Ruhan replied, I'm starting to trust your instincts, and that twitch of yours more and more. Yi laughed, I wonder if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Dahai asked, should we head over to that upscale neighborhood later? Yi answered, no need. We'll just coordinate via walkie-talkie. Lung Ruhan remarked, I wonder if Hosihai will actually send people. I've heard of his reputation, ruthless and unscrupulous. Yi said, he'll definitely send someone. Maybe not before the apocalypse, but now for sure. In this brutal world, a gun is a man's courage and his ticket to survival. At that moment, Old Xiao approached with a bowl of instant noodles. Boss, this is from the bet I lost earlier. I added ham and a braised egg. Eat it while it's hot. Yi laughed, how, Old Xiao, thanks for this. Let's have another bet sometime. Old Xiao replied, sure, game. Yi announced, everyone take a break and grab a bite. Then we'll load up the last of the supplies and head out. This time Wenwen needs to come with us, Yi said. Old Xiao, you must stay safe. We're not sure if anyone will show up. If they do, don't engage recklessly. We need to drive the big truck back again. Wenwen will take another vehicle and follow us. Old Xiao replied, don't worry. I'll protect myself. Wenwen said, boss, isn't that too dangerous for Old Xiao? Dahai added, why not have Old Xiao come with us? We have more firepower than they do. We can just fight our way through. Lung Ruhan interjected, Dahai, I know you're worried about Old Xiao, but if they set up an ambush, we could lose people. If Old Xiao scouts ahead here, it will help us gather intel. Old Xiao said, Dahai, listen to the boss. If things look bad, he'll just make a run for it. He'll just bolt if things go south. Dahai gazed at Old Xiao with deep concern, but ultimately respected his decision. He repeatedly urged Old Xiao to be careful, and Old Xiao promised he would only then did Dahai relent. Yi walked over slowly and gently patted Dahai on the shoulder, signaling him to stop. Dahai understood Yi's meaning and said no more. He silently walked toward the heavy truck outside. Lung Ruhan followed suit. Yi said, Wenwen, come with us. Drive one vehicle and leave the other behind. Remember to take the armored car. Wenwen replied, got it, boss. No problem. Yi cast one last look at Old Xiao and reiterated, Old Xiao, keep yourself safe. If you encounter something you can't handle, retreat decisively. Old Xiao looked at Yi with a firm gaze. No problem, boss. You're all making this feel like a farewell forever. It's making me a bit nervous. Yi said, alright, take care. We'll be back soon. After bidding farewell to Old Xiao, Lung Ruhan led in the first vehicle, One followed closely, and Dahai was in the middle. Having encountered two speed-type zombies before, Yi prepared to take the rear. After seeing everyone off, Old Xiao immediately locked the main gate. He took the staff elevator to the office area and set up an ambush. The convoy roared away from Longting Huazuan, heading straight for the ticket hall of Lixinu Central Park. Inside the library, boss, I saw them leave. Should we launch a sneak attack now? The leader said, don't rush. They must have left a trick. We'll go at night. Earlier they weren't this rushed when moving supplies. Today I could clearly sense their anxiety. It means they've discovered our ambush. So striking at night is the best option. Going now would only alert them. Old Xiao was unaware of all this, only knowing to lock the doors and windows and wait silently. Yi's convoy was also oblivious, but a faint unease lingered in Yi's heart. With Yi guarding the rear this time, no speed-type zombie followed them. Yi chalked it up to luck, as mutated zombies were rare, most being ordinary ones, and they were now hiding somewhere, not appearing in large numbers. The convoy passed smoothly by Donghai Department Store and Tuqiao Community Park before arriving at the derailed subway viaduct. Yi warned, this is where we encountered the two speed-type zombies. Stay alert. Heeding Yi's warning, everyone was on high alert. Luckily, no speed-type zombies appeared, and the convoy reached Lixinu Central Park. 6 massive heavy trucks were parked neatly in the square of the ticket hall, all loaded with supplies. As soon as the vehicles stopped, Yi called everyone to board the armored car, taking some water and food. They headed toward the upscale residential area opposite the fire station. Yi wondered, I wonder if Shasha and Luo Renqin found anything. After some practice, One was now familiar with the vehicle. She drove more skillfully, faster than before, roaring down the road. In less than 20 minutes, the car stopped at the base of the upscale community. One parked in a concealed spot. Yi picked up the walkie-talkie. Shasha, Luo Renqin, can you hear me? Shasha replied, loud and clear, boss. No findings here yet. Luo Renqin added, boss, we've been monitoring the fire station in shifts. Nothing at all. Yi said, since we can't wait any longer, let's take the initiative. He took out the phones from the earlier thugs, turned them off, removed the SIM cards, and wrapped them tightly in tinfoil. Dahai asked, why do all that, boss? Yi explained, I'm afraid they'll track us via the phones. This blocks the signal, preventing them from locating us. Dahai said, I didn't study much, I don't know about these things. Yi reassured him, don't worry, Dahai. As the apocalypse goes on, the satellites in the sky will all fall down and randomly crush some unlucky souls. A lot of knowledge will become useless. Little did Yi know that his joking words would one day come true for him. Years later, when Yi recalled this, he felt his words had been eerily prophetic. Yi said, we need to go to the express transfer station now. If we finish stockpiling supplies, and Ho Sihai's men still haven't shown up, we'll mislead them into searching elsewhere. Shasha and Luo Renqin hold on a bit longer. Shasha replied, no problem. Luo Renqin said, okay. Yi said, when you drive, keep the phone for now. Remind me later to use it to mislead Ho Sihai's men. This is very important, I don't forget. Wen said, okay, I won't forget. Yi added, you drive. We're heading to the express transfer station, now to pick up the last heavy truck. Wen acknowledged, Roger. After a brief handover, Wen started the armored car again. Yi napped in the passenger seat, while Dahai and Lung Ruhan chatted in the back. Wen focused on driving, harboring a secret goal to become the best driver in the team. A goal she kept buried deep in her heart, telling no one. The armored car drove smoothly. As they passed a fork in the road, Yi said, Old Xiao and I killed a speed-type zombie here. Be careful on this stretch. Wen asked, weren't you asleep? Yi replied, I was just dozing. It's almost dark, we have to race against time. Wen said, you've worked hard, boss. Yi responded, everyone works hard. Once this is over, we can all relax. Only by being fully prepared can we calmly face whatever comes. Without incident, the armored car arrived outside the express transfer station. Wen, don't stop. Just drive straight through. There's nothing of value in the express transfer station, just piles of packages. Who knows what's inside them? Opening blind boxes is too exhausting. Leave them for the lucky ones. We've already taken the big trucks. This place is useless to us now. All right, Wen replied. With that, she floored the accelerator, and the armored vehicle's solid frame burst through the gates of the express transfer station without hesitation. Barely feeling any resistance, the vehicle reached the last heavy truck. Yi stuck to his routine, chambering around in his Type 54 pistol before beginning to scout the surroundings. As before, he checked the driver's seat, the rear compartment, and the pencil lead head placed on the door, still intact, proving no one had been here. After a thorough inspection of the truck's condition, he used a firefighting flashlight to examine the cargo area. Confirming it was empty, he signaled everyone to start the trucks and move out. The process was swift. Wen's armored vehicle hadn't even cooled down before they were on the move. As usual, the experienced driver Lung Ruhan took the lead, followed by Wen, then Dahai, with Yi bringing up the rear, ready to deal with any speed-type zombies. Thus, every heavy truck from the express transfer station was now in the hands of Yi's small team, leaving only a scene of chaos behind. The convoy roared down the deserted asphalt road flanked by lush greenery on both sides. After the apocalypse with no one to tend to them, the plants had begun to grow wildly, gradually enveloping the roadside in green. It brought a small comfort to the monotonous journey. Gazing at the vegetation, Yi felt an inexplicable unease, though he couldn't pinpoint why. He forced his thoughts back to the road and focused on driving. As his heavy truck passed a plant in the roadside, grass slowly turned its head to follow him. Like a sunflower tracking the sun, it moved with him. This eerie sight went unnoticed by anyone. Only after Yi had driven far away did the plant slowly turn back. This was the last time Yi's small team would travel this road. They never passed this way again. The convoy passed the police station where Yi had previously scavenged for firearms. Seeing the abandoned cars in the yard, it was clear many had visited, but they were too late. The weapons were already gone. Yi hadn't mentioned this to the team, planning to reveal it only if someone asked. If no one ever did, he intended to take the secret to his grave. For the stability of the team, he chose not to speak of his pre-apocalypse deeds voluntarily. Even if forced to, he would conceal certain things. Lost in thought, Yi drove past the police station, heading straight toward the fire station. Let's pass by the fire station, but don't get too close. Keep an eye out for any suspicious vehicles. Don't let Ho Sihai's men spot our convoy. Maintain some distance. Got it, Dahai replied. Ill speed ahead, said Lung Ruhan. Understood him, slowing down when one added. Yi used the walkie-talkie to check on the fire station of Shasha, and Luo Rinshin reported no anomalies. With confirmation, the convoy arrived one by one at Longting Huazuan. Old Shio, anyone causing trouble? Old Shio lit a cigarette, took a leisurely puff, and answered, Dahai, you're back so soon. No issues at all. Dahai sighed in relief as Yi pulled up and parked. With a click, Old Shio opened the door from inside, and Lung Ruhan demonstrated her expert reverse parking skills, bringing the truck to a steady halt. On the library's top floor, a lackey ran down to report, Boss, they did leave people at Longting Huazuan. Good thing we didn't go. Would have walked into a trap. The leader, unaware that Yi had left only Old Shio behind, said smugly, See, this is why I'm the boss. Now you get it. The lackey flattered, You're truly far-sighted, boss. The leader basked in the praise, lost in his own world. On the first floor of Longting Huazuan, Yi's team began their intense loading operation again. Except for a small portion of supplies left behind, as planned, the entire building was stripped bare. Only trivial items remained, just enough to fill the armored vehicle and the off-road car. Strange no one came. That shouldn't be the case, Old Shio mused. It means they don't have firearms. If they did, they'd have come by now. That's very likely, Yi agreed. I suspect they'll come tonight. Let's set up traps in advance and wait. No problem, leave it to me, Dahai exclaimed. I'm good at setting traps too, Old Shio added. Sounds fun, Lung Ruhan chimed in. Yes, it sounds exciting. I'm not scared at all. I'm actually looking forward to it, Wenwen said. With the boss here, I feel safe. The team chatted cheerfully, the atmosphere light and relaxed. Before they knew it, one truck was fully loaded. Dahai drove it out, then reversed another in, and the team resumed their work. This time the supplies were a bit different. Boss, can I ask a favor? Can I take all the gold? Wenwen requested. I get why we're clearing out the premium cigarettes and alcohol. They're non-renewable, Dahai said. But gold, you can't eat it. What's the point? Maybe Wenwen thinks the apocalypse will end one day, Old Shio suggested. Gold has always been seen as valuable, and it's a global currency. I understand her. Then load the gold onto the off-road vehicle, Lung Ruhan said. If you want to take it, go ahead, Yi agreed. I don't mind. We have spare space. Thank you, boss, everyone. I won't hold back, Wenwen said. With everyone's permission, she began hauling the gold, simply prying open the cabinets. Wenwen embarked on her gold rush. By the time she finished panting from the effort, the second truck was also packed to the brim. When she returned, her grin was impossible to hide. Little gold digger, all done. Yi teased. All done, Wenwen replied. Dahai drove the second truck out and reversed the last one in. Wenwen, do you really think the apocalypse will end? Dahai asked. Not entirely, she admitted. But I can't let go of this obsession yet. We all understand, Yi said. But you need to be prepared if it never ends. I know. Thank you all, Wenwen replied. After Wenwen's little episode, the team worked together to fill the last truck. Despite the exhaustion, everyone was happy. No one in the team was missing. Other teams had already suffered varying degrees of attrition, with some even completely annihilated. It was exceedingly rare for a small team like Yi's to remain fully intact. Every member of the small team cherished their current group deeply. Yi said, little money grubber, once you've packed everything, we'll set off together. Wenwen replied, got it, boss. Dahai suggested, how about I take the rear this time? Lung Ruhan agreed. All right then, Wenwen will stay close behind me. Wenwen answered, okay, Sister Ruhan. Yi said, then I'll drive the lead vehicle. Before reaching the uphill slope at Leeson Lake, there's a sharp right turn wide enough to see your truck beds. I'll observe carefully then. Let's move out. All members of the small team willingly followed Yi's lead, and as his voice rang out, everyone cheerfully embarked on the journey. Old Shio said, same old routine, same old feeling. I'll stay and wait for you. It'll only be a short while, nothing will go wrong. If anything seems off, I'll evacuate immediately. Yi replied, all right, Old Shio, stay safe. Old Shio assured, don't worry. I'll wait for everyone here. Old Shio went downstairs and repeatedly promised to protect himself, and only then did the convoy depart toward the destination under his watchful gaze. Old Shio, responsible for the rear, occasionally leaned out the window to check on him. Only after confirming that Old Shio had locked all doors and windows did they leave with peace of mind. With a crisp click, the lock engaged. After securing the door, old Chio took the staff elevator back to the office area. In the distance, the roar of the convoy faded as they drove away with the supplies. On the library rooftop, the underling ran downstairs again and reported urgently, "Boss, bad news. They've brought in 3 more trucks and hauled away 3 loads of supplies." The boss was still playing cards with others, the room thick with smoke. Drunkenly, he slurred, "What? 3 more trucks? Where the hell did they get so many trucks? What good are you?" The underling was baffled. "How is this my fault? Didn't you say what hit them tonight?" The boss snapped, "You dare talk back." Slap, slap, slap. 3 sharp slaps echoed, swelling the underling's face and deepening his hatred for the boss. The boss sneered, still glaring at me. "Believe he'll kill you." The underling immediately bowed and scraped. No, I wasn't glaring. Please don't kill me." Satisfied with the apology, the boss resumed his card game. "Keep an eye on them. We'll hit them tonight." The underling replied, Yes, whatever you say." He quickly turned and returned to the library rooftop. Gazing toward the direction of Longting Huazuan, the underling lit a cigarette, smoking and pondering. A terrifying idea took root in his mind, one he would soon put into action. Yi Yi's convoy roared along the road and soon arrived at Tudio Community Park. The zombie with a pet was still stuck to the ground, its outline vaguely human with the shape of a pet dog beside it. The trucks thundered past their wake, stirring up fallen leaves. As the convoy passed, a swarm of ants emerged to forage, targeting the pet dog and human zombie on the ground. They greedily clung to the ground, frenziedly devouring the food before them. No one knew whether the zombie virus would gradually dissipate after the host's death. No one knew whether this swarm of ants would become infected with the zombie virus. No one knew. The convoy's journey went smoothly. Before the uphill section, Yi remained cautious, carefully inspecting everyone's truck beds, but finding nothing. Dahai and Lung Ruhan also scrutinized their surroundings, the truck bed's tires roadside, checking again and again. Only after confirming nothing was amiss did the convoy start climbing the quiet, desolate slope. No one noticed that atop a building beside the convoy, a massive dark figure stood like a statue, its crimson eyes seemingly ready to drip blood at any moment. It silently watched Yi Yi's team as if contemplating something. If the team had seen it at that moment, it would have terrified everyone. Its body had grown larger, bone spurs had sprouted from its legs, and its elbows had transformed into bone blades piercing through the skin like claws. Its face was hidden beneath a wide cloak, revealing only eerie red eyes that seemed to glow through the thin fabric. Its nose and mouth no longer resembled a human's. For elongated canine teeth had grown, its nose had evolved into a different form, and its mouth stretched grotesquely to the cheekbones, a horrifying sight. A raspy hiss escaped its throat. Anyone familiar with zombies would have exclaimed, "A third-tier speed-type zombie." Fortunately, it seemed uninterested in the moving metal boxes before it, turning instead to look behind. On the rooftop lay a man in camouflage, his throat torn out, blood gushing. Beside him, 4 second-tier speed-type zombies frenziedly lapped at the blood pooling on the ground, none daring to take the first bite. Life was slowly fading from the man. Seeing the speed-type zombies so close, he knew he wouldn't survive. He pulled out a grenade and yanked the pin, intending to take the monsters with him. The third-tier speed-type zombie watched his movements, a mocking smirk curling its lips. The lower-tier zombies licking blood didn't recognize the grenade, oblivious to the danger. But the third-tier one seemed to sense the threat and moved the instant the man pulled the pin. In less than a second, the hand clutching the grenade was in its grip. A searing pain shot through the man's body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. The speed-type zombie roughly pried the grenade from his hand and toyed with it. The man's eyes burned with regret and resentment. He silently thought, "I should have hidden it. I shouldn't have revealed the grenade. Careless, how I hate this." The third-tier speed-type zombie played with the grenade for a moment before tossing it into the distance, where it exploded in midair. From its throat came the raspy hiss unique to speed-type zombies, mocking the man's foolishness. With a swift lunge, it charged at the man. He felt only a gust of wind before the zombie stopped in the distance, holding a still-beating heart dripping with blood, a sight that chilled him to the core. But the heart was no longer in his chest, it was in the monster's hand. The speed-type zombie tossed the heart high into the air, where it plummeted under gravity. The third-tier speed-type zombie opened its gaping maw, and the heart fell precisely into its mouth. Then came the horrifying sound of chewing. Finally, the sound of swallowing. The man in camouflage now had only a breath left. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the high-tier zombie's permission, the 4 second-tier speed-type zombies, long impatient, tore the man apart and devoured him. On the modest rooftop, a tragic scene unfolded. The man in camouflage didn't even have time to turn into a zombie before his limbs were severed and his organs hollowed out. The famished zombies feasted heartily. Using the bone spurs on its limbs, the third-tier speed-type zombie swiftly climbed the high-rise building. Even on a 90-degree wall, it moved as if on flat ground, soon reaching the ground and darting away into the distance. Though Yi Yi's team didn't witness this, everyone heard the thunderous blast when the grenade exploded. Yi Yi said, "Did you hear that? It sounded like a grenade explosion." Dahai added, "I heard it too. It wasn't far. Could it be some kind of zombie?" Lung Ruhan remarked, "It doesn't sound like a zombie to me. It's very similar to the sound of the boss grenade." Wenwen wondered, "Could the military be coming to rescue us?" Yi replied, "Probably not. The military wouldn't launch a large-scale rescue. It's likely other survivors. Let's be cautious when we pass by later. Even if there are survivors, we can't afford to rescue them." In this apocalypse, it's already a challenge to protect ourselves. We lack the strength to safeguard and aid others, and we can't be sure if they genuinely need help or are setting a trap. We wouldn't want to be the fish that gets hooked. Dahai agreed. Yeah, we might end up being sold out and still counting the money for them. Lung Ruhan said, indeed, let's prioritize our own safety first. Wenwen added, let go of the urge to help or respect others' fates. As they discussed, the convoy arrived at the ticket hall square of Leeson Lake Central Park. With the addition of 3 large trucks, the square was nearly full. Yi said, Wenwen will help you move the gold from the off-road vehicle, then we'll head to Old Chio's place. Wenwen replied, okay, thank you all for your hard work. Dahai mused, if the apocalypse hadn't happened, the total value of this gold could buy a house in Shinkoin City. Lung Ruhan added, true, who would have thought the end of the world would come so suddenly? As they chatted, the gold was neatly stacked. Yi instructed, when you drive, Dahai, you lock the door. He'll take a nap in the passenger seat and see if Wenwen's driving skills have improved. Wenwen replied confidently, just watch, boss. With that, Wenwen smoothly started the off-road vehicle and headed toward the gate. Dahai got out to lock the door, saying, Wenwen, I can sense your progress. Once Dahai was back in the car, Wenwen said, Sister Ruhan taught me a lot of driving tips. The off-road vehicle descended the slope again. The small team was fortunate. The third-tier speed-type zombie seemed uninterested in these moving metal boxes, showing no curiosity. The 4 second-tier speed-type zombies on the rooftop had also gone elsewhere to forage. The journey was uneventful. The area under the viaduct remained empty. Seeing the flat road ahead, Wenwen accelerated, speeding past Tuqiao Park. After the vehicle roared by, the ants that had been gnawing on zombie flesh began to tear into each other. Even the ants hadn't escaped the zombie virus, which spread rapidly through their colony. Neither Wenwen nor the others noticed. On the smooth asphalt road, only Wenwen's off-road vehicle sped along. Yi said, Wenwen, take a detour and get closer to the fire station. He'll use the walkie-talkie to contact Xia and Luo Renxin. Dahai suggested, boss, you keep resting. He'll handle the calls. If there's still no sign, we'll have Xia and Luo Renxin come down tomorrow and make new plans. Wenwen glanced at the phone in the off-road vehicle's storage compartment and said, we can also mislead Ho Sihai's men. Dahai called out, hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Xia responded, I can't hear you. There's still nothing here. No one has come to the fire station. Luo Renxin added, I'm starting to wonder if Ho Sihai will send anyone at all. Yi said, he will definitely send people. We'll discuss the plan then. You need to keep watch tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, you can come down tomorrow. Xia assured, no problem, it's not hard. We'll complete the mission. Luo Renxin said, he'll report immediately if anything happens. If you're out of walkie-talkie range, he'll write it down. Yi replied, good, that's it for now. We need to go to Longting Huazuan to handle some matters. Wenwen, let's hurry. It's already dark. Yi reclined in the passenger seat, speaking without opening his eyes. Clearly, he was exhausted, seizing every moment to sleep and replenish his rest. Under Wenwen's control, the off-road vehicle arrived smoothly at Longting Huazuan. The sky was darkening, black clouds like ink staining the entire sky over Shinkoin City. Yi instructed, Wenwen, take a detour. Dahai, keep an eye out for anyone watching us. Circle a few times before heading to the underground parking lot. Wenwen and Dahai followed Yi's plan. After 3 circles with no sign of anyone, they slowly drove into the underground parking lot, now pitch black. Only the vehicle's headlights fought against the darkness. Wenwen parked the off-road vehicle next to the armored car to hide it. Everyone grabbed their gear and headed toward the staff elevator. The group of 4 each with a firefighter flashlight and equipment reached the staff elevator. Yi said, Old Chio, we've arrived. We're taking the staff elevator up. Any findings on your end? Old Chio replied, nothing. Come on up quickly. Meanwhile, on the library rooftop, the lookout had smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. He stared toward Longting Huazuan, his plan already set. Everything is ready, all that's missing is the east wind. He too wanted to become the boss. If tonight's operation went smoothly, he would be the leader by tomorrow. Yi's team knew nothing of this. Ding! The elevator doors closed, and the group smoothly arrived at the office area on the 4th floor. Yi collapsed onto the sofa and said, we'll take a quick nap. Setting up the traps is up to you all. I'm too tired. Is that okay, guys? Dahai replied, no problem, leave it to me. Old Chio added, I'm pretty good at designing traps too. Wenwen said, I want to try as well. Count me in. Lung Ruhan said softly, rest if you're tired. We'll handle the rest. Yi, alright, I'll leave it to you then. I'm going to the office area on the 4th floor to rest for a while. There will definitely be a major move tonight. They won't dare to come during the day, but they will surely come at night. Just set up the traps. We'll launch a beautiful ambush when the time comes. After assigning the tasks, Yi felt his eyelids as heavy as lead, barely able to keep them open. Within less than a minute of lying on the sofa, he fell into a deep sleep. Dahai and Old Chio meanwhile arrived at the main entrance of Longting Huazuan. Click. Old Chio unlocked the main door from the inside, while Dahai took the lock and secured the Longting Huazuan entrance from the outside. He then took a detour through the staff elevator and came back down from the 4th floor. Old Chio was busy setting up his traps. First, he used spare chopsticks, springs, and rubber bands to craft a simple crossbow that could fire, then sharpened the chopsticks to serve as arrows. He fixed 4 of these on each side, measured the distance, connected them with fishing line, and positioned the line close to the floor. Finally, he suspended the fishing line in the air. Anyone passing through would trigger the mechanism. As soon as someone opened the door of Longting and stepped inside, they would inevitably encounter this trap. Anyone hit by this trap would suffer greatly. If not death, then severe injury. Dahai, a true craftsman indeed. The traps you make are so exquisite. In response to Dahai's teasing, old Xiao said, "It's nothing, just practice makes perfect." Dahai, you always say that, old Xiao. Old Xiao, my last memory is stuck on that lesson. I never went to school after that. Dahai, I didn't get much schooling either. Chatting as they went upstairs, old Xiao and Dahai worked together. Dahai applied a generous amount of super glue on the escalator handrails and steps. After reaching the upper floor, he turned off the escalator switch. Dahai, my trap is simple, crude, and efficient. Once they step on it, they'll get stuck. Then he'll start the escalator from up here, and they'll get pulled into the mechanism. Whether they live or die is up to them. Old Xiao, if they really get pulled in, there's no way they'll survive. Every year in Longting country, there are fatal escalator accidents. Dahai, I've heard a bit about that. Every time I hear about such accidents, it sends chills down my spine. Old Xiao then set up identical crossbow traps at both the entrance and exit of the escalator. Working together, the two set up traps from the first floor to the fourth. Lung Ruhan and Wenwen meanwhile locked all the fire doors and used heavy objects to block the entrances. Lung Ruhan, aren't we making things convenient for the enemy and troublesome for ourselves, eh? Wenwen, I'd rather take the trouble to climb the stairs than accept that convenience. That convenience has old Xiao and Dahai's traps waiting. I don't want to face those traps. They'll take the fire escape. Besides the fire escape, Longting also had a large staircase for emergency evacuations, which served as another major entrance. Wenwen and Lung Ruhan now stood there. They held 2 large buckets filled with spikes and triangle nails scavenged from an auto repair shop. Wenwen's sister Ruhan, how did you know the repair shop would have these things? Lung Ruhan, have you forgotten I used to work on cars? Many auto repair shops have these triangle nails. They scatter them near the shop, cars get flat tires, and then they get business, a steady stream of orders. Wenwen, wasn't this kind of chaos cleaned up before? Why is it still happening? Lung Ruhan, it's become an unspoken rule in the industry. It can never be completely stopped. A lot of people see it but choose to stay silent. Wenwen, well, I see. The 2 women scattered triangle nails and spikes all over the stairs from the 1st to the 4th floor. They then applied double-sided tape to the walls and handrails, covering them with thumbtacks. Thoughtful one, when even fetched several large buckets of sesame oil and poured it all over the stairs. Wenwen, this way they won't be able to keep their footing right. Lung Ruhan, I can hardly wait to see the look on their faces when they fall into our traps. Finally, Dahai left one main door open on the 1st floor. He drove the off-road vehicle around several times, luring a group of zombies to follow him. Then he tossed a few mobile phones through the 1st floor entrance. The ringtone of the phones blared. The boundless horizon is my love, beneath the green hills flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swinging? What song is the most carefree? Dahai, are all the ringtones of square dancing aunties this uniform these days? The zombies were attracted by the ringing phones and gathered on the 1st floor, circling the devices. Dahai turned back, locked the 1st floor door from the outside, and after confirming everything was secure, drove the off-road vehicle back to the basement. He took the staff elevator up to the 4th floor. The remaining supplies were neatly stacked on the 4th floor where Yi and his group were resting. Yi was snoring loudly, having entered sleep mode. The underling on the library rooftop was the first to notice Dahai going out to lock the door, but this time he chose not to report it. He also saw Dahai driving the off-road vehicle around, luring zombies into the 1st floor lobby of Longting. Uniquely, he chose to conceal this as well. He harbored a dream of becoming the leader himself and was deeply dissatisfied with the current head of their group. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Yi slowly woke up. He stretched and said, that was such a good sleep. I'm a bit hungry. I want to eat something. Have you all finished setting up the traps? Let's eat and chat at the same time. The small team sat in the 4th floor office area. Yi listened to everyone describing their traps while stuffing snacks into his mouth. Eating and laughing, he said, you guys are something else. How vicious. Dahai, haha, I don't know if it's vicious or not. Old Xiao, it can't be helped. It's the end of the world. They're probably coming here to kill us. Lung Ruhan, when I was driving the bus around, I saw what happened to a lot of women. Wenwen, yeah, if they make it up here, we probably won't end up well either. Yeah, if there was a way to coexist peacefully, we wouldn't want to do this either. As they chatted, the time quickly reached 3 in the morning. The underling on the library rooftop finished his last cigarette and slowly went downstairs. Boss, it's time. We can move out. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The leader, brimming with confidence, looked at the 30-odd men around him and began what he thought was a rousing speech. Brothers, our supplies have been taken by outsiders. Do you accept that? No. So what should we do now? Take them back. Take them back. Take them back. The underling watched these fools and couldn't help sneering inwardly. You useless idiots. He's using you as cannon fodder. And you're so full of spirit. Are you stupid? The leader said, good, everyone's got spirit. Let's move out. Move out. Move out. Move out. The leading boss man brought a formidable group of 30 people to the entrance of Longting. A few scattered, ordinary zombies drawn by the scent of food shuffled toward them, eager for a feast. Before they could even get close, the peripheral underlings simply smashed their heads in. It was a vivid demonstration of the power of overwhelming numbers. The leading boss said, well, split into 3 groups, the main entrance, the side entrance, and the fire escape. 10 people for each. If you encounter a locked door, try to force it open. If that's impossible, then take another route. After assigning the tasks, the leading boss found a relatively tall vehicle nearby and climbed onto it. The lookout underling watched his resentment silently festering. That bastard, just as I thought, he's using us as cannon fodder, sending us ahead to scout. They're willing to go die, but I'm not. The first to suffer were those breaking in through the main entrance. Although there was a master lockpicker among them who breached the first line of defense without much effort. The frontrunners, upon opening the door and stepping inside, triggered Old Chio's trap. Sharpened chopsticks struck them, eliciting screams of agony. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, Yi rose from the sofa. They're here. So they've finally come. As the first to enter Longtinghuazuan were struck by Old Chio's trap, the scent of blood attracted the zombies in the first floor lobby. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies howled and charged at the frontrunners who were forced into battle. Those who had survived the apocalypse until now were hardened individuals. Seeing only ordinary zombies, they felt not fear, but a surge of eagerness, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. Had they not charged, they might have been fine. But the moment they rushed in, they triggered another of Old Chio's traps. More people were struck down by arrows. Those behind, seeing the zombies so close, had no choice but to steel themselves and attack, pushing forward only to step on a third trap. Oh, damn it, I'm hit. It hurts. It hurts so much. With the third wave of casualties, the morale of those entering from the main entrance was shattered. But the zombies, knowing no fear, continued their charge. The people at the entrance began to contemplate retreat. The former lookout, seeing his moment, forcefully pushed the men in front, preventing their escape. Everyone, don't be afraid. I don't believe they have a fourth trap. They're just a few ordinary zombies. We can take them down easily. If we retreat, now won't our brothers' blood have been shed in vain? We need to take this place to avenge our brothers. Cunningly, he encouraged his teammates, while simultaneously pushing them towards their doom. In the face of life and death, people lose the ability to think, acting only on survival instinct. Spurred on by the lookout, and fueled by adrenaline, some did charge forward, engaging the zombies in brutal combat. The ordinary zombies were slow and sluggish. Against these hardened survivors, the advantage was overwhelmingly one-sided. Furthermore, the zombies had been lurking somewhere lately, and few had been drawn by the sea. As the zombies fell one by one, the remaining survivors let their guard down. Shouting, they launched a final charge against the zombies. Oh, they'll fight you to the death. You ugly bastards, they'll destroy you. Let's show them our might. No one noticed the fishing line strung taut across their path. Snap! The sound of the line breaking was barely audible. The arrows, like a scythe of death, silently reaped the lives of 2 men. Of the 10-man team that had charged the front door, only 2 remained. With only 1 zombie left, the cunning lookout crouched down, clutching his calf. Damn it, I've been bitten. Who? Who bit me? No. No, I don't want to die. A zombie bit me. Save me, please save me. He looked at the last remaining underling with a face full of terror, his act perfectly convincing. The night sky was pitch black. The sole survivor panicked, and unable to see clearly in the chaos, tried to flee into the distance. But the lookout refused to let him go, blocking his path and wrapping his arms around his legs. Get off me. You've been bitten. You're done for. Don't take me with you. By now the zombie was right behind him. The lookout freed one hand to grab the survivor's arm, preventing him from drawing his weapon. The last man sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The zombie, eyes bloodshot, opened its foul mouth and sank its teeth into his neck. Oh, damn it. Damn zombie. He managed only one cry before the zombie tore out his trachea, silencing him forever. Seeing this, the lookout released his grip. Driven by survival instinct, the dying man wildly attacked the zombie with his weapon. Finally, the zombie collapsed lifeless. He too fell to the ground, beginning to convulse. It was the precursor to zombification. He was turning. Thud. The sound of a sharp object piercing a skull echoed. The lookout had driven his weapon through the man's head. The lookout glanced back. The leading boss man stood watching, his face utterly impassive. Hatred for the boss reached its peak within him. Damn it, just as I suspected, we're nothing but cannon fodder. The more of us die, the fewer there are to split the supplies, and the more each person gets. With this thought, he crawled slowly through the pile of corpses toward the first floor lobby of Longtinghuazuan. The leading boss saw everything clearly. He assumed the lookout had been bitten and wouldn't live long, so he dismissed the action. This oversight would later bring him trouble. Crawling, the lookout delivered finishing blows to both zombies and humans alike, ensuring none survived. He then continued his crawl toward the lobby. Many had been severely wounded by the traps, not killed outright, and were later finished off by the zombies. A few had managed to avoid the zombies, and seeing the lookout approach, thought they were saved. Opening their mouths, they gasped, "Help! Help me, I'm alive." Their reward was a cold blade driven straight through their skull, a single fatal blow. The lookout was merciless. He left no survivors, neither among the zombies nor his former comrades. He then crawled deeper into the lobby, found a tobacco and alcohol counter, opened its door, and slipped inside. He closed the counter door behind him. The leading boss outside didn't see this, but Yi witnessed it all. Yi thought these binoculars are really handy. And they have night vision. You're a quite ruthless kid, leaving no one alive. If you were on my side, I'd kill you first. The lookout, believing his actions were flawless, chuckled to himself inside the counter. The leading boss at the entrance was also pleased, as fewer people meant a larger share of the meager supplies. The sentry, believing his concealment to be flawless, hid behind the cigarette and alcohol counter on the first floor, not daring to make a sound, terrified of being discovered by the leader outside or by Yi and his men stationed in Longtinghuazuan. Little did he know Yi had long discerned his location, simply choosing to see through without exposing him. Those attempting to enter through the fire escape found the door completely blocked. After 10 men took turns ramming it for a long time, without success the noise attracted a number of zombies. Forced to abandon that plan, they switched to entering through the main entrance. The only successful approach was the side door. It was merely locked, requiring almost no effort to open, and they groped their way upstairs. After a few steps the man in front had his shoe pierced by a caltrop which embedded deeply into his sole. Blood seeped from his foot, and wincing in pain, he hopped on one leg to the side. His remaining foot was also punctured by a caltrop. Slipping on the sesame oil one had spilled, he lost his balance and fell onto the ground, which was littered with spikes and caltrops. His buttocks were also pierced, and racked with agony, he began to roll on the floor. His companions, witnessing this, dared not approach. After a long wait, they finally pulled him up. In the dim light, they could see the staircase was covered with caltrops. "Oh, it hurts so much." Those near the handrails and walls screamed, startling the people around them. Those hit by thumbtacks pulled them from their hands and backs, carefully examining the handrails and walls. "Thumbtacks, they're thumbtacks, lots of them. Let's just go through the main entrance instead. Who knows how many traps are waiting for us here? We can just find some bricks to step on. I think we can get up this way. But we can't carry bricks for every single step, can we? That would be too much trouble." True enough. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to break through from the main entrance. Adhering to the principle of majority rule, they had no choice but to proceed that way. The fire escape team abandoned their plan. The side door team also gave up. Seeing everyone gather, the leader jumped down from the car roof, ready to go up with them. With 20 men remaining, the leader arrived with them at the main entrance of Longting-Huazuan. Looking at the carnage before them, they felt not only shock and fear, but also rage, eager to avenge their fallen comrades. The leader picked up a steel pipe from the ground and banged on the door. Clang, clang. The last 3 zombies roaming the first-floor lobby let out growls. Trapped and unable to get out, they could only voice their desires. Several underlings, weapons in hand, stepped forward and swiftly dispatched the zombies. The leader embellished the story of what had happened at the entrance, stirring everyone's emotions until they gritted their teeth with a burning desire for revenge. "Damn it, they killed so many of our brothers. If I catch them, I'll make them pay. Yeah, we'll show them our might." Yi poked his head out from the 4th-floor office area. "I'm right here. Come up and get me. Hurry up, I'm waiting." Immediately a few underlings charged toward the stairs, eager to take down Yi. Thud. The fishing line was tripped by the man in front, and arrows pierced the 2 ahead. Those behind, startled by the sudden ambush, stumbled forward and fell flat on their backs. "Yi, come on. If you've got the guts, come up." Hearing Yi's taunts, the leader asked, "Did you kill my brother?" "Yi, what brother? I don't know what you're talking about. You're all just little brothers to me." The leader, the 5 who came to search Longting-Huazuan earlier. "Yi, I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. Yeah, I killed them. So what? Want revenge? Then come up." "Huh, Tui." Yi spat down toward the leader, who was completely unaware. It was pitch black outside, making it impossible to see clearly even if he had looked. The leader was still ranting, "Don't get cocky. Once we get up there, you'll regret it." Accelerated by gravity, the spittle landed squarely in the leader's mouth. Since the leader was shouting up at Yi with his head tilted back, the spittle went straight down his throat. Gulp. A swallowing sound echoed as the leader, unable to react in time, ingested Yi's spittle. The underlings fell silent, none daring to speak. After a brief pause, Yi spoke first. "You're truly something. How's my spit taste? You're the toughest guy I've ever seen. You swallowed it without a second thought. Didn't know you were such a freak." Ugh, ugh, ugh. The leader retched, but nothing came up. "He'll kill you. He'll kill you. When I catch you, I'll make you drink piss." "Ill. Ill. Yi, what? What can you do to me? Come up and fight me." The leader, "Fine, don't regret this. Men charge. I want to flay him alive." Insulted by Yi and spurred by their leader's command, the underlings rushed toward the escalator, aiming to storm up to the 4th floor. But the first to step onto the escalator immediately sensed something amiss. Their steps felt heavy, increasingly so. Their hands stuck to the handrails, unable to pull free thanks to the superglue Dahai had applied earlier. Those behind jostled to get ahead, while those in front wanted to retreat. The underlings in the back started pushing, causing those in front to hesitate and stop. The moment they paused, they were shoved down onto the escalator by those behind. By the time those at the back realized what was happening, they had already trampled the ones in front. They tried to step over them and pull them up, but once they did, they too found their steps growing heavier. "What is this stuff? It's sticky like glue." "What? Glue?" "Yeah, glue, superglue. It's superglue. Get me out of here. Quick." Hearing the cries, those behind rushed forward to help. The sentry, watching everything through the gaps in the cabinet, couldn't help but sneer inwardly, knowing it's superglue. You still scramble to save them. If it were gasoline instead, you wouldn't dare go near, would you? I really think you're all hypocrites. Those who came up from behind warned everyone, "Be careful. Make some room so we can get up there and pull you out." The leader grew anxious. "Send some men to help them. Do it before the glue dries." Just then, Dahai, who had been lying in ambush on the 2nd floor, saw the moment was right and activated the escalator at full speed. Creak, creak. The escalator emitted a spine-chilling sound after being activated. Everyone knew what this sound signified, but no one knew what to do. Driven by immense power, the escalator accelerated faster and faster. For those stuck on it, lifting a foot became an excruciating ordeal. Those at the rear who had initially come to help now found themselves forced to step closer to the escalator than the others. To free themselves from the glue underfoot, they had to grip the handrail and strain to lift their legs, hoping to raise them high enough near the edge to avoid being dragged into the machinery. No sooner had they lifted a foot than they discovered their hands were stuck as well. The escalator was now racing at full speed. There was no time to dodge. Damn it. The words barely left his mouth before the first man's foot was swallowed by the escalator. The machine driving it harbored no human compassion. It would not pause for the cries of agony. It only churned on, relentlessly crushing every challenger in its path. Those who had rushed forward earlier along with the rescuers who followed were all consumed by the escalator without exception. A large shopping mall like this usually teemed with shoppers and heavy foot traffic. To generate sufficient power, the escalator's motor was among the most advanced on the market. Its power was formidable. Soon piercing screams echoed from beneath the escalator. Dahai knew the super glue couldn't trap everyone instantly, but it could make those standing on it hesitate for a mere moment. A few seconds of immobilization was enough for the escalator to drag them into the abyss. Help, save me. I don't want to die. Pull me up. The leader and those who hadn't stepped onto the escalator listened as their companions' cries for help were swallowed by the machine, their hearts trembling with terror. They dared not approach. The escalator before them now resembled a man-eating beast, its ceaseless motion bringing up the flesh and severed limbs of their comrades, a sight too gruesome to behold. Two lucky individuals escaped. One vaulted onto the adjacent escalator, but it too was coated with super glue by Dahai. He was likewise devoured by the machine amid his own despairing screams. The other lucky one, just as the escalator was about to consume him, made a crucial leap. Yet this step did not save him. Instead, it plunged him into another abyss. At the escalator's exit, Old Shio had set a fishing line trap. Bang! The line was kicked, triggering the crossbows on either side and releasing the bolts. He too was mercilessly taken. The bolt pierced his temple, destroying his brain before he could even cry out. It ruthlessly claimed his life. The leader and the remaining survivors seethed with rage at Yi, but dared not voice it. They burned to avenge their fallen comrades, yet fear of Yi's brutality paralyzed them. Yi peered down at the ants below and sneered. I thought you were something special. But look at you, utter trash. With such cowardice, how do you survive in this apocalypse? And you, the one who loves to spit, can you really be a leader like that? A simple escalator scares you that much? Yi's words were biting, but those who had survived since the early days of the apocalypse were no fools. They wouldn't throw away their lives over a few taunts. The leader ordered, two of you check if all the escalators are coated with glue. If not, we can use the time difference to go up. Yes, boss. Well, go check. Boss, not all escalators are glued. Only one side is. The leader mused, so the glue was applied while the escalator was stopped. Clever. Everyone prepared to ascend using the time difference. The leader was shrewd. He tore clothes from the dead and tossed them onto the escalator to test it, successfully identifying the steps where the glue began and ended. The gap in between was safe. Let's go up using the time difference. Yes, boss. This time the survivors learned their lesson. They crossed the escalator connecting the first and second floors without a single casualty. Yi watched the remaining group, a cruel smile curling on his lips. It seems you haven't gotten smart fast enough. When the leader set out, he had a formidable team of 30. Now over half were lost. And not merely injured. All were dead. If they had gotten smart sooner, the casualties wouldn't have been so severe. Already a few among the survivors were having second thoughts, reluctant to lead the charge. They slowed their pace, falling to the rear as the group gathered near the escalator from the second to the third floor. This time many had learned caution. They advanced carefully, quickly locating the fishing line and cutting it with their weapons before examining the escalator. Old Shio, waiting in the fire escape, had already moved the heavy object blocking the door, opening it for Dahai. Now both stood on the third floor, each holding a fishing line. Old Shio said, good thing I had a backup plan. Even if the line is cut, we can trigger it manually. Dahai replied, well, wait for the right moment to pull. Old Shio agreed, all right, no problem. The one who cut the line, believing he had neutralized the trap, took clothes stripped from the dead, laid them on the escalator, and began climbing atop them. I thought there'd be a new trap. It's the same old trick. I overestimated you. The leader's words had barely faded when Old Shio and Dahai pulled their lines. The crossbows fired bolts that pierced the bodies of those in front and behind, striking them down instantly. Having done this, Dahai and Old Shio observed the scene. Those engrossed in solving the trap were startled by the sudden assault, scrambling desperately down the stairs. Seizing the moment, Dahai ran to the escalator and activated it. This time, to block those below, he set it to move downward at maximum speed. Climbing up would require considerable speed. Yi leaned out from the fourth-floor office area again. What's wrong? Afraid to come up? If I were you, I'd turn back now. It's a bit embarrassing, but better than leaving your life here. Don't you think? Spit Monster. Hearing Yi call him Spit Monster, and remembering that he had killed his brother, the leader's old and new grievances merged into a blazing fury. The leader trembled with rage. The lookout, who was still hiding in the liquor counter on the first floor, nearly burst out laughing. He clamped his hand tightly over his mouth. At the same time, a strange sound drifted in from outside, one he had never heard before. He couldn't resist cracking the door open to peer outside. Beyond the dim moonlight, he saw only corpses eerily illuminated by its glow, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss, hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. The lookout could clearly tell it was the sound of 4 zombies. Though their calls were similar, each had a distinct timbre. Despite the hoarseness, he could discern that 4 unusual zombies had arrived. At that moment, 4 speed-type zombies were very close to the entrance of the shopping mall, drawn by the scent of blood. The lookout, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle, was nearly scared out of his wits. His hands pressed firmly over his mouth tightened their grip, terrified of being discovered by these zombies unlike any he had ever encountered. Through the towering entrance of Longting Huazuan, 4 imposing figures appeared eerily distinct under the moonlight, their elongated shadows stretching forth, entering the lookout's field of vision even before their owners did. Gazing through a narrow crevice at the shadows cast long by the moonlight, he began to tense up involuntarily. Thump, thump, thump. He could clearly hear the beating of his own heart. Yi and the leader were still locked in a standoff, oblivious to the arrival of the 4 speed-type zombies. The leader stared at the rapidly descending escalator before him, realizing that breaking through this point required an extremely swift descent. His men, more than half of whom were casualties, exchanged uneasy glances awaiting their leader's command. The leader was deeply troubled. If he forced a charge upward, Yi could attack from above, leading to certain heavy losses. If he did not advance, however, he would lose all authority before his men. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself for a decision. He slowly spoke, "Let's find a compromise. We'll destroy this escalator first, then make our way up." Before the leader could deploy his next move, 4 speed-type zombies were already feasting voraciously atop the pile of corpses on the first floor. Yi poked his head out. "So, have you made up your mind? Are you coming up or not?" As Yi finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the entrance where he saw the 4 speed-type zombies feeding. A new idea formed in his mind. Dahai organized everyone to move all the supplies from the top floor down to the first. "We don't need to continue the plan of luring with supplies. We can load the remaining supplies into the off-road vehicles and armored cars, then evacuate. Our reinforcements have arrived." Dahai asked. "Reinforcements? What reinforcements do we have?" Yi replied. 4 speed-type zombies have shown up. They're feeding on the first floor right now. I reckon they'll be coming up soon. Let's see how these people deal with speed-type zombies. If they delay too long, we'll be in trouble too." Dahai said. "Then we'll move the supplies quickly, and old Xiao and I will come up to help you." Yi responded. "All right. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. We'll make a swift retreat. We'll figure things out later." The 4th floor office area soon buzzed with activity as everyone worked together to move supplies downstairs using the service elevator. The leader signaled his men to destroy the escalator before ascending. For once, his men proved useful, yanking out the escalator's wires and disabling it. Once the electric escalator lost power, it could no longer hinder them. Learning from past experience, they were cautious at the escalators and stepping over the fishing lines. Seeing no ambush, they charged toward the final barrier. The enemy had now reached the 3rd floor with only 1 escalator left before the 4th floor office area. Yi, lying prone in the 4th floor office area, poked his head out and continued his taunts. "A few escalators held you up this long. You're truly useless." The leader retorted. "Don't get cocky. Once we're up there, you'll pay dearly. You'd better hope we don't make it, or you'll suffer greatly." Yi smiled without a word. Looking at the 4 speed-type zombies on the 1st floor, he took out pre-prepared glass bottles and hurled them toward the escalator on the 1st floor. Crash, crash. The sound of shattering glass quickly attracted the 4 speed-type zombies. Yi continued tossing glass bottles toward the escalator on the 2nd floor. Finally, he threw the remaining bottles all at once onto the last escalator. The 4 speed-type zombies, moving with incredible swiftness, perhaps drawn by the scent of living humans, scorned the once tempting severed limbs on the escalator connecting the 1st and 2nd floors. They climbed rapidly, charging toward the escalator linking the 2nd and 3rd floors. Their traps lay waiting, yet untriggered. Unlike humans, the speed-type zombies were not so shrewd. They triggered the fishing lines and were struck by the arrows left by old Xiao. However, these thick-skinned mutant zombies were not killed. Instead, the arrows only inflamed their innate ferocity. Hiss, 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 hiss. The 4 speed-type zombies let out excited roars, their cries tinged with the joy of discovering prey. The leader continued to mock. "Yi, do you think throwing a few glass bottles will scare us? We're not afraid of zombies, so why would we fear a few bottles? Are you here to be a joke?" Yi replied. "You'll soon see who the joke is." With that, he turned and walked toward the office area, disappearing from sight. Dahai and old Xiao had already arrived by the elevator on the 4th floor. Dahai reported, "Boss, all supplies are loaded. We're ready to move out at any time." Old Xiao added, "Dahai, and I came up to help you." Yi said, "Things are even better than we expected. The speed-type zombies have already reached the 3rd floor. We don't need to intervene anymore. We can take the elevator down and set off." Dahai agreed. "All right, we'll retreat first, and then go pick up Luo Rinxin and Shasha." Old Xiao mused. "Then we'll need to figure out how to deal with Ho Sihai." When the elevator reached the parking lot, Yi instructed drive the vehicles to the elevator entrance. They'll set one last trap, and then we'll leave. Yi then took the elevator back to the 4th floor office area and inserted Wenwen's employee card into the card slot. Ensuring the elevator could be summoned at any time, he retrieved 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and rigged them with fishing line to the elevator ceiling, setting an ingenious trap. If anyone tried to escape using the elevator, they would enter it and inevitably trigger the fishing line. The grenades suspended by the line would then fall to the floor. If they fled quickly, they couldn't use the elevator. If they didn't escape in time, they would be blown up. Ding. The elevator stopped at the parking lot, and Yi stepped out. Dahai couldn't help but ask boss, what kind of trap did you set? Old Xiao was also curious. Wenwen and Lung Ruhan, upon hearing Dahai and Old Xiao's inquiry about the trap, drew closer as well. Yi raised his hand, pointing to the 2 grenades above his head, and twirled the grenade pins around his finger. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Yi explained grenades work by pulling the safety pin to expose the striker lever. If you hold the lever down without releasing it, the fuse won't activate, so it won't explode immediately. Therefore, the grenades over my head won't detonate. Only after hearing Yi's explanation did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth. Imagine if those people inside see the elevator ITLL be their lifeline. They boarded the elevator believing it to be their only chance of escape, only to have 2 grenades fall from above. How utterly despairing. Just thinking about it thrills me. Wenwen said, boss, you're too wicked. Lung Ruhan replied, but you love it, don't you, Wenwen? Wenwen, embarrassed by Lung Ruhan's words, walked toward the armored vehicle and slipped into the driver's seat. Huh. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ding. Amid their laughter, the elevator door closed. Yi said, let's go find Luo Rinxin and Sha. Dahai replied, all right, let's move out. Wenwen honked the horn, let's go. Lao Qiao echoed, let's go. The 2 vehicles drove toward the exit of the underground parking lot. Yi said, drive to the entrance of Longting Huazuan and add some fuel to the fire. Lao Qiao locked the main gate from the outside. Since they were so earnest in seeking us out at 3 in the morning, we must show our appreciation. Unlike Yi's team's relaxed departure, the leader and his group encountered 4 speed-type zombies. After taunting Yi, the leader turned around and saw the 4 speed-type zombies behind him. He collapsed onto the ground, a yellowish liquid pooling beneath him. The leader had only ever bullied ordinary zombies before. This was his first encounter with speed-type zombies, tall, hideous creatures that terrified him at first sight. Before the speed-type zombies could act, the leader lost all strength and composure. He crawled frantically toward his underlings, crying out in terror, while the underlings were equally horrified. Since the apocalypse began, they had hidden inside the library, relying on supplies from a nearby supermarket, living comfortably and close to Longting Huazuan, never venturing far. Thus, they had never encountered mutated zombies. Screech, screech. 2 breaking sounds came from the first floor, starkly incongruous in the silence. The sentry on the first floor heard them too. Lao Qiao got out of the car, ready to lock the gate. The sentry, as if clutching at a lifeline, dashed out from behind a counter, hands raised. Take me with you. Let me go with you, don't shoot. Lao Qiao was startled by the sudden appearance. The rest of the small team was also surprised. They had searched Longting Huazuan many times before and never found anyone hiding in the first-floor liquor cabinet. They cast curious glances. Only Yi remained calm, as if foreseeing everything. I thought you'd hide forever. Come out. Don't try anything funny. Click. The sound of a shotgun being chambered echoed. The sentry slowly walked out of Longting Huazuan and fell to his knees before Yi with a thud. He kept his hands raised, trembling as he spoke. If you spare my life, he'll do anything. Slap. Yi threw a pair of handcuffs to the ground. Lao Qiao, after locking the gate, cuffed his hands behind his back. Lao Qiao replied, got it. Click. The gate of Longting Huazuan was locked from the outside by Lao Qiao. Click. Lao Qiao quickly cuffed the sentry's hands behind his back. Yi squinted at the sentry. Why did you choose to hide? I noticed you from the start. The sentry replied, because I want to be the leader. I can't stand him anymore. I want to be the leader myself. Yi asked, second question, where is your base? The sentry answered, in the library not far from here. Yi pressed, last question, what are your personnel and firepower? The sentry said, tonight all the strong young men have gone out. Only women, the elderly, and the weak remain. None of us have guns. There are several attractive women. I can arrange for you to take them all. Yi cut him off. Enough. Take us there later. Now find a car, park it in front of Longting Huazuan, and connect the gate to the car, so those inside can't open it. If they can't unlock it, they can't get out. Lao Qiao uncuff him. After receiving the order, Lao Qiao removed the handcuffs. Yi warned, don't try anything. You'll die. The sentry stammered, I understand. I won't try anything. I won't risk my life. The sentry found a car in the parking lot in front of Longting Huazuan, drove it to the gate, used a chain from the car to connect the gate to the vehicle, and engaged the handbrake. Boss, is this okay? This way they can't get out. Yi said, fine. Now lead us to the library. You go first. Lao Qiao, get in the car. Lao Qiao quickly boarded and shut the door. The sentry asked, what about me? I haven't gotten in yet. Yi replied, you're young, walk more. Lead the way quickly. The sentry, unable to voice his anger, led Yi's team toward the library. Those on the third floor weren't so lucky. Many saw the sentry crawl out from the counter and wanted to curse him as a traitor, but now facing the terrifying zombies before them, they had only one thought: sometimes being a traitor isn't so bad. At least you get to live. Hiss, hiss, hiss. One of the speed-type zombies charged at the crowd, moving so fast, it was nearly invisible. No one expected such speed from a zombie. In an instant, it knocked people over. The 2 closest to it had their hearts pierced through from opposite sides. Ever since witnessing the impressive prowess of its superior zombie on the rooftop that day, it had begun to imitate its actions. What could a speed-type zombie want? It only sought to improve and grow. With a flick of its wrist, it tore out 2 bloody hearts. It tossed them into the air, caught them in its mouth, and began chewing with a crunch, before swallowing with a gulp. This scene unfolded so abruptly that the onlookers were terrified, their legs turning to jelly. The remaining 3 second-tier speed-type zombies, eager to improve, as well mimicked the action. In the blink of an eye, 6 more had their hearts torn out. The already decimated team lost all its former bravado. Run, scatter, and run. The leader shouted and bolted toward the first floor. After a brief moment of shock, everyone sprinted with all their might toward what they deemed the safest direction, adhering to one principle. I don't need to be the fastest. I just need to be faster than the others. The speed-type zombies exchanged glances and tacitly chose 4 directions to hunt. The lead zombie targeted the leader, drawn by the strongest scent emanating from him. It was also his shout that had scattered the gathered prey. Driven by instinct, he was marked as the priority target. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The speed-type zombie let out a raspy sound as it chased the leader, fleeing toward the first floor. Don't come near me. Stay back. SSS, SSS, SSSSS. The speed-type zombie found it amusing, unable to comprehend human speech, driven solely by its primal instincts. Watching the speed-type zombie closing in, the gang leader panicked and leaped from the second floor, abandoning the escalator. The speed-type zombie mimicked his move, jumping down as well. Thud. The gang leader stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Slap. The speed-type zombie landed as lightly as a cat lunging toward him. It all happened too fast. Before the gang leader could dodge, the speed-type zombie sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. He let out an agonized roar while the survivors quickened their escape. Determined not to share his fate, the gang leader's screams abruptly ceased. Within 10 seconds, he fell silent forever. Thump, thump, thump. As a lackey reached the second floor, a head rolled to his feet. Upon closer look, it was his boss. Terrified, his legs gave way, and he sat on the ground, scrambling backward. Crunch, crunch. A bone-chilling sound echoed. The lead speed-type zombie took an unconventional path, climbing the load-bearing pillar on the first floor with its sharp claws while clutching a heart in its other hand. The lackey knew it was the boss' heart. To avoid the same fate, he had to act. Steeling himself, he grabbed a wooden board from a shelf on the second floor and headed up the opposite stairs. He aimed for the 4th floor. There had to be an exit there. Why else would the main gate be locked? How else had those on the 4th floor evacuated? In that life-or-death moment, after a brief paralysis, adrenaline surged through him. He sprinted toward the 4th floor. Thanks to the earlier dispersal, the 4 speed-type zombies had been lured elsewhere. The safest place is the most dangerous. Truer words were never spoken, hidden in plain sight. The lackey quickly reached the 3rd floor. Stripping clothes from a team member whose heart had been ripped out, he tossed them onto the escalator. After bypassing the fishing line traps, he used the garments to crawl toward the 4th floor office area. When the clothes ran out, he threw the wooden board onto the escalator, clearing the final obstacle. Mimicking old Shio and Dahai, he activated the escalator downward at full speed. Afterward, the lackey sat on the ground, gasping for air. He had no idea where his teammates were. Darkness enveloped everything, punctuated by occasional screams. Survival itself was uncertain. The cumulative weight of it all frayed his nerves, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking came from the stairwell. Startled, the lackey steadied himself and, summoning courage, approached the door. Anyone there? Open up, let me in. Hearing a teammate's voice, he opened the door. Seeing the familiar face brought a measure of relief. Are you the only one? Yeah, just me. The others were devoured. How did you get up here? I came up the escalator. Damn, I took the stairs. There were caltrops everywhere. If not for my thick soles, I wouldn't have made it. With that, the lackey lifted his shoe, pulling out a caltrop from the sole. Good thing I was a military enthusiast before the apocalypse. These are combat boots. Otherwise, I'd be dead. So what do we do now? I saw them lock the door, and that damn traitor too. We're on the same page. The 4th floor must have a way out. Let's escape from here. What about the others? You're still worried about them. What if they get bitten? Or scratched? If they deliberately hide it, we're doomed too. In the apocalypse, saints die first. Let's get out of here now. Having made up their minds, the 2 lackeys began searching the 4th floor for an exit. Spotting Winwin's employee card in the card slot, they rejoiced and furiously pressed the elevator button. As they anxiously awaited the elevator, the screams from below grew fainter. Ding! The elevator doors opened, stopping smoothly on the 4th floor. Relieved, they rushed inside without a second thought and frantically hit the close button. Just as they thought they had escaped, a sudden change occurred. Clang! Clang! 2 grenades dropped from above, landing at their feet, and the elevator doors closed in perfect sync. Spotting the grenades, the military enthusiast lackey desperately pressed the open button. Holy crap, grenades! Grenades! Damn it! Let me out! Let me out! But the grenades offered no mercy. In their despairing eyes, they bloomed into their final radiance. In the confined elevator, the explosion of 2 grenades was devastating. Boom! Boom! The blast echoed, ending their lives and sending the elevator plummeting to the parking lot. Blocking the B2 level, all exits from Longting Huazuan were now sealed. Yi and his group heard the explosion. Yi remarked, I didn't expect the grenade trap to trigger so soon. No one should survive now. Only the 4 speed-type zombies remain. The lookout lackey felt fortunate for his choice, rejoicing in his narrow escape. Yi said, focus on leading the way. What are you thinking? Move faster. The lookout lackey replied, yes, I'll guide you. Unnoticed even to himself, his address had shifted from you to sir. The speed-type zombies also heard the blast. Two of them, one on each side, approached the final escalator and charged toward the fourth floor. The moment they triggered the trap at the stairwell entrance, arrows whistled out. The two speed-type zombies twisted at an impossible angle, dodging both projectiles. The downward-moving stairs hindered them not at all, nor did the strong glue. Without any sign of slowing, they moved as if on flat ground, reached the stairwell entrance, and triggered the arrow trap again. Drawing from their first experience, the two speed-type zombies neither dodged nor evaded. They simply reached out, caught the arrows, aimed at their heads, and crushed them to dust with a slight squeeze. Believing the traps were set by survivors on the fourth floor, the two simple-minded speed-type zombies roared and began searching the office area. But it was already deserted. One of them noticed something amiss near the elevator shaft. It pried open the shaft door with its hands and peered down, finding no living creatures. After scouring the area, they found no food. They let out hoarse roars. SSS, SSS, SSSSS, SSS, SSS, SSSSS. Then charged downstairs, venting their fury on the survivors below. Soon, even more heart-wrenching screams erupted from the lower floors. The shouting ceased abruptly, lasting no longer than a brief moment. Only a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the vast Longting Huazuan fell into an eerie silence. By now, apart from the traitor hiding in the cabinet, the leading brother and his 30 warriors had all perished, leaving no survivors, a complete annihilation. For speed-type zombies admired their spoils, treating Longting Huazuan as their private garden and claiming it as their territory. They howled in exhilaration, proclaiming their dominion. Hiss, 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 hiss. The howls brimmed with the victor's elation. The interior of Longting Huazuan was a mess littered with blood, severed limbs, and broken remains, the stench of blood overwhelming. Yi and his group had long left that place of turmoil, now standing at the entrance of the library. Yi, I've been here before, but I didn't stay long. We've been wondering where those who attacked us were hiding, and it turns out you've been here all along. Truly far away, yet right under our noses. The lookout boy, we've been here since the apocalypse began, never leaving. Let me take you upstairs. From now on, you'll be the leaders here. The High, we have no interest in your place. Lao Chio, we have our own stronghold. When we wouldn't take this place, even if you offered it to us. The lookout boy nodded and bowed obsequiously, saying, yes, this place isn't great. Familiar with the routine, the lookout boy unlocked the door with a key, crouched low, and slipped inside the library. Yi and his group followed, their eyes adjusting to the dim light, vaguely, making out figures lying on the floor. The lookout boy, it's almost dawn. Oh, I'll wake them all up and gather them together. Yi, the High, go with him. I don't trust this kid not to pull something. Lao Chio, you go too. The High, got it. Lao Chio, no problem. Yi and Wenwen waited in the central area. Wenwen, boss, that kid doesn't seem like a good person. Will Da Hai and Lao Chio be okay? Yi, don't worry. Da Hai and Lao Chio have been through so much with us since the apocalypse. They'll be fine. You can trust them. You can always trust our team. Wenwen felt reassured by Yi's words. Okay, boss. Under the watchful eyes of Da Hai and Lao Chio, the lookout boy began waking the people in the library. Get up. Hurry up. Still sleeping. Get the hell up. Everyone up. In his gruff shouts, except for those on night watch, everyone gathered in the center. Many, still groggy from being roused from sleep, stumbled to the library's central area. At the sight of the firearm in Yi's hand, the timid instantly lost all drowsiness. Even the bold felt a flicker of fear. In less than 20 minutes, the library's inhabitants had assembled. As the lookout boy had said, only the weak, old, and frail remained. The strong-bodied had all followed the leading brother to Longting Huazuan, never to return. No one knew about this except the lookout boy. The sky was faintly lightening, heralding a new day, but for the people in the library, this was the most hopeless day ever, as nearly all the men in their group had perished. The lookout boy shouted at the top of his lungs, stop, dazing off. Call him boss. The man standing before you now is your new boss. Voices of dissent arose from the crowd. Didn't you take 30 men? Are you saying these 4 alone wiped out all 30 of us? The lookout boy, yes, that's why I told you to call him boss. Those in the center exchanged bewildered glances, unwilling to accept the truth. Yi paid no heed to their disbelief. The library visit could now come to an end. Seeing that the remaining posed no threat, Yi decided to spare them. After all, he was not one to revel in killing the innocent. Just as Yi prepared to leave with his team, a man with a refined face recognized him from the crowd. This man was Li Huadawa, and before him stood the very man he had longed to meet. The one who had come to the library with a border collie in search of the Longting encyclopedia. Li Huadawa, it's you. It really is you. I've finally seen you again. Yi was taken aback, his memory yielding no recollection of the refined man before him. He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice, have we met before? Li Huadawa, we have, though you might not remember me. My name is Li Huadawa, I'm a doctor. That day you came to the library with a German shepherd to look for a book. I saw you then. A man who sought knowledge first, even in the apocalypse. Yi, is there something you need? Li Huadawa, take me with you. I'm a doctor, I'll be useful someday. I see your team is short of a medic. What do you think? Yi saw sincerity in Li Huadawa's gaze. In years to come, when he looked back on this moment, his memory of Li Huadawa would forever be frozen here. Yi couldn't find words to describe those eyes. They held sincerity and kindness, a look Yi hadn't seen since the apocalypse began. After a moment's thought, he turned to Dahai and Lao Qiu. I want to bring him along. What do you think? Then he looked at Wen and Yu. A brief exchange of glances among the team members affirmed Yi's decision. With a slight nod, Dahai spoke first. I think having a doctor on the team would be valuable. Lao Qiu, I have no objections. Wen, I agree. Yi, alright, since my team is willing to take you and pack your things and come with us. I'll give you 30 minutes. Take everything you want. Dahai, Lao Qiu, go help him. Wen, go get the car. After assigning the tasks, Yi shot a fierce glare at the lookout boy. From now on, you're the boss here. I don't like the way these people look at me. You know what to do, right? Right? Startled by Yi's sudden intensity, the lookout boy quickly chimed in. Boss, don't worry. I'll take care of them. Just watch how I mold them. I'll make sure you're satisfied, completely satisfied. Those standing in the center, fearful of the weapon in Yi's hand, dared not speak, standing frozen in place. Yi admitted he wasn't a good man. He already had a brutal plan in mind for how to deal with these people, but he wouldn't voice it now. The library's inhabitants would never know how they met their end. They would never understand when they had crossed someone they shouldn't have, and they would die without ever grasping it. Yi's plan was simple: mislead Ho Sihai into sending people here to look for weapons, and in the end the people here would suffer. Given Ho Sihai's notorious character, he would undoubtedly leave no survivors, and soon no one would know where Yi's team was, nor would anyone come seeking revenge. It's a pity for the survivors of the library. Dahai and Lao Qiu helped Li Huadawa carry the needed books and items. Yi silently marveled. No wonder they are cultured out. Everything they took was books. Yi said to the lookout, find a few strong individuals to help me move some items to the top floor. The lookout replied, no problem, I'll arrange it immediately. Under the shouts of the lookout and the threat of Yi's firearm, two seemingly strong men struggled to move a large box from Yi's armored vehicle, but the lookout found their movements too slow. He shouted, hurry up, you slowpokes. Haven't you eaten? Yi added, get 2 more people to help carry the items up. I have an important task later, so be careful with the items. Wen brings some supplies down from the vehicle, so everyone can have a full meal. Although Wen was a bit puzzled, she complied. As soon as she heard there would be enough to eat, 2 people quickly ran over to help carry the boxes. Before the apocalypse, being full was a common term, but in the aftermath it had become a luxury, as if being satiated was a blessing from the heavens. Perhaps due to not having enough food for so long, the 4 of them quickly completed the moving task under the supervision of the lookout. Yi and Wen stood in the middle, Yi holding a shotgun. Everyone line up to receive food and water. Today you will all eat your fill. Whether it was the temptation of food or fear of Yi's firearm, or perhaps both, everyone seemed to maintain a very orderly line. After ensuring everyone received enough supplies to be full, there were still some supplies left. Dahai and Lao Qiu finished helping Li Huadawa carry the supplies, and Yi called them over to eat. Dahai, Lao Qiu, and Wen unabashedly took the supplies they liked, while Li Huadawa appeared quite reserved. Yi smiled and encouraged him to be less reserved and take what he needed to ensure he was full. Only then did Li Huadawa take a portion of the supplies. Yi prepared himself 2 servings of instant noodles with ham for breakfast. After a night without sleep, he was also starving. The lookout's eyes were fixed on the remaining supplies on the ground, and Yi understood his intention. He generously said, the remaining supplies are yours, keep them for later to distribute to them. Tomorrow or the day after I will come to deliver more supplies and arrange for you to do some work. The lookout responded, sure, I will follow your lead, boss. Everything will be according to your orders. He hurriedly packed up the supplies and ran towards his residence. The library survivors enjoyed the best meal they had since the apocalypse. As they savored the delicious food, many felt that their current leader was quite decent, at least far better than the previous one. Little did they know that this meal was actually a farewell feast prepared by Yi for them. They had no grievances against him, yet Yi, out of humanitarianism, allowed them to eat their fill before he would take their lives. After finishing 2 bowls of instant noodles, Yi wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, instantly noticing the different gazes from the men, which contained a certain desire. However, Yi quickly understood their meaning. Those who smoke come over here. Each person take 2 cigarettes. Upon hearing Yi's words, the crowd stirred and eagerly accepted 2 cigarettes from him, carefully lighting them and enjoying a smoke, causing a haze to fill the library. The lookout, having organized the supplies, came to the central hall, where Yi generously handed him the remaining half-pack of cigarettes. The lookout was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. At that moment, he felt that sometimes being second in command was quite good. Yi had his own thoughts that felt somewhat unjust to sacrifice these innocent people to evade Ho Sihai's pursuit, but he had no choice. The only thing that could ease his conscience was to ensure they had a full meal before their end. Yi firmly believed in his initial assessment. Ho Sihai would never let this go and would find ways to locate his weapons. For the safety of his small team, he had to take this step. Yi tore off a page from his notebook and took out a pen. Who among you writes well? After receiving Yi's favor, a pretty girl raised her hand. Yi smiled mischievously. Come here and help me write something. The pretty girl replied, sure, what do you want me to write? Yi said, the top floor of the library. After the pretty girl finished writing, she looked at Yi, waiting for the next instruction. Yi calmly told her, if anyone asks you later if you wrote these words, just say you did nothing more. The pretty girl replied, okay, no problem. After completing this, Yi's plan was already halfway done. Yi went up to the rooftop and began studying the Barrett sniper rifle, assembling it according to the paper instructions. From another perspective, assembling the Barrett was not much different from playing with toys. It was not difficult. Once assembled, Yi took out the walkie-talkie. Dahai, come up here. Dahai followed Yi's request and arrived at the top floor of the library, his eyes shining as he stared at the Barrett. Boss, are you going to take a few shots? Yi replied. Yes, I want to test it. This is part of our plan. Lao Qiu, can you hear me? Lao Qiu responded. I can hear you. Yi said, pass the walkie-talkie to that little brother. I want him to do something. All right. Lao Qiu went directly to the lookout and handed the walkie-talkie over. Boss has something for you to do. Of course, I will do my best without hesitation. Take everyone to Longting Huazuan and create some commotion to attract those 4 speedy zombies close to the entrance of Longting Huazuan. I want to test the power of my gun. You must ensure that everyone goes over. You don't need to take action. After I deal with those 4 speedy zombies, you can take them inside to show them around to intimidate them, which will be beneficial for my future management work. Just these 2 tasks, can you do it? The lookout replied, rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is completed. Just watch. After respectfully handing the walkie-talkie back to Lao Qiu, the lookout began to direct everyone. Have you all eaten enough? If you are full, then let's move and head to Longting Huazuan together. Our new boss wants to test his firearms power. We will provide cover for him without you needing to take action. After all, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. After having eaten Yi's food and with the lookouts shouting, everyone reluctantly walked towards the library's exit, forming a team, heading in the direction of Longting Huazuan. What are you dawdling for? Move faster, the lookout shouted. Can't you tell the difference between a full meal now and a lifetime of hunger? This remark hit the mark, and everyone quickened their pace. Little did the lookout know this would be their last hearty meal. Yi handed a telescope to Dahai. Dahai, you observe for me. Be my spotter. We may not be professionals, but at least we'll look the part, ha. Dahai replied, no problem, I'll be your spotter. He'll observe for you. We're all set up looking sharp, but don't let us miss every shot, ha. Yi laughed, haha, that shouldn't happen, ha. Dahai and Yi waited on the rooftop for the right moment. When you can start the car? Wait for us to come down. Old Qiu, take Li Huadua and get in the car. Wait for Dahai and me to come down. The gunshot will be the signal. When you hear it, it means we're ready to move. That's part of the plan. Old Qiu acknowledged roger that. When asked, where are we going next? Yi replied, we're going to find Luo Rinxin and Xia. Eager to impress his new boss, the lookout efficiently carried out his task, herding the survivors from the library to the entrance of Longting Huazuan, as if driving cattle. Make some noise, then stand aside, the lookout ordered. Lure the zombies inside to the entrance. The library survivors complied, creating a huge commotion at the entrance of Longting Huazuan. The noise quickly attracted the 4 speed-type zombies inside. Thump, 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 thump. The 4 speed-type zombies surged out in a line, crashing into the main gate of Longting Huazuan. However, the sturdy gate proved more resilient than expected, showing no signs of loosening or cracking. Seeing the tempting prey before them, the speed-type zombies let out excited hisses. Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. The cacophony of hisses from the 4 speed-type zombies sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Those who had grown accustomed to the easy life inside the library had never encountered such mutated zombies. They were utterly unprepared for this grand spectacle. Even ordinary zombies would have made them nervous. At that moment, a few individuals harbored selfish thoughts, wanting to retreat and flee. But the lookout forcefully stopped them all. Your task is done. Step aside. After waiting for some time, Dahai raised his telescope to observe, while Yi lifted his scope, aiming at the lead speed-type zombie. Dahai reported, no wind, now very steady. No unusual conditions. Yi said, if I don't factor in wind speed, it'll just fire directly. After all, I'm no professional. Dahai urged, fire away. The legendary Barrett heavy sniper rifle was rumored to have terrifying recoil. Yi had no idea how powerful the recoil would be, as it was his first time using it. He deliberately lay prone on the ground to minimize the Barrett's recoil. After a brief aim, Yi steeled himself, tensed his muscles, and prepared to absorb the impact. Boom! A deafening gunshot rang out. The Barrett's barrel spat a tongue of flame, firing a massive bullet that flew unerringly toward the gate of Longting Huazuan. Clink! The sound of the bullet casing hitting the ground was crisp and clear. Yi observed the bullet's impact through the optical scope, while Dahai watched through the telescope. The originally sturdy gate of Longting Huazuan was easily pierced by the Barrett, leaving a large hole. The bullet directly decapitated the speed-type zombie behind it, and even the one hiding behind it did not escape. Yi rubbed his slightly sore shoulder and said, the recoil lives up to its reputation. The power is even greater than I imagined. Getting hit by this thing leaves no intact body. Dahai, it turns out the Barrett really doesn't need precise aiming. Whether you hit the head or the body, it's a one-shot kill. No carbon-based life form can survive a bullet from this anti-material sniper rifle. Click! Yi chambered another round and aimed carefully. The survivors at the entrance felt the Barrett's power most directly. After the deafening gunshot, the gate before them seemed as fragile as paper. The speed-type zombies behind the gate, in less than a second, were pierced by the massive bullet. Their heads exploded instantly, with debris splattering onto the people nearby. The onlookers were stunned by the sight. Many instinctively crouched down, covering their heads with their hands. The lookout, however, was ecstatic, shouting, "Boss, that was awesome. What gun is that? Incredible. Those speed-type zombies are nothing before my boss. The two remaining speed-type zombies, feeling no fear, extended their claws through the large hole in the entrance of Longting. They were desperate to taste the delicacy before them. The last speed-type zombie behind also scrambled to push its way out. The cracks in the glass door grew larger. Aside from the lookout, the surviving people wanted to flee. But fearing the unknown source of the gunfire, they suppressed their discomfort and stubbornly remained crouched with their hands over their heads. The lookout yelled, "Boss, one more shot. Show these beasts what you've got." Yi and Dahai couldn't hear the lookout's shouts. They continued their aiming. Yi mused, "Has that kid gone mad from the gunfire? Why is he waving his arms like that?" Dahai agreed. "Yeah, he really looks like a lunatic." Yi said, "I've locked onto the target." Dahai, report the situation. Dahai replied, "Still no wind. You can fire directly." Yi acknowledged, "Roger." Boom. The deafening gunshot echoed once more. Plink. The crisp, pleasant sound of the bullet casing hitting the ground followed. The Barrett's barrel spat another tongue of flame. The bullet roared out, spinning violently in the air, tracing a perfect arc. It passed directly through the hole created by the first shot and struck the speed-type zombie's head. The two speed-type zombies, which had been eagerly vying to feed, had their heads blown off in an instant. Their heads were very close together, almost touching. The bullet entered between them, releasing devastating destructive force from its immense kinetic energy. Thud. A dull sound followed, and both heads burst like watermelons. Those standing too close were again splattered with debris. Only the lookout was even more excited. "Long live the boss. The boss is incredible. This is such a sense of security." Amid his excitement, he didn't forget the task Yi had assigned. He ran to the car parked earlier at the entrance and reversed abruptly. He floored the accelerator, crashing directly into the gate of Longting and forcing it open. The tires rolled over the bodies of the speed-type zombies. Only after colliding with a shelf did the lookout stop the car and turn off the engine. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get in here. Come and see how our new boss deals with those who oppose him, so you won't think of rebelling later." Yi, having witnessed the swift zombie's demise through his scope, called out to Dahai, who was still peering through binoculars, to pack up and head downstairs. Dahai said, "Boss, that kid's got some skills. He's taken his people inside." Yi replied, "Forget about him. We're moving out now." Yi and Dahai swiftly disassembled their rifles, carefully packing them into a case before struggling to carry the heavy load down the stairs. Dahai asked, "Aren't we picking up the shell casings?" Yi answered, "No need. We're not on a sniper mission. I left them as a little gift." Dahai said, "All right, I'll trust you on this. I don't know what you're planning, but you'll tell me when the time is right." But even with all his scheming, Yi never imagined that today's gunfire would directly accelerate the apocalypse. If he had a second chance, he would never have pulled the trigger. At that moment, in a distant abandoned factory packed with zombies, a third-tier swift zombie, hearing the gunshots, charged toward Longting with terrifying speed. Yi and Dahai packed up and reached the first floor. After stowing their gear, they each got into a vehicle. Li Huadawa asked, "What kind of gun was that? It was so loud." Yi replied, "That's a Barrett. It's a beast. Care to give it a try, Dr.?" Li Huadawa chuckled, "I might just take you up on that someday." Yi ordered, "One drive. We're moving out. Dahai, you bring up the rear. Well passed by Longting. Have that lookout report back, then take everyone to the library and wait for my orders." Dahai acknowledged, "Roger that." Wenwen drove the armored vehicle with Yi in the passenger seat and Old Xiao and Li Huadawa in the back. The Barrett was stowed in the rear compartment. The armored vehicle led the way toward the upscale residential area. Dahai followed in an off-road vehicle with Lung Ruhan. Wenwen drove straight ahead without looking back. Dahai pulled up at the entrance of Longting and called out to the lookout, "The boss wants you to take everyone back to the library after you've looked around here. Don't wander off." "Got it." The lookout jogged over, offered a cigarette, and lit it for Dahai. He grinned and patted his chest, assuring, "Tell the boss he'll have them all in line." Dahai was pleased with the lookout's attitude and replied, "All right, I'm off. See you later." The off-road vehicle roared away as the lookout waved goodbye with a smile, his heart full of hope for the future. Little did he know he had just taken a step closer to death. The off-road vehicle and the armored vehicle drove one after the other down the road. The lookout shouted, "Take a good look, everyone. This is what happens when you cross our new boss." The survivors from the library began exploring Longting. The more they saw, the more their hearts pounded. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Dismembered limbs lay everywhere. The escalators were stained with blood. The dead were piled beneath them. Blood was splattered all around. Bite marks and scratch marks covered the corpses. The bodies had been hollowed out, their organs and brains devoured. Even becoming an ordinary zombie was a distant dream. The former leader was beheaded, his corpse mutilated beyond recognition. The lingering smell of gunpowder still hung in the elevator shaft. All 30 members of the library survivor group had perished here. Only then did the library survivors understand why the lookout had been so deferential to Yi. They recalled Yi's earlier words, and the lookout became the object of their sycophancy. The horrors within Longting stood in stark contrast to their current lives. The survivors harbored no other thoughts. Like the lookout, they began to dream of a better future. This new boss isn't so bad, is he? Yeah, we get enough to eat. That's way better than the last boss. And with those powerful weapons, we feel totally safe. Achut. Yi sneezed. "Who's talking about me?" Wenwen asked. "Maybe someone's thinking of you." Yi said, "I have a feeling someone's gossiping about me." With a screech of brakes, the vehicles arrived at the upscale neighborhood parking side by side. The walkie-talkie, silent for so long, crackled to life. Luo Rinxin Shasha, any sign of activity over there? Lung Ruhan said, you've been up all night. You must be exhausted. Luo Rinxin's sleepy voice replied, Boss Shasha, and I took turns watching. Nothing. Shasha added, yeah, I don't think Ho Si Hai is sending anyone. Yi declared, then we change tactics. We go on the offensive. You two can come down now. Make sure you don't leave any traces. Luo Rinxin responded, okay boss. We're on our way down. Shasha said, all right, coming now. Suddenly Luo Rinxin warned, wait Shasha. We've got company. As they were about to descend, they heard the sound of approaching vehicles and faint gunshots in the distance. Yi ordered, everyone hide. Kill the engines and park further away. Don't get spotted but stay close enough to observe. I heard gunshots. Sounds like a Type 54 pistol. Luo Rinxin and Shasha saw it clearly, an armored vehicle heavily modified speeding toward them from afar. It was heading straight for the fire station across the street, showing no signs of turning. Yi chambered around, realizing these newcomers were trouble. He decided against a direct confrontation, but prepared for the worst. The Hai asked, should we take them out? Yi replied, fighting here puts us at a disadvantage. Ho Si Hai's men aren't pushovers. They could wipe us out. We're on the verge of a better life. We can't risk it. I have a plan. Leave it to me. You guys keep watch. He'll handle this. Yi opened the armored vehicle's trunk and retrieved his seldom-used compound bow. He carefully attached the note from the young girl to an arrow, lamenting, too bad, I only recovered a few of my arrows. I've only got 11 arrows left, and am about to lose one. If you ever come across any more, let me know. The Hai said, got it. Lung Ruhan echoed, I'll remember. One added, me too. Yi asked, Luo Rinxin Shasha, how long until the vehicle gets here? Luo Rinxin replied, estimated arrival in 5 minutes. Shasha asked, boss, they look pretty tough. Are you going to take them out? Yi said, no, I'll explain later. I need to go now. Shasha acknowledged, okay boss. Yi carrying his compound bow and quiver ran toward the fire station. He entered the cafeteria and fired the arrow with the note reading library rooftop into a corpse lying there. The arrow struck the corpse with precision, standing upright. Having done this, Yi turned and sprinted back toward the upscale neighborhood. He intended to mislead Ho Si Hai's men into attacking the library survivors, framing them for the deed. The fire station was vast, with a considerable distance from the mess hall to the exit. Yi, terrified of a direct encounter with Ho Si Hai's men, sprinted down the path. Fortunately, Ho Si Hai's men were far behind. By the time Yi reached the upscale neighborhood and lay in ambush, roughly a minute had passed. Screech. The armored vehicle carrying Ho Si Hai's men let out a piercing brake sound. Once it stopped, the engine still running, 4 men leaped out and dashed toward the mess hall. Are you sure this is the place? Didn't we say there was no signal earlier? But it came back. I tracked it here. Whether it's here or not, we'll know once we go in and check. Ho Si Hai's men were armed to the teeth with high-end gear. The worst of their weapons was a Type 54 pistol, the rest were far superior. Yi could tell at a glance through his binoculars. Ho Si Hai's team had clear roles: a sniper, a demolitions expert, an assault trooper, and a scout. Their division of labor was precise, their coordination seamless, with not a single wasted motion. Witnessing this, Yi felt fortunate for his foresight. If they had targeted him, he'd likely have been wiped out. If Ho Si Hai could dispatch one such team, he could send 40. A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down Yi's forehead, falling to the ground unnoticed. The assault trooper of Ho Si Hai's search squad violently broke open the mess hall door and began searching inside. I've got eyes on something. I found the guys old Ma sent to look for firearms. They've all turned into zombies and been killed. It's clear here. You can come over, but stay alert. Don't let your guard down. Hearing this, the others gathered, frowning at the bodies on the ground. They turned into zombies first, then were killed. That arrow was shot afterward. What's that on the arrow? The assault trooper reached out to take the arrow. Careful, it might be poisoned. Take precautions. Heeding the warning, the assault trooper donned gloves, pulled out the arrow, and slowly unfurled a strip of paper. Library rooftop. The assault trooper exclaimed, library rooftop. The sniper asked, could it be a trap? The demolitions expert replied, even if it is, we have to go. Not retrieving the Barrett would be disastrous. The scout said, he'll scout ahead first. You can come after. ITLL be fine. The team leader, who had remained in the vehicle, finally spoke. Then let's move out. Search every library in this area thoroughly. I refuse to believe we won't find it. Remember, whether we get the Barrett or not, leave no survivors. Roger. The 4 replied in perfect unison. From the moment they saw the arrow, it took less than a minute for the squad to decide their next move. Such efficiency was astonishing, and it cemented Yi's resolve to avoid crossing Ho Si Hai. Yi only wanted to live peacefully with his small team. He just wanted to coast through life. Even before the apocalypse, Yi had no grand ambitions. Now that the world had ended, his desires were even simpler: to drift through life, to simply survive. Yi relayed everything he had seen to the team, and they agreed with his assessment. Soon the search squad's armored vehicle roared off into the distance, presumably heading for the libraries. Yi quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. Luo Rinxin Shasha, you're high up and can see far. Keep a close watch from above. Once they're far enough, we'll head back, taking the long way around past the police station. Luo Rinxin replied, okay, no problem. Shasha added, roger. Luo Rinxin said, boss, I think we can move out now. They're fast and almost out of my sight range. Should Shasha and I come down first? Yi answered, yes, come down. We'll exit through the back gate of this neighborhood and take a detour to the police station. Everyone else get in the car. My right eyelid is twitching again. Let's drive a bit farther and find an underground parking lot to hide in. Luo Rinxin and Shasha don't make any moves. Come downstairs in an hour. Luo Rinxin asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shasha said, okay boss. Tell us what's going on later. Your right eyelid twitching is usually a sign. An armored vehicle and an off-road SUV drove toward the underground parking lot at the back of the upscale neighborhood. Yi instructed, drive slowly, don't rush, and keep the noise down. We'll ease into the basement, rest a bit, and catch some extra sleep. Dahai replied, got it Roger. Lung Ruhan added, a little rest sounds good. Just as Yi's team entered the underground parking lot, the roar of an armored vehicle echoed from afar, growing louder and louder, until both vehicles came to a complete stop. Ho Sihai's search squad driving their armored vehicle roared into the upscale neighborhood. Even though Yi's team was in the basement, they could still hear the engine's thunderous rumble. Dahai exclaimed, boss, you're amazing. Is your right eyelid made of gold? Lung Ruhan said, if we hadn't hidden in time, would have been wiped out. Lao Qiu asked, boss, do you have superpowers? Wenwen said, I admire you more and more. Li Huadua added, truly all warfare is based on deception. They pulled a U-turn. The squad leader drove the armored vehicle circling within the upscale neighborhood. The assault trooper asked, Captain, why did you come back? The scout speculated, maybe he thinks someone's here. The squad leader said, I felt like someone was watching me. It's a soldier's instinct. Let me give you a simple example. If you're on a battlefield and a sniper has a bead on your head, wouldn't you feel a sense of unease before you die? Wouldn't you feel something strange? The assault trooper replied, I don't know about ordinary people, but I definitely would. The squad leader continued, exactly. I felt someone covertly watching me, but I didn't sense any intense life-threatening danger. That means it wasn't a Barrett aimed at me, but something like binoculars. My instincts are never wrong. Someone is definitely in this upscale neighborhood. There's an ambush. Load your weapons. Prepare for battle. Sir. Once again the four replied in perfect unison, displaying exceptional military discipline. The squad leader said, the barrier at the back gate's underground parking lot looks off like a car went down there. Let's check it out first. Remember, our target is the Barrett. Keep them alive until we find the guns. Sir. The synchronized reply rang out once more. As the sound drew nearer, Yi's heart leaped into his throat. Not just his, but everyone in the team was terrified. A confrontation would mean certain death with no chance of survival. The vehicles drew closer. Yi chambered a round in his shotgun and gripped a grenade, planning to create a diversion, and then use the shotgun's powerful close-range firepower to blow out their tires. Finally, he would escape in the armored vehicle. The squad leader said, it's too dark down there. He'll turn on the headlights. Prepare tranquilizer rounds. The four men simultaneously loaded tranquilizer magazines into their guns, ready to capture everyone alive. Just as Yi was about to act, the headlights of Ho Sihai's search team blazed to life. Everyone present was struck dumb by the sight before them. The armored vehicle's headlights, like spirits of the night, burst forth with unprecedented radiance in the long-darkened basement, illuminating its cramped confines. But after a single glance, the search team frantically reversed, showcasing their superb driving skills, and fled the upscale neighborhood without a backward glance, speeding toward the library. Yi's small team also saw it. The entire basement was filled with zombies, standing as erect and orderly as an army, a legion of doom. The basement was now packed with zombies, crammed in like sardines in a tin. The strange thing was that the zombies seemed as lifeless as the dead, utterly motionless. Yi finished a bottle of water and hurled the empty bottle directly at the zombies. Still they showed no reaction, as if asleep, unmoved, standing there vacantly. Yi, stick to the plan. Rest here for an hour, get some sleep, then move out. If these zombies were going to attack us, they'd have done it by now. Wenwen, boss, are you insane? Sleep here? I can't. Dahai, don't even mention Wenwen. I'm creeped out myself. Lung Ruhan, just pretend there are no zombies here. Lao Qiu, I can't pretend, boss. I'm begging you, let's get out of here. Li Huadawa, boss, I'll follow your lead. Yi, then majority rules. We're leaving. From the sound of it, Ho Sihai's men have already fled far away. Shasha, Luo Rinxin, come down now. Luo Rinxin. Okay, Shasha and I are coming down now. Shasha, on our way. The squad leader was speeding along in the armored vehicle. That scared me to death. Zombies everywhere. Good thing I got out fast. Assault specialist. Captain, is this your intuition? Demolitions expert. Your intuition led us straight into the zombie nest. Squad leader, believe it or not, whoever ambushed us is inside that zombie lair. My intuition is spot on. This time I'll keep my judgment to myself. Believe me or not, it's true. Sniper, forget it, let's just search all the nearby libraries. Scout, when we reach the destination, this time I'll scout ahead first. Feeling embarrassed, the squad leader led his men straight into the zombie nest, deciding to follow their orders for the next operation to make up for his awkward blunder. Yi's small team escaped disaster thanks to the dormant zombies. Now 2 vehicles were parked beneath a building, engines kept running, ready to depart the moment everyone arrived. Yi, you two take your time coming down. We'll wait for you below. Luo Rinxin, okay, got it. Shasha, we'll come down slowly. Perhaps the squad leader was truly spooked. Yi's team waited a long time downstairs without hearing any vehicle approach, easing the tension in Yi's heart. Yet inwardly he wondered, could it be that all the zombies that disappeared recently have been hiding in dark, damp places like this? Subways, underground parking lots, or somewhere else? Are they planning something big? Why are so many zombies gathered together? Dahai, are they trying to attack human survivor strongholds? Wenwen, I haven't heard of any large human settlements nearby. Lung Ruhan, this is one of the drawbacks of losing power and the internet. Information isolation. Li Huanhua, we've been hiding in the library all this time, we've never seen such a massive spectacle. Luo Rinxin, maybe they're planning some kind of war. Shasha, I think we should hide as much as possible for now. Yes, stay indoors as much as we can. Li Huanhua, as for supplies, we still need medicine. Have you prepared any? We've got some, but very little. Looks like we'll need to make a trip to the hospital. As the team chatted, Luo Rinxin and Shasha came downstairs. Seeing them gasping for breath, he knew they had run down without resting to save time. Yi handed them 2 bottles of water, telling them to rest a while before heading out. They took the water and boarded the off-road vehicle, signaling they were ready to go. Yi will take a detour home, going around by the police station, opposite direction from Ho Sihai's men. With the orders given, Wenwen and Dahai drove along the planned route. Yi, how about we set a fire before we leave? Dahai, you mean burn those zombies? Yeah, that's the idea. Set it and run. Whether it turns into a big blaze or not, well, just light it first. When you guys decide. They'll go along with it. Dahai described the zombie horde in the underground parking lot to Luo Rinxin and Shasha. Their faces turned pale, clearly terrified and at a loss. Then let's set the fire. Li Huanhua, give me your alcohol and medical gauze. Li Huanhua took a bottle of alcohol and a pack of gauze from his medical kit and handed them to Yi. Wenwen, drive into the basement in reverse. Easier to escape if things go wrong. Wenwen, okay, no problem. Wenwen carefully reversed into the basement, stopping only when close to the pile of zombies. Yi rolled down the window, pulled out the alcohol bottle, and unscrewed the cap, tossing it away. Then he wrapped the bottle's mouth with medical gauze, inverted it, and waited until the gauze was soaked. He took out a lighter and ignited it. The bottle's mouth burst into flames, a pale blue fire gradually growing. Leaning out, Yi hurled the bottle with force toward the zombies' feet. Crash! As the alcohol bottle shattered, a large pool of flames erupted at the zombies' feet, igniting their pant legs and slowly spreading. Yi dared not linger. He pulled his head back inside. Floor it. Get us out of here. After locking the windows, he saw through the rearview mirror that the flames were steadily growing. Unconcerned about whether it would spread, he urged Wenwen to flee the place quickly. Yi was terrified that the fire might incite a riot among the zombie horde, trapping them there. Wenwen, equally frightened, floored the accelerator, racing toward the ground level. Dahai, follow us. Let's move fast. The fire's set. Whether it catches depends on fate. Dahai, already prepared, replied, no problem, I'm right behind you. The armored vehicle and the off-road vehicle fled the scene one after another, while the flames in the underground parking lot continued to smolder. The gathered zombies seemed as if dead. Even as the fire consumed them, they maintained their original postures. The flames grew slowly, fueled by the zombies packed closely together. The fire burned their clothing, and the grease beneath their skin began to drip slowly onto the ground as the inferno raged. Dahai, boss, did you guys set a huge fire? I tossed a bottle of alcohol. I didn't dare get out of the car to light it. Who knows how I'd end up dead. Anyway, when I left, the fire was already burning. Wenwen, it should be able to catch fire. Old Xiao, I saw it too, it will burn. Li Huanhua spoke up, don't worry. I've observed carefully. Their clothes and hair can be ignited, and they're very close together. They're as good as dead. Human bodies with subcutaneous fat can burn. As long as they don't move, the zombies in the basement will be burned to death, and there's enough oxygen down there. It fully meets the conditions for cremation. Leave it to Dr. Li to give the professional explanation. Truly a learned man. Li Huanhua felt a bit embarrassed and didn't respond. The 2 vehicles had now arrived at the police station entrance, which was clearly more chaotic than before. From various signs, it was evident this place had become a stronghold. There were definitely many survivors using the advantageous terrain here to set up their own camps. But none of this mattered to Yi anymore. He had already taken all the weapons here before anyone else. Li Huanhua, boss, if we see a pharmacy on the roadside, let's stop and grab supplies. If we don't take them now, we won't be able to later. Alright, no problem. As soon as we spot a pharmacy, we'll clean it out of all the medicine. The area near the police station was mostly shops with few pharmacies. They passed the station without finding any. Turning right at the intersection, they encountered many electric bike stores, but still no pharmacy. Turning toward the roadside, they arrived at the entrance of the urban village where Old Xiao used to live. Old Xiao, do you want to go in and take a look? Old Xiao, no need. I have to learn to look forward. This area was mostly industrial zones and urban villages, still no pharmacy in sight. Continuing onward, they reached a large intersection. Going around from here would lead to the fire station. Wenwen, boss, we've taken a long detour. Even if Ho Sihai's men are resourceful, they can't find us right. Of course. It's not like before the apocalypse. There are no police to tip them off anymore. They can't possibly find us. After this stretch of road, Wenwen made a left turn into Tuqiao Community Park. The situation here was slightly better. The plants in the surrounding green belts were growing wildly. It had become a sea of green, bursting with a vibrant life that seemed utterly out of place in the apocalypse. The armored vehicle and off-road car roared past. At that moment, a plant turned its head toward Yi's convoy. Only after the vehicles disappeared into the distance did the plant slowly turn back, like a sunflower chasing the sun. Yi and his group remained unaware of this strange phenomenon. Meanwhile, the ants had grown even stronger, hunting any food they could find. A sparrow flew by in the distance. Spotting the oversized ants on the ground, it fluttered down in a dive, oblivious to their abnormality, and began enjoying this buffet. It sensed nothing unusual about the ants, only that they were bigger and meatier, allowing it to fill up faster. It started eating ravenously, devouring most of the ants in a whirlwind. Only then did it take off, contentedly flying into the distance. But before long it plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the cold concrete floor, flapping its wings in agony. Its eyes began to redden slightly, and soon they turned entirely crimson, identical to the bloodshot eyes of zombies. It staggered into the air again, taking off and falling repeatedly, as if the zombie virus had permanently robbed it of flight. Stubbornly it flew onward, failing over and over, but never giving up. Similar eerie scenes began unfolding across the globe. The zombie virus started infecting every animal it could reach with a frenzy. Yi's group was now passing an uphill road, slowly heading toward the ticket office of Leeson Lake Central Park. The path was serene with no incidents. Yi couldn't help but remark, who would have thought that after the apocalypse these plants would grow so lush? It's quite pleasing to the eye. Yeah, who could have guessed plants would thrive like this? Bang! A small bird slammed into the armored vehicle's windshield, rebounding to the ground from the immense impact. The car roared past, crushing its body. Wenwen, little bird, I really didn't mean it. Forgive me. Under the apocalypse's baptism, Wenwen was gradually shedding her innocence and kindness. A hint of coldness had crept onto her once naive and gentle face. The crushed bird turned into a flattened mess stuck to the asphalt. From its body slowly crawled a massive worm, grotesquely oversized, covered in wounds from the bird's beak. Yet it didn't die immediately. It continued to writhe slowly into the distance. Creak, creak. The screech of brakes sounded as the armored vehicle and off-road car came to a steady stop in front of the ticket hall of Leeson Lake Central Park. The heavy iron door before them was still as reliable as ever. Old Chio got out first, unlocked it, and pushed both doors open. Dr. Lee, from now on this is our home. In a while we'll go get more medicine. Let's work together as a team and survive. Lee Huadawa, sure, no problem. I really couldn't stay with my previous group any longer. I hope this place can feel like home to you. Wenwen and Dahai drove the vehicles into the indoor parking lot. After parking securely, they quickly began moving supplies, already well practiced. Lung Ruhan and Shasha also carried some goods. Luo Rinshin, the boat piloting is up to you. You are the expert. No one's more suited for it. Luo Rinshin, no problem. Leave it to me. Lee Huadawa, boss, is there anything you need me to do? Just help me move some supplies within your ability. Dr. Lee, I just thought of something. If we get a microscope, could you study the zombie virus? Lee Huadawa, if it's just observation and recording, no problem. But creating a vaccine is beyond me. That's outside my expertise. No problem. I don't need a vaccine, just some research. Lee Huadawa, all right, leave it to me. And Lee Huadawa carried some supplies out of the indoor parking lot. Luo Rinshin went ahead to pilot the boat with the propeller, shouting to the group. They'll go over first, then bring all the boats back. ITLL, be quick. Dahai, and I will go over again. You all leave the supplies by the shore and wait for Luo Rinshin. Lung Ruhan, but we need to unload some supplies from the truck too. Wenwen, we've really struck it rich this time with so many supplies. Shasha, yeah, we're the wealthiest people now. Old Chio, if we claim second place, I doubt anyone would dare claim first. Yeah, I'm worried about the innocent man with a jewel invites crime situation. And Dahai ran to carry the heavy Barrett case, while the others didn't remain idle either. After placing the supplies on the shore, they started walking back toward the large truck. Everyone was quite exhausted, yet for the benefit of this small team, they all persevered, contributing their modest efforts to sustain the group. Lee Huadawa observed this, etching it into his heart. This was the team he had yearned for, free from scheming and deceit, pure and unadulterated. Lee Huadawa felt gratified. At this moment he believed his luck had finally turned. After 4 or 5 trips of hauling supplies, Luo Rinshin piloted a boat with a propeller engine to the shore. Everyone methodically loaded the supplies onto the small boat. Meanwhile, inside the Longting Huazuan, it had long been deserted. A third-tier speed-type zombie arrived here. The Barrett had only fired 2 shots. It vaguely sprinted toward the direction of the gunfire, but after a few steps it lost its reference point and could only charge in the general direction. Throughout the process it nearly gave up many times. But considering its 4 second-tier speed-type zombie underlings, it gritted its teeth and persisted, groping toward the original source of the sound. Just as it was about to surrender, it faintly heard the sound of a vehicle starting, which suddenly gave it a direction to follow. Finally it arrived here. Just as it thought it could reunite with its underlings, the unease in its heart turned into reality. The 4 second-tier speed-type zombies it had painstakingly gathered were all killed. Before it lay only a dilapidated gate and 4 cold corpses, nothing else. The air was thick with the scent of prey, but it was chaotic and confusing, making it impossible to track. The scent of prey was so close yet seemed so far away, giving it the illusion of being far yet near. After lingering near the Longting Huazuan for a while, it couldn't help but raise its head and howl into the sky. The sound was hoarse, yet carried boundless sorrow. On the top floor of the library, the lookout, who was once a junior, had now become the senior guard. He sneaked up to the rooftop to smoke, not out of stinginess, but because cigarettes were so scarce that every puff diminished the dwindling supply. He had to hide away to smoke, just as he lit a cigarette and took a blissful deep drag. He cast a casual glance toward the Longting Huazuan, and that single glance terrified him into crouching down immediately. At the entrance of Longting Huazuan, a tall speed-type zombie was roaring at the sky, venting its inner rage. If upon first being infected by the zombie virus it had been in a state of brain death, now it was in a phase of brain reconstruction. The zombie virus had granted it a new life, and it was gradually developing its own emotions. Somewhat akin to animal emotions, it could now feel anger over the death of its companions. The lookout was jolted back to reality when the cigarette but burned his finger. The speed-type zombie before him, just from its stance, looked terrifyingly powerful. Its proportions and speed were near perfection. Trembling, the lookout descended the stairs, ordering everyone to shut doors and windows, make no sound, and refrain from eating. He didn't want to be killed by a speed-type zombie, just as life was beginning to show a glimmer of hope. The unsuspecting crowd, after hearing the lookout's tearful account, complied. Though they weren't fond of their new leader, his knack for survival was well known to all. The lookout muttered, Boss, where are you? Come save me." Yi sneezed. Who was talking about me? The High said, "No, we didn't say anything about you." Yi replied, "Forget it. Whoever's talking behind my back, it's probably that lookout." The lookout also sneezed. Who's talking about me? Could it be the boss? The boss still remembers me. How wonderful. He. On the shore of Lisan Lake Central Park, the High and Yi were still joking about who might be thinking of Yi. If Yi knew that the lookout had also sneezed and was delighted because Yi was thinking of him, who knows what expression he'd wear. At this moment, Yi knew nothing of the situation at Longting Huazuan, nor that the lookout was thinking of him. He was preoccupied with the team, moving supplies from the truck to the small boat. Amidst the apocalypse, such a bounty of supplies drove the small team to work with ever-increasing vigor. The fatigue from all the labor was swept away by the sheer volume of supplies, gradually replaced by a sense of joy. Luo Rinqin intentionally left 2 small boats for everyone to board and head to Lisan Lake Central Park. Yi said, "Li Huadua, this is our base, surrounded by lake water on all sides, a natural sanctuary. We'll make a good life here from now on. Go pick a room you like. We all live on the top floor. We have electricity here, so no need to worry about energy for now." Li Huadua looked at Yi with gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, everyone." The High said, "No need to thank us. From now on, we're family." Lung Ruhan added, "If we get sick, we'll have to rely on you, won't we?" Wenwen chimed in, "Yes, Dr. Li will count on you in the future." Sha said, "I'm not in good health, I'll need Dr. Li to prescribe medicine." Old Xiao added, "I have rheumatism and need regular medication." Yi said, "See, Dr. Li, everyone is so welcoming to you." Amidst the cheerful chatter, the small boat convoy quickly docked, and everyone slowly began moving the supplies ashore. Yi said to High, "Take Dr. Li to pick a room near ours, then come back down to help with the supplies. No rush, take your time. We can't possibly move everything today." The High replied, "Sure, no problem." Caesar came bounding toward everyone, wagging his tail and barking, then leaped into Yi's arms, whimpering. He seemed deeply sorrowful, as if reproaching Yi and the others for leaving him alone at Central Park for so long. Yi gently stroked Caesar and introduced Li Huadua to him. "Caesar, this is Dr. Li Huadua. From now on, hell, take care of our health. Dr. Li, this is Caesar, a German shepherd we found in the apocalypse." Li Huadua crouched down, slowly extending his hand. "Hello, Li Huadua. From now on, we're family." Caesar offered his paw to shake hands with Li Huadua, formally acknowledging their acquaintance. Finally, Caesar sniffed Li Huadua's body, committing his scent to memory. Yi said, "Dr. Li, Caesar really likes your smell?" Li Huadua replied, "Really? Haha, that's my honor. After so many days without a bath, I thought Caesar would find me stinky." Yi laughed. A High laughed, and everyone else was infected by Li Huadua's humor, bursting into cheerful laughter. Yet no one noticed the strong, fishy smell on Caesar. In his usual living area, there were fish bones. Caesar had been secretly catching and eating fish. No one knew if he would turn into a zombie dog. No one in the team had anticipated that Caesar would sneak off to catch fish for a meal. Originally, Yi intended to capture someone for an experiment to see if they would turn into a zombie. Unexpectedly, Caesar became the test subject first, though no one had yet noticed anything unusual. Caesar continued to trot happily around everyone. After Dahai led Li Huadua to pick out his room, he came back downstairs to help. Luo Rinqin docked the boat and joined the others in moving supplies. Caesar bounded towards her joyfully. Out of affection for Caesar, Luo Rinqin crouched down and patted his head. Having lived by the sea for years, Luo Rinqin's sensitivity to the smell of fish far exceeded that of ordinary people. She caught the scent of fish on Caesar. Luo Rinqin panicked instantly. "Boss, something's wrong. We have a problem." Yi replied, "Everyone is here. How could anything go wrong? What could be the matter?" Luo Rinqin said, "Caesar smells like fish. There's no fish in the food we left for him. And from my experience, this isn't just any fishy smell, it's the scent of fresh fish." Yi stood frozen, having calculated everything except Caesar catching fish on his own. "Caesar, when did you catch the fish?" "Woof, woof, woof." "Caesar, how many fish did you eat?" "Woof, woof, woof." "Caesar, exactly how many fish did you eat?" "Woof, woof, woof." Yi began questioning Caesar repeatedly. Caesar, thinking Yi was playing with him, led him to his small yard. In the yard lay at least 4 or 5 fish. It seemed Caesar had been eating fish for over 24 hours. Yi-Yi's initial anxiety gradually eased. Caesar, I'm sorry, but you'll have to stay here for a while. Stay here for 24 hours, and then he'll let you out, okay? Woof woof woof. For our safety and yours I have no choice. Please understand. Woof woof woof. After saying this, Yi closed the gate to Caesar's yard, and Caesar began to whimper inside. Yi said, we didn't think this through. Now let's take turns watching Caesar to make sure he doesn't turn into a zombie dog before letting him out. 24 hours should be enough. For now we'll have to let Caesar bear with it. Whimper. Whimper. Caesar started whimpering, but everyone could only leave him there, occasionally going over to talk to him. Then they mechanically resumed moving supplies, stacking them neatly from the first floor of the residential building. They sorted the supplies by type, storing only one kind per room. Before they knew it, darkness had fallen, and the supplies were all moved. Dahai prepared to cook dinner for everyone. Yi asked, Dr. Lee, you've never tasted Dahai's cooking, have you? He's our team's chef. We rely on him for our meals. Let's wash up first, then everyone can help with the cooking. Finally, we'll wash up again before bed. In this heat, I can't eat without showering. After eating, there's no way I can skip a shower either. After the massive die-off of humanity, nature began its process of self-repair. The sky over Shinkuin City, once devoid of stars, now glittered with a myriad of celestial lights. The bright moonlight bathed the earth, making the night less dark. At the entrance of Longting Huazuan, a third-tier speed-type zombie lingered, unwilling to leave, as if by staying there it could wait for the killer of its underlings. As luck would have it, an armored vehicle slowly approached from the distance, its high beams illuminating the asphalt road, dispelling the darkness ahead. The keen-eared speed-type zombie had already detected the armored vehicle. It retreated slowly into the depths of Longting Huazuan, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow to the approaching enemy. The lookout also heard the sound of the armored vehicle. Its destination was clear. It headed straight for the library. From the outside, it looked almost identical to Yi-Yi's armored vehicle. The lookout thought it was his boss coming for him. Excitedly, he ran to the rooftop and shouted, Boss, you've finally come. You're here. I've been waiting for you day and night. Open the door for the boss. Quickly, let's welcome him. Since the armored vehicles of Yi and Ho Sihai's men looked nearly identical and neither had license plates, the lookout mistook Ho Sihai's men for Yi. He led a group to open the door early, waiting for Yi's inspection. Creak. The armored vehicle came to a steady halt. The squad leader said, This is the last library. Let's head straight to the top floor. The scout reported, There seems to be some light ahead. They'll go investigate first. There's definitely an ambush inside. The search team, assuming the people inside were armed with guns, immediately melted into the darkness after stopping the vehicle, using the black surroundings as their best camouflage. Clad entirely in black combat gear, they found the night fighting to their advantage. The lookout muttered, Strange, where's the boss? Why isn't the boss here yet? We've been waiting so long. He should be here soon. Take a few men to check it out. Yes, boss. You two come with me to check. Okay. The scout spotted the three coming down the stairs and swiftly struck from behind, knocking them out with lightning-fast moves. The assault trooper waiting nearby immediately came to assist, gently laying the three on the steps without making a sound. The squad leader extended his hand, fingers together, making a forward gesture. They treated the situation as a genuine threat, showing no hint of underestimation. Inside, Longting Huazuan, the third-tier speed-type zombie's crimson eyes gleamed in the dark, fixed intently on the search team. A grotesque grin stretched across its face as it recalled the heart of the camouflage soldier it had devoured last time. That had been the most delicious heart it had tasted since the apocalypse. Staring at the similar-looking food, before it drool dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the ground, a truly nauseating sight. The squad leader with his keen perception glanced toward Longting Huazuan, but saw nothing. He continued with his mission. Meanwhile, inside Longting Huazuan, the spot where the third-tier speed-type zombie had stood was now empty. It hung upside down from the ceiling of the first floor in an incredibly unnatural position. Using only the strength of its leg claws, it suspended itself like a bat. Without a doubt, its power had grown even stronger during this time. Aside from the squad leader, the other battle-hardened members also sensed something amiss. They assumed a hidden expert lurked in the library, causing this unease. Yet their position was clearly a dead angle for snipers. Logically, they shouldn't have felt such an anomaly. Inside, Longting Huazuan, the third-tier speed-type zombie flickered and vanished in an instant. It was charging toward the library at breakneck speed, the wind howling around its body. The search team remained completely oblivious. Yi's small team had all finished washing up and were now preparing dinner. This created a stark contrast with the tense atmosphere in the library. The small team worked together like a real family, picking vegetables, washing them, and chopping them. They rinsed the rice, cooked it, and prepared the ingredients. Dahai said, All right, once the ingredients are ready, I'll use both woks to stir-fry. Dinner will be ready soon. You all should go and rest for a while. Luo Rinxin asked, Are you sure you don't need our help anymore? Lung Ruhan added, My cooking skills may not match yours, but I can stir-fry too. Lao Qiu said, Dahai, I can also cook. Wenwen said, Awkwardly, I don't know how to cook or stir-fry. Sha Sha added, Neither do I. Yi said, Everyone don't cause trouble for Dahai. Let's go outside. Li Huadawa said, Actually, I can cook too. Dahai said, You'd better listen to the boss. You all go out and wait for a while. I work better alone in here. Yi said, All right, let's wait outside. I've prepared 2 decks of playing cards for you. As Yi said this, he pulled 2 decks of cards from behind his back, as if by magic. You can play some games like Do Diju. He'll go check on Caesar. With a restless heart, Yi went to the small yard beside Caesar's enclosure and observed carefully. Caesar was still the same as before with no visible changes. There was no change in his pupils either, no eerie crimson color had appeared. Yi felt a little relieved. Caesar, just hold on a little longer. He'll bring you some delicious food later. While Yi worried about his dog, the lookout worried about his own life. A third-tier speed-type zombie rushed from Longting Huazuan toward the library. After crossing the road between the 2 locations, it leaped high into the air. Using its extraordinary leg strength, it vaulted onto a small building beside the library. The small building was 3 stories tall, but this height seemed trivial to the third-tier speed-type zombie. It landed without a sound like a leaf falling to the ground. There was no path between this small building and the library, but the zombie climbed the smooth wall using both hands and feet, drawing closer and closer to the library. The squad leader said, "My unease is growing stronger. Let's finish this quickly to avoid any complications. Let's launch a direct assault." The assaulter replied, "Roger that, boss. Leave it to me." The scout added, "I'll go with him." The sniper said, "I'll cover you from behind." The squad leader said, "The demolitions expert, and I will bring up the rear and cover you all. Wait for my signal." After speaking, he raised 3 fingers, signaling everyone to prepare for the breach. 3, 2, 1. When his hand formed a single finger, everyone charged toward the library entrance like arrows loosed from a bow. The swift assaulter was the first to burst into the library, but the ambush he had anticipated was not there. The scout was also taken aback. The squad leader and the demolitions expert were about to ask why they were standing still, as if courting death, but the next second they themselves froze in place. The sniper asked over the earpiece, "Captain, what's wrong? Why are you all standing still?" The squad leader replied, "Come and see for yourself. There's no danger." The sniper said, "They'll stay here and keep watch. You'll need cover when you retreat." The squad leader said, "All right, you can continue to keep watch." Suddenly a chant began. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." The lookout stood at the front leading the applause. "Welcome, leaders, for your inspection. You must be the people sent by the boss, right? Please come in. We spotted your impressive armored vehicle from afar. We didn't dare to delay, so we came out to greet you directly." The squad leader asked, "What boss? What armored vehicle? What are you talking about?" The lookout said, "Stop joking around. I recognize that armored vehicle. You were sent by the boss." After saying this, he quickly pulled out his cigarettes and began to hand them out. The squad leader waved his hand to indicate he didn't smoke. "Where's the Barrett? Hand it over. That's not something you can touch." The lookout exclaimed, "So the gun the boss used that day was a Barrett. I was wondering why it was so powerful. But didn't you take the gun with you?" The lookout tried to put his hand on the squad leader's shoulder to get friendly, but as soon as he got close, the squad leader used a grappling technique to pin him to the ground. The assaulter and the scout aimed their assault rifles at the people before them. "Everyone stay still. Put your hands on your heads and get down. Anyone who moves dies. We're not joking." Only then did the survivors in the library realize they had mistaken the intruders for allies. They all put their hands on their heads and lay down on the ground. The squad leader ordered, "Demolitions expert, check the top floor. Leave one assaulter here. Scout, conduct a search of this place." "Yes, sir." The demolitions expert and the scout began a thorough search of the library, leaving no corner unchecked. Before long, the demolitions expert ran down from the top floor. "Captain, I found something." The scout also returned and reported, "I found nothing." The demolitions expert said, "Captain, look, this is a Barrett bullet casing. They must have taken the Barrett." The squad leader tightened his grip. The lookout pleaded, "Buddy, easy. Easy. My arm is going to break, it's going to break." The squad leader did not loosen his grip despite the lookout's pleas. Instead, he tightened it and threatened, "You'd better answer my questions truthfully, or your arm will be useless." The lookout stammered, Yes, I'll tell you everything I know." The squad leader asked, "Where did you get the Barrett?" The lookout replied, "I don't know." The squad leader asked, "Where's the Barrett?" The lookout repeated, "I don't know." The squad leader asked, "Who is your boss, and where is he now?" The lookout said, "I don't know." The squad leader asked, "Did you leave the note at the fire station?" The lookout said, "I don't know." The squad leader asked, "Who wrote the note?" The lookout said, "I don't know." The squad leader said, "So this is what you call telling me everything you know?" The lookout said, "I don't know." Losing patience, the squad leader increased the pressure on his arm. With a crisp crack, the lookout's arm was broken. The lookout cried out, "I don't know. It hurts so much." "Oh, I told you I don't know. Why did you break my arm?" The squad leader said, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." At that moment, a girl with a delicate face stood up timidly from the crowd, raising her hand. I wrote that note. Please stop hitting him." The squad leader stomped heavily on the lookout before turning his gaze to the delicate girl before him. "Squad leader, did you write this?" The delicate-looking girl, "Yes, I did." The assault soldier, "Was it you who took out the fire station personnel?" The delicate-looking girl, "No, I don't know what you're talking about." "What fire station?" Slap. The assault soldier struck the delicate-looking girl hard across the face. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes, but she held them back, covering her swollen cheek with one hand. "Someone told me to write it. I didn't kill your people." The delicate-looking girl was usually kind-hearted and had helped many. Now everyone spoke up for her. "What kind of man are you? Hitting a woman? Yeah, come at me if you have the guts. Bullying a weak woman, what kind of man is that?" The reconnaissance soldier raised his assault rifle. Say another word, and he'll shoot. Go fight the zombies outside if you're so tough. Why are you throwing your weight around here? Just wait till our boss gets here. You'll be sorry. The squad leader pieced together a rough idea from their answers. Someone else had taken out the fire station, but he wasn't sure if he could pry the truth from them. He threatened, "Tell me everything you know, and I might consider letting you go." Little did the squad leader know even if they wanted to speak they couldn't. They had no idea where Yi-Yi's stronghold was. They didn't know where Yi-Yi had come from. They knew nothing of the Barrett at the fire station. Nor did they know Yi-Yi had left the Barrett's shell casings on the rooftop to frame them. The sniper on perimeter watch lay quietly in a concealed spot peering through the scope at the hall's first floor. He was ready to fire the instant anyone launched a surprise attack on his comrades. To ensure his teammates' safety, suddenly he sensed something amiss. A warm, wet liquid dripped onto the back of his hand. It was sticky and foul-smelling. A third-tier speed-type zombie was hanging upside down above his hiding spot, drooling as it stared at him. As if realizing something, the sniper jerked his head up and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes fixed on him. The zombie's elongated tongue kept licking its lips. He couldn't find words to describe the face before him. In an instant before the sniper could react, the third-tier speed-type zombie pierced through his chest, clutching his still-beating heart in its hand. Then an excruciating pain surged through his body. The sniper tried to alert his comrades through the earpiece. But the third-tier speed-type zombie was faster. Its long claws tore through the sniper's palm, then without pausing plunged into his throat, severing the blood vessels and windpipe in his neck. The sniper wanted to call out, but no sound escaped. The third-tier speed-type zombie released its grip, mimicking a human gesture by raising a finger to its lips. It made a show. Keep quiet, stay silent motion. The sniper's eyes burned with defiance as he glared at the speed-type zombie, which seemed to savor his gaze. Crunch, crunch. It chewed his heart right before his eyes, then formed its powerful hand into a blade and swung sharply at his neck. The sniper's head was cleanly severed, though it remained atop his shoulders. He was already lifeless. The third-tier speed-type zombie let out a grotesque laugh. SSS, SSSS, SSSSS. It grabbed the sniper's rifle and ammunition belt, yanking them off with a forceful pull. It hurled the weapons into the distance with all its might. Having closely examined the wounds of its minions earlier, it had determined the sniper rifle posed the greatest threat. So it had targeted the sniper on watch, first eliminating the long-range fire support. Then it would use its speed advantage to deal with those inside the library. Inside the library, the delicate-looking girl and the lookout were recounting their recent experiences. The squad leader deduced someone had framed the library group. The Barrett was likely gone for good. Squad leader, sniper, any situation outside. Coming over. Coming over. Dead silence was his only reply. A surge of unease gripped the squad leader. Prepare for battle. Though the squad leader reacted swiftly, the speed-type zombie was faster. The library's power was out, relying only on faint candlelight. The zombie's movement extinguished the candles. In an instant, darkness engulfed the library. Following the squad leader's warning, the search team quickly activated their tactical flashlights and donned night vision goggles. They gripped their assault rifles tightly, ready to fight. The demolition soldier was the first to fall. The speed-type zombie appeared behind him the moment he put on his goggles. With lightning speed, it ripped out his heart. It used his body as a battering ram, charging at the squad leader. The squad leader rolled aside to dodge. Failing to hit its target, the speed-type zombie swiftly changed focus, refusing to linger. After swallowing the demolition soldier's heart in one gulp, it leaped high, vanishing back into the darkness. Squad leader, assault soldier, come in. How are you? Like the sniper, there was no response. The quickest to react, the assault soldier spotted the speed-type zombie through his night vision goggles. It's a zombie, a mutated one. Back-to-back, retreat now. Live to avenge. Where there's life, there's hope. The assault soldier made the right call, flee. Though the others were reluctant, they had no better option. The well-trained search team, now reduced to 3, moved back-to-back toward the door. The speed-type zombie tilted its head, watching them, lost in thought. But it sensed through their movements that its prey was trying to escape. It returned to the demolition soldier's corpse, grinning at the trio. SSS, SSSS, SSSSS. Squad leader, there it is. I see it. Bang, 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 bang. 3 assault rifles opened fire wildly at the speed-type zombie. As if foreseeing the attack, the speed-type zombie leaped backward the moment they aimed. The trio was too slow, they missed. Damn it, what kind of monster is this so fast? I can't track its movements. Run, get out. The speed-type zombie was already above them, hanging upside down like a bat. It toyed with a grenade taken from the demolition soldier's corpse. Drawing from its previous experience, it mimicked the camouflage soldiers, pulled the pin, and tossed the grenade at the trio. The search team, being disciplined soldiers, heard the pin being pulled. The squad leader shouted, scatter, scatter. With his warning, the 3 dove away. Clink, thud, boom. The grenade hit the ground, rolled a few times, and then, boom. A deafening blast tore a large crater in the concrete floor near the entrance. Despite their quick reactions, the library was too open, offering no cover. The squad leader was unluckily wounded by shrapnel from the grenade. Captain, Captain, the assault trooper and the scout called out anxiously to their squad leader. I'm fine, I want died. The third-tier speed-type zombie looked mockingly at the 3 above him, hanging upside down from the rooftop, like a bat, motionless. A grenade appeared once more in its hand. Ding! The pin was pulled, and it hurled the grenade toward the squad leader. Clang! Clang! The grenade landed beside the squad leader, hopping toward him. This time wounded, and with no escape, he was trapped. Seeing the grenade so close, the squad leader shouted to the remaining two, "Run, run." The quickest to react, the assault trooper dashed toward his leader, sliding to kick the grenade away. He was determined to save his captain. Even if death came, they would face it together. They were a team, not born on the same day, but willing to die on the same day. Though the assault trooper reacted swiftly, the grenade did not halt its explosion out of respect for their bond. It was like a merciless reaper swinging its scythe to reap all life before it. The assault trooper's leg struck the grenade, and just as he kicked it away, it detonated. His legs at the epicenter of the blast were shattered into pieces, but he and the captain survived. My legs, my legs." The assault trooper screamed in agony, crawling toward the captain. The scout became the last survivor. The squad leader, "Run." The assault trooper, "Run." The scout, "No, we leave together or not at all." The squad leader, "Are you defying my orders?" The scout, "Yes. Sorry about this." Swiftly, he raised his assault rifle and opened fire to suppress the speed-type zombie. The speed-type zombie flickered, leaping into the distance and landing among the survivors. It grabbed two library survivors, using them as shields, and hurled them at the scout. The assault rifle's ammunition was soon depleted, yet the speed-type zombie remained unscathed. "Damn it! Shoot the zombie, not us." Blinded by rage, the scout pulled out two grenades he carried. Ding! Ding! He pulled the pins and threw them toward the speed-type zombie and the crowd of survivors. Clang! Clang! The grenades rolled toward the crowd. The survivors' faces turned pale. At that moment, the two grenades were more terrifying than the third-tier speed-type zombie beside them. "Damn you, you deserve to die." The third-tier speed-type zombie bared its teeth in a mocking smile. Leveraging its height and arm span, it grabbed several people and pressed them onto the grenades. Within a single breath, it vanished. Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions erupted, sending limbs and flesh flying through the air. Thick clouds of blood mist rose, and only then did the speed-type zombie reappear among the crowd, extending its tongue to lap at the airborne gore. Though the scent was heavy with acrid gunpowder, it still enthralled the zombie. It swiftly lunged at a nearby person, reaching out to pluck a still-beating heart. Seizing the moment, the scout quickly reloaded his magazine, then retrieved a dragline from his comrade's gear and tied it around his waist. He also ran to the demolitions expert's body and hoisted it onto his shoulders. He dashed toward the exit with two draglines attached to his waist, one end tied to him, the other to the squad leader and the assault trooper. They were back-to-back. Pulled by the draglines, the scout dragged them toward the door. "Never abandon, never give up. We die together if we must," he shouted. Moved deeply, the squad leader and the assault trooper coordinated, seamlessly firing their assault rifles to suppress the speed-type zombie. The zombie, dragging a person with one claw, fled on all fours into the distance. Bullets from the assault rifles punched holes in the ground and walls, but failed to hit the speed-type zombie, which wove through the crowd as if playing a game. Desperate to survive, the squad leader and the scout dared not stop firing. After emptying one magazine, they quickly reloaded another, but the library was far too vast. The two of them, each exhausted for magazines, yet still failed to buy enough time. Reluctantly, they drew their Type 54 pistols for single shots. 8 magazines failed to kill the speed-type zombie, but they did claim several library survivors. The few remaining cried out, "Look at yourselves. Do you even act like soldiers? You're pointing your guns at civilians. Aren't you ashamed?" The search squad members remained silent. Long ago, they had become mercenaries, abandoning their faith to fight only for money. Years on the battlefield had eroded any trace of compassion. The Type 54 pistol suppression was far weaker than the assault rifles. Disappointed, the speed-type zombie, looking as though it hadn't had its fill of fun, chased after the trio again. The assault trooper called out, "Give me your rifle and ammo." The scout tossed his assault rifle and remaining magazines to his teammate behind him. They continued racing toward the exit. Replenished, the squad leader and the assault trooper once again laid down suppressive fire on the speed-type zombie. The speed-type zombie repeated its tactic, weaving through the crowd, occasionally shoving survivors into the line of fire. It had no interest in their vile hearts. The speed-type zombie was merely toying with its food, giving them hope only to snatch it away. It sought revenge for its underling, unaware that it wasn't the search squad, but Yi who had killed it. Ignorant of the truth, the speed-type zombie vented its fury on the library survivors and the search squad. Watching its food turn on each other was one of its pleasures. Bang, 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 bang. The assault rifle spat flames once more, streams of bullets flying toward the speed-type zombie without restraint. As blood loss took its toll, the squad leader and the assault trooper's eyelids grew heavy, and their weapons felt increasingly cumbersome. Their aim faltered, and the high rate of fire drained their magazines far too quickly. Having emptied all their rifle ammunition, the two loaded the last magazine into their Type 54 pistols. They fired single shots at the speed-type zombie, pulling the trigger when it approached and ceasing to drive it back. After 3 such exchanges, their pistol ammunition was nearly gone. The scout tossed them 2 final magazines. "Captain, this is our last ammo. Hold on, we're almost at the exit." The squad leader and the assault trooper caught the last magazines, quickly chambered rounds, and fired at the speed-type zombie now inches away. Only after emptying the magazines did they barely force it back. Click! The sound of empty chambers echoed and the trio's hearts sank. SSS. SSSSSS. SSSSSSSSS. SSS. SSSSSS. SSSSSSSS. The speed-type zombie let out a victorious hoarse cry dripping with mockery. Squad leader, are there any bullets left? The scout reluctantly halted his steps, set down the body of the demolitionist, and scavenged weapons and ammunition from the corpse, tossing them to the squad leader and the assault soldier. He hoisted the demolitionist's body once more and staggered towards the door. The third-tier speed-type zombie, seeing the squad leader and the assault soldier armed with new weapons, immediately took interest. With a gaping mouth it screeched and charged at them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Meanwhile, Yi's small team was blissfully unaware of these encounters, happily feasting around the dining table. Enjoying their candlelight dinner as they remained oblivious to the tragedy at the library, they continued to drink and chat. Yi, let's raise a toast to Dr. Lee, welcoming him to our team. Hi. Everyone, let's toast to Dr. Lee, raise your glasses. Everyone started raising their glasses. Li Huadao appeared quite embarrassed, but still downed his drink in one go. Thus this small team welcomed a new member. In a joyful atmosphere, they finished their dinner. Without anyone organizing it, everyone spontaneously gathered to clean up the dishes, cleaning the battlefield, washing the dishes, and wiping the tables. The Hai handed a cigarette to each of Yi and Old Xiao and pulled out another for Li Huadao. Li Huadao quickly waved his hands. Thank you, but I don't smoke. The Hai smiled and took out a lighter. Click. The lighter's flame flickered to life as the three leaned in, lighting their cigarettes and enjoying a good smoke. Lung Ruhan rushed over. The Hai, you guys are secretly smoking again without me. Give me one too. The Hai directly pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Lung Ruhan. We took all the tobacco from Longting Huazuan, so there's plenty, take one and smoke it. Lung Ruhan, no need, I just want one, I smoke occasionally, not often. The Hai, take it, why be polite? Lung Ruhan accepted the cigarette from the Hai, smiled slightly, and walked away. Yi, tomorrow we'll first go to the water plant to secure our water source. Then we'll head to the hospital for supplies. Last time after I saw the zombies in the underground parking lot, I felt that a large-scale zombie activity is imminent, and they will begin hunting humans everywhere. We need to take advantage of this time to stockpile enough resources. Li Huadao, yes, medical supplies are essential, sometimes a small medicine can save a life. After cleaning the dining table, everyone gathered to hold a meeting discussing their next steps. Meanwhile, the people inside the library were not enjoying such leisure. The squad leader and the assault soldier, severely injured, could not hold on much longer, each clutching their last two magazines. The assault rifle unleashed its final brilliance. Tap, 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 tap. The speed-type zombies also changed their strategy, continuously using the remaining living humans as shields against bullets, swiftly darting between the survivors, throwing their bodies towards the library entrance. The third-tier speed-type zombies had undergone a qualitative change, possessing strength that rivaled second-tier power-type zombies. A human body in its hands was like a small stone. Rather than using living humans as shields against bullets, it was more accurate to say they were flinging human bodies like skipping stones. One after another, living humans were tossed over. The trio, fighting for survival, could only keep firing, reload, and fire again. Finally, the scout made it to the entrance where he could see the armored vehicle. With a glimmer of hope for survival, none of the three realized that the demolitionist grenades had all been taken by the speed-type zombies right from the start. The reason they hadn't been used until now was simply because it was amusing. The speed-type zombie still had one grenade left, and as it saw the three about to descend the stairs, it grinned, even more terrifyingly, pulling out a grenade from the pocket of its tattered pants. Ding! It pulled the pin. Using its slender tail to curl around the grenade, it charged towards the three with all its limbs. Click! Click! The sound of the trigger being pulled echoed, but no bullets were fired. In desperation, the squad leader and the assault soldier could only use their assault rifle and 54-style pistol as throwing weapons. They threw them at the speed-type zombie, hoping to block it, even if only for a second. The speed-type zombie's field of vision was far too broad, and its reaction speed was beyond human capability. It easily caught the thrown weapons and hurled them back at the three. The three hit by the weapons could only tumble down the stairs. Fortunately, the squad leader and the assault soldier held tightly to the rope, preventing the scout from falling down. Only the demolitionist's body rolled down the stairs. Bang! It came to a stop after crashing into the armored vehicle. The three glared angrily at the speed-type zombie that was so close. The squad leader couldn't help but shout, "You hurry and escape, or we'll hold it off. As long as you reach the armored vehicle, you'll have a chance to survive." The third-tier speed-type zombie clearly did not want to give them that opportunity. With a flick of its tail, the grenade tumbled down the stairs. Click! Click! Squad leader, damn monster. Assault soldier, it will use the grenade, damn it. The assault soldier threw himself down onto the grenade, pressing down hard. Run! Boom! The sound of the grenade explosion coincided with his shout, drowning out the last words of his life. The squad leader and scout were too close to the center of the grenade explosion. Even though the assault soldier desperately blocked the grenade's explosive force, they were still just flesh and blood, and the blast left them severely injured. It was a miracle they were not dead. Hiss! 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 The speed-type zombie let out a victorious roar as those infected within the library struggled to rise from the ground, swaying as they began to attack the remaining living. In less than a minute, the library was devoid of any living beings. What had once gathered dozens of people had completely turned into a paradise for zombies. Upon hearing the call of the high-tier zombies, they all unified in stopping their feeding and walked towards the door. The speed-type zombie accurately pulled out the hearts of the squad leader and scout. Click, click. It began to chew, believing it had successfully avenged its fallen brethren. It dashed towards the interior of the library, disdainful of the ordinary zombie's slow pace. It directly grabbed a nearby ordinary zombie and flung it towards the stairs. The ordinary zombie also enjoyed a taste of something warm. At this point, the squad leader and scout had lost the strength to resist, watching helplessly as they were overwhelmed by ordinary zombies. Before they died, they dialed Hosihai's satellite phone. Mission failed. The search team has been wiped out. No one survived. Zombies. The zombies have mutated. Don't send anyone else over. Barrett can't be retrieved. The squad leader wanted to report more information, but the zombies gave him no chance, directly biting through his throat. The fresh blood attracted all nearby zombies to come and feast. Among them were also 2 second-tier power-type zombies. Yi still had no idea that his 2 shots with Barrett had triggered a butterfly effect, accelerating the apocalypse. 2 second-tier power-type zombies swaggered through the horde until they caught sight of a 3rd-tier speed-type zombie and slowly lowered their heads, the oppressive aura of the superior being weighing heavily upon them. They arrived beside the corpses of the search squad, and the lowly, ordinary zombies obediently made way for them. The 3rd-tier speed-type zombie leaped to the highest step and let out a screech, SSS. SSSS. SSSSS. It intended to command all the zombies before it launching a sweeping assault on the surroundings. Yi, the instigator of it all, was at that moment lying sound asleep on his bed in the Shinhu Central Park. Yi's 2 shots from the Barrett had created a gap among the speed-type zombies in this area. The 4 dead second-tier speed-type zombies had been the only ones of their kind in the region. To fill this void, the 3rd-tier speed-type zombie had no choice but to initiate the zombie horde prematurely. If Yi had known that his 2 Barrett shots would trigger such a powerful butterfly effect, he would never have fired. But there was no if. Time would not flow backward. The butterfly effect triggered by Yi would ultimately impact his life in another way, though he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Yi would never know that the cause of it all was merely his 2 Barrett shots. SSS. SSSS. SSSSS. The speed-type zombie continued its hysterical howling, and the remaining zombies in the vicinity followed the sound to gather there. As if driven by a certain mission or task to execute some duty, they all converged before the library, their numbers swelling. The night deepened, carrying a chill. Under the cold, clear moonlight, Yi awoke from his slumber. That unsettling feeling returned, and his right eyelid began to twitch wildly once more. He knew not when misfortune might strike, nor whether it would befall him or his team members. Whenever his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, it heralded his downfall. Something unfortunate was bound to happen, and Yi often wished he could be rid of this ominous premonition. Yi fought against the twitching, desperate to fall asleep, but found sleep utterly elusive. He sat up in bed, lit a cigarette, and smoked in the stifling silence of the room. Such an environment was perfect for sleep, yet he could not drift off. Frustration began to gnaw at him, and the more agitated he grew, the more sleep evaded him. And so he endured until dawn. A sleepless night. The 3rd-tier speed-type zombie too had a sleepless night, but unlike Yi, it was in a state of exhilaration, leading its minions through the residential buildings of the urban village. Relying on its extraordinary hearing speed and strength, it relentlessly attacked the remaining survivors. If the 1st floor was barred, it would climb up, break through the security grills, and hurl the survivors from above. If the 1st floor was not sturdy enough, it would command the power-type zombies to ram the front door, then send them and their minions charging upstairs to hunt and feast. Whenever it encountered a slightly larger human stronghold, it would demonstrate to the power-type zombies how to hurl a frail, ordinary zombie like a stone. Though the power-type zombies were dim-witted, they had the strength to imitate, mimicking the action. Eventually, ordinary zombies would land precisely in the center of the human stronghold, unleashing the zombie virus from within. Inside the stronghold, people were bewildered, as if zombies were raining down from the sky like dumplings. One after another, zombies fell from above. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the library, no human stronghold was safe. The night was a harrowing ordeal. Despair surged like a tide, slowly engulfing the survivors. Those who wished to live had to fight the zombies bravely to the death. Only when a glimmer of light appeared in the sky did the zombie horde gradually recede. The leader of a human settlement watched the retreating horde. It seems these beasts fear the daylight. The night is their true battlefield. Unlike the settlement's misery, the Shinhu Central Park was peaceful. Dahai was the first to rise, preparing breakfast for everyone. Yi, unable to sleep, arrived at the cafeteria entrance with bloodshot eyes. Dahai, where's our tea? I'll need strong tea to get through today. I really can't sleep. Dahai replied, you had insomnia. Yi said, yeah, my right eyelid twitched all night. I think something's going to happen when we go out today. We need to be prepared to run if things go south. They'll go check on Caesar. Dahai responded, all right, I'll fill everyone in. Hey, race your tea. Dahai handed him a can of tea. Yi took it and remarked, look at us, we're doing so well we can afford such fine tea. Before the apocalypse, I never could have. Dahai said, yeah, who would have thought that things we never dare dream of are now worthless? I reckon we're among the few living this well in the apocalypse. Yi countered, I see it differently. As a megacity in the Dragon Nation, Shinkoin City has many powerful and wealthy people whose living conditions are worlds apart from ours. Their supplies and security are beyond our imagination. I dare say many are living just like they did before the apocalypse. Some have even moved into pre-prepared shelters. Dahai replied, "Boss, you have a point. We've been at the bottom for too long. Poverty has limited our imagination." Yi said, "Yeah, go brief the others. I'm thinking of letting Caesar out early." Dahai responded, "Go ahead." Yi anxiously went to Caesar's small yard, only relaxing slightly when he saw the dog bouncing with energy. He opened the gate and carefully examined Caesar. The claws showed no mutation. He gave the fur a firm tug. No large patches of fur came off. Caesar whimpered in pain. Yi said, "Bear with it, Caesar. They'll let you out once I'm done checking." The eyes, pupils, and teeth showed no signs of mutation. Yi decided to release Caesar early. But he attached a leash to Caesar, tethering the dog to himself. For the safety of the team, Yi had to take responsibility for his decisions and ensure everyone's well-being. When everyone came downstairs, they first learned from Dahai that today's mission required extra caution. Then they saw Yi eyes swollen leading Caesar. They all understood the gravity of today's task. Wenwen said, "Boss, we've all seen how accurate your eyelid twitching is. But I'm not afraid and I believe Caesar won't mutate. You don't have to do this." Lung Ruhan added, "Yeah, if Caesar were going to mutate, it would have happened by now." Old Xiao said, "We all understand your intentions." Luo Rinxin said, "They'll be extra careful on today's mission." Shasha echoed, "Me too." Li Huadua said, "Boss, I'll take care of myself." Dahai said, "Boss, rest assured. We'll look after ourselves." Yi said, "Hearing that puts my mind at ease. But I still want to unleash Caesar until after today. Then I'll let him go. However, until we get a microscope, we can't eat the fish from here." "I can't argue with you," said Dahai. "We'll tie up Caesar for now. He'll remember the fish issue." Wenwen replied, "Got it, boss. I can't swim, so he'll stay far away from the water." Lung Ruhan said, "It's always the swimmers who drown. I'm a landlubber." Old Xiao added, "Me too." Shasha chimed in, "Same here." Luo Rinxin said, "Even though I can swim, I'll keep my distance from the water." Li Huadua replied, "He'll remember that, boss." Yi added, "Also, we shouldn't all go out together from now on. We need to split up to avoid total annihilation. Today we're heading to the water treatment plant. Our water supply comes from there. Filtration, purification, drainage, it all goes through the plant. We need to make a trip there. He'll go with Dahai, Old Xiao, and Lung Ruhan. That's enough. The rest of you stay here. And of course Caesar." Caesar barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Lung Ruhan said, "All right, no problem. He'll go with you." Wenwen said, "I want to go too." Shasha said, "I want to go too." Luo Rinxin added, "I want to go with Sister Ruhan." Yi replied, "You're not as calm as Lung Ruhan. This trip is dangerous. My eyelid keeps twitching." Wenwen said, "Fine, I won't go." Shasha said, "I won't hold you back." Luo Rinxin said, "He'll strive to be the first person you think of in the future." Yi said, "That's the plan for now. Let's have breakfast first, then we'll set out." No one spoke again. They all silently agreed with Yi's plan. This group of lucky survivors in the apocalypse sat around the dining table eating breakfast. A third-tier speed zombie was resting in a patch of grass, pondering where to go that night to enhance his underling strength. Ever since he evolved into a third-tier speed zombie, his need for sleep had diminished. He felt full of energy like a tireless warrior. However, he failed to notice a peculiar little blade of grass beside him. The blade of grass stared at him, so to speak. A leaf fell from it, drifted away with the wind, and landed on the third-tier speed zombie's mouth. The zombie was still mulling over his plans for the night. He paid it no mind. The leaf lingered on his lips for only a few seconds before the wind blew it away. But a tiny seed from the leaf had fallen into the third-tier speed zombie's mouth, sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. After completing this, the blade of grass seemed to lose all vitality, rapidly withering away. The third-tier speed zombie felt a slight itch in his throat, scratched it with his finger, and thought nothing of it. He continued to scheme. Yi's small team finished breakfast, packed their gear, and under Luo Rinxin's guidance arrived at the shore. Luo Rinxin said, "Boss, you guys go get the car. He'll moor the boat, and then come open the gate for you." Yi replied, "All right, no problem." Lung Ruhan asked, "Should I drive this time?" Dahai said, "Sure, I could use a break." Old Xiao added, "By the way, I want to learn how to drive." Yi said, "No problem, Old Xiao. There's a large parking lot across from the water treatment plant. Just pick any car you like, and we can practice in the yard later. Everyone who can't drive should learn. That way on future missions we can each drive our own car. Imagine how cool that would be, haha." Old Xiao said, "Deal? They'll go snag a nice car then." Lung Ruhan laughed, "They'll teach you all how to drive, haha." The armored vehicle stopped at the gate. Dahai was about to get out and lock it. Luo Rinxin asked first, "Old Xiao, if we lock it from the inside, can you still open it?" Old Xiao replied, "No problem, I can open it." Luo Rinxin said, "Great, I'll lock it for you. You don't need to stop and lock it. Off you go. Stay safe on the road." Yi said, "Got it. Go back." The armored vehicle headed toward the nearby water treatment plant. It was the familiar downhill road with the vegetation on both sides having grown significantly longer. The group paid no attention, attributing it to the apocalypse's effects, not connecting it to the zombie virus. After a short drive, the vehicle stopped steadily at the plant's entrance. Inside the security room, a man was sleeping with his feet propped on the desk. Judging by his appearance, the apocalypse had little impact on him. His face was clean shaven without a trace of stubble, and his clothes were spotless. He had no dark circles, a clear sign. He ate, slept, and rested well. He didn't notice Yi's group at the gate continuing to sleep soundly. Yi said, old Chiu with you here, we don't need to knock. Just unlock the door and go in. They'll cover you from behind. Click. Yi held the Type 05 suppressed submachine gun ready to fire if a zombie appeared upon opening the door, ensuring old Chiu wouldn't get hurt. With the security Yi provided from behind, old Chiu confidently picked the lock. In less than 3 seconds the gate swung open. Contrary to their expectation of zombies lunging at them, the water treatment plant was eerily empty and silent, exuding an uncanny atmosphere. Old Chiu muttered, "Why does this place feel so ominous?" Dahai warned, "Everyone be careful. Search thoroughly." Lung Ruhan said, "I'm ready." Yi entered the plant first and began searching but found nothing. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "A water treatment plant this big with no one." Dahai said, "I think there must be someone. It can't be completely empty." Lung Ruhan suggested, "Let's search more carefully." Old Chiu agreed, "I don't think it's possible no one's here." The four searched again, still finding nothing. Just as they were about to conclude the place was deserted, the sound of snoring came from a small room beside them. Yi said, "Hiding in plain sight." Truly hiding in plain sight. Dahai wondered, wasn't the room empty just now? How is someone there now? Lung Ruhan explained, "It must be the glass. You can see out from inside but not in from outside." Old Chiu remarked, "This guy has some nerve. Sleeping through the apocalypse." Yi said, "Old Chiu, open the door. We need to ask him some questions." Old Chiu replied, "Sure thing. Leave it to me." Again, in less than 3 seconds he unlocked the door. The man inside was still sleeping, completely unaware. Yi pressed the Type 05 suppressed submachine gun against his forehead. Dahai, wake him up. Dahai picked up the water cup on the desk and splashed it onto the man's face. "I can still eat. I can still eat. I want more. I haven't had enough. I can still drink. I can still drink. I want more. I haven't quenched my thirst." "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Yi, what the hell are you eating? What the hell are you drinking? Don't you know it's the end of the world?" The water plant manager, still groggy with sleep, only then clearly saw the dark muzzle of the gun in Yi's hand. Trembling with fear under the threat of death, he fully awakened from his slumber. "Bobbis, don't kill me. I don't have any money on me. I really don't have any money." "Yi," I said, "are you sick or what? Who wants your money in the apocalypse? From now on I ask you answer, got it?" The man nodded in terror. I'll tell you everything." "Yi, are you the only one here? What's your name?" My name is Li Long, and the caretaker of this water plant, and am the only one here." Yi, where did the others go?" "Li Long, it's usually just me here. You see, though it looks big, most of it is automated. Unless something goes wrong, no one comes by for 10 days or half a month. Just me." Yi, so is the water plant still running now?" Li Long, it's still running, even better than before the apocalypse. Too many people turned into zombies, so domestic wastewater dropped sharply. No pressure in processing it. Yi, can you shut off the water supply?" Li Long, yes I can." Yi looked at Li Long, didn't think he was a bad man, and handcuffed his hands behind his back. "Take us there. Shut off all the water supply and stop accepting domestic sewage." "Li Long, don't kill me, I'll take you." Li Long quickly led Yi to the sewage treatment center of the water plant. Pointing at the buttons before them, he said, "This switch controls the domestic wastewater from the city. Once turned off, the wastewater can't flow in. After we finish processing, we usually turn it on and continue." Yi directly went over and turned off the switch, asking, "Is there a way to permanently shut it off?" Li Long, you can destroy this button and then manually close the water valve. Since there's hardly any domestic wastewater now, it's perfectly fine." Just as Yi thought today's water plant plan would proceed smoothly, something unexpected happened. Roar, 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 roar. A third-tier power-type zombie arrived at the water plant's gate. "Li Long, Engineer Qian, is that you? How did you become like this? You were already big, but now you're terrifying." "Yi, you know him?" Li Long, yes. He was incredibly strong in life, and even as a zombie he's this ferocious. I suggest you lure him out and kill him. If he stays in the plant, there will be trouble." Yi, damn it, I knew my right eyelid twitching meant no good. Dahai, Lung Ruhan, you two come with me to lure him out. Old Chiu, keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't pull any tricks. Old Chiu, got it. Don't worry. Yi took off his shirt and charged toward the power-type zombie. The power-type zombie, seeing the food rushing toward it, stretched its mouth into an exaggerated grin. It extended a hand, bringing with it a wind reeking of decay, and grabbed at Yi. Yi nimbly dodged, swiftly moved behind the power-type zombie, and covered its head with his shirt. The power-type zombie's entire body was bulging with muscles immensely strong, yet it couldn't even reach its own face, appearing grotesque and deeply unsettling. Yi, looks like speed-type and psychic-type zombies are the real trouble. This power-type zombie is just a sitting duck. Though the third-tier power-type zombie had undergone a qualitative leap, it was only in strength. The truly terrifying ones were the fourth-tier power-type zombies, but Yi didn't know that yet. On the contrary, the power-type zombie left him with the impression of being easy to handle. This directly or indirectly led to Yi suffering a great loss at the hands of a fourth-tier power-type zombie later on. Yi swiftly dodged another attack from the third-tier power-type zombie. Yi, hey big guy, I'm over here. Come and get me. Roar, 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 roar. The third-tier power-type zombie chased after Yi, who quickly moved outside the water plant, luring it farther and farther away, intending to finish it off at a distance. Meanwhile, Old Chiu supervised Li Long as he shut off all the sewage inlets, leaving only the one at Lee Sin Lake Central Park open. "Li Long, old pal, should we shut off the water supply system too?" Old Xiao, obviously just leave the water supply for Lisan Lake Central Park. Li Long, alright then just destroy that button. Old Xiao swung a fire axe directly at the water supply button before him. Lung Ruhan watched Yi walk farther and farther away and couldn't help but follow him. Dahai also wanted to go, but fearing the ordinary zombies that might accompany higher tier ones, he chose to stay guard at the entrance and didn't go with Lung Ruhan. Lung Ruhan, boss, wait for me, I'll come with you. Yi Ruhan, I think speed-type zombies are way tougher. This power-type zombie is useless. At that moment, the third-tier power-type zombie's face was covered by Yi-Yi's shirt, its vision blocked, so it could only grope forward following Yi-Yi's scent, eager to taste the food before it. Suddenly, it crashed into a family car. Enraged, the power-type zombie lifted the car and hurled it toward Yi. Startled, Yi quickly ducked. The car flew past, nearly grazing Yi's back. This scene made Yi drop his carelessness. He took out a shotgun chambered around and ran toward the power-type zombie. The power-type zombie, sensing the food drawing nearer, opened its mouth wide and roared. Roar, 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 roar. The power-type zombie was much taller than Yi, allowing Yi to attack its brain through its mouth. After aiming carefully, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After the gunshot, the power-type zombie's head vanished, and it fell flat on its back. Yi trying to hit me with a car. Now you know who's boss, huh? After saying that, he kicked the zombie a few times. Lung Ruhan, boss, that's far enough. Let's head back. Only when Lung Ruhan reminded him did Yi realize how far he had run. When Yi and Lung Ruhan finally returned to the water plant's entrance, Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them went over to Old Xiao and Li Long. Seeing Yi covered in blood, Li Long looked terrified and said, "It's over, you're infected. You're going to turn into a zombie." Yi slapped the flustered Li Long. "If I were going to turn, I'd have done it long ago. I've lost count of how many zombies I've killed. I've been covered in their blood for a while now." Li Long looked at Yi with a mix of doubt and fear. Seeing his expression, Yi's anger flared up. Yi, I say, how have you managed to survive till now with such cowardice? Li Long, I haven't gone anywhere, I've just been hiding here all along. Yi, judging by your appearance, you must be living quite well, fair and clean. Li Long, just before the apocalypse, supplies were distributed here, and water is the one thing we're not short of. That's why I look relatively clean. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Yi understood it all. The zombie virus feared water, and being near Lisan Lake and at a water treatment plant meant they had escaped the zombie attacks. Moreover, since this wasn't a large supermarket with ample supplies, he was simply a lucky one. Li Long, I have no money here nor any food. Go find supplies elsewhere. Before you came, I finished my last ration and was on the verge of starving. Yi, tell me about the treatment process of this water plant. Li Long, coagulation, sedimentation, filtration, disinfection. Usually these 4 steps. You've already damaged both the sewage inlet and the water supply outlet. Now we only treat the sewage from Lisan Lake Central Park. We only supply water to Lisan Lake Central Park, and the park itself has its own small-scale filtration system. Yi, does this place also have its own independent power supply? Li Long, yes, it does have an independent power supply. Yi, if the remaining energy is only used to serve Lisan Lake Central Park, how long can it keep running? Li Long, at least another 5 years. If we replenish the energy, it could go beyond that. There's also solar power here. Yi, excellent. Does this place require constant monitoring? Li Long, this facility was built to strategic standards, it doesn't need constant monitoring. It's very safe. If any major disaster occurs, this place can also serve as a shelter. This is a national-level strategic structure of the Longting government. Yi, good, I'm satisfied with your answers. What skills do you possess? Li Long, I can repair and maintain all the equipment here. If it concerns anything in this facility, I can fix it. Yi, since you have no food left and you're this skilled, you might as well join us from now on. Li Long, you're not going to kill me. Yi, don't be so timid, alright. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Li Long, where are we going? Yi, you'll know when we get there. Let's go. Lung Ruhan, why are you so timid? Huh, Dahai, you need to learn to be braver. It's the end of the world now. Lao Qiao, you all head out first, I'll lock the door. Since there's nothing pressing here, we'll head back. We'll just come for regular inspections. Finally, the water issue is resolved. The armored vehicle rumbled to life. Yi lit a cigarette, wiped his body with a towel, and then tossed it into the distance. Lao Qiao locked the door and came over to Yi. He'll go grab a vehicle from across the street and learn how to drive it later. Yi, Lao Qiao, just unlock it, and we'll tow it back. Dahai, go check on him. I'm worried Lao Qiao won't know how to operate it. He probably doesn't know about the handbrake. High-end cars are mostly automatic with electronic parking brakes. Dahai, hold on, I'm on my way. Yi, Li Long, can you drive? Li Long, I can't, but I can learn. You? Can you let me go now? Yi, no, I can't let you go just yet. He'll take you somewhere later. Lao Qiao selected a luxurious sedan. Dahai helped him release the electronic parking brake. The owner had clearly not had time to evacuate. Yi, Ruhan, reverse over and tow the sedan back. You'll arrange for them to learn driving later. Lung Ruhan, no problem. Leave it to me to arrange everything. He'll make sure everyone learns to drive and fulfills your dream. Everyone driving out in style, a flashy dream. Yi, haha, right. Quite flashy. The armored vehicle slowly towed the luxurious sedan up a slope. At that moment, a third-tier speed-type zombie arrived on a rooftop where only a skeleton lay with nothing else. The third-tier speed-type zombie gazed at the 2 iron boxes below, showing no interest. It didn't understand why every time it came here it encountered moving iron boxes. It had originally come because it heard gunshots intending to investigate, but found only 2 moving iron boxes. Then it turned and climbed down from the building. Once again, Yi-Yi's small team dodged a bullet, narrowly escaping the third-tier speed-type zombie. Yi-Yi, my eyelids were twitching badly just now, but they've stopped now. Finally stopped. Lung Ruhan, it's good that they've stopped, it means we're safe. Dahai. Yeah, your eyelids are like golden eyelids. They can predict danger. Lao Qiu, and they're pretty accurate. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Li Long didn't understand what was going on, but laughed along, afraid that if he seemed out of place he'd be killed. Even now he still couldn't fully trust the team in front of him, nor had he accepted them from the depths of his heart. The water treatment plant was very close to Leeson Lake Central Park. In less than 5 minutes the armored vehicle stopped at the park's entrance by the ticket hall. Lao Qiu was showcasing his lockpicking skills, and in under 3 seconds he unlocked the door from the outside and pushed both doors open. Lung Ruhan drove the armored vehicle steadily into the indoor parking lot, while the luxurious sedan was left in the square for everyone to practice on. Yi pulled out a walkie-talkie. Hello, hello. Luo Rinxin, can you hear me? Luo Rinxin, I can't hear you. You're back so soon. Yi, yes. Notify everyone to come and move the supplies. We need to finish moving everything today. Tomorrow we'll all head to the hospital and clear it out. Luo Rinxin, roger that. We'll be right there. Lao Qiu and Dahai helped Li Long out of the armored vehicle. Lung Ruhan locked the indoor parking lot gate, and they all gathered by the shore of Leeson Lake waiting for Luo Rinxin's boat. Yi, when the boat arrives, Li Long, you'll help move the supplies. Li Long, okay, no problem. I'll help you move them. Boss, can you let me go now? Yi, alright, no problem. See that big truck over there? Once I let you go and move the supplies. Li Long, okay, sure. Yi uncuffed Li Long, and Li Long walked toward the big truck. As Li Long moved farther away, Lung Ruhan grew anxious. Boss, what if he runs? Yi, don't worry. Once he sees the supplies in our truck, he won't leave. Just as Yi had predicted, when Li Long opened the truck door with a disdainful look, he froze in place. He knew exactly what these supplies meant in a post-apocalyptic world. Li Long grabbed 3 boxes of supplies and quickly ran to the shore. He looked at Yi with sincere eyes. Boss, I want to follow you. I'll stick with you from now on. Yi, why do you want to follow me? Li Long, because with you there's meat to eat. I want to eat meat. I don't want to starve. Boom. The vessel with its propeller engine drew closer as Luo Rinxin brought all the boats at once. The entire small team had assembled while Li Long was still busy transporting supplies. Once the fleet docked, Yi beckoned everyone over and introduced Li Long to them. After Li Long introduced himself to all, he resumed hauling supplies, anxious not to offend anyone and leave a poor first impression. The small team showed tolerance toward this timid man, and no one discriminated against Li Long. This deeply moved Li Long, and he even quickened his pace in moving the supplies. Yi said, our task today is to transport all the supplies to Leeson Lake Central Park. This is the foundation of our future survival. Please take it seriously, and Li Long will also help. Wenwen replied, don't worry, boss. When it comes to matters related to food, I'm the most enthusiastic. Sha added, me too. Luo Rinxin said, he'll be careful when piloting the boats, rest assured, boss. Lung Ruhan stated, I want slack off. Dahai responded, roger. Lao Qiu said, leave it to me. Li Huadawa added, he'll also contribute my share. Li Long stammered, I dare not slack off. Huh. Amidst the laughter and joy of the team, they began the intense work of transporting supplies. At that moment, Caesar woke from his slumber, stretching and yawning. Yi remarked, it's good you were asleep. Oh, at least it confirms you won't turn into a zombie dog. Caesar ran to the grass by the shore to relieve himself, then returned to the bank, shifted position, and continued sleeping, basking in the sun. The small team began operating at full speed. Seeing that Caesar was fine, Yi was in high spirits and joined the supply transport. There was a vast amount of supplies, and Yi estimated it would take an entire day to move them all. The third-tier speed-type zombie was now very close to Leeson Lake Central Park, but due to the zombie virus' instinctive fear of water, it began searching in the opposite direction. It found the ordinary zombies somewhat disdainful, slow during the day, and only slightly lively at night. They feared light and the sun. Why was it unaffected? Only through constant feeding could second-tier speed-type zombies be spawned. It began to miss its 4 second-tier speed-type zombie underlings. If they were still around, it wouldn't have had to mobilize such a large-scale horde. Fortunately, it had already avenged its 4 second-tier speed-type zombies. At this thought, it grinned a grim and terrifying smile, uglier than crying. But the third-tier speed-type zombie would never know that the one who killed its underlings was Yi, not the search squad. Believing its revenge was complete, it never pursued the matter further. As it searched for survivors while pondering, it unknowingly arrived at Yongfu subway station. There it sensed an aura different from others, far more powerful than itself. Following the entrance of Yongfu subway station, it squeezed through the dense crowd of zombies and saw an ordinary-looking zombie lying in the center of the horde, surrounded by 4th-tier strength-type zombies protecting it. It appeared to be undergoing its final evolution, but the 3rd-tier speed-type zombie felt no oppressive force from a superior zombie. Instead, the 4th-tier strength-type zombies around it exuded a sense of pressure. However, the 4th-tier strength-type zombies couldn't match its speed, so it paid them no mind, especially since it was close to advancing itself. After observing for a while, the speed-type zombie chose to leave this zombie nest. In human terms, it might be said, forgive me for being wild and free, loving liberty all my life. The third-tier speed-type zombie did not want to be subordinate to higher-tier zombies. It preferred to roam alone. Unless it was a fifth-tier or above zombie king, it refused to be constrained by any zombie. The third-tier speed-type zombie had already developed rudimentary human thoughts. The zombie virus was reshaping its brain. Just as it reached the entrance of Yongfu subway station, an intense mental wave emanated from within the station, suppressing it. Under this mental pressure, the third-tier speed-type zombie slowly crouched down, covering its head with its long claws. At that moment, the zombie protected by the fourth-tier strength-type zombies completed its evolution, becoming a fifth-tier psychic-type zombie. The oppressive force from the higher-tier zombie made all surrounding zombies shudder. The fifth-tier psychic-type zombie seemed unable to fully control its power. Seizing the moment, the third-tier speed-type zombie fled into the distance, quickly escaping the control range of the fifth-tier psychic-type zombie at top speed. The third-tier speed-type zombie realized its plan to gather underlings was doomed. With a zombie king present, all other zombies except itself would likely obey the king's commands. The third-tier speed-type zombie couldn't understand why it alone could break free from the zombie king's control. Perplexed, it retreated to its comfort zone, lying there to contemplate its undead existence. A withered blade of grass nearby held the answer. It was the seed of this very grass that had instilled in the third-tier speed-type zombie the notion of being wild and free, loving liberty. Yet it remained unaware of this. Inside Yongfu subway station, the zombie king stared blankly in the direction of the third-tier speed-type zombie, puzzled as to how a mere third-tier zombie could break free from its control even if its abilities were still unrefined. The oppressive force of a superior should have left it with no will to resist. Yet it had slipped away so effortlessly, leaving the fifth-tier psychic-type zombie feeling disgraced. Fortunately, only it sensed this. No other zombie witnessed it. The third-tier speed-type zombie felt the pressure but couldn't pinpoint its source. On one hand, its instinct urged submission to the higher-tier zombie. On the other, an internal force yearned for freedom. Only the withered grass swayed in the wind, indifferent to everything around it. It had already found another way to continue existing. It awaited the right moment to bloom and bear fruit. In the distance, the sky gradually darkened, heralding an approaching storm. The summer in Shinkoin City was dry, humid, and accompanied by scorching heat and abundant rainfall. No one anticipated that this rain would accelerate the apocalypse's progression. Yi glanced at the sky and pulled out a walkie-talkie. After this round of transporting supplies, everyone grab rain gear. If the rain gets too heavy, pause the transport. Today's mission remains unchanged. Dahai replied, "I'll fetch the rain gear for everyone. You all continue moving supplies." Lao Qiu added, "It seems we still have some time before the heavy rain hits. Let's pick up the pace." Wenwen said, "I hope it rains only after we finish transporting everything." Sha Shao agreed. "Yeah, then we can get a good night's sleep." Lung Ruhan commented, "May your wishes come true." Li Huaduo warned, "Better not get caught in this rain, it's bad for your health." Li Long said, "You're the doctor, I'll follow your advice." Yi instructed, "Wenwen, on your last trip, wake up Caesar and bring him back." Wenwen acknowledged, "Got it, I'll remember." The small team continued at full speed, transporting supplies back and forth. Everyone put in their utmost effort, striving for their future lives. They battled the impending storm, determined to move all supplies before the first raindrop fell. The sky turned terrifyingly dark. Moments ago it had been clear and sunny, but now it was as black as night. The thick dark clouds resembled death wielding a brush, painting a vivid canvas. Yet this canvas depicted a cruel and cold apocalyptic scene, not a landscape painting nor a comedy, but a tragedy. The higher-level zombies seemed to have foreseen the impending downpour, having arranged for the ordinary zombies to hide away, not daring to show themselves. The storm felt like the prelude to a grand assault. As the curtain of calamity slowly lifted, it was destined to weave a bloody tale upon this land. Everyone, let's work hard. The heavy rain is coming. We must gather all the supplies before it hits. Okay, got it. No problem. The small team replied in unison. Everyone was exhausted, but no one slacked off. They all worked desperately, and Yi was deeply moved by the scenes before him. Once upon a time, Yi thought he would die alone in the apocalypse. Who would have imagined that not only was he alive and well, but he had also found his family, and everyone was striving to survive. A third-tier speed-type zombie looked up at the rain-laden sky, muttering a few phrases, reluctantly rising to find a place to shelter from the rain. It vaguely sensed something growing within it, yet did not know what it was. It felt no pain and knew not fear, so it chose to ignore these sensations. The arrival of a fifth-tier psychic zombie directly crushed its dreams of grandeur. It could choose to ignore the psychic zombie's commands and flee with its overwhelming speed, but the other speed-type zombies might not choose to live the same way. Wild speed-type zombies like it, having developed to the third tier on their own, were exceptionally rare. Although it was a zombie in such an atmosphere, its eyes carried a hint of sorrow. The geographical location of Shinkoin City was excellent. Due to abundant rainfall, the vegetation was lush, which also ensured its drainage system was outstanding. The underground parking lots, subway stations, and high-speed train stations chosen by higher-level zombies were all places with the best drainage systems. These were national-level constructions of Longting-nation, built considering all unfavorable factors. Utilizing these drainage systems could effectively protect ordinary zombies from the impending heavy rain. After the heavy rain, a zombie tide would surge forth to occupy Shinkoin City. Many sensed that the sudden disappearance of zombies was ominous, though they did not know what they would face next. Once again, humanity showcased its remarkable adaptability in the face of disaster. As the number of zombies dwindled, survivors banded together to search for supplies. Some even chose to grow vegetables and grains to survive in the apocalypse. At this juncture, those who could survive were all elites. The fifth-tier psychic zombie, leveraging its formidable mental power, attracted and controlled a vast army of zombies currently perched at Yongfu subway station, preparing to coordinate its zombie horde for its plans. The higher-level zombie virus infecting the advanced zombies had mutated into something far more terrifying. The fifth-tier psychic zombie harbored a fixation, it needed to find that fleeing little mouse, the third-tier speed-type zombie, and make it willingly submit to its side. However, at this moment, the fifth-tier psychic zombie was unaware that all its efforts were merely sewing garments for others. It was immersed in the joy of its advancement, its roar resonating throughout Yongfu subway station. Hee hee, hee. Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of the fifth-tier psychic zombie's mental power, its calls had remarkable penetrating power, resonating intermittently and continuously spreading farther away. A giant black rat with crimson eyes woke up from its slumber, disturbed by the zombie's calls, its anger flaring. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It began to screech, harboring deep-seated resentment towards that damned zombie. The fifth-tier psychic zombie never imagined that its excitement would provoke a vengeful rat king. This indirectly sparked a war between the two races. The rat king wondered where the zombies were. Still screeching, it continued for a full 30 minutes before the fifth-tier psychic zombie ceased its unpleasant cries, and the rat king gradually calmed down, yet the seeds of hatred had long been sown. The fifth-tier psychic zombie, utilizing its powerful perception, sensed the coming heavy rain, starting to utilize sound to convey the signal of the downpour. All zombies within its mental range received its signal. Led by higher-level zombies, ordinary and lower-tier zombies sought shelter from the rain, preparing to launch a full-scale war after the downpour. Hee. The signal was emitted by the fifth-tier psychic zombie with an extremely broad range of dissemination. Roar, roar, roar. The power-type zombies also raised their voices to join in. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The speed-type zombies began to spread the message using their speed. In an instant, the entire Yongfu region and Tuqiao region were filled with a cacophony of wails. Almost all zombies were howling and migrating, their cries disturbing the rats that were sleeping during the day. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hee. Roar, roar, roar. Hiss. The rats cursed the zombies in their own language, using foul language, while the Rat King began to relay its signals internally. Compared to the zombies' wails, the way the rats transmitted information was much quieter. The sound was faint, but its speed of transmission was quick. Damn it, are these zombies sick, or what? Every time it rains, they wail incessantly. What are they even saying? And these rats too, just screeching nonstop. It's so annoying. A survivor at a human gathering place began to curse loudly. Such incidents occurred one after another. The zombies transmitted signals, the rats transmitted signals, and humans cursed loudly. For a moment, Shinkuan City was exceptionally lively. The three types of sounds mixed together, resembling a grand comedic performance, lively and boisterous. Only Yi's small team remained oblivious. The central park of the newly established lake was already in a remote area, and the small team's base was located in the middle of the lake, far from residential areas, with neither survivors nor zombies and rats present. Here had become a pure land. The team members drank water when thirsty, ate when hungry, but dared not rest when tired. They were desperately transporting supplies in a state of being oblivious to the outside world, solely focused on moving the goods. In the distance, thunder and lightning had already been heard, followed by the sound of thunder, and the cumulonimbus clouds were accumulating in large masses. This foretold that the upcoming storm would be unlike any other. The rats were the least worried about the rain, as they had long prepared their nests. Zombies had also found shelter. The water-averse nature of the zombie virus led them to seek the driest places. The only constant amidst the chaos was the vegetation of Shinkuan City. The plants even looked forward to this heavy rain, with some of them swaying eagerly in anticipation of the downpour. Just as Yi's small team parked all their boats and settled the last box of supplies, the torrential rain arrived as scheduled.